Solar flares went wild. Scorching heat, killing cold, and strange viruses swept across the world, tearing apart the civilization and order humanity had built. A technological sphere from a higher civilization carrying Li Fan's memories descended once more, merging with the Li Fan of his university days. Given a second life, will Li Fan let hatred twist his heart and plunge the world into chaos, or will he search for the true self he once lost? Good and evil, right and wrong, such binaries are illusions. The story has already begun, all that remains is to watch it unfold. In the dried and frozen forests of the Arctic deep, within a sheer cliffside cave, 2 men and 1 woman sit wounded and exhausted. The woman wraps fresh bandages around the abdomen of a dark-complexioned man as she speaks toward the one-eyed man standing at the cave entrance. "Captain, this mission cost us far too much," she says, her voice tight with grief. "Shalu Pizzi, Erlu Meow Meow. All of them are gone." The woman murmurs, fury and sorrow tightening her throat. The dark-skinned man's eyes are bloodshot with grief. His voice trembles as he speaks under his breath. "We survived so many trials. We were so close to completing this mission and earning entry to the inner city," he says. "Now they've all died because of this cursed assignment." The speaker is a man in his 30s named Su Jiangwo, his face etched with sorrow, fists tightly clenched. Even his dark complexion cannot hide the pallor left by the beast's attack to his abdomen. Su Jiangwo was once a soldier. At the dawn of the apocalypse, during the Great Evacuation, his unit was shattered and disbanded. He was left without a place to belong. Later, Li Fan saved him, and the two came to know each other. On the road, they fought side by side against hordes of the undead, forging a brotherhood as hard as iron. When they reached the official survivor base in Yinjing, they left the broken remnants of the military behind. Following Li Fan, they formed a survivor squad, with Su Jiangwo serving as vice captain. They have worked together for 8 long years. The woman tending Su Jiangwo's wounds is named Fan Yuyu. She is a member of Li Fan's survivor squad and was among the very first to follow him. Fan Yuyu angrily flings away the bloody gauze in her hand. "The intel the authorities gave us this time was completely wrong," she says, voice shaking. "They've treated our survivor squads as expendable cannon fodder." "Fan Gu, I think Yuan Ruoxue has betrayed us," Fan Yuyu blurts out. Su Jiangwo quickly interjects, "You don't talk nonsense. Yuan Ruoxue is the captain's sister. She would never do such a thing." Fan Yuyu's voice rises. "Why is it impossible? She is the Yuan family's cherished daughter, and her grandfather is Commander Yuan, a powerful figure in the military." With a single word, she could have gotten Fan Gu into the inner city, yet instead, she urged him to lead this cursed mission. "Unless she's involved, I refuse to believe otherwise," Fan Yuyu insists. Su Jiangwo shares her doubts, but he does not wish to make things harder for Li Fan. He restrains her and says, "Stop, Yuyu. Do you really think the captain wants to go to the inner city? He only wants to secure inner city access for us, his brothers. The captain is doing all this for us." Fan Yuyu realizes her tone was wrong and turns to Li Fan to apologize. "Fan Gu, I'm sorry. I never meant to blame you. Without you, Fan Yuyu would have ended my own life long ago. But Shalu Meow Meow, they are all gone." "This mission is far too strange," Fan Yuyu continues. "For something with such a high level of secrecy, the operation should have been carried out directly by military personnel. Instead, it was handed off to survivor squads like ours. And this crystalline object, what is it really? Even now, we have no detailed briefing. Yet all the official shelters have been stirred, and even Shangjing has sent people." Fan Yuyu's words hang in the cold air. "This crystalline core, what is it? Even now, we have no full mission briefing. And yet every official refuge has been stirred, and even Shangjing has sent people." Su Jiangwo glances at the crystal in Li Fan's hand and nods. "It's certainly strange," he says quietly. "This thing must be important. Even Shangjing has dispatched 2 7th-tier new humans." Li Fan stands at the cave mouth, gazing into the distance. A heaviness he cannot put into words weighs upon his heart. In 8 years of apocalypse, he has weathered countless brushes with death. He lost an eye and carries scars all over his body, yet he has never once abandoned hope. Now, however, he stands at the edge of his darkest moment. This time, facing the encirclement of 8 major bases and relentless attacks from all manner of beasts, he knows they are almost certainly doomed. Of the 9-member squad, 6 are dead. Only the 3 of them remain, each bearing serious wounds. Around them, unknown numbers of ability users continue to search for them. Li Fan only wanted to lead this band of brothers, men and women who clawed their way up from the mud of the apocalypse, into a chance at a decent life. He never asked for more. Yet now, because of the crystal, the petty schemes of those above have forced him to watch his friends die one after another. Li Fan feels the sting of betrayal. Just as Fan Yuyu said, something about this mission is profoundly wrong. The briefing is fragmented and evasive. Even entering the unclaimed northern Arctic required them to slip in secretly. And yet every movement of their squad seems to have been under someone's watchful control. And then there is Yuan Ruoxue, the sister who shares no blood with him, who urged him to take on this mission. She said that if he completed it, he could secure inner-city survival rights for his entire group. Now Li Fan looks down at the faintly glowing crystal in his hand. a diamond-shaped object the size of a beer bottle. Within its translucent body, a pigeon egg-sized black sphere pulses with intermittent light. Li Fan forces himself to set aside his despair. Facing his two surviving companions, he reaches a decision. Lao Su Yu, all of this loss is my responsibility, his expression says. If I hadn't stubbornly accepted this mission, even out in the wilderness we could have survived. I dragged everyone into this. I am sorry. He continues firm yet soft. Soon we'll try to escape. If the enemy closes in, you two break south and run. Their target is what I'm holding. I'll stay behind and draw them away. Don't go back to the base. Head for Liao Mountain. It's a place where you can survive. Live well. The cave falls silent for a heartbeat. No. Fan Yu cries in her heart. Never. Su Jiangwo agrees. They reject his plan immediately. Fan go, both Jiangwo go and I were saved by you. There is no way we'll abandon you and flee. If we go, we go together. If we stay together. Su Jiangwo adds with a faint wry smile. Yes, Captain. We're all loners in this world. Helping each other to survive this long is more than enough. Fan Yu steps to Li Fan's side. She looks straight into his remaining eye and smiles with calm courage. At worst it's just death, her gaze says. Down below you'll still be our captain. Li Fan's eye reddens. In his mind familiar faces flicker, one after another. In a world where all social order has collapsed, this kind of loyalty is more precious than ever. Yet because of one mistake in judgment, he has led them all to the brink of ruin. Just as Li Fan draws breath to persuade them once more, a thunderous explosion splits the air. An RPG round arcs toward the cliff and strikes near the cave, triggering a partial collapse. All three are ability users. Ordinary firearms can barely harm them. Before the cave fully collapses, they rush out into the open. Outside, nearly 100 ability users and new humans have already surrounded them. Though none wear uniforms, it is clear at a glance that these people carry the bearing and discipline of inner-city military elites. They stand in stark contrast to Li Fan's survivor squad, ragged but tenacious. Li Fan scans the faces around him. None are familiar, yet he is certain they are from Yinjing's inner city. He asks in a low voice, "Whose people are you? Li Changjuan's or Commander Yuan's?" Then a voice Li Fan never expected to hear comes from the crowd. A man steps out and addresses him. "Fan, go hand over what you're holding. As for whose people we are, you don't need to know. Give them the crystal and they've promised to spare your lives." Li Fan is stunned. The man before him is a brother from his own squad, someone who had been fighting at his side just an hour ago. He saw him with his own eyes, besieged by a swarm of beasts. Seeing this man, Su Jiangwo's rage flares. Liao Yunfei, his expression cries out, "You're not dead. No, this was you. You're the traitor who sold out our movements." Liao Yunfei refuses to meet Su Jiangwo's eyes, and he avoids Li Fan's gaze as well. Li Fan remains silent. He does not ask why Liao Yunfei betrayed them. In the apocalypse, he has seen too many betrayals. The reasons are always the same: someone offered enough to make it worthwhile. Liao Yunfei knows Li Fan well. The quieter Li Fan becomes, the angrier he truly is. "Fan, don't blame me," Liao Yunfei pleads in his mind. "I just want to live, to really live. I don't want to keep scraping by day after day, never knowing if we'll see tomorrow. Hand over the crystal, and I'll..." Before Liao Yunfei can finish, Li Fan cuts him off. "Enough," his gaze says. Li Fan's shock has already cooled into anger, and then into a stillness like deep water. His voice is calm and flat. He asks only one question. "Where are Xiaolu and the others?" Liao Yunfei instinctively steps back. Only when he notices the people he brought with him does he force himself to stand firm. He does not answer. Seeing his expression, Li Fan already knows. The anger in his heart darkens. In a voice like ice he says, "Fine, I'll hand it over. But Li Yuhang must come take it himself." Liao Yunfei stares at him in surprise. "How do you know?" his expression asks. Li Fan's eye slides past Liao Yunfei, as if passing over something irrelevant, and turns toward the crowd. "So I guessed right," his gaze says. "Li Yuhang, I know you're here. Come out." A male voice answers almost at once. "Li Fan, there's no need for this. You can't escape. The mission is already complete. Hand over the crystal, and I'll grant the three of you residence rights in the inner city." This is Li Yuhang. His father Li Changjuan was the mayor of Yinjing before the apocalypse, and is now one of the principal powers in the Yinjing refuge base. Since Li Fan arrived in Yinjing, Li Yuhang has opposed him at every turn. Seeing Li Yuhang confirms much of what Li Fan had suspected. Yet one question remains unanswered in his heart: what role has Yuan Ruoxua played in all this? Li Fan looks steadily at Li Yuhang. "Do you believe your own words?" his eyes ask. "We took this mission from your Yinjing authorities. The plan was always to hand the crystal over once the mission was done. But you didn't show yourselves earlier or later. You waited until we'd shaken off the other bases and were exhausted to appear. Don't tell me you're here to rescue us." Li Yuhang gives a short, humorless laugh. "Then what do you think we're here for?" his expression says. Li Fan raises an eyebrow and sweeps his gaze around at the ability users encircling them. "You guided us to secure the crystal," his eyes say. "Then you used my movement ability to help it escape, drawing all pursuit toward us. You waited until we'd shaken off the other bases, and now you've come to reap the harvest. The progress of human society is marked by the presence of order, and law is the pillar that upholds that order. Of course, at any point in time, human society will give rise to social classes. When the barriers between social classes become towering and impossible to cross, social conflicts grow ever sharper, and both the kindness and the darkness within human nature begin to spread wildly. Law is the final safeguard against the collapse of social order. It does not teach people to be endlessly virtuous, but it constantly warns them not to sink too far into wrongdoing. For example, the law cannot stipulate that my students are forbidden to sleep in my class. On the podium, the teacher points playfully at a student lying face down on his desk fast asleep, teasing him with a light tone. The student's laughter burst out and jolted Li Fan awake from where he was lying on his desk. His eyes, still filled with confusion, fragmented words from his fading dream echoed in his mind, defiant, and Li Fan's bloodshot eyes snapped open as he forced himself out of sleep, abruptly standing up. He suddenly realized he was in a classroom, and the person on the podium was Professor Chun, whose face had grown a little hazy in his memories. His sudden shout had frightened Professor Chun, who was nearing 50, as well as the entire class. Whispers rippled through the students, some joking that he must have played games too much and lost himself in them. After a brief silence, the students began to whisper and tease, some joking that even a top student could lose himself in dreams of competitive games and sudden outbursts. Li Fan remained utterly bewildered. He could not understand how he had suddenly ended up here. The classroom was clean and bright, windows polished to a flawless sheen. The projector flickered on and off as slides changed, and Professor Chen, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stood energetic and vigorous at the podium. All of this clashed violently with the apocalyptic scenes that still lingered in Li Fan's mind. Li Fan reached up to touch his own cheek. The skin was smooth and springy, the ferocious scar he remembered was gone, and his eyes could see clearly once more. He tried to meditate and gather energy, yet there was no reaction at all within his body. Everything pointed to one fact: he was nothing more than a drowsy third-year university student. Li Fan pinched his thigh hard. It hurt, a sharp, unmistakably real pain. Could it be that all of it had been just a dream, an absurdly vivid dream of the end of the world? As he struggled to distinguish which was real and which was only a dream, his thoughts churned restlessly. Standing at the podium, Professor Chen leisurely lifted his teacup, took a sip, then walked over to the water dispenser. As he refilled his cup, he joked, "Classmate who stole your crystal, do you need legal assistance?" Li Fan's bewildered gaze swept around the room. Within his heart, a series of questions surged up like a dialogue from his very soul. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? He was still only a student, and a well-known top student at that. But now his carefully built image as a model scholar felt on the brink of collapse. How was he supposed to resolve this embarrassing situation now? His mind raced as if seeking advice in desperation. His deskmate, Ko Peng, lightly tugged the corner of Li Fan's jacket and offered a suggestion in a whisper faint. Hearing his deskmate and close friend's suggestion, Li Fan could only respond in a low voice, exasperated. That's ridiculous. The room is at a comfortable 21 degrees, well ventilated and flooded with light. He glanced down at his own sturdy build and muttered, with a frame as robust as mine, pretending to be a frail character who faints is nonsense. Suddenly a tearing pain exploded in his mind. Li Fan's eyes rolled upward, and he fell straight backward, his body going rigid as though performing a perfect imitation of a stiff collapse. With a heavy thud, his head struck the floor. The sound was sharp and loud. The classroom fell instantly silent. His classmates stared in shock, mouths agape. Ko Peng covered his face with both hands and muttered under his breath. Well then, despite saying no, his body was surprisingly honest. I never realized he had this side to him. Professor Chin, still holding the cup he had been refilling, forgot to take it away from the dispenser. He stood frozen for a long moment before finally coming back to his senses. Li Fan was the student he valued most. He had only intended to offer a mild reprimand and let the incident pass. He had not expected the boy to take things so far. With a helpless shake of his head, he gestured to Ko Peng and said, "Go on, take him to the infirmary. Be careful not to let him really hurt his brain." Ko Peng hurriedly grabbed Li Fan's arm, supporting him as they left the classroom together and headed for the infirmary. Inside the infirmary, Li Fan lay on a hospital bed, still unconscious. It was only when Ko Peng helped Li Fan out of the classroom that he realized Li Fan was not pretending at all. He had truly fainted. The realization frightened him badly. After a series of examinations by the school doctor, the diagnosis was given: excessive late nights, severe mental fatigue, the brain initiating an automatic protective mechanism. All he needed was rest. Only then did Ko Peng finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had been Li Fan's roommate and classmate for 3 years. They got along extremely well, and their personalities matched, so their friendship was strong. Ko Peng knew Li Fan's family situation well. Li Fan had grown up in an orphanage, and when the orphanage eventually closed, the director and his spouse adopted him. Li Fan had been sensible since childhood. Whether in his studies or in how he treated others, he was outstanding. He always gave people the impression of being optimistic and confident with none of the inferiority or timidity one might expect from someone raised in an orphanage. His excellent academic performance had earned him direct admission to the nationally renowned Xi'an University of Technology. Li Fan's achievements could not be separated from the loving upbringing he received from the director and his spouse. Sadly, good people do not always live long. In the second month after Li Fan enrolled at university, the couple died in a car accident. From then on, Li Fan became a true orphan once more. After sleeping for more than 3 hours, Li Fan rubbed the back of his head and sat up on the hospital bed groggily asking, "Where am I?" The furnishings of the infirmary were familiar, yet they gave Li Fan a strange sense of distance. It felt just like returning to one's hometown after 7 or 8 years away, both familiar and foreign. Ko Peng poured a glass of water for Li Fan and said, "This is the infirmary. You really went all in. You actually took a fall. What were you doing last night? You even dared to sleep in Professor Chen's class." Holding the cup, Li Fan reached up to stroke his left eye, feeling the solid, real sensation. Still uneasy, he took out his phone, opened the camera, and switched to the front. Looking at the youthful, handsome face in the screen, the tension in his heart slowly eased. He sighed softly and said, "So I had a dream." Ko Peng teased him. "A dream? Did you dream that in a ranking match your crystal was stolen at the last moment?" Li Fan started to retort, "Don't talk nonsense." But the words died on his lips as he swallowed them back. If the events in his dream were destined to happen, then he must not tell Ko Peng about them. He remembered how in that dream he lived like a hunted animal chased across mountains. In the end, even his brothers and those dearest to him betrayed him in that dream. He was forced to burn his bridges, fight to the bitter end, and leap off a cliff. He felt ashamed that even in his dreams he had lived so miserably and dared not imagine a brighter fate. "Your gaming skills in that title are so poor you should stop playing. You're the kind of player who can drag me down from diamond all the way to bronze. Please stay far away from that game," Ko Peng joked. "Whether you've got more to say or not, if you don't, just get going," Li Fan replied. "Alright, since you're fine, I'll head out first. It's almost noon. I need to deliver lunch to my goddess," Ko Peng said, standing up to leave. As he reached the door, Ko Peng turned back and added, "By the way, your younger sister figure Ruoxua just called." "I answered. When she heard you fainted, she was really worried. Remember to call her back." The door closed with a soft sound, leaving Li Fan alone in the room. He lay back on the bed, mind unsettled, torn over whether he should return Ruoxua's call. Was it truly just a dream? The realism of it had shaken him deeply. In the past, hearing that Ruoxua had called, he would have immediately returned her call. After all, in this world, Yuan Ruoxua was now his only remaining family. Yuan Ruoxua was the beloved granddaughter of Yuan Feng, commander of the Yanjing military district. When she was 5, human traffickers abducted her and brought her to China. By chance, the traffickers ran into a crackdown by local authorities and abandoned her on the spot. After wandering for half a month, she was finally taken to a police station by a kind passerby. At that time, the DNA database was not yet well developed, and the abduction had crossed provincial lines, so her parents could not be found. She was temporarily sent to the orphanage run by Li Fan's adoptive parents, which was how she and Li Fan first. By then, Ruoxua had already been in the hands of the traffickers for half a year, and her personality had turned withdrawn and closed off. In the orphanage, she was not close to anyone, and was considered a difficult child. Yet for reasons no one could explain, she grew inexplicably attached to Li Fan, the upbeat boy. During those years in the orphanage, Ruoxua became like Li Fan's constant shadow, attending classes with him, eating at his side, and insisting on sleeping nearby. When Ruoxua was 12, 6 years later, her family finally found her and took her back to Yanjing. However, the connection with Li Fan's family never broke. They continued to visit and stay in touch during holidays. It was thanks to Li Fan's adoptive parents taking her in that Ruoxua had not ended up wandering the streets. After Li Fan's adoptive parents passed away, Ruoxua became his emotional support in the realm of family affection. Yet that dream left Li Fan inexplicably agitated. Holding his phone and staring at the familiar number in his contacts, he hesitated deeply. While Li Fan was still struggling with his thoughts, his phone rang. It was Ruoxua. After a long moment of hesitation, he chose to answer first. "Hello," he said. On the other end of the line, Ruoxua's anxious voice asked, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he answered. Hearing his unusually cold tone, she pressed on, "Did something happen to you? Are you ill? Did you go to the hospital for a checkup?" "No," he replied. "Something's wrong. What exactly is happening to you? You're definitely hiding something from me," she insisted. "I already said I'm fine," he snapped. Li Fan grew increasingly irritable. In the past, he would never have spoken to Ruoxua like this. Ruoxua was clearly taken aback by his inexplicable attitude. "Brother, you," she began. "I have class now. I'll contact you in a few days," he cut in. With that, he hung up. That dream had brought him such raw pain that he simply could not treat her as he once had, even though for now none of those events had actually occurred. He had to shake off the shadow of that nightmare and return to a normal life as quickly as possible. Rising from the bed, he left the infirmary. As for what lay ahead, he would think about it later. Li Fan's adoptive parents had been wealthy locals in Chang'an. Because of old injuries, they had no children. Having come to understand life more deeply in middle age, they sold their factory and opened a sizable orphanage. After they passed away, they left Li Fan an apartment, a plot of land, and a mid-sized supermarket of about 1,000 square meters managed by hired staff. Leaving the infirmary, Li Fan went straight back to his home in Chang'an. Since his adoptive parents passed away, he had seldom returned there. Opening the door was like opening a long-sealed music box. Inside lay the memories of his childhood. It was a duplex apartment near the Drum Tower, occupying the top 2 floors, the 15th and 16th. The 15th floor covered 160 square meters, while the 16th floor held an entertainment room, a gym, and a 60-square-meter terrace planted with all kinds of flowers and greenery. In the dream at the beginning of the apocalypse, this apartment had been occupied by a neighborhood tough, while Li Fan had hidden out in the supermarket storeroom and endured the scorch of summer there. Fortunately, it had all been a dream, and everything was still in his hands. In the following days, Li Fan seemed to have truly returned to his original life trajectory. However, every time he arrived at a new place, the scene of ruin from that dream would occasionally leap into his mind. Every location, every detail was strikingly clear. As the National Day approached, students were discussing how to enjoy their vacation in small groups. In the school cafeteria, Ko Peng was arranging the ribs on his plate while asking Li Fan, how are you planning to spend the National Day? Li Fan was earnestly enjoying the food. Perhaps due to the influence of that dream, the cafeteria food that used to taste terrible now brought him an inexplicable sense of happiness. Hearing Ko Peng's question, he casually replied, just do whatever. Aren't you planning to find Yuan Ruoxue? Not going. Ko Peng put down the ribs he had conquered and stared seriously at Li Fan, saying, have you experienced something recently? It feels like you've changed. You've become a bit aloof. You used to be very warm towards those around you. Now you give off a sense of detachment. You've become a bit aloof. You used to be very warm towards those around you. Now you give off a sense of detachment. Sometimes your gaze is very cold. Li Fan was taken aback. He knew what Ko Peng was referring to. Just the day before, the two had gone out to buy things. On the way, they encountered a disabled child who fell in front of Li Fan, yet he merely glanced coldly and walked past. In the past, Li Fan would have immediately lent a helping hand, as kindness was ingrained in his very being. Being an orphan during his most difficult times, someone had sheltered him, so he always wished to be a person who could shelter others. Thinking back now, he truly had changed. That dream seemed like a nightmare constantly affecting him, yet he remained oblivious. Looking at the chubby figure across from him, his best friend in college, he decided to change the subject. Uncertain of how to explain his current state, he laughed and said, I'm fine. By the way, how are you planning to spend the National Day? As soon as the topic of National Day arrangements came up, Ko Peng's attention was immediately diverted, excitedly saying, the day after tomorrow, come with me to the astronomy club. I heard they recently received a very special meteorite. I plan to ask the goddess out again to see it together. If I can get her to agree tomorrow, I'll ask her to spend the National Day with me. Ko Peng was a die-hard astronomy enthusiast. His dream was to become an astronaut and join the National Space Agency, so he was particularly interested in extraterrestrial objects. However, Li Fan was not very interested and casually replied, we'll talk about it later. He quickly finished lunch as he had no major classes in the afternoon. Today marked the 3rd anniversary of his foster parents' passing, and Li Fan planned to visit their graves. After bidding farewell to Ko Peng, he left. In the afternoon at Tianfu Cemetery, Li Fan knelt before his foster parents' tombstone, lighting incense, burning paper money, and cleaning the stone. After completing the ritual, Li Fan did not leave, but sat in front of the tombstone lost in thought. He felt as if something was missing, yet he couldn't quite recall it, as though he had experienced this scene before, but something felt amiss. Could it be the Mandela effect? Just then, Li Fan suddenly noticed a fiery red in front of him. Looking around, he saw everything was dark red. Not the red of sunset clouds, but as if the sun had donned red lenses, casting a shadowy crimson over the world. Li Fan stood up excitedly, his heart surging. Yes. This is it. The sky is ablaze. It was in the dream too. In that dream, Li Fan clearly remembered that on the afternoon of his foster parents' 3rd anniversary, under the bright sun, the sky suddenly changed color. It cast a red hue over the entire Eurasian continent. Though it lasted less than half an hour, the area covered was extensive, illuminated by the sun. Later experts explained it as an abnormal radiation from a solar flare refracted through the atmosphere, a normal celestial phenomenon, reassuring the public not to panic. Li Fan stared blankly at the sun, which seemed to be in hibernation. He could look directly at it without feeling blinded, his mind racing with thoughts. It seemed that it wasn't just a dream, it was definitely not. This scene was also present in his dream. Li Fan understood that this was not the normal phenomenon as described by the experts. This was the source of all disasters. From today onward, the sun had entered the coal-filling stage. This analogy was later given by an astronomy professor. This astronomical phenomenon was akin to a coal furnace that was in the combustion stage. Then a large amount of coal was added, leading to a rekindling stage. However, how exactly this occurred remained an uncertain conclusion among global research departments until Li Fan's death. If Li Fan remembered correctly, in the following 15 days the temperature dropped to around 7 degrees, and then after the sun rekindled it skyrocketed. From 7°C, the temperature rose by 7 to 8 degrees daily, and in less than 10 days it reached 60°C. This sustained high temperature directly caused the glaciers at the poles to melt rapidly, releasing a virus that had been frozen for millions of years into the sea. Once the sun's rekindling period ended, the Earth was met with a month-long snow and rainstorm, causing temperatures to plummet to -40°C. These storms brought not just cold, but also the last straw that would crush human civilization, the Tyru virus. This virus was the true native of the Earth, existing before the Ice Age. In the face of this virus, humanity was utterly helpless. Infected individuals either became primal beasts devoid of human consciousness, retaining only the instinct to feed and kill, with survivors dubbing them zombies. Alternatively, they resisted the virus encroachment, struggling to survive in the apocalypse. There were also a few lucky ones whose cells assimilated with the virus, unlocking humanity's hidden genetic locks. These individuals were called psychics. Li Fan's psychic ability was not awakened on his own. It was a rare spatial leap ability awakened by the awakening agent Yuan Ruoxua gave him after arriving at the Beijing refuge. Not knowing how long he had stood there or how long he had looked, Li Fan's swirling thoughts slowly calmed down once the dazzling red light faded. Turning around to look at his foster parents' tombstone, his entire demeanor became cold and resolute as he spoke to the tombstone. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. The teachings you imparted, do good deeds without asking for the future, have made living too suffocating and dying too tragic. Your son has been unfilial, and I'm ready to change my way of living." After saying this, he bowed 3 times to the tombstone and stood up, leaving the cemetery with determined strides. Now that he knew the early trajectory of the apocalypse, there were still many preparations to be made. This time he would put away his cheap saintly heart and no longer think of doing his part to end the apocalypse. Instead, he aimed to live freely solely for himself. Living supplies, residential fortifications, and of course self-defense weapons. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing was not just zombies and mutated beasts, but something even more frightening: humans. Reflecting on his past life, adhering to the principles his parents instilled, he questioned whether he had helped many people, yet all he received were plunder, slaughter, and betrayal. If not for his wit and caution, he would have died countless times. Returning to the city, he immediately went to the small supermarket left by his parents. This was a small business originally set up by his parents for their retirement, located at the street-facing entrance of the community where Li Fan lived. The community was developed by a friend of his father's. Thus his foster father acquired the best storefront at a friend price. Of course, Li Fan's current residence was also the best unit in the community. The supermarket covered an area of 800 square meters with an additional 200 square meters of storage at the back. It was here that Li Fan spent the scorching summer, almost succumbing to the heat. The supermarket employed 19 people divided into morning and evening shifts, with 8 in each shift: 1 group leader, 1 cleaner, 2 cashiers, 1 for weighing and labeling in the produce section, 1 inspector, 1 security guard, and 1 manager. The manager was a divorced beauty named Wang Xueli, who had been managing all operations of the supermarket since its opening. She was highly capable and acted swiftly. Despite being a small supermarket, it turned a profit of no less than 2,000 each month. Arriving at Wang Xueli's office, Li Fan knocked on the door. "Come in. Sister Xueli, are you busy?" Upon hearing Li Fan's voice, Wang Xueli lifted her head from a pile of purchase orders on her desk. Seeing Li Fan, she teased with a smile, "The little boss is here to inspect the work. Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Li Fan got straight to the point, saying, "Sister Xueli, I'm not here to inspect. I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Li Fan took a moment to gather his thoughts and said, "Sister Xueli, let's pause the funding for the orphanage for now. I'm planning to give all employees a month of paid leave." Wang Xueli was taken aback, looking at Li Fan in disbelief, asking, "Huh? Why? What holiday is this? What about the supermarket?" Li Fan certainly wouldn't disclose that the apocalypse was approaching. If he told her the truth, she would probably rush him to the hospital to see if his mind was malfunctioning. Is a national day coming up soon? Everyone has worked hard over the years. It's time to give them a long holiday to relax. As for the supermarket, we'll close for maintenance for now. Although Wang Xueli felt surprised by this decision, she did not oppose it. After all, who wouldn't want a paid vacation? She then smiled and said, "Then I'll thank the little boss on behalf of everyone." "No problem. By the way, Sister Xueli, please arrange for all the suppliers to meet you. I want to gather with them." Wang Xueli was puzzled. The little boss rarely dealt with supermarket matters. Although suppliers knew of Li Fan, there had been little interaction. All matters of incoming and outgoing goods were handled by her. Did he feel dissatisfied with his work and plan to take over personally? She then asked, "Little boss, what are you planning to do? Is there something you're not happy with?" Li Fan quickly waved his hand, explaining, "Sister Xueli, you misunderstood. It's not about the supermarket. It's about a classmate of mine who is starting an online media company focusing on live stream selling with a high volume of sales. He asked me to find some suppliers for daily necessities." Wang Shuili let out a sigh of relief after hearing this, patting her ample chest, and laughed. You gave me quite the scare. Alright, I'll arrange that right away. We have an inventory check tomorrow, so let's schedule it for then. Do you have classes tomorrow? In the morning, once the inventory check is done, we'll stop operations and you all can take a break. Alright, I'll leave it all to you to arrange. After discussing the supermarket matters, Li Fan left the supermarket. There were still half a month before the sun's rekindling period, and when the temperature reached 60 C, the whole world would enter a phase of work stoppage and school suspension. Before that, he had to prepare his living fortress and supplies. The living fortress was easy to arrange. Li Fan already had an idea. There was a piece of land not far from the community covering 500 square meters, which was his foster parents' original ancestral property. It was originally intended to build a villa, and the construction approval and planning were already sorted through. Unfortunately, before construction began, his foster parents had an accident and passed away. This piece of land was south of the Pear Orchard mountain range, with the community positioned not far to the left. In the days leading up to the peak heat, electricity supply could barely be maintained, but by the 10th day the electricity supply was limited, with power provided in intervals. Air conditioning became a mere decoration, and once the heat ended, the world was thrust into a storm phase, leaving no time for humanity to react. Thus, the fortress he needed to build must be a residence with strong insulation. Based on his 8 years of experience in the apocalypse, an underground fortress was the most suitable. The most critical issue now was to make money. His parents had prepared a pension of 5 million which he had inherited, but he hadn't spent a single cent. However, this amount was still insufficient. Therefore, Li Fan planned to swindle someone, a certain scumbag named Xie Biao, who had occupied his house in his previous life. Xie Biao was a resident of Building 1 in the community, notorious in the area. He had gathered a group of underlings and was involved in a series of dark industries like soil dumping, high-interest loans, and illegal gambling. Xie Biao was a resident of Building 1 in the community, notorious in the area. He had gathered a group of underlings and was involved in a series of dark industries like soil dumping, high-interest loans, and illegal gambling. Xie Biao was a resident of Building 1 in the community, notorious in the area. He had gathered a group of underlings and was involved in a series of dark industry. Li Fan returned home and retrieved the property certificates for the storefront and his duplex. He silently pondered how to maximize the utility of these two properties. Throughout the afternoon, Li Fan openly carried 2 property certificates in and out of various banks. Anyone could tell that he was a person preparing to take out a mortgage loan on his property. In fact, after entering the bank, Li Fan did not intend to conduct any business. The approval process for mortgage loans was simply too slow, and time was of the essence. He was just putting on a show to wait for a bite. However, as the bank's closing time approached, no one had appeared. Logically, Xie Biao's underlings should be watching for people who came to the bank for loans, and then refer those in urgent need of money to lend at high interest. But where were they now? Li Fan glanced at the time. It was already past the bank's closing time. It seemed he had to take the initiative, but doing so would mean losing control. As he stepped out of the bank with the property certificates, a sharp-featured, yellow-haired young man in tight pants and loafers approached him, grinning slyly and asking, "Isn't this little Li? Are you here for a loan?" Li Fan looked at this energetic young man, maintaining his expression, but inside, he was elated. He recognized this guy as Zhou Chang, the cousin of Xie Biao. It was apparent that after an entire afternoon of acting, the fish had finally taken the bait. Li Fan shot Zhou Qiang a distrustful glance and replied, "Yeah, I'm about to graduate and preparing to start a media base with my classmates. I need a large sum of money." Zhou Qiang smiled as he walked up, putting his arm around Li Fan's shoulder, and asked, "Not going well?" "The amount I need is too large, and the approval time is too long." "Ah, enough of that. I'm going to find my classmate. I heard he has connections." With that, he turned to leave. Zhou Qiang, seeing Li Fan holding 2 property certificates, hurried after him. Zhou Qiang had already informed his uncle about Li Fan's attempt to take out a loan. His uncle had given him a strict task: find a way to bring Li Fan to their company for a loan. There was no way they would let him go easily. Zhou Qiang followed Li Fan closely, eagerly introducing, "Little Li, why go through so much trouble when my uncle has a lending company? As long as the collateral is valuable, you can borrow as much as you want." Hearing this, Li Fan stopped, slowly turned around, and still in a distrustful tone asked, "Really? I need to borrow quite a bit." "Don't worry, my uncle's company here in Chang'an is faster than the 4 major banks for loans with the highest limits and best service." Li Fan interrupted, "I need to borrow 100 million. Can you manage that?" "What? How much?" 100 million. Zhou Chang, who was enthusiastically introducing, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing the figure. "What? How much?" 100 million. Zhou Chang, who was enthusiastically introducing, nearly... With that, Li Fan turned and caught a taxi home, not looking back. Zhou Qiang watched the taxi drive away, quickly regaining his composure and dialing a number. Soon a voice came from the other end. "Xiangzi, have you taken care of the matter? Uncle, things are a bit beyond expectations." "What happened?" "Uncle Li Fan is asking for too much. I don't dare to promise him anything." "How much can a college student borrow?" I'm actually worried he won't borrow enough. The more he borrows, the better I can control him. What are you afraid of? Agree to whatever he wants to borrow. Zhou Qiang hesitated for a long time before finally squeezing out two words, 100 million. If it's just 100 million, I'll agree. How much? 100 million. Is he crazy? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He said it directly. He even thinks we don't have the strength, and left directly. On the other end, Xie fell silent for a long time before saying, all right, you don't have to worry about this. He'll talk to him personally. After hanging up, Xie sat on the sofa holding a beautiful female college student, muttering, what is this orphan trying to do? 100 million, does he have no concept of that amount? I guess I need to go see him in person. Glancing at the startled female college student in his arms, he said, girl, you did well, he'll give you an extra month. The girl replied with unclear speech, thank you, brother Biao will pay you back as soon as possible. If you can't pay back in a month, I'll arrange for you to work in my nightclub. Li Fan returned home and immediately took out several A4 sheets and drawing tools. He planned to create a design blueprint for an underground fortress based on his memory and some concepts to draft a rough sketch, then consult professionals tomorrow. The underground fortress would consist of 4 underground levels and 2 above-ground levels, complete with a 4-meter-high, fully fortified observation tower, leaving only 2 270-degree shooting ports. The underground levels would each have an area of 500 square meters with a total height of 30 meters, and each level being 2 meters high. The reason for this height is first for convenient storage of living supplies, with each level having a storage capacity of 3500 cubic meters. Second, the deeper the underground fortress, the better the heat resistance. Additionally, a crucial point is that when his parents had someone design their villa, the designer and geologist suggested that the foundation should not be too deep, because there might be an underground water vein in this area, ideally not exceeding 30 meters. Li Fan wanted to directly tap into the underground water vein and create a drainage system on the lowest level. Although it would cost more, it would solve the most crucial issue, the water source. Before he knew it, it was already past 7 p.m. After checking several times and adding all the necessary facilities, he also prepared a supply list for materials he was planning to purchase from various suppliers tomorrow. Now he was just waiting for Xie Biao to come knocking. Indeed, Li Fan's expectation was met. Just as he finished organizing his sketches and lists, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, Xie Biao entered with Zhou Qiang and a woman who looked quite familiar, her arm linked with his. The woman was slightly startled upon seeing Li Fan, but remained silent. She quickly shifted her gaze, trying to minimize her presence. Li Fan didn't pay much attention to her either. With someone like Xie Biao, it was no surprise to see any kind of woman by his side. Li Fan looked at Xie Biao and asked knowingly, Uncle Xie, are you here for something? Xie Biao smiled like an elder and said warmly, Little Li, why not invite me in for a seat? We've been neighbors for so many years. Li Fan stepped aside, smiling as he let them into the living room, asking, Uncle Xie, what brings you here? I heard from Zhou Qiang that you've encountered some difficulties recently. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing serious. I'm about to graduate and am planning to set up a media company with a few classmates and build a media base. The investment might be a bit large, so I'm looking to borrow some money. I was just on the phone with a classmate. He's introducing me to 2 investors tomorrow, so it should be fine. Upon hearing this, Xie Biao felt anxious, but kept his tone calm, saying, You know, when your parents were alive, we were quite close. I even had business dealings with them. Why didn't you come to me for help? You shouldn't be so distant. Uncle Xie, you misunderstand. It's just that the funding gap is too large and the investment risk is high. I worry that if I borrow from you and can't pay it back, it would cause you a loss. Upon hearing this, Xie Biao's expression turned stern, saying, What kind of talk is that? Don't go looking for others. You just tell me how much you need, and I'll take care of it for you. If you go to someone else and can't pay them back, do you know if they are black or white? You are just a college student with no family, or what will you do if someone tricks you? Li Fan immediately feigned a look of fear, naturally picking up on the threatening tone in Xie Biao's words. He awkwardly said, But I've already promised to meet with them at noon tomorrow. Wouldn't it be impolite to back out? No worries, we can settle this tonight. In the north city of Chang'an, using my name will work well. Li Fan pretended to be in a difficult position, but felt he had no choice, saying, But I need to borrow 100 million. Xie Biao hesitated again upon hearing this figure. It wasn't that he couldn't come up with the money, with some effort he could scrape it together. However, Li Fan's 2 properties and the 100 square meter supermarket at the market price of about 8 euro per square meter, due to its prime location, would total around 80 million. This luxury property, priced at 3 euro per square meter, spans 2 levels totaling 320 square meters, with an estimated total price of around 10 million. In total, the market value was 90 million, which would be insufficient. Despite the potential for significant appreciation of these 2 properties, particularly the storefront, he couldn't make a losing deal. After some consideration, he said, Little Li, you intend to use these 2 properties as collateral, right? Li Fan nodded. You're still too young. You've never taken a loan, have you? These 2 properties can't secure that much money. The credit companies can't provide it, and the banks certainly won't either. In this case, I can lend you 80 million, that's the highest amount possible. There's no other place that can offer you more than what I can. Li Fan was overjoyed. He knew very well that getting 100 million was absolutely impossible. Even banks would only lend up to 70 of the property's value. The reason he mentioned the figure of 100 million was to elevate Xiaodabiao's psychological expectation. He initially thought Xiaodabiao would offer 60 million, but unexpectedly, it was even 20 million more than he anticipated. Feeling happy inside, but with a troubled expression on his face, he uncertainly asked, "Uncle Xia, is it really impossible to get a loan of 100 million? Xiaodabiao firmly replied, "Absolutely not. You must have inquired at the bank already." Li Fan hesitated for a long time before sighing, saying, "All right then, but can it be deposited by tonight? Otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain to my classmates tomorrow." Xiaodabiao exchanged a glance with Zhou Chang, who took out 2 pre-printed contracts from his pocket and placed them in front of Li Fan. "You can rest assured, once the contract is signed, the money will be transferred in a minute." Li Fan did not hesitate to sign his name, agreeing to a loan duration of 3 months with interest set at 10 million. Xiaodabiao also did not delay transferring 80 million. Then Li Fan reluctantly handed over the property certificates. After receiving the property certificates, Xiaodabiao's smile was almost ear to ear as he said, "Little Li uncle will take care of you. The interest of 10 million won't be deducted from you. If you can't pay back the 90 million in 3 months, uncle will take these 2 properties as debt repayment." Li Fan looked at the property certificates in Xiaodabiao's hands, reluctantly nodded, remaining silent. Xiaodabiao and the 2 stood up to leave, and as they were leaving, the woman beside Xiaodabiao shot Li Fan a meaningful glance before following behind. The moment the door closed, the reluctant expression on Li Fan's face vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. 3 months. You first need to survive those 3 months. Back at home, Xiaodabiao pondered carefully, feeling that something about this matter was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Zhou Qiang saw Xiaodabiao's frown and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong?" "I don't know, I just feel that this kid has a strange vibe. He always gave a feeling that was hard to describe. When he first met me, he was polite on the surface, but his eyes revealed respect. Yet earlier while talking to him, even though he appeared polite, it felt very uncomfortable, as if he was being looked down upon." "Uncle, are you overthinking it? Just now when you slightly intimidated him, he cowered. You said how much he would borrow, and that's how much he borrowed. He's still afraid of you." Xiaodabiao shook his head. After all, he was someone who had thrived in the underworld and could capture even the slightest changes in expressions. He commanded, "During this time, stop hanging around the bank. Find someone to keep an eye on him and see what he's up to lately. Report to me at any time." "Understood, uncle." Zhou Qiang added, occasionally casting lecherous glances at the female college student beside Xiaodabiao. Xiaodabiao chuckled, pushing the girl toward Zhou Qiang, saying, "Take her and have some fun. By the way, extend her debt for a month." Zhou Qiang happily pulled the girl in, who struggled a bit, but fell silent upon seeing Xiaodabiao's smiling face. She obediently followed Zhou Qiang out. Early the next morning, Li Fan arrived at the supermarket with many tasks to accomplish that day, starting with giving the employees a day off. Upon entering the supermarket, he found it closed, as the 27th of each month was the inventory day. They checked the stock of incoming and outgoing goods, the sales losses and discrepancies of each item, and reconciled the accounts. Based on the sales data of each item, they would plan the purchase quantities for the next month. This was a tedious process that Li Fan did not concern himself with, for no matter how much these goods were only temporarily stored here. Once the underground fortress was completed, he planned to transfer all the goods. Arriving in the office, Li Fan took a seat at the head of the table, where 6 individuals were already seated on the guest sofa. 2 women and 4 men. Wang Shuili introduced several of them to Li Fan. They included suppliers for grains and oils, fruits and vegetables, seafood, fresh meat, daily chemicals, and snacks and beverages. After getting acquainted, Li Fan got straight to the point and said, "Everyone, I didn't call you here today to discuss supermarket matters. Instead, I have a major business deal to discuss with you all." As soon as he finished speaking, several suppliers chimed in. "We heard from Manager Wang that this is about online sales. We were just discussing it. In today's society, if you can't keep up with the trends, you'll be eliminated. I've heard about online sales, but I just didn't know how to approach it. The sales in physical stores are truly declining day by day. If we don't adapt, us oldtimers will be phased out. The sales in physical stores are truly declining day by day. If we don't adapt, us oldtimers will be phased out." The supplier of grains and oils, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a rotund belly, asked, "Boss Li, how do you plan to cooperate?" Li Fan took out the pre-prepared list of supplies and distributed it among the attendees, saying, "Our media company is quite large and covers a wide range of areas, so please take a look at the list and see how much you can handle. My requirements are that the quality and quantity must meet expectations. This could develop into a long-term partnership, so please don't mess around." As they looked over the list, each person became increasingly astonished, seeing items such as grains, vegetables, dried goods, snacks, cleaning supplies, land animals, aquatic products, and avian meat. There were also items like flashlights, lighters, power banks, nails, hammers, screwdrivers, cigarettes, and various alcoholic beverages, red wine, beer, white liquor. A whole 5 sheets of A4 paper densely filled with items, leaving them all dumbfounded. This was not just about live streaming sales, it was like a small bazaar coming to town encompassing all essential goods for life. After much discussion, they determined the products each would be responsible for. Even so, the 6 major suppliers could only cover less than 60 of the required sources. The supplier of beef and lamb, a burly man in his 40s named Ma Yin, looked at the list and asked Boss Lee, "I mainly deal in beef, lamb, and pork, as well as chicken and duck. I can also source a large quantity of fresh seafood, but where should I deliver it? Have you rented a cold storage yet?" Ma Yan's words jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, meat products were not like grains and oils. They did not have a long shelf life. With no spatial abilities of his own, even during the apocalypse, Li Fan had never heard of such a power. Even if he managed to procure awakening potions, they only allowed spatial leaps, not storage. How to preserve freshness became a significant issue. After pondering for a long time, he sighed helplessly, wondering why characters in novels always had spatial abilities when they crossed over while he was just an ordinary person starting out. "How about this, Boss Ma? You must have a cold storage, right?" "Yes, I have 4 empty, and I can rent one to you." "Alright, I also need your help. Please contact the ice plant. I need a large quantity of ice blocks." "No problem, I often deal with the ice plant." "When do you need them?" Li Fan pondered that he would find a construction team in the afternoon. The underground project needed to be completed within 10 days, and the above-ground work within 5 days. Even if it cost more, the construction of the underground fortress must be completed within half a month. He stated they need to be delivered to the foot of Liyuan Mountain on the 10th day. "Oh, our company is working there. Your goods will be delivered on the same day as well, is that alright?" "No problem. The timeline is very ample." "Don't worry, Boss Lee, it won't be delayed." After negotiating their respective shares and quantities, they signed a purchase contract and paid a 30 deposit on the spot, with the balance to be settled 3 months later. Just from these deposits, 50 million had already been spent. Once the discussions were concluded and the suppliers departed, Li Fan called over Wang Xueli and asked Sister Xueli, "How do you plan to spend your time off?" Wang Xueli was very happy as she had not had a proper break in a long time, so she excitedly replied, "I plan to travel to Sanya. Do you want to join, little boss?" Li Fan was rendered speechless and thought to himself, going to Sanya now is no better than lining up at a funeral home. He inquired about her plans to remind her to stock up on supplies, but whether she could endure was up to her own fate. Although Wang Xueli took care of him and was a nice, pretty, and generous person, Li Fan would not take her along to seek refuge. Human nature could not withstand trials. "Sister Xueli, the situation isn't stable lately. I advise you not to go and to stock up on essential supplies, especially water. Just stay at home." Wang Xueli looked at this younger brother in confusion and asked, "Have you heard something?" Li Fan nodded and said, "Did you see the red haze yesterday?" "Yes, but didn't the experts say it was a normal phenomenon?" "Sister Xueli, our country's experts speak like they've had laxatives. Can they be trusted? We have an astronomy professor at our school who speculated that there might be significant temperature changes soon. If you believe me, prepare some supplies for the next month and quietly stay at home to binge watch shows and read books." Wang Xueli looked at Li Fan's serious demeanor and involuntarily nodded, saying, "All right, sister, will listen to you. He'll just stay at home. If I have free time, I'll invite you over for a meal." "Okay, you'll come to taste Sister Zuela's cooking when I have time. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Li Fan left the supermarket and headed straight to his father's friend's real estate company. His father's friend Su Jiayin was the most famous developer in Chang'an Prefecture, having thrived amidst the real estate boom in recent years. In his youth, he was a comrade of Li Fan's father. After his parents passed away, he took good care of Li Fan and Xieta Biao, who coveted that storefront, had not dared to act rashly, fearing Su Jiayin. Arriving at the top office of Shuda Real Estate and finding Su Jiayin, Li Fan hadn't even opened his mouth before being met with a reprimand. "You little rascal, I thought after your parents passed you'd cut off contact with me. Why are you here today?" Li Fan smiled shyly and said, "I actually have something to ask of you." Su Jiayin was taken aback. He had watched this child grow up. With a gentle and humble personality, he was kind yet confident, embodying a stubbornness that was soft on the outside but strong within. It was precisely this nature that made Su Jiayin fond of him, so he was quite curious when Li Fan said he needed help, joking, how unusual. A stubborn boy who would rather deliver takeout than use his adoptive parents' inheritance is here to ask me for help. Let's hear it. Li Fan quickly recited the carefully prepared pitch. "I plan to set up an online media base on the plot of land where our old house is located. For the construction, you are an expert. I want to find a construction team to help me." "Oh, it's about this. I thought you were going to run for president in the Eagle Sauce country. They'll help you find a construction team, designers, supervisors, and geological teams. All set up for you." Li Fan quickly took out the design drawings he had prepared and handed them to Su Jiayin, saying, "Uncle Su, this is the media base I designed. Its purpose is unique, so it's different from ordinary frame shear walls." Su Jiayin took the design drawings and began to look them over, his frown deepening with each glance. "What is all this? Are you planning to build a military base? 7 meters high with 4 underground layers?" Li Fan had already thought of a way to gloss over it, and explained it's a live streaming base. Sometimes we need to set up scenes, and it can't be too low. Su Jiayin picked up the landline on his desk and gave a quick order. Before long, a man in his 30s wearing glasses walked in. "Chairman, you called for me." Su Jiayin handed over the sketches saying, "Xiao Chun, this is my comrade's son. He wants to build a media base. Check if there are any issues with this design." The designer took the drawings, looked them over for a moment, asked about some requirements, then gave a positive response. "All right, you can go. Send the second engineering team to handle it. All your requests will be met. Kid, come by my place to sit sometimes. Your parents have passed, but don't sever your connections. You'll need them when you enter society." Li Fan smiled and nodded, leading the designer out. He had intended to remind Su Jiayin, but swallowed the words back. Because during the sweltering heat leading to the corpse tide, both Su Jiayin and his daughter had been living rather well until the major migration, when they became separated from Li Fan. Half an hour later, Li Fan brought the designer to Li Yuan Mountain, pointing to a plot of land and saying, "It's this piece. Look, according to my design drawings, how long do you think it will take?" The designer named Chen Xiang pushed up his glasses, calculated for a moment, and replied, "It might take about a month." "No, that's too long. Can you finish it in half a month?" "Even if we rush, it's impossible to complete in half a month. The concrete frame shear walls can be done quickly, but adding bricks later requires manual labor." Li Fan interrupted directly, "No need for bricks, just pour all concrete." Chen Xiang was stunned and incredulously asked, "All concrete pouring? That will greatly increase the costs." "You don't need to worry about that, just pour all concrete." "How long will it take to finish?" "If it's all concrete pouring, it can be completed in about 10 days. Li Fan nodded in reassurance and laid out his requirements. First, an insulation layer must be laid inside the concrete. Second, the underground water vein and drainage system must be set up properly. Don't worry about the costs. Third, leave a few hidden ventilation ducts. Fourth, prepare 2 sets of electrical systems, one connected to municipal power and one to internal power sources. Fifth, the sewage treatment system should also. Lastly, and most importantly, for the 2 upper floors and the observation tower, I need military-grade concrete." Chen Xiang, who had been numb before, finally perked up upon hearing military-grade concrete. Military-grade concrete requires reporting to the authorities. Li Fan was aware that military-grade concrete needed to be reported to local law enforcement, but such issues were trivial for Su Jiayin. "Otherwise, I would have just found any construction team. So I said with an unyielding tone, just go ahead with it. As for the reporting, Uncle Su has ways." Chen Xiang did not dare to offend Li Fan and promptly agreed, then asked, "What about the decoration? What style do you plan to use?" "Just a simple decoration will suffice." The reason for buying so much food was that such a large fortress was meant for storage. After 2 months of disaster, Li Fan planned to leave the fortress and rescue his early teammates, including Fan Yuyu. Whenever he thought of this, he would lament that if he had spatial abilities, it wouldn't be this troublesome. He could just store supplies without running back and forth. He then returned to the real estate company, calculated the costs at 30 million, signed the contract, and prepaid 20 million for the project. Construction commenced that very afternoon. Li Fan had just returned home when his phone rang. He saw it was a call from Ko Peng, and as soon as he answered, he was greeted by Ko Peng's howling. "Li Fan, are you crazy? You're skipping classes now. The instructor tried to call you today, but you didn't answer, and they've been looking for me repeatedly. I thought something happened to you. I was even planning to call the police." Hearing Ko Peng's rant, Li Fan felt quite touched and replied with a smile, "I got caught up with something today. Can you help me take a few days off? Just say I'm not feeling well." "Ah, you still want to take leave? Then the day after tomorrow, are you going to back out of your promise to accompany me to the astronomy club?" Li Fan thought for a moment. He didn't really want to go, but remembering that this chubby guy was one of his few friends, he decided to remind him. It would count as fulfilling his friend duties. Li Fan knew that this guy had turned into a zombie in the 3rd stage and wasn't sure if he was an original infected or had been reinfected by a zombie. "Okay, let's keep in touch the day after tomorrow." "That's more like it. You must be my wingman, then it's not easy to get a date with Lu Ruyen." Lu Ruyen. That name sounded familiar, but Li Fan couldn't quite place it. "She's the beauty from the arts department, my goddess. She agreed to go to the astronomy club with me." But he brought his roommate, another stunning beauty, who was the talk of the campus forum, Wu Shanshan. "You're such a desperate admirer. You don't understand, this is pure love." "All right, enough with the chatter. We'll talk more when we meet the day after tomorrow." After hanging up, Li Fan calculated his finances. He had already paid a deposit of 60 million today, leaving him with 25 million. He also had gasoline and diesel for the generator. Additionally, he needed coal for the fireplace, warm clothing, and essential medications. He also required a modified large truck for transporting supplies, especially during the 3rd stage zombie outbreak, when cities would fall and mass relocations would. The hardest part was securing self-defense weapons. Guns would be ideal, but lacking connections, he could only settle for trying to obtain a crossbow. Li Fan pulled out his list and double-checked it, planning to secure clothing and medications the next day. As for weapons and gasoline, he would figure that out later. The next day, bright and early, Li Fan arrived at the largest shopping center in Chang'an. Like a kid in a candy store, he swept through all the clothing available across the 4 seasons. especially focusing on warm-down jackets and sports shoes. He had arranged for delivery in the afternoon. Next, Li Fan lingered in various pharmacies clearing out their stocks of essential medications and arranged for home delivery at the same time. By the end of the day, he had spent around 7 to 8 million. 3 million on clothes and bedding, and 5 million on medications and medical equipment. Next, Li Fan planned to head to the sports equipment market to see if he could find a crossbow, but he felt as if someone was watching him. Instantly alert, he wondered if his recent activities had drawn someone's attention. Could it be the authorities? Logically, it shouldn't be, so who was following him? He discreetly took a different route and returned to his community, yet the feeling of being watched lingered. He quickly dashed into the safety corridor, ascended to the 4th floor, and peered out of the corridor's window. Finally, he spotted a suspicious figure lurking. Upon seeing the person's face, Li Fan felt relieved. He recognized this person as a lackey of Zhou Qiang. As long as it wasn't someone from the authorities, that was fine. He hadn't prepared everything yet, and he didn't want to draw attention from them so soon. However, there were still many things to do in the coming days, and having someone tail him was quite bothersome. He couldn't act openly, yet he needed a way to shake off this tail. It seemed he would need to get Xie Biao busy to the point that he couldn't keep track of himself. The lackey downstairs stared at the building's entrance, noticing Li Fan hadn't come out, and turned to leave. As he walked out of the community, he made a phone call, likely reporting the situation. Li Fan rubbed his fingers together, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, his gaze flickering. After a while, he smiled faintly and flicked the cigarette butt away. He went home to change into his adoptive father's clothes, donned a cotton hat and a mask, hunching his back as he exited the community and hailed a taxi straight to Bailin District. Bailin District is a mixed urban-rural area classified as a semi-developed zone filled with a mix of people, including red-light districts and nightclubs. Xiedebao's underground casino is located here in the Hong Romance nightclub. The first 4 floors are for more intimate activities, while the casino is hidden in the underground parking garage. Li Fan learned this after the apocalypse. When Xiedebiao occupied his house during the early stages, he had accidentally overheard a conversation with his subordinates. This nightclub is situated between 2 districts with minimal surveillance around, and with his subordinates keeping watch, they could easily handle any crackdowns. The lack of surveillance was exactly what Li Fan wanted. He directly infiltrated the underground parking garage, searching for the elusive underground casino, but despite several laps, he couldn't find the secret casino. Fortunately, there were no cameras in this underground garage, as Xiedebiao had avoided leaving any incriminating evidence against himself during surprise inspections, though otherwise Li Fan would have been discovered long ago. But where exactly was the casino? Could it be that he had guessed wrong, or was it located in another nightclub's underground garage? That didn't seem right either. His other 2 nightclubs were located in bustling areas. Xiedebiao wouldn't be foolish enough to set up a venue in a busy district. Not to mention the constant surveillance there. If authorities suddenly checked, it would be exposed, and he would have been caught long ago. Just as Li Fan was about to give up and seek another opportunity, an Audi A6 pulled up outside. He quickly hid behind the fire escape. The Audi parked right in front of a wall and honked twice. Suddenly, a hole in the wall opened, and a man inside, shown a flashlight, checked the license plate and nodded toward the inside. A door opened at the parked car's spot, and a man in a business jacket stepped out carrying a suitcase and swiftly walked inside. Then the Audi drove away and the door closed again. At this moment, Li Fan cautiously approached the wall, examining it closely, only to realize it wasn't a wall at all, but a false wall made of plasterboard and wooden frames, with the sides also being partitioned with wooden frames and plasterboard. The door frame was painted over to match the wall color. If one didn't get close and look carefully, they would never notice anything amiss. Li Fan turned to the other side, where he had noticed a few electric bicycles in the corner, likely owned by the employees working there. Li Fan dragged one bike over, piled up several others in front of that door, and made multiple trips to bring 5 or 6 electric bicycles together. Then he violently tore open one of the bike seats, disconnected 2 wires from the lithium battery bike, and took out his insulated pliers to connect the 2 wires. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and he stuffed the wire ends into the junction between the casing and the wiring, also shoving in the raincoats that came with the electric bicycles. After finishing all this, he turned to leave, bypassed the lookout, and stood at a small store across from the nightclub, pulling out a spare phone and a black card he had bought. As soon as black smoke started pouring from the underground parking garage, Li Fan immediately dialed the fire department, followed by the police. Just after completing the 2 calls, he saw several lackeys at the intersection running frantically toward the garage. Before long, shouts for firefighting could be heard from the garage, and Li Fan could only imagine how huge the flames would be. The explosion of the lithium bikes combined with the wooden frames used for partitions would make it impossible to extinguish quickly. Li Fan waited until he could hear the sound of the fire alarm before leaving quietly. Whether there would be casualties inside, whether they were good or bad, who cares? The judgment of good and evil belongs to the King of Hell. He only needed to be responsible for the transport. By the time he returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening, just in time for the delivery of clothing and medications. He checked today's supplies when another day had gone by. While eating and scrolling through his phone, he saw the news about the fire at Hong Romance nightclub. 13 people were injured with 2 in serious condition and 1 dead. The police had also received reports coincidentally dismantling a gambling den, and the nightclub manager Zhang had already been taken into custody. The specific cause of the fire was still under investigation. Looking at this news, Li Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xieda Biao, muttering to himself, Zhang, what a cunning old fox. The legal representative of the nightclub isn't even him. The next day marked the 3rd day after the red clouds had passed, and the temperature had dropped by 15 or 16 degrees. Although it was just past the Mid-Autumn Festival, the feeling of winter was already in the air. Students in the campus had already donned their thick winter clothing. Fat Ko, wrapped up like a ball, complained, what kind of weather is this? Has autumn switched places with winter? We just finished the Mid-Autumn Festival and have skipped straight to the biting cold. Li Fan looked at Ko Peng's mismatched outfit, which consisted of a formal little suit with a vest and white shirt underneath, all covered by a down jacket. This ensemble exuded an air of flamboyance. The biting cold is perfect, it'll help extinguish your uncontainable fire. How can you talk like that? This brother has guarded his virtue for 3 years just to get this chance with a goddess. You better not hold me back later. Sigh, there's no saving you, a simp doesn't deserve sympathy. By the way, what have you been busy with these past few days? You've been ignoring my calls. Not much, but Fatty, do you believe me? Get to the point, stop with the build-up. Li Fan was used to Ko Fatty's way of communicating, feeling no distance between them. He solemnly said, after having fun today, hurry back and prepare water and supplies during the National Day holiday. Let's just stay quiet at home and not go anywhere. After the National Day holiday, don't come to school until the school notifies us. Ko Peng looked at Li Fan, frowning, and said, your words sound familiar. It's like a plot from a post-apocalyptic novel where one warns their friends. Ko Peng impatiently replied, glancing around, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed at 2 girls coming out of the dorm. Ko Peng impatiently replied, glancing around, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed at 2 girls coming out of the dormitory building, excitedly saying, look, my goddess is here. Bro, I'm doing this for you. Knowing my goddess is coming with her beautiful classmate, I have to bring you along. If you can win her over, I won't feel guilty for finding someone myself. Following the direction Ko Peng pointed, Li Fan saw the 2 girls momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure and asked, Fatty, which one is your goddess? Ko Fatty, slightly embarrassed, replied, the one in the cream-colored coat and yoga pants. Isn't she beautiful? Her figure is also amazing. Li Fan looked at Ko Fatty with sympathy. The girl he pointed to, Lu Ru Yin, was the same girl who had been seen with Xieda Biao 2 nights ago. Before he could warn Fatty, the 2 girls had already approached. Lu Ru Yin saw Li Fan, but showed no surprise, instead smiling and nodding at him, as if the person from 2 nights ago wasn't her at all. Ko Peng eagerly took out 2 cups of packaged milk tea from his bag and offered them, saying, Ru Yin, you must be freezing. Warm your hands quickly. I bought this warm one specially. I kept it close to my body to avoid it getting cold. Lu Ru Yin accepted the milk tea, casually thanked him, then looked at Li Fan and said, so this is Li Fan that you mentioned to me. He's quite handsome. Hello, I'm Lu Ru Yin, and this is my good friend Wu Shan Shan. Ko Peng put his arm around Li Fan's shoulder and said, yes, this is my good brother. He's not only a top student, but also handsome, with an 8-pack abs. As Ko Peng promoted Li Fan, he was looking at the girl beside Lu Ru Yin, who was very quiet and always wore a gentle smile. With willow-shaped eyebrows, an oval face, and skin as white as jade, she had a high ponytail, wearing a white down jacket paired with tight jeans and white sneakers. She gave off an image of a well-behaved girl. If Lu Ru Yin was an 8 out of 10, she would score 9. Wu Shanshan curiously sized up Li Fan and smiled, greeting, hello, top student. Hello. Li Fan merely glanced at her, replied faintly, and shifted his gaze back to Ko Peng. Okay, enough bragging. Let's hurry up. I have things to do this afternoon. After speaking, Li Fan put his arm around Ko Peng's shoulder and walked ahead with the 2 girls following behind. Ko Peng, looking displeased, muttered, what's wrong with you? Why are you so cold? You're not gay, are you? Li Fan smiled lightly and asked, do you really like Lu Ru Yin? Yeah, I fell for her at the freshman welcome party. This is my first date with a goddess. Don't mess it up for me. I'll be more enthusiastic. First date with her? Yeah, you don't know her. She's a good girl. Many boys pursue her, but she never agrees. Li Fan suddenly understood in his heart, and after a moment's thought he figured out what was going on, but he did not expose Lu Ru Yan's little thoughts. Such matters were insignificant compared to the impending apocalypse. He was too lazy to expend energy on these things. The astronomy club was also established by the astronomy department of Shigong University. Although it was a club within the school, it had official endorsement. Several renowned astronomy professors in the country were also among its managers. Periodically, they held gatherings for astronomy enthusiasts, showcasing various extraterrestrial meteorites. When the 4 arrived at the planetarium, many university students were already there. They were all gathered around a professor from the astronomy department, listening to him narrate the origin and composition of a pitch-black stone on display. This stone comes from the 2012 Leonid meteor shower, and the school purchased it for $1.2 million. After research by the college, it was found to contain 21 elements not present on Earth. Among these, 4 have yet to have their atomic structure analyzed. At that moment, a curious student asked, "Teacher, are there really extraterrestrial beings in this world?" Extraterrestrial life must exist, it's just that with our current technological level we haven't detected any life-bearing planets. However, based on some extraterrestrial meteorites we've collected over the years, a few can indicate the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Teacher, didn't we recently collect a special meteorite? Is it this one? The professor shook his head and said to an assistant nearby, "Shall we go get the D011 meteorite?" The assistant turned and left, and after a while he returned holding a silver box about the size of a shoebox. The professor took the box and placed it on the display. Opening the lid, he took out a diamond-shaped meteorite. The students gasped in astonishment, saying, "So beautiful. Is this a meteorite? Aren't meteorites all pitch black? How can it look like crystal after burning through the atmosphere? This must be diamond. Could it be from the planet 55 Cancri E?" Li Fan was not interested in these things, so he had been searching for gas stations and shooting clubs in Chang'an with his phone since he entered. However, the surrounding noisy discussions interrupted him, and when he casually glanced over, that one glance left him stunned. The diamond-shaped crystal was something he was all too familiar with. It was the very thing that had cost him his life. This crystal was slightly smaller than the one he had shattered, yet it was entirely clear and translucent. It simply lacked the small black spheres inside. However, Li Fan felt that this object was of the same kind as the one he shattered, prompting him to unconsciously lean closer. Seeing the students' enthusiasm and skepticism, the professor pressed his hands down to calm the noise, then began to explain. This stone indeed did not come from space. It was excavated during the extraction at Qingbei oil field. At first we thought it was a natural diamond, but after analysis we found it is not composed of carbon, but rather some unknown element. Currently, the National Academy of Sciences and our college have conducted detailed elemental analysis, and this element does not exist on Earth. Yet according to the calculations by the National Academy, the energy contained within this crystal is 3,000 times that of uranium and plutonium. Teacher, if this element were to be made into a bomb, wouldn't it be more terrifying than a nuclear bomb? The professor replied disappointedly, "In theory, yes, but we have conducted many attempts and have been unable to extract the unknown element. After today's exhibition ends, it will be sent to the National Academy in the capital for further analysis." Li Fan had lost interest in what the professor was saying as his right arm began to feel a faint warmth. He stood up and asked, "Teacher, can I touch it?" Li Fan had a feeling that this object would be useful to him and might unlock the secret of his rebirth. The professor smiled and nodded, saying, "If you are not afraid of the unknown radiation source, you are welcome to try touching it." Hearing the professor's agreement, several bold students followed Li Fan onto the stage. Li Fan did not rush to touch it immediately, as the closer he got to the crystal, the stronger the heat sensation on his arm became, now accompanied by a slight tingling feeling. The other students also gathered around to touch the meteorite, and Li Fan mixed in among the crowd, extending his right hand towards the meteorite. At the moment of contact, Li Fan felt as if his right arm had been magnetically pulled. A torrent of heat surged from the meteorite straight to his right arm, then spread throughout his body, finally racing towards his brain. Startled by this sudden change, Li Fan attempted to retract his arm, but it was impossible. He felt as if he had been frozen in place, powerless to resist the influx of energy into his body. The unusual behavior of Li Fan and Ran Lin did not attract the attention of those around them, as there were over 10 people gathered around the display, excitedly touching and examining the crystal, engaged in fervent discussions. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the surge of heat diminished and then vanished completely, allowing Li Fan to regain control over his body. He withdrew his hand and retreated to the back of the crowd. If anyone had been observing Li Fan, they would have noticed that despite the cold weather, a sheen of sweat had already formed on his forehead. This was not caused by the heat, but rather by fear. The uncontrollable sensation brought Li Fan immense dread. Moreover, he felt that there was something unknown within his body. He needed to leave immediately and find a way to understand what was happening to his body. This was Li Fan's most urgent thought. To avoid drawing attention, Li Fan quietly exited the crowd and left the venue, hailing a taxi to head home. However, what he did not know was that shortly after he left, chaos erupted at the observatory. One of the boys, while touching the meteorite, saw the originally clear crystal suddenly crack. Then it split into petals, then into countless fragments, until it shattered into powder resembling a heap of flour-like white ash. Oh, it broke, no, it melted. This change occurred in just a few seconds, leaving the student who touched the crystal stunned and hurriedly explaining, "Teacher, it wasn't me, it shattered on its own." The professor watched as the crystal meteorite turned to ash, his heart instinctively leaping to his throat. He quickly approached to inspect it, unable to make sense of the situation, and said with a pained expression, "What do we do now?" This was supposed to be handed over to the National Academy of Sciences. Thus the astronomical gathering came to an abrupt end. It wasn't until Ko Peng and the others left the venue that they realized Li Fan had already vanished without a trace, and his phone calls went unanswered. Back at the dorm, Lu Rian and Wu Shanshan's image of good girls vanished instantly, as Wu Shanshan complained to Lu Rian, "The invisible rich guy you mentioned is just like this, dressed in clothes that—" Back at the dorm, Lu Rian and Wu Shanshan's image of good girls vanished instantly, as Wu Shanshan complained to Lu Rian, "The invisible rich guy you mentioned is just like this, dressed in clothes that aren't even worth as much as my handbag." Lu Rian explained, "I saw it with my own eyes, it can't be fake. His family owns the best building in Lishui Courtyard, and the supermarket at the entrance of Lishui Courtyard also belongs to him. He even borrowed 80 million from Master Xia to start his own business. This is a big catch, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to go on a date with that fat homebody. It was all to create an opportunity for you." Wu Shanshan's eyes brightened instantly upon hearing this, saying, "Are you serious?" "Of course. Moreover, I made inquiries right after I returned the day before yesterday. His parents died in a car accident, leaving him with no relatives, or a typical rich and handsome guy." Wu Shanshan took off her coat, stood in front of the dressing mirror, posed alluringly, and said, "Good sister, once I win him over, he'll treat you to a grand meal." Lu Rian wrapped her arms around Wu Shanshan's, sweetly saying, "Go for it. If you succeed, you must help me. If I don't pay off Master Xia's 100,000 in a month, he'll be in trouble." Wu Shanshan felt disdainful inside, but with a smile she replied, "Don't worry, at most in a week they'll win him over and lend you 100,000 to settle your debts." Lu Rian's expression stiffened, then she quickly put on a smile. "Then I'll wish you success in advance." Wu Shanshan changed into a different outfit, immediately adopting a domineering style, saying to Lu Rian, "I've made an appointment with someone, don't forget to help me get Li Fan's contact information." Having said that, Wu Shanshan slung her bag over her shoulder and left without waiting for Lu Rian to respond. Lu Rian watched the closed dormitory door, her smile fading as she cursed, "Little BTCH, do you really think you're a White Lotus? If you were a White Lotus, would there be so many rumors about you on the forum?" Lu Rian watched the closed dormitory door, her smile fading as she cursed, "Little BTCH, do you really think you're a White Lotus? If you were a White Lotus, would there be no, I cannot sit idly by you, I cannot rely on her." Lu Rian's gaze wandered uncertainly, but soon she made up her mind and began rummaging through her wardrobe. She changed into the outfit that Xie de Biao had bought for her, dressed meticulously before heading out. Meanwhile, Li Fan, still in the taxi, felt something unusual about his body, feeling hot all over. His head was also in a daze, and as soon as he entered the house, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. He didn't know how long it had been until he finally woke from his deep slumber. His head was also in a daze, and as soon as he entered the house, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. He didn't know how long it had been until he... However, the events of the day did not allow Li Fan to feel relaxed. Instead, he felt more tense. What exactly was wrong with him? Did he need to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow? Just as Li Fan was lost in confusion, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Energy replenishment complete, backup plan activated, assistant activated." Li Fan was startled by the sudden voice. But after waiting for a long time, no further sounds came. Just when he thought he had imagined it, another voice emerged from his mind. "Hello." This voice was different from the previous one. It was a girl's voice, crisp and pleasant to hear. Li Fan looked around, searching for the source of the voice, and it spoke again. "You must be the system, right? Could it be that his reincarnation gift package had arrived? What is a system?" This response left Li Fan puzzled. Wasn't that how it was portrayed in the novels? When a system appears, there would be tasks and sign-ins followed by a bunch of impressive rewards. But why did the system in his mind seem a bit different? What about the tasks? Where do I sign in? What are you talking about? I mean, you give me tasks, I do them, and then receive rewards. I don't know what you're talking about. I am the Spark Plan Assistant. Spark Plan Assistant. Your past life memory field has been implanted. You should not have forgotten how to meditate. Come in, and I'll explain it to you. Upon hearing this, Li Fan realized that this was not a system at all. Initially, there was a mechanical voice that hinted backup plan activated, which indicated that this entity had come with him through the transition. As for why it only appeared today, it was likely related to the crystal from earlier. Now Li Fan understood what had come along with him during the transition. As for why it only appeared today, it was likely related to the crystal from earlier. Now Li Fan understood what had come along with him during the transition. Major survival bases were frantically competing for it. The Li family of Yinjing even risked breaking relations with Beijing to set a trap for it, indicating its significance. It seemed that his transition was closely related to this item, and he needed to clarify the situation. Li Fan sat back down on the sofa, beginning to contemplate meditation. Meditation is a practice that every awakened person undergoes. It is a method to train their mental strength. He thought it would take some time for him who had not yet awakened, but surprisingly he completed the meditation with ease. Before Li Fan could react, a pulling force yanked him into a space. It was a gray space with the sky appearing empty and the ground made up of gray blocks resembling a mosaic with no visible boundaries. "Hello," a voice came from behind him. Li Fan turned around to find a perfect creature seemingly not human, standing not far away, appearing to be around 18 or 19. With a joyful smile on her face, she had silver hair and exquisitely proportioned features, as if meticulously carved by a deity. Her slender figure was such that any excess or deficiency would ruin her beauty. Her eyes were a deep blue, as if holding the vastness of the starry sky. The only discordant element was her attire, which was a futuristic combat suit. Li Fan concluded that she was not a human but an unknown entity and promptly asked, "Are you human or machine?" Zero smiled as she walked up to Li Fan and said, "In your understanding, I can be both human and machine." This ambiguous answer left Li Fan even more confused. "Where am I right now? Are you the black sphere called the spark inside the crystal? Did you bring about my reincarnation? And how did I return to before the apocalypse?" Zero shook her head, helplessly interrupting. "I can only tell you that this place is an alternate space that requires the biological beacon within your body as a medium for consciousness to enter. As for the black sphere you mentioned, we call it Colonia. I find it difficult to explain clearly. I am currently unaware of your technological civilization and your understanding of Colonia. Your reincarnation is a backup plan of Colonia, and as for why you crossed over to before the apocalypse, Colonia's database has not been fully activated yet, so I cannot answer that at present." Li Fan seized upon the key point in her words and asked, "You mention your technological civilization, so you are not a product of Earth, you are an extraterrestrial civilization." "Sorry, the database is still incomplete, and I cannot disclose our origin." Li Fan then asked, "What do you mean by consciousness entering here? Feel your heartbeat and sense your breathing." After Li Fan followed her instructions, his expression changed dramatically. Here, he had no heartbeat and no breath. This indicated that it was not his body that had entered this space, but rather his consciousness and thoughts. Zero appeared extremely happy, constantly glancing at Li Fan, for she had been in deep slumber for a long time. Due to the incomplete database, her existing memories consisted solely of endless solitude and waiting. And a creed inscribed deep within her mind helped the host survive in the apocalypse. Observing the slight unease in Li Fan's expression, Zero comforted him, saying, "You can fully trust me, because my task is to wait for the host and help him survive. You are the one I have waited for so long. I will not let anything happen to you." After struggling to survive in the apocalypse for so many years, Li Fan had encountered many bizarre situations, but this one was However, seeing Zero's joyful demeanor and sincere gaze eased Li Fan's anxiety considerably. Li Fan roughly deduced that Zero was likely a product of a higher civilization, but whether she was human or merely a program remained uncertain to him. This clearly exceeded his understanding. However, for now, everything seemed beneficial for him. At least before he awakened, he had an additional ally, though he was unsure what Zero could assist him with. "Since you say you want to help me, what exactly can you do?" Zero, seeing that Li Fan no longer held any wariness towards her, cheerfully waved him over, saying, "Follow me." With that, Zero playfully snapped her fingers, and the mosaic space behind her began to deconstruct in a patterned manner. Soon a cluster of buildings appeared, consisting of 6 cylindrical structures. Each one was about the size of 3 football fields and approximately 10 meters tall, with several smaller warehouse-like buildings adjacent to each large cylinder. These structures were all made of a milky white metal, appearing as a unified whole. At the center of this architectural complex was a 3-layered building resembling a Rubik's Cube square in shape, and highly reflective, much like a glass. Zero led the way, guiding Li Fan through the cluster of buildings, arriving at the Rubik's Cube, where a door on the first layer opened automatically. As Zero entered, Li Fan felt as though he had stepped into a futuristic technological fort. If this place were slightly more dilapidated, it would perfectly resemble a cyberpunk setting. Inside the cube was a passage approximately 3 meters wide, flanked by white metallic walls, leading to a room akin to a control center. The space was not large, only around 100 square meters, with a square metallic platform in the center. It had irregular patterns resembling a circuit board, but in a mercury color, giving it a more advanced appearance. Zero approached the platform and commanded, "Open the main control panel and pull up the laboratory instructions." A mechanical voice which Li Fan had heard before resonated. Main control panel activated, laboratory data retrieved. As the voice spoke, a 3D hologram of the entire architectural complex materialized in midair above the control panel. The 3D images appeared to be miniaturized versions of the buildings outside. Zero reached out and casually manipulated the 3D images, causing several circular structures in the hologram to spread out, hovering above the main control panel. Additionally, some unfamiliar text appeared on them. Li Fan was utterly astounded. Just this technology alone would outstrip current advancements by miles. Zero, observing Li Fan's astonished expression, could not suppress her smugness, her lips curling upwards as she said, "These are the most powerful aids for your survival in the apocalypse. These are the buildings outside. What purpose do they serve?" Zero pointed at the text and said, "Isn't it written there? Oh, I forgot. I haven't synchronized you with the current civilization system yet. Let me briefly introduce it to you." Zero pointed to the first cylindrical structure on the left, and said this is the materials laboratory capable of providing elemental conversion and refining for various materials. For example, the clothes you are wearing made of cotton and polyester can be transformed and refined into a new type of material. This material can maintain a constant temperature, provide auxiliary strength, and resist certain external impact damage. However, additional materials must be added during the conversion process. After hearing this, Li Fan was overjoyed, understanding that he could simply throw in a few ordinary garments to transform them into clothing that could not only keep him warm, but also be bulletproof along with auxiliary effects. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind, prompting him to ask, so any material can be converted? Yes, any elemental substance in the universe can undergo conversion and refinement. And conversion and refinement are merely its basic functions, but its ultimate capability is to synthesize biological memory metal. Biological memory metal. What is that? Zero shrugged and replied, sorry, the memory database is incomplete. I cannot provide an answer. Li Fan did not dwell on it, and turned his gaze towards the other 6 cylindrical structures, his heart full of fire. The first one was so impressive, how much more powerful would the others be? He urged, quickly tell me what these others do. Zero pointed at the second cylindrical structure and said this is the biological laboratory. As the name suggests, it focuses on the extraction of biological energy, planting, breeding, gene chain recombination, etc. For example, the medications and potions you need daily. Li Fan urgently interrupted, can it produce awakening potions? If an awakening potion could be created, it would give him a 3-month lead over all other ability users. In the first 2 phases before the apocalypse, he would be invincible. This was exceedingly important. Zero, noticing the urgency in Li Fan's eyes, smiled and said, of course, but the raw materials haven't appeared yet. This statement left Li Fan feeling a chill, as the virus had not yet erupted and zombies had not yet appeared. Without raw materials, it was naturally impossible to create gene potions. However, Li Fan was undeterred. Even if it was delayed for 3 months, he could just lay low in the early stages and play the role of the 6th wheel. Quickly tell me what the remaining ones do. Zero pointed to the next few, introducing this is the high-tech laboratory, which will design transportation devices, weapons, and all high-tech products based on the current energy and resources on Earth. Of course, this depends on the materials you have collected, serving as a foundation for the materials laboratory. This one is the kinetic energy and dark matter energy laboratory, primarily responsible for the conversion and application design of. This is the high intelligence laboratory, mainly responsible for editing AI intelligent systems. Although the memories are incomplete, my emergence is related to it. This is the Colunian Cosmic Energy Collection Laboratory, which, as the name suggests, is responsible for collecting extraterrestrial energy. The more Li Fan listened, the more shocked he became, finally understanding why this spark would compel major bases to tear each other apart for it. This thing was truly monstrous. The more Li Fan listened, the more shocked he became, finally understanding why this spark would compel major bases to tear each other apart for it. This thing, its emergence stemmed from the melting of glaciers, with technological products buried deep underground providing the clues that led to its exposure to the public eye. Li Fan understood the gravity of not revealing this thing's existence to others. He had experienced the consequences of having a jadeite hidden will lead to accusations of crime. Looking at these laboratories, Li Fan eagerly said, then hurry up and help me design a set of combat clothing following the style of what I'm wearing now. Also design me a few self-defense weapons like dozens of 95s, AKs, and blue glowing Gatling guns. Oh, and also a durable RV with strong off-road capabilities. Or better yet, just give me an aircraft. Zero, after listening, shook her head helplessly and said, sorry, the energy you have collected can only activate the main function of one of them. Li Fan's expression froze, and he said, what do you mean? After introducing me for so long, my blood is boiling, and you tell me my balance is insufficient. Zero shrugged and replied, you can think of it this way, the energy you have collected allows you to choose one laboratory to activate its main function. The energy you mentioned isn't that diamond-shaped crystal, is it? Precisely, that type of energy body is called Nuka, the primitive energy of Colunian. Zero lowered her head and thought for a long time, apologizing, sorry, the memory database hasn't been fully activated. Oh, I only remember that this thing exists. Clearly this thing was buried deep underground. How could one find it? Do you know where I can find this Nuka? Zero lowered her head and thought for a long time, apologizing, sorry, the memory database hasn't been fully activated. Oh, I only remember that this thing exists in many places on Earth, but I don't know the specific. But you need not worry, O Colunian can sense Nuka energy within 1,000 meters. Indeed, without expectations there would be no disappointment. With this lone opportunity to activate a laboratory, which one should he choose to enhance his survival rate in the apocalypse? Looking at these laboratories, he decided to temporarily forego the biological laboratory and the Colunian Energy Collection Lab, as well as the kinetic energy and high-tech intelligence laboratories. Only the materials laboratory and weapons laboratory remained. These two were currently his most urgent needs, one for defense and one for offense. Li Fan did not ponder for too long and chose the materials laboratory. Laying low and not wasting resources was the way to go. Most importantly, the clothing design there would not only provide defense, but also auxiliary effects. For an ordinary person like him, the auxiliary effects would provide the greatest help in the early stages. I choose the materials laboratory. Zero gave a thumbs up and said you made a wise choice. Activating the materials laboratory. Energy transfer in progress 123, A55, 78, 100. The main function of the materials laboratory has been successfully activated. The mechanical voice echoed once more, and in the 3D scene the building representing the materials laboratory transformed from gray to silver-white, faintly glowing. Li Fan eagerly took off his jacket and said to Zero, what do I do next? Zero looked at Li Fan's actions in confusion, then suddenly burst into laughter, saying, you entered this alternate space with your mind. The clothes you are wearing were formed by your thoughts created from brain waves. How can they be transformed? Li Fan then realized that he had entered not with his body, but with his mind. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he put his jacket back on. So how do I get the materials in here? Zero extended her slender index finger and said it's simple. After you go out, touch the materials you need to bring in, and then wrap them with your mental energy. Leave the rest to me. After Zero taught Li Fan how to enter and exit the alternate space, his consciousness left the realm. Just as he returned to awareness, he heard the doorbell ringing, accompanied by a familiar female voice outside. Li Fan, are you home? I am Lu Ruyan. I brought you some food. I saw you at the planetarium today, and you seemed unwell. Are you sick? Indeed, Lu Ruyan is here today for her own sake. Li Fan had no intention of responding to her. He walked directly into the bedroom where lay the clothes and bedding worth over 3 million that he had bought today. He reached out to activate meditation, his mental energy enveloping the entire object. With a thought, all the piled clothes in the spacious bedroom disappeared. Although convenient, it required mental energy. Just as Li Fan was about to let his consciousness enter the alternate space to check how the lab was refining materials, his phone rang. It was a local number. The phone's ringtone also caught Lu Ruyan's attention outside, prompting her to knock even harder. Li Fan, I heard your phone ringing. Are you sick? Open the door, I want to see. Li Fan didn't wait for Lu Ruyan to finish her sentence, nor did he answer the call directly entering the alternate space. It was evident that this call was also from Lu Ruyan. Back in the control room, he saw Zero operating the material laboratory on the main console. The clothes he had transferred were all placed at an entrance of the material lab and left unattended. Zero took out a men's trench coat Li Fan had bought and put it on, turning back and forth in front of a mirror, checking herself from left to right. Seemingly fond of Earth's clothing design, she turned back to ask, Host, do I look good in this? Li Fan looked at the vain Zero and increasingly felt that she was definitely not a product of artificial intelligence, as she had to be a humanoid being with human emotions and autonomous thinking. Li Fan replied, this is a men's style. Zero seemed to find this very peculiar and asked, are there still distinctions between men's and women's clothing? Yes. What does women's clothing look like? In my memories from long ago, we always wore the same clothing, the same style, even the colors were identical. Unlike you, whose clothing colors and styles are quite peculiar. You? Do you have other companions here too? Zero, feeling a bit down, took off the trench coat and murmured, they disappeared a long time ago. My memories are incomplete, so I don't know where they went. Li Fan couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the girl who had been alone in this space, not knowing how long she had been lonely, just waiting for a host to appear. How about this? Tomorrow I'll buy you some clothes that suit you as a thank you for helping me. Zero's blue eyes brightened at this, and she happily said, really? Host, you are so kind. Li Fan smiled and replied, I'll go buy some for you tomorrow. And from now on, don't call me Host, it feels awkward. Just call me Li Fan. You must have a name, right? Zero is just your code. Zero seemed very happy upon hearing this, nodding and responding. Okay, I will call you Li Fan from now on. As for my name, I don't remember, but I have a vague memory of a man who was my father. He was a remarkable person. I also remember there were ranlin flowers at home, and some fragmented memories. Li Fan had never heard of what a ranlin flower was. It was likely a type of flower from her world. After a moment's thought, he said, then you can be called Ranlin from now on. He'll call you Xiao Ran to make it feel more intimate. Ranlin, that sounds nice. Then I will be called Ranlin from now on. Oh, I have a name now. Ranlin joyfully spun around in place. Li Fan looked at her. Such a cheerful girl would surely be liked by many in the real world. Aside from her silver hair and bright blue eyes, she was truly like an innocent neighbor girl. Not long after, a mechanical voice sounded, ding. Material conversion complete. Collected 1100 raw materials, produced 60 combat suits. They are temperature controlled and can continuously withstand 1800 joules of destructive power with a support power limit of 70. Assessment level F level. This conversion produced 1 ton of waste materials. The recycling station is not activated, unable to differentiate and refine the waste materials. Li Fan, hearing the mechanical announcement, felt numb. Over 1,000 pieces of clothing had only produced 60. This loss is terrifying. Over 1,000 pieces of clothing worth 3 million, and only 60 came out. Looking at the 60 outfits that came out of the material laboratory, the styles and colors hadn't changed much, but they felt much lighter. The texture reminded him of the soft, delicate feel of a beluga whale's head he had touched at the aquarium. He picked one up and tugged at it a few times. It had a slight elasticity, and he couldn't help but feel some doubts. The most famous Barrett anti-material sniper rifle only withstands 15,000 joules. This outfit could withstand a single-point impact of 18,000 joules, meaning it could block all conventional bullets from firearms. Xiao Ran, can this really stop bullets? I don't know, the technology data hasn't synchronized with yours, so I can't provide an accurate answer. But this is only F level. Once you have new materials, it can be refined further. F level. What materials do I need to upgrade? Ranlin extended her hand and slid a control option. A projection of incomprehensible text appeared before her. After a long while, she finally spoke. These materials should be found in the real world. Once you synchronize your data with me, I will tell you what these materials are called in your world. How do I synchronize? Ranlin thought for a long time and couldn't express it, so she simply waved at Li Fan and said, "Come with me." Ranlin led Li Fan through another door into a room filled with dense crystal lines, all leading to a floating rectangular crystal in the middle. About a meter long, 30 centimeters in diameter, the only part glowing was a small section at the bottom, while the upper part resembled ordinary glass. Ranlin stopped in front of the crystal and said, "This is it. It's called the gate, our memory storage and the repository of all data in this space. Currently, only 1/10 of it is activated, which is the part that is glowing." Li Fan looked at this crystal filled with confusion and pointed at it, saying, "Are you saying the entire central data of Colonia is in this crystal, including most of your memories?" "Yes, once you completely activate this gate, you will be able to utilize Colonia's technology to end the apocalypse." Li Fan, hearing this, skeptically smirked and said, "We'll talk about that later. First, let's discuss how to synchronize the data, okay? You need to find your gate, and then the rest is up to me. At that time, I can translate all the words, names, and uses of all elements from our world into your language, making communication easier. That way we won't have to convey information through thoughts anymore. At that point, you'll be able to understand what the outside world is like through your brainwaves." Li Fan understood. This girl had mentioned synchronizing data several times, meaning she wanted to see the outside world. It made sense, as this place must feel like a prison to her. But a new problem arose. Li Fan was certain that such high-tech things surely did not exist in the real world. "Xiao Ran, our database is different from yours. How are we going to synchronize? What do you use to store various data?" "Books and computers." "Then bring the books and computer here, and I will try it out." Li Fan thought for a moment and decided it would be safer to go to an internet cafe tomorrow, as he still wasn't clear about what this thing was. Now he was thinking about another matter, which was the storage capability of this space. He wanted to conduct a thorough test tonight. "All right, you rest for now. I have to go out and take care of something." After saying this, Li Fan exited the alternate space. Upon returning to awareness, he heard the ringtone of his phone and Lu Ruyan's voice outside. "Li Fan, are you unconscious? If you don't open the door, I will call 120. Li Fan picked up his phone in a daze. It only showed this one ringing missed call. Outside, Lu Ruyan's voice seemed to have paused after he entered the space and resumed once he came out. A bold hypothesis made Li Fan excited. There was no passage of time in the alternate space. He got up, ran to the living room, poured a cup of boiling water, and put a thermometer in it. The thermometer read 91 degrees, and he then sent it into the alternate space with his thought. If after an hour the water still measured 91 degrees, it would indicate that energy does not dissipate in the alternate space, meaning food stored inside would not spoil. With an excited heart, he sat on the sofa and waited. However, outside, Lu Ruyan seemed to be as persistent as ever, knocking on the door, which was becoming increasingly annoying for Li Fan. Li Fan could roughly guess Lu Ruyan's intentions. Women like her were quite common in the apocalypse. It was just that he felt for Fat Co, thinking he had been saving leftovers for 3 years without getting a chance to eat them, evoking a sense of dark humor within him. Li Fan opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Lu Ruyan looked at Li Fan's unfriendly expression with indifference and continued in a concerned tone, "Are you all right?" "That's great. I saw you at the Astronomy Society today, and you didn't look well. I thought you were sick, so I came to check on you." While speaking, she skillfully slid into the house. Li Fan did not stop her. He was curious about what kind of act this woman was putting on. After all, it was a rainy day, and he had nothing better to do. In the living room, Lu Ruyan calmly sat on the sofa, spreading out the late-night snacks she had brought on the table along with 2 bottles of wine, smiling at Li Fan and saying, "You haven't had dinner yet, right? I brought you some roasted meat and some cold dishes." Li Fan sat down on the single sofa, arms crossed, leaning against the armrest with a smile, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be on a date with Fatty Co? Why did you come here?" Lu Ruyan, busy with her actions, slowly raised her head, slightly lowering it again. Pretending not to dare look Li Fan in the eye, she lightly bit her lower lip, showing a shy yet charming demeanor, saying, "Actually, I don't like Ko Peng Yu. I like you. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. I just never knew how to get to know you. You and Ko Peng are good friends, and I don't want to make things difficult for you, but I can't help thinking about you." I feel like I should muster the courage to pursue my own happiness. Li Fan, will you be my boyfriend? Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine, unable to listen any longer. He interrupted. Stop, be your boyfriend. Does Sieta Biao agree? Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained. You misunderstood. I am just friends with Biao Yi. Enough, you're both 1,000-year-old foxes. What are you playing at here? I really. How much money did you borrow from Sieta Biao? How many times have you slept with him? You? What position do you usually use? You? Are you on top, or is he on top? Oh, you're on top, huh? Quite wild, Guanyin Bodhisattva. You're going too far. Lu Ruyan could no longer sit still. She stood up, her face extremely unpleasant. Some things could be done as long as no one knew, and she could still maintain her goddess persona. But being exposed to her face made her feel humiliated and furious. She thought Li Fan was just an ordinary junior student who was simply lucky enough to be adopted by a pair of short-lived wealthy people. It should have been easy to handle him. Unexpectedly, Li Fan was like a venomous snake, striking with deadly blows, directly stripping bare those unspeakable matters. Lu Ruyan wanted to curse and storm out, but she thought about the month-long deadline. 100,000 in high-interest loans plus the video in Sieta Biao's possession made her legs feel as heavy as lead. Li Fan saw her angry yet unable to leave expression, and understood. He chuckled, took out a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and said, no more pretending. Didn't you say you liked me? Seeing Li Fan's mocking smile, Lu Ruyan's resentment piled up, and she shouted, what right do you have to say that to me? You're angry. You want to engage in service while also constructing a landmark building. Where's the door? Go on, I won't stop you. Lu Ruyan picked up her bag and pretended to turn and leave, but just as she reached the door, Li Fan's voice rang out. Oh, by the way, remember to let me know when you start working at Honglang Man. I'll bring Fatty Co to support you, and don't forget to give me a discount. Li Fan knew that many female college students in Sieta Biao's nightclub were lured in by loans. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who had just stepped out the door, retracted her foot, tears streaming down her face. She closed the door and returned to the living room, pleading in front of Li Fan. Li Fan, please help me. Lend me 100,000 yuan. I will pay you back. Biao Yi only gave me a month, and if I can't repay it, he will force me to work at his nightclub. Lend you 100,000. What will you use to pay me back? Hearing Li Fan say this, Lu Ruyan felt as though she had grabbed a lifeline after falling into water, quickly saying, I can pay you back with myself. You can do whatever you want. Lu Ruyan was already prepared to offer herself, and after speaking she began to undress. Li Fan looked at Lu Ruyan's delicate and fair little face. To be honest, Lu Ruyan was very beautiful, at least on par with the class flower. It's a pity that she was a thief in essence. This made Li Fan think of Fatty Co. He wondered how Fatty Co would feel to see the goddess he had adored for 3 years like this. In fact, during the last 2 phases before the end of the world, Fatty Co survived and was said to have spent time with a girl from the art department. In the end, Fatty Co turned into a zombie while that art student survived and went to the Basha base. If Li Fan was correct, that girl was Lu Ruyan. While Li Fan was lost and thought Lu Ruyan had already stripped down to just a set of lingerie, wearing black stockings that did little to hide her curves. Although Li Fan was still a novice, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by a woman like Lu Ruyan. Using a teasing tone, he remarked, not bad, figure you have the potential of an empress. Come turn around, let me see. Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy as she quickly puffed out her chest, turned around, and then walked toward Li Fan, thinking to herself, men are indeed creatures who think with their lower bodies. But before Lu Ruyan could get close, Li Fan said, what a pity the grapes have turned purple. This sentence struck Lu Ruyan like a thunderbolt, instantly waking her up. From the beginning, Li Fan had been mocking her. The disdain in his eyes made Lu Ruyan feel like a burnt piece of steak. Her confidence and dignity shattered in that moment, leaving her pale and stunned. Li Fan held the cigarette in his right hand and lifted Lu Ruyan's chin with his left hand, saying, not easy, right? When you toyed with others' feelings, others felt the same way. Lu Ruyan knew that she couldn't handle Li Fan anymore and asked, what do I need to do to borrow money? What must I do? Li Fan released his grip, clapped his hands, and smiled. That's right, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Your looks aren't worth 100,000 to me, but if you do something for me, I'll give you 120,000. What do you want me to do? Li Fan pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, gestured for Lu Ruyan to add him, and then transferred 20,000 yuan, saying, go to the Manhattan Hotel and book a room, wait for Fatty Co to show up, then serve him well. Make him lean against the wall to walk and spit blood. After it's over, tell him that I spent 120,000 for you to accompany him. Is it really that simple? Lu Ruyan asked in confusion. It's that simple. After it's over, I'll transfer the remaining 100,000 to you. Seeing Lu Ruyan's eyes spinning, Li Fan smiled. Don't think about playing tricks. Once you're in the room, turn on the video call for me. I'll supervise. Lu Ruyan immediately put away her schemes, put on her clothes, and as she walked to the door, she turned back and asked, what are you really doing this for? Seeing Li Fan impatiently waving her off without answering, Lu Ruyan closed the door and left. Li Fan looked out at the night sky, muttering to himself, for what? For the 3 years of friendship, no matter what choice Ko Peng makes afterward, it's all for my own peace of mind. If Li Fan had to name one person in this world that he could call a friend, it would be Fatty Ko. He did this so that Fatty Ko could see clearly what kind of person the goddess he had worshipped for years really was. Half an hour later, Lu Ru Yin sent a message, room 1201 Manhattan. Li Fan picked up the phone and dialed Ko Peng's number. Fatty Ko, what are you doing? In the dormitory. Feeling depressed, you abandoned me. Do you even have a conscience? I have good news for you. Oh really? What good news? Hurry to room 1201 at Manhattan. Ew, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What surprise? Enough, don't ask. You'll know when you get here. If you don't come, don't regret it. After saying that, Li Fan hung up the phone, i.e. based on his understanding of Ko Peng, he would definitely come. A surprise? What surprise? Enough, don't ask. You'll know when you get here. If you don't come, don't regret it. After saying that, Li Fan hung up the phone, i.e. based on his understanding. Do you have a choice? Lu Ru Yin helplessly placed her phone next to her bag, capturing most of the room, centered around the bed. Then there was the sound of the door opening and a conversation. Ru Yin, why are you here? Come in. Then Lu Ru Yin was seen pulling in the bewildered Ko Peng, who remained like a fool, even as she pushed him onto the bed. I? Before Ko Peng could finish, Lu Ru Yin took a few deep breaths, sat on his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her cherry lips pressed against Ko Peng's thick lips. For someone as inexperienced as Ko Peng, how could he withstand such an assault from his goddess? His primal instincts were ignited in an instant. Moments later, the two were honest with each other. Ko Peng lunged forward, his 190-pound body enveloping Lu Ru Yan's petite figure. From the video, all that could be seen were Lu Ru Yan's limbs flailing wildly. The upcoming scenes were a feast for the eyes. I don't know if you want to see them, but Li Fan certainly didn't want to watch any longer. He tossed aside the phone, feeling anxious as he retrieved the hot water he had placed in the alternate space an hour ago. When Li Fan saw the thermometer still reading 91 degrees, he jumped up in excitement, thinking, the temperature hasn't changed at all, which means there is no time dimension in the alternate space. Then he wouldn't have to worry about food storage issues, nor would he need to keep going back and forth. Especially during the third stage of the Great Transfer, food reserves would be even more crucial. However, currently there was not much money left, and many supplies still needed to be procured. Especially after opening the material laboratory, utilizing it to modify weapons and clothing, and even future transportation methods, would require a massive amount of resources. After pondering for a long time, apart from the zero-cost acquisition, there was no other way. But now it was still peacetime. If he tried zero-cost acquisition poorly, he could end up in trouble. So the thought of zero-cost acquisition was rationally suppressed again. Li Fan then placed all the various medicines and medical equipment he had purchased into the alternate space. After some thought, he also put in a tablet he usually used to watch dramas, sending it into the main control room of the alternate space with his mind to entertain Xiao Ran. In Manhattan, in room 1201, after 5 battles that lasted 4 hours, the flames of war finally subsided. What just happened felt like a dream to Ko Peng. He thought it was his hard work and sincerity over the past 3 years that had touched his goddess. Thus she arranged this surprise through Li Fan. Thinking of this, Ko Peng was overwhelmed with emotion, holding his goddess in his arms, gently saying, Ru Yin, rest assured, I will take responsibility. I will treat you well for a lifetime. Ru Yin did not respond, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt, but she remembered Li Fan's request to keep toying with Ko Peng. Ko Peng pleaded repeatedly, I can't take it anymore, really can't, Ru Yin, we have plenty of time ahead of us. Ru Yin heard Ko Peng's pleas, expressionless, got off the bed, picked up her phone, and asked it, is it okay now? The video call was disconnected, and then Ko Peng received a transfer of 100 yuan from Li Fan. Seeing Ru Yan's inexplicable behavior, Ko Peng asked in confusion, Ru Yin, who are you talking to? Ru Yan's face was cold as she turned around and pointed to the door, saying, put on your clothes and get out. Ko Peng was completely stunned, thinking he had upset the girl. He quickly apologized. Ru Yin, did I make you angry? I apologize to you. Say it again, get out. Ko Peng hurriedly got off the bed, intending to hug Ru Yin, but was met with the clothes she threw at him. You don't really think I slept with you because I like you, do you? Just look at yourself. You have no money, you look like a meatball. Being with you is simply a nightmare. Ko Peng, who had just been basking in the sense of achievement and happiness of finally winning over his goddess, was suddenly crushed by these cold words, murmuring, then why did you sleep with me? Ru Yin, seeing Ko Peng in a daze, felt a bit of pleasure, as if she had regained the confidence of a goddess through him, sneering, if it weren't for Li Fan spending 1 in a row, do you think you'd qualify to climb into my bed? Wake up. Ko Peng looked at Ru Yin in disbelief, saying, you slept with me just for 100 yuan. Yes, what's the problem? Ko Peng exclaimed, how could you change like this? What I have become is not for you, a worthless loser to comment on, because you are not qualified. If it weren't for Li Fan, you wouldn't even have the qualification to touch me. One must recognize their own position in life. Ru Yin was clearly losing her patience, walked to the door, opened it, and said, get out quickly, I want to take a shower. Ko Peng didn't know how he left the Manhattan hotel, or how long he walked. His legs felt weak. Seeing a barbecue stall by the street, he sat down wanting to get thoroughly drunk. 3 years ago when he first arrived at Qigong University, he was ridiculed for his overweight body. At a social gathering, when he was mocked by a rich senior, it was she who stood up for him. From that moment on, the Ru Yin who stood in front of him became his belief. Ooh, she was so just and kind back then. But why did it turn out like this? Suddenly thinking of Li Fan, he wanted to know what was going on. He ordered a large pile of skewers, bought some beer, and headed straight to Li Fan's home. In the Manhattan hotel, Ru Yin looked at her phone, seeing the 120 in her account, and felt no happiness. A sense of desolation surged in her heart, and she collapsed on the bed, crying heartbreakingly. Ko Peng's words made her start to reflect on when she had become like this. She stepped into this prestigious university with dreams, imagining herself as a social elite. She had entered the upper social circle based on her abilities, but why had she become like this? It dawned on her that it started when she couldn't resist the sweet words of her first boyfriend and the temptation of various luxury items. Ji Buchang, that senior 1 year older than her, that handsome and wealthy rich second generation. She thought she had met her Prince Charming, but in the end she was just an ordinary flower in his garden. A little wildflower that had lost its novelty and was casually discarded. But from that moment on she began to look for a wealthier and more devoted man determined to squeeze into the upper social circle. After meeting Wu Shanshan, she learned how to package herself and how to choose suitable luxury items. But these were beyond what an ordinary family could afford. To package herself, she learned to fish, but the truly high-quality and wealthy fish were very shrewd. After sending gifts a few times without getting any bait, they all fled. But having become accustomed to a life of red wine and steak, how could she return to a simple life? By chance she came into contact with campus loans, and from then on she fell into the clutches of Xiedebiao. 4000 turned into 60000, and then finally 10000. Just as Xiedebiao was getting tired of her, her end was a cliff. Then Li Fan appeared. Handsome, wealthy, and reportedly kind-hearted, she initially thought of using Wu Shanshan's connections to pay off her debts. But reality taught her that all sisterly bonds were merely calculations. Relying on others was less reliable than relying on oneself. She thought she had the capital to win over Li Fan and escape her suffering, but unexpectedly Li Fan shattered her dreams once again. Why should it be like this? Ji Buchang Wu Shanshan, Xiedebiao Li Fan, one day I will return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. From this moment on, Ru Yin had become somewhat deranged, her eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Li Fan, after transferring the money, was waiting for Ko Peng's call, but he waited and waited, yet the phone remained silent. Instead, he heard a knock on the door. Opening it, he saw Ko Peng standing there in a daze, holding skewers in his left hand and a pack of beer in his right. Let's have a drink. Li Fan smiled, took the beer from Ko Peng, and invited him into the house, saying, just in time, I haven't eaten yet, you are indeed thoughtful. The two sat around the dining table, and while Li Fan ate skewers, he scrutinized Ko Peng, asking, don't you have anything to ask me? Ko Peng gulped down half a bottle of beer and burped, saying, I originally wanted to come and question you, to ask why you treated Ru Yin that way. But as I walked here, I suddenly realized that it was too foolish to interrogate you like this. Oh, you figured it out? Ko Peng nodded, saying, it's not that I figured it out, it's that Ru Yin's scolding woke me up. I was just an ordinary boy, my family has no golden hen, yet I foolishly dreamt of catching a rare horse. Looking at the dejected Ko Peng, Li Fan raised his glass and clinked it with Ko Peng, saying, she doesn't deserve you. You are a great person, kind, humorous, and a high achiever. The universe is not yet determined, we are all dark horses. She is a fallen person, blinded by materialism and not worth it. When did you discover her true colors? Just a few days ago. You know Xiedebiao, right? Yes, the underground emperor of Beijing. Is it related to him? A few days ago I borrowed a large sum of money from Xiedebiao and happened to see her being very intimate with him, wrapping her arm around his. It's not hard to guess, she's one of those girls who take nude loans. Ko Peng immediately became serious and asked, you borrowed money from Xiedebiao. How could you deal with someone like him? If you're short on cash, I can help you think of something. Do you have any idea how black Xiedebiao is? You're putting your life in danger. Hearing Ko Peng say this, Li Fan felt moved and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, you'll find out soon enough. Looking at Li Fan's determined expression, Ko Peng didn't press further. If you have any issues, you must tell me. Although my family isn't wealthy, I can still find a way for 3,000 to 5,000. Speaking of money, I really lost out. I slept with someone like that for 120, what a loss. Li Fan saw that Ko Peng seemed no longer sad about Ru Yin, so he teased, isn't she your goddess? Stop right there, let's put that behind us. No one is allowed to mention it again. Since the fire at Xiedebiao's nightclub, which resulted in casualties, the establishment has been shut down. One of his subordinates was also taken in to bear the blame, specifically the legal representative of the Hong Langman nightclub. Recently, Xiedebiao has been quite subdued, having assisted the police with their investigation multiple times, and now he spends his days at his small loan company. In the office, Xie Biao sat in his boss' chair, his expression grim as he looked at the dozen or so of his subordinates who were silent with fear, and he asked in a deep voice, "Haven't you found that person yet?" One subordinate replied, "Brother Biao, the brothers have all scattered, and there are still no leads. What a bunch of useless fools. I've shown you the surveillance footage, and you can't even find a single person. Have you checked those who lost money in the venue? Are there any similarities?" The leading subordinate responded, "We checked, but the hidden cameras we set up didn't have very clear footage. They were wearing masks and hats, so we couldn't identify their faces, only their general builds. But among our gamblers there are no middle-aged or elderly people with similar builds." Upon hearing this, Xie Biao grabbed the ashtray on the desk and smashed it on the floor, cursing, "Are you an idiot? That person is not a hunchbacked elderly person. Have you ever seen an elderly person drag 7 or 8 electric scooters without panting?" "Oh." Zhou Chang beside Xie Biao comforted him, "Uncle Biao, don't be angry. Brother Hao and the others are working hard to find him, but they just don't have your meticulous observational skills." Xie Biao suppressed his anger and said, "Listen, I don't care what methods you use, you must find him within a week. How dare he provoke me in Beijing? He must really be tired of living." His subordinates quickly promised and hurried out of the office. Just as the office door closed, it was pushed open again, and a female secretary in professional attire said, "President Xia, Officer Huang, and Officer Wang are here again." Xie Biao was nearly grinding his teeth. During this time, these two police officers had been like a persistent plaster, keeping a close watch on him. He had to pretend that this matter had nothing to do with him while doing Tai Chi with them. Taking a deep breath, he forced a signature smile and said, "Please let them in." Before long, the secretary led in two individuals in police uniforms, one male and one female. Officer Huang, named Huang Wei, was the captain of the criminal investigation team of Chang'an Prefecture, a middle-aged man around 40. Behind him, Officer Wang was a beautiful policewoman named Wang Yue, the vice-captain of the criminal investigation team. Her appearance and figure were strikingly similar to the star Feng Keqian. Though charming and voluptuous, she was a powerhouse. She had transitioned from being a special forces soldier in a military district, unmatched in skill within the criminal investigation team. Xie Biao stepped out from behind his desk with a smile, saying, "Oh, Officer Huang, Officer Wang, please have a seat. You two have come 5 times in the past few days. If this continues, no one will dare to come here for business." Huang Wei, with a businesslike demeanor, presented his credentials and said, "Boss Xie, we have a few questions that require your cooperation. I will speak candidly and fully. Boss Xie, do you have any dealings with the owner of the Hong Langman nightclub? Haven't I told you before? I'm not familiar with them. Although that piece of land belongs to me, it was rented out years ago. I have many businesses, and I genuinely have no time to inquire what they are doing now." Huang Wei nodded, pulled out a photo, and placed it on the table, asking, "Do you recognize this person?" Upon seeing the photo, Xie Biao's pupils trembled slightly. He picked it up and examined it carefully, saying, "This person is wrapped up so tightly and wearing a mask, I can't tell what they look like. There's no one among my acquaintances with this build and hunchback." The two detectives had been watching Xie Biao's reactions closely, and they couldn't miss the fleeting change in his expression. Just as Wang Yu was about to speak, she was interrupted by Huang Wei. "All right, Boss Xie, thank you for your cooperation. Please try not to go far for the time being, as we may need your assistance with the follow-up of this arson case." Xie Biao replied earnestly, "It is my honor to assist the officers in their investigations." After seeing off the two police officers, Xie Biao sat on the sofa deep in thought. The photo provided by the police was taken from the surveillance at the entrance of the Hong Langman nightclub. The photo was very clear, and it gave Xie Biao a sense of familiarity. Zhou Qiang asked beside him, "Uncle, how did the police find this person? It seems this person can't be hidden anymore." Xie Biao furrowed his brows, his gaze wandering as he searched his mind repeatedly, but couldn't find out who it was. This unsettled him, and he commanded, "Notify Haozi and the others to increase their efforts to find him. Whoever finds him will be rewarded 2,000. Uncle, since the police are helping to catch the person, do we really need to be so anxious? Nonsense. We must find him before the police do. I have a feeling of familiarity with him. He must know me and definitely knows I am the mastermind behind the nightclub. This is a means of revenge aimed at me. If he has any solid evidence that can prove I am the mastermind and the police catch him, it will be very troublesome for me." Zhou Qiang realized the seriousness of the situation and turned to prepare to make a phone call. Xie Biao then asked, "What has Li Fan been doing these days? Has there been anything unusual?" "Nothing unusual. He just went out to buy a lot of clothes and medicines. After the incident at the nightclub, I called everyone back to look for people. All right, let's set Li Fan aside for now and focus on finding this masked man." Downstairs at the loan company in a police car, Wang Yu asked with confusion, "Captain Huang, why didn't you continue the questioning? Xie Biao definitely knows this person." Huang Wei shook his head and advised, "You're still too impatient. Someone like Xie Biao is very cunning. We both know that Hong Langman is his, but look, there are no traces of his phone number in the bank statements, the legal representative, or even in Guamu's call records. Everything related to Hong Langman has no connection to him. Do you think someone so cautious would confess everything just because of a few police inquiries? So what should we do? Find him. This person is definitely a key figure. If he were just an ordinary gambler, Biao wouldn't have reacted so defensively. This person must be Biao's enemy and may hold the evidence we need. Hearing Huang Wei's analysis, Wang Yu's eyes lit up, saying, Captain, let's assign tasks. Let's split up. You go to the community where Biao lives to conduct interviews. They'll check Biao's recent financial flows and phone records. Captain, should we apply for an arrest warrant? Huang Wei shook his head helplessly, saying no. Apart from the timing being coincidental, we currently have no solid evidence to prove that this person caused the fire. Huang Wei lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, thought for a moment, and said, if there are no substantial gains tonight, I will apply for a notice of cooperation. Let's move. The two drove away from the small loan company. While Biao was engaging in a battle of wits with the police, Li Fan was still unaware that he had been targeted by both sides. Even if he knew, he had no heart to care. He was currently troubled about how to acquire the remaining resources. After wandering for a morning, he had nothing to show except for buying some clothes again. Thoughts of zero-cost acquisition kept surfacing in his mind. After lunch, Li Fan found an internet cafe and booked a private room. He intended to use the cafe's computer to see if he could synchronize with Xiao Ran. Sitting in front of the computer, Li Fan entered the alternate space. Upon seeing Li Fan, Xiao Ran excitedly ran over, holding a tablet and asking, is there still? I finished looking at the things inside, and they are so interesting. What was initially meant to be a casual way to pass the time for Xiao Ran unexpectedly made her so happy. Li Fan smiled and said, yes, I'll download it for you tonight. But right now I need you to handle something important. What is it? I found an internet cafe, which is a client of the database you mentioned. Try to see if you can synchronize with it. Sure, I'll give it a try. What should I do? Ran Lin raised the tablet, pointing at the USB port on it, and said, your technology products are very primitive. They still use a binary calculation processing system. You go out and touch this port with your right hand and leave the rest to me. Li Fan exited the alternate space and reached out to touch the USB port of the internet cafe's main computer. He saw a black fluid-like substance connect from his fingertip to the USB port. Li Fan was astonished. What exactly was that black sphere inside him? It could change shape at will and could absorb external information through himself as a medium. However, Li Fan did not hear the various curses rising in the internet cafe. In the internet cafe lobby, the cacophony of curses was akin to that of a bustling market just before the new year. Network administrator, what's going on? I've been disconnected. Damn, this is my final match in the promotion series. This shabby internet cafe dares to claim it has the best setup and the fastest internet in Beijing. Waiter, come here. Do you know that the US stock market just surged? I was about to increase my investment. We're talking about losses of hundreds of thousands. Can you compensate for this? Several network administrators were also sweating profusely while technicians were running back and forth in the server room, checking the equipment with the switches still operating normally. However, the data flow was alarmingly high, essentially reaching the limit of the cafe's dedicated fiber optic connection. Despite repeated inspections, they could not pinpoint the source of the problem. In desperation, they had to call the service provider for help. But when they pulled out their phones, they found that their devices displayed no service signal. Thinking it was a magnetic interference in the server room, they searched outside for a long time, but could not find any signal. So they turned to the other patrons in the lobby and asked, do you have a signal on your phones? The lobby was now filled with people, including network administrators and customers from the lobby and private rooms. Upon hearing the question, everyone pulled out their phones, and another wave of commotion ensued. I don't have one. Neither do I. Me neither. What's going on? Has the telecommunications company been hacked? Impossible. How could such a large company be breached? Then a group of people in the lobby started waving their phones around, searching for a signal. However, this situation was not unique to this cafe. The network outage spread from Beicheng like a shockwave, expanding outward at an incredible speed. All network issues were similar. Data transmission was normal, but all traffic was directed somewhere in Chang'an Prefecture, then vanished without a trace. At the National Cybersecurity Bureau, the door to the main office was violently flung open, and an anxious administrator shouted, Director, our network has collapsed. Moreover, I discovered that all major domestic tech companies have been attacked before the collapse. Even the police and banking systems have been breached. The director, who was holding a teacup, was about to reprimand the intruding administrator, but his mouth snapped shut. Trembling, he set down his cup, cleared his throat, and asked, What did you say? Did I just imagine that? The administrator repeated his previous statement, and the director finally sat up, scolding, What is the technical department doing? Even if you can't stop it, can't you at least issue a warning? The global situation is tense, and the higher-ups have repeatedly instructed us to stay vigilant. How could we let someone so easily bring us down? And they even breached the national police and banking systems. Director, the attack method is too strange with a strong deceptive capability. Our defenses and interceptions are like child's play in front of it. What should we do next? The director slumped down in his chair. Muttering to himself, he said, It's over, it's all over. He knew that the National Cybersecurity Bureau was directly under the Central Committee, and having such a major oversight during his tenure, where they not only failed to fend off external attacks, but also provided no warning, was unforgivable. Not only had they been breached, but even the independent systems of the police and banking had been infiltrated. Regardless of the outcome, his career as director was at an end. If things went poorly, he might even face investigation. He knew that the National Cybersecurity Bureau was directly under the Central Committee, and having such a major oversight during, the director felt even more anxious as he took out the satellite phone. It was a backup communication device that would not be used unless absolutely necessary, and now that it was ringing, it likely meant the situation was more serious than anticipated. The director steadied his nerves and answered the satellite phone, where a calm and powerful voice came through. "Director Liu, what is the situation with this network attack?" The administrator quickly handed over the currently analyzed situation report to Director Liu, who was on the phone, and exited the office. "Chief, the responsibility lies with me. I will reflect and accept the organization's investigation. I did not come to hear your self-reflection. I came to understand the actual situation." Director Liu looked at the extremely simple A4 paper in his hand, and bracing himself said, "Chief, in this network attack, the enemy employed technologies we currently do not possess. They attacked various telecommunications servers in succession, stealing all data, then attacked the servers of Douyin, Tengshuan, Alibaba Tomato, and all other private network companies, leading to our breach. With our current network technology, we have no effective countermeasures." Director Liu finished speaking, already drenched in sweat, afraid to even breathe. After a long silence, the voice of the highest-ranking official on the other end came through. "You need to expedite the restoration of network communication and prepare for a first-level war readiness." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At this moment, the entire nation and even countries around the globe entered a state of emergency preparedness. Leaders from various countries were blaming each other, and seeds of suspicion began to sprout between nations. Meanwhile, Li Fan was unaware of the magnitude of the calamity he had caused, propping his chin with one hand while placing the other on the USB port of his computer. He kept pondering how to obtain fuel and weapons next. Suddenly, he heard Xiaoran calling him, and Li Fan entered the main control room of the alternate space. Upon entering, he noticed the changes in the control room. The glass walls of the square building lit up, and numerous crystal lines were flowing with a silvery light, all converging towards the room housing the database. Ranlin was at the control panel operating a program that Li Fan could not understand. Upon seeing Li Fan, she was overjoyed and said, "So this is how complex your societal structure is. So many countries, so many ethnicities, and such a wealth of beautiful clothing, songs, dances, books, movies, and TV shows. It's truly vibrant and colorful." Ranlin continuously pulled various projections from the control panel, soon filling half of the main control room. Looking at those familiar modern-day products, Li Fan smiled and said, "Of course, every country has its unique geography and culture, which gives rise to different lifestyles and civilizations." Ranlin kept pulling out all kinds of information akin to a child in a candy store, eagerly browsing through the information that piqued her interest. "Yes, although your technological civilization is quite primitive, your world is indeed an enchanting place. I really want to see it." Li Fan, knowing that Ranlin came from a highly advanced technological civilization, wanted to know how much Earth's civilization differed from hers and asked, "Is our technological civilization vastly inferior to yours?" Ranlin lifted her delicate chin and said proudly, "Of course. First of all, your data storage still relies on electromagnetic polarity switching for access. Not only is it inefficient, but it is also prone to loss with a maximum storage duration of only a few decades. Our data processing system uses a biological nuclear energy processing system with computing power exceeding yours by several hundred times. The most crucial aspect is that our biological nuclear energy processing system has remarkable scalability. And your industrial technology is still stuck in basic physical and chemical applications, just like this one." As she spoke, Ranlin pulled up a projection of a massive aircraft carrier along with its data and schematics. "This is the top military armament I found in the materials I searched, utilizing the most primitive thermal weapons. These weapons have long been eliminated in our world, with energy weapons being our standard arsenal. However, it's worth mentioning that you have already entered the threshold of nuclear fission energy utilization. Although the energy utilization is not perfect and does not reach 100% efficiency, it is already quite impressive given your current industrial system." Li Fan looked at the aircraft carrier hull number CVN-78 and asked, "Why does this look so much like the Ford-class carrier of Eagle Country?" "Yes, that's the one." Li Fan was taken aback, and upon examining the schematics and detailed data weapon parameters more closely, he became increasingly alarmed. These were not things that could be found on civilian servers. Thinking of a possibility, Li Fan's heart raced, and he asked in panic, "Where did you synchronize this from?" "Oh, I hacked into the Pentagon and several military bases of Eagle Country to get this. But this country has a rather diverse research direction with studies in both biotechnology and nuclear energy. If they could." "What? See, You hacked into the Pentagon and the military bases of the US. Before Ranlin could finish, Li Fan exclaimed in shock. Yes. It was quite easy. Easy, eh? Oh my god. Just the thought that this breach originated from his side made his heart pound. What other places did you infiltrate? Ranlin's fingers danced across the control panel, and a 3D map of the world appeared before Li Fan. On the map, many red dots of varying brightness appeared scattered all over the globe. Especially among several major countries, the red dots were even more numerous. Ranlin pointed at the map and said, "These red dots represent your databases, what you refer to as servers. The data synchronization is basically complete." Looking at the world 3D map filled with red dots, Li Fan felt his scalp tingle and stammered, "Did you get discovered while infiltrating?" I should have been discovered because I occupied all the network channels. I even managed to control a satellite link. Oh no, this is bad. If this leads to several countries going to war, we won't even need to wait for the apocalypse. We'll be wiped out by nuclear weapons. Seeing Li Fan's terrified expression, Ranlin cautiously asked, "Did I cause you trouble?" Looking at Ranlin, he couldn't blame her. He had underestimated her abilities. He could only calm himself and speak softly. "It's fine, I'll think of a solution." "So all the network channels outside are occupied by you, right?" "Yes. If we hand over the network permissions now, can others trace our exact location based on data download records?" "They can trace it, but don't worry, I can erase all browsing traces." "Are you sure?" Ranlin replied firmly, "Rest assured. After erasing the traces, there will be no record of my access in your processors. With your network technology level, it would be impossible to trace it back." "That's good. Hurry up and finish the synchronization and erase the traces completely. I'll step out for a bit." When Li Fan returned to reality, he stepped out of the private room and discovered a large crowd gathered around the bar in the hall, chattering away about the recent internet outage. "I just went out for a bit and casually asked a few people. The mobile signal is completely gone. It seems there's an issue with the main server of the mobile network. Do you think it's the Eagle Sauce that's making a move against us?" "They wouldn't dare." "Exactly. If the Eagle Sauce dared to act against us, it would be the Third World War. Both sides are nuclear powers. The thought of it is unimaginable." Watching the crowd discuss fervently, Li Fan hesitated to leave, but then decided to blend in, occasionally nodding in agreement with their remarks. While digital traces can be erased, human actions cannot. With such a significant incident, the relevant authorities will certainly investigate the source. Although they cannot find clues from the digital traces, they will deduce the origin based on the timing of the outages across various locations. He knew he had to behave like a normal person to avoid drawing attention from those with ulterior motives. Not long after, someone shouted, "There's a signal. The internet is back." The crowd dispersed. Some went online, others logged into games, and some resumed binge-watching their shows. Li Fan returned to the private room and communicated with Ranlin. "Ranlin, can you hack into this internet cafe system, delete their surveillance footage, and erase my registration record?" "No problem, this time we won't get caught." After Ranlin deleted the surveillance footage and internet records, they stayed for another hour before quietly leaving the cafe. In the afternoon, Li Fan decided not to search for resources and instead returned to school to visit the astronomy club. He hoped to find some clues regarding the Nuka crystal before the National Day holiday. The main concern was not knowing how the upper echelons of various countries would react to this internet outage. He resolved to keep a low profile for the time being. At the art department of Xi'an University of Technology, Wu Shanshan noticed that Lu Ruyan, who had stayed out all night, seemed to have changed completely. The person she once toyed with now appeared somber. Wu Shanshan had always looked down on Lu Ruyan, who had come to school with an air of superiority, but was easily captured by the wealthy second-generation Jibuochang. She had always fancied herself the heroine of a romance novel loved by a devoted and passionate man. Yet it wasn't long before she was cast aside like a worn-out shoe. Of course, her own instigation played a part in this. In the dormitory, Wu Shanshan looked at Lu Ruyan, who was lying on the bed in a daze, and asked, "Are you okay?" Since last night, when Li Fan had humiliated her by pushing her onto the bed of an unattractive fat man, Lu Ruyan often reflected on her former self, and the seeds of resentment took root in her heart. Hearing Wu Shanshan's voice, she turned to look quickly, hiding the resentment in her eyes. Internally, she had cursed Wu Shanshan 1,000 times, yet she smiled sweetly and replied, "I'm fine. Oh, by the way, I'll send you Li Fan's WeChat. You can contact him yourself. Good luck." Lu Ruyan knew that Li Fan was not as kind as others claimed. He was definitely a rational, cunning, and venomous person. The pain she experienced would certainly be shared with Wu Shanshan as well. As soon as Wu Shanshan received Lu Ruyan's WeChat, she immediately sent a friend request. However, she received a rejection response. "He rejected me. He actually rejected my friend request. Did you forget to identify yourself? I mentioned my name in the verification message. How could he dare reject me?" Wu Shanshan's face fell. As the belle of the art department, she was among the top in both figure and appearance at Xi'an University of Technology. She had no shortage of admirers, and even a single response from her was enough to excite her suitors for a day. Yet being rejected when she proactively added Li Fan on WeChat was something Wu Shanshan, accustomed to being the center of attention, couldn't accept. Lu Rian felt a rush of vengeful pleasure and comforted her. Perhaps he just forgot your name. After all, a top student can be a bit absent-minded. Why not just give him a call? Saying this, she provided Lu Rian with Li Fan's phone number. Wu Shanshan, stirred by her competitive spirit, dialed the number right away. At that moment, Li Fan was already in class and received Wu Shanshan's call. Li Fan, hello. I'm Wu Shanshan. Yes, do you need something? Hearing Li Fan's dismissive tone, Wu Shanshan couldn't help but frown. Still, she feigned a shy and timid voice and said, oh, it's nothing. Just. If there's nothing, then I'm hanging up. I'm busy. Before she could react, the call was disconnected. Wu Shanshan stared blankly at her phone in disbelief. He hung up on me. How could he hang up on me? Lu Rian watched Wu Shanshan's reaction with delight, but then recalled the look on Wu Shanshan's face when Ji Buchang pursued her. This gave her an idea, as she decided to stir things up for the two of them. What? He hung up on your call. Sai, it seems he doesn't think highly of you. We have plenty of admirers, perhaps it's best to just let it go. Wu Shanshan had always been a very self-assured person, whether it was in her manipulative skills with men or her looks. So far she had only been with one man, yet she could easily have 7 or 8 others spend money on her. How could she accept such a failure? Lu Rian's words undoubtedly provoked Wu Shanshan even more. This sparked a significant animosity toward Li Fan within her. An orphan, who cares? After saying this, she left the dormitory, while Lu Rian looked at Wu Shanshan's departing figure with disdain. Once outside the dormitory, Wu Shanshan immediately picked up her phone and dialed a number. I'm downstairs. Wait for me, you'll be there soon. Moments later, a brand new Maserati pulled up in front of Wu Shanshan, and a young handsome guy stepped out to personally open the car door for her. The driver was Ji Buchang, a senior student from the finance department, and also Lu Rian's first love. He was a well-known rich second-generation student at Xi'an University of Technology. His father was in logistics, running a large company that dominated 40% of the logistics market across 5 provinces in northwest China. Moreover, the entire logistics park in the western suburbs belonged to his family, and the world-renowned Woni Ma supermarket's warehouses in northwest China were exclusively transported by him. Ji Buchang's affluent family background allowed him to have countless admirers. His greatest interest was pursuing the most elusive targets, only to discard them after achieving his goal. Wu Shanshan was one of his targets, and so far she was the one he had yet to conquer. Shanshan, how about we try some French cuisine today? A new French restaurant has opened over in the night city with all ingredients airlifted from France. Wu Shanshan seemed accustomed to Ji Buchang's routine. Her mind was elsewhere, still preoccupied with Li Fan's rejection. She had thought she would add one more quality fish to her pond, but unexpectedly, he hadn't regarded her at all. Looking at Ji Buchang, who was driving, she had a sudden thought: why not let Ji Buchang teach Li Fan a lesson to vent her frustration? She then put on a sad expression and asked Ji Buchang, am I a casual girl? Of course not. If you were a casual girl, how could I have pursued you for so long? What's wrong? Did something happen? I know there are many rumors about me on the forum, but they're not true. Why do they always have to speak so harshly? Hey, the people on those forums are just bitter because they can't get what they want. Don't pay them any mind. Yesterday, I went with Rian to an astronomy club exhibition and accidentally overheard Li Fan from the law department discussing me with his friends. What he said was really hurtful. Wu Shanshan's voice began to choke up. With tears welling in her eyes combined with her delicate features, she appeared to be the very picture of a pure, innocent girl being slandered. Upon hearing this, Ji Buchang immediately perked up. This was a golden opportunity. If he could help Wu Shanshan vent her frustrations and make her feel safe, would that not bring him closer to his goal? He put on an angry expression and said, Li Fan from the law department. All right, Shanshan, don't be sad. Oh, I will definitely take care of him and help you. The goddess I like will never be allowed to be hurt by anyone. Ji Buchang, don't be impulsive. I'm just a little unhappy. It will be fine soon. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Let's go eat first, and after that I'll take you to vent your frustrations. Wu Shanshan nodded obediently, giving Ji Buchang a sweet smile, her sly gaze fleeting. Li Yuhan merely sneered contemptuously, offering no reply, and gestured politely for Li Fan to continue. Li Fan glanced at the crystal in his hand and said, haha, I understand now. Your Yanjingli clan intends to secretly monopolize this crystal, and then pin the blame for its disappearance on us. That way no one can hold you accountable for losing it. And I suspect that even if I surrender the crystal, I won't survive. Li Yuhan nonchalantly lit a cigar and took a slow, deliberate puff. Adopting an air of utter confidence, he gazed down upon Li Fan with disdainful superiority and said, you vagrant truly are clever. To be honest, had you not persistently coveted Yuan Ruoshua, I might have considered recruiting you as my, yet you, like a toad dreaming of swan meat, never once weighed your own station. Ruoshua found it distasteful to deal with you herself, so I must do it for her. Fortunately, your ability happens to be useful for this mission. Call it making the most of wasted potential. Li Fan's heart twisted with anguish and sorrow as he pressed further. Do you mean Ruoshua knew of your plan all along? and sent me here deliberately. Li Yuhan clearly relished Li Fan's torment and mocked him coldly. What do you think? At those words, Li Fan's face drained of color. The betrayal by the one he trusted most struck like the sudden removal of a skyscraper's load-bearing pillar. The sheer weight of disbelief crushed him. He could not accept the truth. Seeing Li Fan's pallor, Li Yuhan burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. What a fool. You still cling to sentimental theatrics even as the world ends. If you don't die, you'll insult the very nature of this age. Then, waving dismissively at the surrounding cultivators, he declared, enough reminiscing. Prepare for your final journey. Fan Yuyu and Su Jiangwo stepped forward, flanking Li Fan protectively on either side. Su Jiangwo clapped Li Fan's shoulder and said gently, Captain, even though you're 2 years younger than me, I respect you deeply. I'll go first. Those little ones, Xiao Lu and the others, they've probably been waiting anxiously. With that he roared, a thunderous bellow, and his entire body transformed into gleaming silver-gray metal. He charged headlong toward Liao Yunfei, roaring, shatter and perish. A former soldier, he loathed traitors above all, and especially Liao Yunfei, whom he himself had personally recommended. Yet grievously wounded as he was, he stood no chance against so many foes, and within moments a pitch-black spirit crystal blade pierced straight through his chest. Su Jiangwo turned his gaze toward Li Fan, flashing him a bloody, lopsided grin. Sorry, this trash cough didn't get dealt with. His metallic transformation faded instantly, and he collapsed. Li Fan closed his eyes in agony. That suffocating helplessness shattered him from within. In this moment, survival was utterly impossible. Every strategy, every calculation rendered meaningless before overwhelming force. Since the apocalypse began, he had fought relentlessly just to stay alive, and found companions who shared his struggle. Yet why, despite our desperate will to live, does survival remain so cruelly elusive? Then Fan Yuyu's voice sounded behind him. Young Master Li, I surrender. I swear fealty to young Master Li Yuhan, if only you spare my life. She stepped forward twice, her fragile, delicate demeanor perfectly complemented by a figure of breathtaking allure. Though harsh survival had roughened her skin, its radiance remained undimmed. Her beauty rivaled Yuan Ruoshu's, something Li Yuhan had long coveted but never claimed. Hearing her words, Li Yuhan's eyes lit up instantly. An lewd, lascivious grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Come closer. Obey me faithfully, serve me well. And perhaps I'll let you live. Glancing sidelong at Li Fan, he added with biting sarcasm, see Li Fan. This is the fundamental law of apocalyptic survival. As Fan Yuyu approached, trembling like a quail, he eagerly reached out to seize her slender waist. But the instant his fingers neared her, she raised her hand, and a razor-sharp wind blade shot straight for Li Yuhan's throat. His expression contorted in shock, though enhanced by serums to the 6th tier, he could not evade at such close range. He wrenched his head aside just in time. The wind blade slashed across his cheek instead. Blood erupted violently, half his face drenched in crimson, saving him from death, but scarring his pale, hollow-cheeked visage beyond repair. He recoiled swiftly. Cultivators rushed to surround him. Seeing no further opening, Fan Yuyu sighed bitterly. Pity. I failed to kill you, you despicable scum. You dare mock brother Fan. Nothing more than a spoiled heir who rides on his father's name. Her timid facade vanished, replaced by steely resolve. Li Yuhan's face twisted in feral rage as he shrieked at his guards. Ah! You filthy whore, seize her alive. I'll make her wish she'd never been born. Instantly, a dozen men surged forward, while Li Fan, attempting to rush to her aid, was pinned down by another group. By the time Li Fan broke free and reached Fan Yuyu, she was already drenched in blood, swaying precariously on her feet. 2 deep, bone-exposing gashes tore across her chest, her lungs pierced. She was slipping away. Li Fan steadied her in his arms, his bioenergy surging outward, only to be absorbed by the crystal. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Raising it high, he shouted, step forward, and I'll shatter it. Instantly, the attackers hesitated, giving the pair a fleeting reprieve. Fan Yuyu could bear it no longer. She slumped against Li Fan's chest, her trembling fingers tracing the vertical scar, bisecting his left eye, the wound he'd taken saving her. Tenderness softened her features as she smiled weakly. Brother Fan, your embrace feels so warm. I've dreamed of this moment for so long. I love you truly deeply. Cough, cough, cough. It's a shame. I'm so unclean now. I'm unworthy of you. If there's a next life, please find me sooner, brother Fan. Li Fan tightened his arms around her and whispered, I promise. So tired. Brother Fan, I'll rest, just a little. Wake me when dinner's ready. Remember to call me. With a serene, blissful smile, the first true peace she'd known in years, she closed her eyes in his arms. Li Fan looked down at this woman who had stood beside him since the earliest days, his heart heavy with sorrow. In the apocalypse's dawn, he'd rescued her from a pack of monsters. Back then she was merely a ravaged heiress, starving broken. She followed him through feast and famine, never wavering, transforming from a fragile noblewoman into Yanjing's infamous apocalypse widow spider. After all they'd endured, perhaps she truly was exhausted. Perhaps it was time she rested. Sleep, foolish girl. Go ahead, join Brother Su. I'll follow soon. Li Fan laid Fan Yu gently upon the ground, removed his coat, and draped it over her, then slowly turned away. He began to laugh, softly at first, then louder, wilder, more unhinged. On his scarred face the mirth looked grotesque, monstrous. Ha ha ha. Li Yuhan, do you truly believe you've cornered me? Li Yuhan's composure had shattered entirely. The wound Fan Yu dealt had obliterated his arrogant poise. He bellowed, Li Fan, you all deserve death. Vermin must know their place. I've lost patience. Hand over the crystal, and I'll grant you a swift end. He laughed wildly, gazing at his own torn, bleeding cheek. Ha ha ha. Fine, bastard. Watch closely. Watch how a vermin makes its final desperate stand. With that, Li Fan slowly raised the crystal, then slammed it with full force against the nearby rock. The crystal exploded into shards, and Li Fan seized the black orb amid the fragments, cramming both into his mouth. The orb vanished into his gut. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You wanted it. You fought over it. Dream on. Dream your empty dreams. How dare you? Before anyone could react, Li Fan unleashed his long-held ability, Spirit Step. Only a fading afterimage remained. His body had already vanished, streaking toward a pre-marked destination. Target North Pole Abyss. A colossal sinkhole revealed only after Arctic ice melted. Its depth still uncharted, unknown. Watching Li Fan vanish, Li Yuhan seethed with fury, grabbing a psychic cultivator by the collar and snarling, find him. Now. If the seed is lost, you all die. The psychic immediately activated his mental senses, and within seconds pinpointed Li Fan's trail. Pointing urgently, he reported, young Master Li. He's at his absolute limit. This final spirit step has consumed every ounce of his vitality. He's right there, less than a kilometer away. Li Yuhan scanned the horizon, puzzled. He moved only 1 kilometer. Truly spent. But why flee inward, not outward? Wait, North Pole Abyss. Pursue him now. When Li Yuhan caught up, Li Fan stood at the abyss's yawning maw, gazing into its fathomless dark, and gave a bitter, hollow laugh. Damn this world. Damn this apocalypse. Let it end. Without hesitation, he leapt, plunging headlong into the void. Li Yuhan arrived a heartbeat too late, watching helplessly as Li Fan vanished into the chasm. Minutes after Li Fan's fall, a helicopter descended low, its doors swinging open to release a cold, elegant woman in military uniform. Her skin like flawless jade, her bearing sharp and commanding, her exquisite features and statuesque frame accentuated by a tailored apocalyptic uniform. She commanded every gaze. Yet her icy gaze locked onto Li Yuhan as she demanded, where is my brother? Though Li Yuhan's father held power in Yinjing, the Yuan family, a pure military lineage, far surpassed the Lis in authority, especially in the apocalypse where martial command equaled sovereign voice. Confronted by Yuan Ruoshue's interrogation, Li Yuhan trembled. This woman eclipsed him in both lineage and strength. He stammered, Li Fan was attacked by a mutant beast, and fell into the abyss before I could intervene. I'm sorry, Ruoshua, the seed fell with him. Yuan Ruoshue's eyes blazed with lethal intent, the ambient temperature plummeting sharply. You seek death. Just as she lunged, a man stepped between them. Yuan Fangyun, her elder cousin. Hold, Ruoshua. Our priority is recovering the seed, not infighting. Other bases are closing in. We must act now. Yuan Ruoshua swept her cousin with a glacial glance, then turned and walked away, tossing back one final vow: this isn't over. And the debt you owe me, for using me, will be settled. After I retrieve the seed. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the abyss, a faint mechanical whisper echoed: seed protocol activated. Host detected in critical condition, insufficient for primary protocol initiation. Autonomous backup protocol engaged. Loading. 1, 12, 35, 67, 99. Memory field calibration complete. Random temporal anchor set, September 21st, 2024. Initiate. Li Fan returned to class, yet an unsettling sense of dissonance left him unable to focus on the lecture. He propped his chin in one hand, while idly scrolling through his phone with the other. He relentlessly scoured news reports. Every headline centered on the global internet blackout that had occurred at noon. Yet most results led to amateur videos, their accounts wildly contradictory and content wildly divergent. Some claimed the Eagle Nation was preparing to strike against Huawei, launching a cyber assault solely to steal classified data on Huawei's latest 6th-generation fighter jet. Others speculated the Eagle Nation had been testing a new cyber weapon, but lost control of it, inadvertently crippling its own networks. Still others insisted it signaled an extraterrestrial incursion, citing the blood-red sky observed just days earlier. This, they warned, heralded the imminent invasion of Earth by alien forces. Yet the official statement was starkly concise. Due to an unidentified cyber attack, global networks collapsed entirely at noon today for 30 minutes. All nations have entered emergency readiness status. The heads of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council are now holding urgent consultations. This only deepened Li Fan's unease. The scale of the incident was undeniably grave. High-level talks among the 5 permanent members were never auspicious. He hoped diplomacy would prevail, prolonged negotiations ideally lasting 2 weeks. By then world leaders would be too preoccupied to investigate the network collapse. Beside him, Ko Peng nudged Li Fan with his elbow and asked, "What brings you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't return to campus before National Day? Had nothing planned this afternoon, so I dropped by. How are you holding up? Recovered yet?" Ko Peng understood perfectly and shrugged indifferently. For a man, maturity arrives fastest after losing one's innocence. "I'm utterly clear-headed now. Looking back, I truly was absurd. I thought you'd wallow for a while. Thanks to you. Even if your method was brutal. That slap woke me up. A man like me. No looks, no lineage, and this physique. I never deserved to dream of love." Li Fan pinched the soft flesh at Ko Peng's waist and said, "Don't worry. You'll shed it soon. Remember what I told you. Stock up on supplies. And stay indoors over National Day holiday." Ko Peng leaned in, voice low. "Tell me the truth. Something's coming, isn't it? Why have you been so cryptic lately? Trust me, and do exactly as I say. In 2 months I'll come find you at your home." Ko Peng opened his mouth to press further, but seeing Li Fan's evasive expression, he fell silent. For the rest of the afternoon, Li Fan wandered the campus inwardly unsettled. First, he feared national security agencies might trace the incident back to him. Though he'd erased all digital footprints, he dared not underestimate the state security department's investigative reach. Second, fuel and weapons remained frustratingly out of reach, tempting him again and again toward desperate zero-cost acquisition. After class, Li Fan headed straight for the astronomy club, only to find its door sealed with official tape. Spotting several license plates from Shanjing, he turned and walked away without hesitation. He had no idea why Shanjing personnel were here, but probing into new cause affairs now would be tantamount to suicide. Hardly had he stepped off campus when he noticed he was being followed. He ducked into a roadside convenience store, bought cigarettes, and effortlessly identified his pursuers. Relief washed over him. Such clumsy surveillance could not possibly belong to official operatives, not even rivaling the ineptitude of Xiedebiao's henchmen. Yet this only deepened his bewilderment, if not state agents nor Xiedebiao's men, who then had sent them. Emerging from the store, Li Fan surveyed the terrain, then strolled nonchalantly toward a narrow alley near campus. High walls flanked both sides. Only the entrance bore a surveillance camera. Beneath the lens, he stopped, turned, and demanded, "You've trailed me all this way. What do you want?" 3 Street youths stepped forward unhesitatingly, tattoos visible on their exposed necks. The leader drew a butterfly knife from his pocket, spun it deftly, and smirked, "Kid, you've crossed someone you shouldn't have. Someone paid us to teach you a lesson." Li Fan frowned, pondering long before sighing, "Who exactly did I offend?" A lean tattooed youth answered, "The young Master Ji Buchong." The leader brandished his knife, voice dripping with street swagger. "So, will you resist? Or take your beating quietly?" Ji Buchong. The leader brandished his knife, voice dripping with street swagger. Li Fan felt exasperated. These 3 posed no threat whatsoever, not merely due to the combat mastery forged over 8 years of apocalypse survival, but also because his current attire, refined, reinforced, could withstand their blades without a scratch. Yet Ji Buchong's name rang faintly familiar. He racked his brain, but drew a blank on any prior encounter. Li Fan had no intention of wasting time on them, or escalating matters needlessly. His aura hardened instantly, lethal intent blazed in his eyes as he pointed upward at the camera. "Your confrontation, with blade drawn, is already recorded. Now choose: kill me outright, then flee as a murderer, or let me disarm you, then kill you in self-defense." Remember that Brother Long case from a few years ago? These youths intimidated ordinary civilians well enough, but spilled blood. They lacked the nerve. Don't let me snatch it from you, unless you wish to follow Brother Long's path. Aim here, your blades tip at my heart. Go on, strike with all your strength. He guided the knife's point to his own. Li Fan strode toward the knife-wielding youth. The leader reflexively raised his blade, halting Li Fan mid-step. Li Fan sneered at the boy's faltering composure. "Good. Hold it steady, grip it tight. Don't let me snatch it from you, unless you wish to follow Brother Long's path. Aim here, your blades tip at my heart. Go on, strike with all your strength." He guided the knife's point to his own chest. The leader recoiled in panic, just as Li Fan's right hand shot forward like lightning, seizing his wrist. A brutal joint lock snapped, a shriek tore from the youth's throat, and the knife clattered to the ground. Li Fan caught the blade midair with his left hand, released the youth, then swung his right arm in a thunderous backhand. Crack! The sharp report echoed as the youth's head spun full circle. Then he crumpled to the pavement. "Too cowardly to stab, yet you wave that knife around like a fool." His 2 accomplices bolted the moment Li Fan seized the weapon, leaving only the dazed leader still seated trembling before the gleaming butterfly knife, now held aloft by Li Fan. Big brother, please don't act rashly. I only meant to scare you. Never intended harm. Just trying to survive. You're magnanimous. Surely you'll spare me." Silence. "Where is Ji Buchong?" "At the intersection behind us, in a Maserati. License plate Chin B 54250. "Fine. Get out of my sight." The youth scrambled upright and fled, faster than a startled hare. Li Fan retraced his steps and quickly located the Maserati. Inside sat two figures, one in the driver's seat, one in the passenger seat. The latter was Wu Shanshan, an acquaintance. Instantly Li Fan grasped the entire scheme, and loathed her more deeply than Lu Rian ever warranted. He approached the driver's window and rapped sharply. Ji Buochang rolled it down, squinting. "Who are you? What do you want?" The moment Li Fan saw Ji Buochang's face, memories from the apocalypse surged forth. No wonder the name resonated so strongly. Ji Buochang, the son of Ji Wuli. During the second phase of the apocalypse, the winter cataclysm, Ji Wuli seized control of the West Suburb Logistics Park and its vast stockpiles, building a colossal private domain with his workforce. Within 10 Li, every resource and every woman fell under his father's dominion. This heir apparent lived like a celestial sovereign. Li Fan had encountered him during the apocalypse. And even at the moment of Li Fan's death, Ji Wuli commanded a private military force rivaling official government enclaves. "Young Master Ji, your friend's knife slipped. Please return it." "My friend's knife." Before Ji Buochang could react, silver flashed. Then the blade embedded itself deep into the seat between his legs. "Oh!" Wu Shanshan screamed, a shrill, piercing wail. Ji Buochang stared, frozen at the hilt protruding from the upholstery, his whole body shuddering. He groped downward, relieved to confirm his anatomy remained intact. Then roared, "Do you know who my father is? How dare you treat me like this?" "Oh, who is he?" "My father is Ji Wuli." Li Fan seized Ji Buochang's hair, yanking his head up to meet his gaze. "I don't care who your father is. Even Xie de Biao dares not cross me. So tell me, is your father stronger than Xie de Biao? Listen carefully, I have no time for you now. Don't waste my patience over some woman you can buy with money, or you will regret it, deeply." Releasing Ji Buochang, Li Fan slid his hand into his pocket, retrieving from his spatial void a thick wad of cash, which he tossed to Wu Shanshan. "Here, your payment for last night. Didn't feel like paying a prostitute, so you hired this pretty boy to harass me. Pathetic." He turned and walked away. Time was scarce. Li Fan refused to squander it on trivialities. Intimidation, if effective, was optimal. If intimidation failed, he would deploy more specialized methods, the same ones he'd used against Xie de Biao, to ensure the man remained too occupied to trouble him. Wait, special methods. West Suburb Logistics Park. Li Fan pivoted, gazing at Ji Buochang, still stunned inside the car, and smiled a chilling, inscrutable curve of the lips, before vanishing down the street. Ji Buochang, still trembling from the shock, shivered again at that eerie smile. Only after Li Fan vanished from sight did he dare pull the knife from his seat. Turning, he found Wu Shanshan gathering the scattered bills, igniting a sudden searing fury. "Why did Li Fan give you money? Did you spend last night together?" "Buochang, don't believe his lies. He's deliberately poisoning our trust. Li Fan terrified me. Please take me home." Ji Buochang's expression darkened, shifting like storm clouds. He grunted coldly and drove toward campus. Neither spoke of Li Fan again, but Wu Shanshan's act of collecting money had planted a seed of suspicion deep and unshakable. At the Lishui villa outside Li Fan's home, Wang Yu was on the phone with Captain Huang Wei, saying, "Captain, I've picked up some information here." A neighbor mentioned that a college student named Li Fan visited Xie de Biao's house the night before the incident. Can the team look into this student's background? Huang Wei's voice immediately raised in volume upon hearing Li Fan's name, replying, "Li Fan. I found a transaction record of 80 million from that night, with Li Fan as the recipient. You should find him to gather more information. He's not home, he's probably at school. Are you suspecting this college student named Li Fan?" Wang Yu shared her perspective, saying, "Captain Huang, how could a college student manage to receive 80 million from someone like Xie de Biao? It's very suspicious. Investigating could yield some findings. If Li Fan isn't home, just head back and report to the team before making further arrangements." "All right." Wang Yu hung up the phone and turned to take the elevator down. Upon reaching the first floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal a tall and handsome young man, sparking an impulse in her to steal a few more glances. However, the young man showed no reaction to her attention. He entered and exited, brushing past her. Even as the elevator doors closed, he hadn't looked her way. Wang Yu felt something unusual, sensing that this young man was not ordinary. It was a cop's instinct. Yet she did not linger and left the Lishui villa. Inside the elevator, Li Fan frowned. The appearance of the police officer made him wary. This building had no police presence, and the female officer's arrival likely had something to do with him, though he was unsure about what. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in the future. Meanwhile, after returning to the criminal police team, Wang Yu was notified of a meeting. The entire team, including all 4 branches, was present. The head of the criminal police team, Zhang Qingang, sat sternly in the main seat. Once everyone was gathered, he spoke up. "The content of this meeting is of the highest confidentiality level. Everyone please submit your phones and sign the confidentiality agreement." After everyone submitted their phones and signed the agreement, he continued, "Let me introduce a few comrades. Director Chen, please come in." Then the door to a small meeting room at the back opened, and a group of 10 people emerged, 3 women and 7 men, all dressed in plain clothes. These individuals are special agents from the Ministry of State Security. They have come from the capital to thoroughly investigate the recent internet outage issue. Zhang Chenggang gestured for them to take a seat, saying, Director Chen, the Longan District Criminal Police Team is all here. From now on, everyone will follow your lead. The leading man shook hands with Zhang Chenggang, politely stating, This task is very important and the deadline given is tight. We will need extensive support and cooperation from Longan District. It's our duty. After a round of polite exchanges, the leading man addressed everyone saying, I am Chen Zemin, Director of the Investigation Division, Ministry of State Security. I believe everyone is aware of the internet outage that occurred at noon. I won't elaborate further. Now I will share some intelligence that has not been made public. The internet outage at noon was global, yet this attack left no digital traces. All servers worldwide did not experience data loss or virus infiltration. According to analyses by domestic network experts, this cyber attack employed techniques far beyond current technological capabilities. Because there are no digital traces, we cannot locate the source online. However, based on the timelines compiled from across the nation, we deduced that the earliest place to experience the outage was Longan District. Thus, the hacker responsible for the global outage is very likely to be in Longan District. All external access points in Longan District, including airport stations and highways, are under strict control. Therefore, the primary task now is to locate this individual as quickly as possible. The requirement is to capture this person without a scratch. If there are any questions, you may ask now. This string of shocking news, even to the professionally trained criminal police, was quite startling. First, the Ministry of State Security is an organization directly under central government jurisdiction. Most criminal police will never encounter that level throughout their careers. Moreover, the mastermind behind the global internet outage is actually in Longan District. This is both an opportunity and a hot potato. At this moment, someone raised a question. Director Chen, do we have any more detailed leads? Chen Zemin shook his head helplessly, saying no. Another officer asked, what if the target is hostile and resists? What should we do? Chen Zemin replied earnestly, please remember the highest directive, we must capture him or without a scratch. Seeing no further questions, Chen Zemin began assigning tasks. We will still use the method of time deduction, investigating various internet companies' residential areas and internet cafes. We need to pinpoint the time of the outage down to the second to narrow down our search range. Captain Zhang, I leave the division and grouping to you. Our investigation team members will be dispersed into each group to act together. Zhang Chenggang nodded and began the grouping. After the meeting, Wang Yu found Huang Wei. Captain, what about the case of Xiedebiao? Huang Wei helplessly replied, let's hold off on that for now. Let's find the people from the Ministry of State Security first. Li Fan was unaware that the network incident he caused in the morning had already been precisely located to Longan District by the authorities and that actions were underway. Meanwhile, he was in a different space discussing his zero-cost purchase plan with Ran Lin. It was also inspired by Uncle Ji, as the Shijiao Logistics Park is located in a remote area with large transport trucks being the main traffic. There are few surveillance cameras and low foot traffic. The most critical factor is that tomorrow marks the National Day holiday, making the logistics park even less crowded. Ran Lin has already synchronized the global data. Hacking into the logistics park surveillance system would be a piece of cake. This is the 3D panoramic view of the logistics park. If you want to sneak in, I can help you manage the surveillance. But how to avoid the security personnel, you will have to figure out yourself. Li Fan smirked and said, aren't you a high-level technological civilization? Can't you make me some cloaking gear or something? Of course I can. Really? Then hurry up and get me one. Ran Lin rolled her eyes beautifully, pointing to the still gray high-tech laboratory and armed lab, saying, once you activate these two, not to mention cloaking gear, producing an aircraft carrier is no problem as long as you can provide the materials. The flickering hope was instantly extinguished. Li Fan fiddled with the 3D map of the logistics park, constantly pondering feasible plans in his mind. He casually asked, can the materials lab make me a human skin mask? Sure, just provide the materials. What materials? Plastic and latex. Li Fan was elated to hear the materials were so simple. He turned and exited the different space, bringing all the plastic items from his home and a latex mattress to the materials lab. In less than 10 minutes, a realistic human face mask was created. Li Fan eagerly put it on, and his original college student face transformed into that of a plain-looking middle-aged man in his 50s. Moreover, the mask's contours moved with his facial expressions, making it feel like he had changed his head entirely. Looking at the mask, Li Fan decided to scout the place tomorrow. If it matched his expectations, he would carry out his plan at night. The next morning, Li Fan first went to his supermarket, sweeping away all the supplies and shelves before hailing a taxi toward the Shijiao area. The driver was a middle-aged man chatting with a colleague via voice. Old Zhang, did you borrow a long-distance trip? Where are you now? Sai, I can't get away. I was stopped at the highway entrance. What's the situation? I heard there's a serial killer in our Longan district. They are under strict control. Now, airports and stations are all tightly regulated. To leave the province, one must have proof from their workplace or community. What kind of killer? How serious is it? How would I know? Listening to the conversation between the two drivers, Li Fan felt a pang of bitterness. What was inevitable had finally arrived. A wanted killer wouldn't cause such a commotion. If he was right, the authorities had already locked onto Longan district. However, finding himself in a city with over 10 million people would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as he stayed low for another week or so, everything would be fine. The Shijiao Logistics Park is located at the junction of Shijiao Chang'an Prefecture and Chengsang City, within an industrial park. It is unclear whether the complete halt of trucks in the logistics park is due to the National Day holiday or the martial law imposed on Chang'an Prefecture. The entire industrial park is less populated than expected, with only a few patrolling security guards occasionally visible. This presents an excellent opportunity for Li Fan. Putting down the binoculars, Li Fan entered the alternate space and asked Ran Lin, "Can you access the surveillance system of the logistics park now?" "Yes," Ran Lin replied, manipulating the control panel for a moment. Then over 40 screens projected the surveillance footage from the logistics park. The logistics park has a total of 48 cameras, 12 warehouses, and 4 cameras in each warehouse. There are 5 security rooms located between warehouses number 2, 4, 6, 08, and 10. Each security room has 3 guards, and every half hour 2 guards will go out for a patrol, but they only patrol outside the warehouses and do not enter. You just need to slip in after the guards finish their patrol and gather the supplies. Last night, Li Fan had already memorized the layout of the logistics park, with the security rooms positioned to observe the entrances of the nearby warehouses. The warehouse doors are equipped with facial recognition, making it impossible to enter through the front door without alerting the guards. However, each warehouse has 2 ventilation holes with a diameter of 80 centimeters equipped with exhaust fans. First, he has to climb up to the 3-meter-high ventilation hole. Within half an hour, then cut off the power to the exhaust fan, remove the fan, and enter the warehouse. This was the plan he had devised last night. Now all that was left was to wait for nightfall. By 10 p.m., the logistics park had fallen completely silent. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Li Fan first approached the rear of warehouse No. 1, hiding beneath a large truck and waiting for the guards to pass by. Soon the voices of 2 male guards chatting and the beams of their flashlights passed by the side of the warehouse. "You say the boss has given everyone a holiday. Why haven't we been given a break? Stop complaining. We have a holiday too, but who will watch the warehouse? TCH, what era is this? There are cameras everywhere. The warehouse is fully enclosed, and the door has facial recognition. Do you think thieves can still steal things through the ventilation? Saihu told us to earn this kind of money. Alright, stop shining the light, just do the minimum. Do you really think there are thieves?" As they spoke, the 2 men hurriedly made a round and left. Seizing the moment, Li Fan crawled out from under the truck and came to the ventilation hole below. He took out a retractable ladder from the space, climbed up to the hole, then took out a pair of pliers, cut off the power to the exhaust fan, removed it with a power screwdriver, and stored both the fan and the ladder back into the alternate space. He couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of having an alternate space. It was truly splendid. Once Li Fan entered the warehouse, he was astonished by the sheer abundance of supplies within. Compared to his own small supermarket, the difference was like that between a hamster and an elephant. All kinds of daily necessities were available, and everything on his list could be found here. There were also many items not on the list. After glancing at the notes on the shelves, he realized that this warehouse No. 1 was for the goods of the 2 branches of the Woni Ma supermarket in Lon City. Without hesitation, Li Fan began to store the shelves one by one into the alternate space. Just this one warehouse took him a full half hour to empty. After the guards completed their second patrol, he retraced his steps through the ventilation hole and headed towards warehouse No. 2. And so it went until after 4 in the morning. Li Fan was nearly exhausted after clearing out 10 warehouses. The last 2 warehouses were different from the previous 10. When Li Fan climbed into warehouse No. 11, he was shocked to discover that it was filled not with supplies, but with a variety of luxury vehicles. They were neatly lined up, with Mercedes and BMWs being the least impressive vehicles among them. What excited Li Fan the most was a Doomsday Fortress RV, the Unicat Terra Cross 59. Li Fan was seeing the actual vehicle for the first time, having previously researched its specifications online. Priced at 80 million, the vehicle measures 9,538 millimeters, 2,492 millimeters, 3,465 millimeters, while its cargo dimensions are 5,780 millimeters, 2,360 millimeters, 1950 millimeters. The space is very spacious, comfortably accommodating 56 people. It uses the Mancom 18-330 all-wheel drive chassis and 4 Michelin military truck tires, boasting formidable off-road capabilities. The top of the vehicle features 4 high-power xenon projection headlights with the fuel tank, battery, diesel engine, and storage boxes distributed along the sides at the bottom. When fully fueled, it can travel 1,500 kilometers. Li Fan was so excited that he nearly shouted. What man could resist such temptation? As he touched the earthy yellow body of the vehicle and was about to open the door to experience it, he was interrupted by Ran Lin. It's not that I want to interrupt your emotional outburst, but it is now 4 a.m. Just a friendly reminder there are still 2 hours until the guard shift change. Hearing this, Li Fan quickly reined in his emotions, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and began another round of gathering supplies. After clearing out the vehicles from this warehouse, Li Fan swiftly made his way to the last warehouse. However, the last warehouse left Li Fan utterly disappointed. It was filled with wires of various models. Just as he was about to leave, Ran Lin reminded him, these metals can be used as raw materials. This piqued Li Fan's interest slightly. He entered the warehouse and stored all the cables into the alternate space. After completing the gathering work, Li Fan quietly left. The entire night of busy activity had nearly exhausted Li Fan's mental energy. After walking towards the city for nearly an hour, he managed to hail a taxi and set the destination to a bus stop about 5 or 6 kilometers from home. He then took a bus heading home. In a public restroom near his community, he changed out of his disguise, found a route without surveillance, and returned home, diving straight into bed for a deep sleep. At the Shijiao Logistics Park, the security captain was giving the morning briefing before the shift change, and following regulations, he brought the day's shift leader in for a check. When he opened the door to warehouse No. 1, he was left dumbfounded. He stepped back, closed the door, and opened it again. Where are the goods? Where have they gone? This hoarse shout attracted the attention of the other guards, and when they saw the empty warehouse, they were equally astonished. Especially the night shift guards, who knew that nothing had happened the previous night, yet the goods, and even the shelves in the warehouse, had been taken away, leaving only bare walls. At this moment, one guard quietly reminded, "Captain, hurry and check the other warehouses." Only then did the captain snap out of his panic and lead everyone running towards warehouse No. 2, followed by another piercing shriek. Warehouse No. 3, Warehouse No. 4, Warehouse No. 5, By the time they reached warehouse No. 12, the captain's voice was hoarse, and he could no longer shout. Quickly call the police and notify the boss. None of you from the night shift are allowed to move, control them all. The 10 or so night shift guards were all in a panic, hastily defending themselves. Captain, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, everything was normal last night. There are cameras, right? The captain felt uneasy. As captain, he couldn't take the blame for losing so many supplies. He sternly said, "Let's wait for the police to clarify everything. Until they arrive, no one is allowed to leave, especially those of you who were on the night shift." A few minutes later, a Maybach sped into the logistics park storage area, coming to a halt, as if it were about to take off. A middle-aged man dressed in pajamas rushed out of the Maybach and approached the security captain, speaking in a deep voice. "I hope to hear you say that your earlier call was a joke." The security captain hoarsely replied, "Boss, it's all gone. Everything is gone. Not even the exhaust fans are left behind." Ji Wooly pushed past the security captain and hurried into the adjoining warehouse No. For looking at the empty space, his hopes shattered. Then he hurriedly made his way to warehouse No. 11. He knew that all the supplies here could not compare to the value of warehouse No. 11A, and he still held on to a glimmer of hope. But when he saw the empty scene in warehouse No. 11, his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing straight down. The guards around him were thrown into chaos. Some called for an ambulance, some attempted first aid for the boss, and others hurriedly took out their phones to post on social media. 4 police cars and an ambulance entered the logistics park one after another, and a director stepped out of the first police car. Looking at the chaotic scene, he said to the accompanying officers, "Control the scene and find the person in charge." The officers complied and soon brought in the security team leader. "Are you the person in charge here? What is your name and position?" The security team leader answered nervously, "I am the security team leader here. My name is Zhang Xiao. Where is your boss? Why isn't he at the scene after such a big incident?" Zhang Xiao frowned and pointed to the ambulance that had just left, saying, "The boss has just been taken away." The director Ma Honggong oversaw this area, which hadn't seen any public security cases for a long time. Every year it was recognized as a model for public security, and he was close to being promoted after enduring another year. But this time, with a case occurring, it undermined his achievements over the years. He knew Ji Wooly. After all, he was the largest logistics owner in the western suburbs, and when he received the call this morning, he initially thought it was just a petty theft. However, upon hearing the details of the report, he could no longer sit still. All 12 warehouses had been completely emptied, with an estimated value of 13 billion. He had no choice but to lead the team, personally mobilizing the entire department. "Now tell me what you know about the situation." Zhang Xiao nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, officer. This morning I came to work as usual. According to regulations, we have a morning meeting at 6 a.m. And before the day shift and night shift handover, we need to inspect the warehouses. But when we entered the warehouse, it was empty. There was nothing left. We checked the surveillance, but everything appeared normal on the footage. Was there anything unusual during your last handover?" "The last handover was at 9 p.m. yesterday, and all the goods were present with nothing unusual." "So the goods were lost between 9 p.m. last night and 6 a.m. this morning. Did any trucks enter or exit the logistics park during that time?" Zhang Xiao decisively shook his head, saying, "No, wasn't Chang'an City under martial law. Trucks couldn't leave, and the boss had directly given all drivers and staff a day off except for security. Director Zhang Honggang frowned, feeling that the situation sounded absurd. Take me to check a few warehouses. Zhang Xiao led the director into the warehouse, and the director's confusion grew even more. Each warehouse here is the size of a football field, and with 12 completely filled warehouses, even under normal circumstances, it would take 20 to 30 people a whole day to move everything. It would require hundreds of trucks to transport everything. How could it all be cleared in just one night, in 8 hours? This matter sounds so surreal. He immediately instructed the officers beside him, arranged for a few people to separately question the security staff from last night's shift. In fact, the director had another thought in mind. Could it be that Ji Wooly orchestrated this as a play and there were no goods involved? Or perhaps he had embezzled the goods and was attempting to commit insurance fraud. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by the surveillance footage, which showed that the goods were indeed present during the handover yesterday. This incident had exceeded the capabilities of their precinct, and reluctantly, they had to report it to the municipal bureau. Upon receiving the report, the municipal bureau also received calls from Woni Ma and the municipal committee. The municipal bureau had no choice but to pull 2 key officers from an ongoing search task and assemble a special investigation team with a forensic expert and a cyber expert. The 2 officers pulled back were Huang Wei and Wang Yue, who served as the team leader and deputy team leader respectively. By the time they arrived at the logistics park, it was already noon. The logistics park had been completely sealed off, and all security personnel were locked in their offices. When Director Ma Honggang saw the newcomers, he greeted them warmly. "I didn't expect the municipal bureau to send you too. Yours simply are safe." Huang Wei, seeing his old comrade's troubled expression, didn't waste time. As they walked toward the warehouse, he asked, "What's the situation now?" "Sai, after 26 years in the police force, I've seen all sorts of cases. But this case is simply hair-raising." "What do you mean?" "A total of 12 warehouses stocked with abundant materials, including hundreds of luxury cars with an estimated total value of 13 billion, vanished into thin air overnight." Huang Wei paused in surprise and asked, "Vanished into thin air? What do you mean by that?" "Old Ma, you're not usually this careless." Ma Honggang helplessly spread his hands and said, "I wish it were different, but that's the reality. Surveillance footage and everyone's testimonies can confirm that the goods were still there before 9 p.m. last night. But by 6 a.m., the warehouse was collectively empty. There were no vehicles entering or exiting the park, and the warehouse door was a facial recognition 3-known security gate. There were no signs of forced entry or unfamiliar finger. The only way into the warehouse was through a 3-meter high ventilation hole. Think about it. How did the suspects manage to transport hundreds of tons of goods through an 80-centimeter vent in just 8 hours? I can't fathom it, and my mind is about to explode. Huang Wei felt increasingly uneasy, thinking, what kind of bizarre case is this? It would be easier to catch hackers among 13 million people. And now the director is putting pressure on us to solve the case within a week and recover the lost goods. Wang Yu was also shocked, feeling a mix of despair and helplessness. He initially thought he had escaped a needle-in-a-haystack situation, but now he found himself in a realm of supernatural battles. With a sorrowful expression, he said to Huang Wei, "Team leader Huang, shouldn't we find time to pray at a temple?" Ma Honggang chimed in, "Count me in." Huang Wei sighed, forcing himself to stay upbeat, saying, "All right, enough complaining. We're seasoned officers. There's no such thing as a perfect crime." "Wang, will you go over the security guard statements again?" Turning to the cyber expert, he said, "Please take over their surveillance system and check for any signs of tampering or intrusion." And to the forensic expert, he said, "Please check the ventilation openings and the area around the warehouse to see if you can find any fingerprints, footprints, or other trace evidence." Each took their tasks and left, while Huang Wei and the director entered the warehouse, carefully observing every corner. However, the more they looked, the more alarmed they became. The traces left on the shelves were obvious, but there were no dragging marks on them. This indicates that the goods along with the shelves were lifted directly. Looking at the length of the shelf marks, they must be at least several meters long. If filled with goods, a single shelf would weigh several tons. Without any large machinery, how could they have moved it? Huang Wei felt increasingly desperate, ultimately leaving the warehouse, sitting in the police car with the door open, smoking, hoping that either of the 2 experts or Wang Yu could bring some good news. It wasn't until around 3 in the afternoon that the 3 returned, looking exhausted. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke up, "I'll go first. The security guards' testimonies have no issues. Basically, they were consistent with what Director Ma told us. There are no suspicious points." The forensic expert said, "I found something. There are traces of ladder feet under the ventilation hole, and the suspects' footprints are quite vague, likely because they were wearing shoe covers. There are climbing traces in the hollow, but no clothing fibers or fingerprints, which suggests they were wearing gloves. These clues are of little help." The cyber expert continued, "The surveillance was not tampered with and the system was not compromised. I checked the surveillance from 9 p.m. last night to 6 a.m. this morning, and no one appeared in the footage." Huang Wei, hearing this, helplessly took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Sai, thank you for your hard work. Let's take a break and bring all usable data and clues to discuss. Wait, are you saying no one appeared in the surveillance last night? Wang Yu suddenly interrupted Huang Wei as if he had discovered something crucial. The cyber expert replied, yes, no one appeared at all, including the security guards on night duty. Yes, the security guards did not appear either. Wang Yu excitedly clapped his hands and said, but the security guards said they would patrol every half hour during their night shift, and there are 2 cameras along their route that should have captured them. Huang Wei immediately reacted, tossing aside his cigarette, but saying, so you mean either the security guards are lying or the surveillance has been tampered with? The cyber expert immediately retorted, the surveillance could not have been tampered with, though I've checked it multiple times. Huang Wei frowned and said to Director Ma, Old Ma arranged for someone to send the security team leader and the night security guards along with their hard drives to the criminal police team. We will interrogate them in rotation. Wang Yu contact the traffic management department and request all road surveillance footage leading to the logistics park from the last 3 days to be sent back to the team. Wang Yu agreed, and then fell into deep thought, flashes of insight crossing his mind, but he couldn't quite grasp them. Li Shui courtyard. It was only after 5 in the afternoon that Li Fan finally woke up, rubbing his heavy head. 8 to 9 hours of sleep had restored his exhausted mental energy. He patted his growling stomach. Rising from bed, he headed to the kitchen and pulled out a pile of high-end ingredients from his storage space, preparing to treat himself. Iberian ham, alba, white truffles, almas, caviar, French foie gras, and blue lobster, along with a pot of Hebius rosy rice. Li Fan relished this fusion dinner. In the apocalypse, let alone these world-class ingredients, even a single instant noodle would be a precious resource, certainly capable of delighting even the most beautiful women. After satisfying his hunger, Li Fan took out his phone and opened a short video, immediately confronted with a theft case at a logistics yard. He casually flipped through a few videos, all from various self-media outlets, each with bizarre claims and increasingly wild theories. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head at the absurdity, with stories of century-old robbers redistributing wealth, alien beings collecting samples, and even conspiracy theories about a small-time villain lurking domestically to gather resources. However, the officials had not issued a single formal announcement, only a few interview videos from official media outlets that didn't address the issue directly, filled with evasive bureaucratic language. Yet Li Fan recognized a familiar figure in the video. That female police officer turned out to be a deputy captain of the criminal police. He lit a post-meal cigarette, pondering over the matter of fuel and weapons. A small amount of diesel could easily be obtained from the gas station, but the quantity he needed was substantial. In addition to the use of a generator over the next 2 months, he also had a Doomsday Fortress RV, the Unicat Terra Cross 59. This was a true fuel guzzler with a primary fuel tank of 600 liters and an auxiliary tank of 400 liters. According to the current fuel price of 7.8 yuan, filling it up once would cost 7 to 8,000. To acquire a large quantity of diesel aside from the gas station, Li Fan thought of another place, Su Jian's commercial concrete station, where there was a dedicated diesel refueling site for his company. The next morning, Li Fan headed straight to Su Jian's company, making his way to Su Jian's office, knocking on the door before entering. To his surprise, there was a young girl in the office along with Su Jian. Upon seeing Li Fan, the girl excitedly ran over, linking her arm with his, and affectionately calling out, Li Fan, Gidge, long time no see. Li Fan, Gidge, long time no see. Li Fan scrutinized her for a moment before uncertainly asking, are you see-you? Have you forgotten me, your childhood sweetheart, after going to college and being surrounded by all those rotten peach blossoms? Upon hearing her response, he confirmed that the girl was indeed Su Jian's daughter, Su Siyu, about 160 centimeters tall. However, her outfit, a crop top, red hair, chewing gum, and smoky makeup, made her look like a troubled girl. If Li Fan remembered correctly, she was now a freshman at Jiaodong University. When their parents were still alive, their families often dined together, and they were quite close. One could say she was Li Fan's childhood sweetheart, but back then Su Siyu had a sweet appearance and was very well behaved. Li Fan looked at Su Siyu's outrageous outfit, then glanced at Su Jian's heaving chest, and couldn't help but greet them with a wry smile. Long time no see, this style is quite unique. I almost didn't recognize you. Su Jian looked at his daughter with a pained expression, scolding angrily, look at how you don't even resemble a girl. I give you until the end of today to change out of that crop top and dye your hair back. Otherwise, I'll freeze your card. If you dare freeze my card, I'll run away from home. You can just hold on to your money. You really want to drive me to death. Li Fan quickly stepped forward to support Su Jian, comforting him. Uncle Su, don't get angry, let me talk to her. Turning to Su Siyu, he said, you wait outside for a moment, we'll talk later. Su Siyu glanced at her furious father, pouted, and walked out of the office. After a while, Su Jian calmed down and sighed. Ever since I divorced her mother and she went to the Eagle Country, this girl has become more and more uncontrollable. When you have time, go accompany her. You two were very close when you were young and she listened to you. I'm all right. How's your media company coming along? When will it open? It's almost done, probably ready the day after tomorrow. We're just waiting for a few more things, once that's set we can open. Work steadily one step at a time. Why did you come today? Li Fan placed the gift he had brought on the desk, saying, I have another matter to trouble you with. Su Jian looked at the red wine Li Fan gifted and praised him, saying, not bad, you've grown and learned about the ways of the world. But don't use this on me, who I watched you grow up. Do you think I need your stuff to help you? Just take everything back, and if there's something, just say it directly. I want Uncle Su to help me get some diesel. Su Jian picked up the phone on his desk, dialed a number, and instructed the person on the other end, while casually asking, how much do you need? 10,000 tons. Su Jian was stunned, slowly hanging up the phone and asking, are you sure you didn't misstate the unit? It's tons, not liters. Li Fan knew his request was a bit shocking and nodded helplessly. What kind of joke is this? You know my concrete station and some construction machinery only use 4,000 tons a month, and you just asked for 10,000. What do you plan to develop the Himalayas? I had no other choice, I just found you. The usage is temporarily not convenient to disclose, but rest assured it's not anything illegal. Su Jian stared at Li Fan, examining him for a long time. He knew this kid had good character, and finally said, 10,000 tons is impossible, it would attract attention. They'll let you have 1,000 tons from my share for now, and you can come back for more. I want to ask about the usage. I trust you to be a sensible kid. 1,000 tons, although not much, should suffice until the viral outbreak. Large-scale fuel transactions are indeed easily monitored, and Li Fan didn't want to draw too much attention. With this in mind, he didn't press further and quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Uncle Su. They'll call the gas station and have a tanker sent to your base. Prepare your storage tanks in advance. They'll cover the fuel costs for now, and you can settle it together when you pay for the final project. Okay, just have them deliver it to the base the day after tomorrow. I have storage tanks ready. Su Jian waved his hand, saying, go ahead, if you're not busy today, go spend some time with Siyu. After thanking Su Jian again, Li Fan turned to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted Su Siyu sneaking around the door, listening in. Upon seeing Li Fan, she naturally linked her arm with his and said, let's go shopping. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she pulled Li Fan out. Once they reached outside the company, Li Fan said, take off the wig, it looks quite awkward. Su Siyu paused at his words, feeling embarrassed, as she replied, you noticed it. This style doesn't suit you at all. Are you not afraid of really driving your dad to the edge? Su Siyu pulled off the wig, revealing her long, smooth black hair that cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. She then took out a wet wipe from her bag and removed her fiery red lipstick and dark eyeshadow. In an instant, she transformed from a troublesome girl into a demure beauty. Playfully winking at Li Fan, she said, I don't want to upset him either. Ever since my mom left, my dad has completely let me go and focused solely on making money. His conversations are always filled with the smell of copper. If I don't occasionally remind him of my existence, I'm afraid he might forget he has a daughter. Li Fan didn't really want to go shopping with her, as he planned to visit the ancient swordcraft store to pick up some suitable weapons for his material lab. So he said, forget shopping, let's go for hot pot instead. Two individuals arrived at a renowned Sichuan hot pot restaurant in Chang'an, chatting casually while reminiscing about the past. By the way, Li Fan, I heard you're planning to establish a media base. Yes, it's almost finished. Su Siyu's eyes lit up, and she asked with a hint of meaning, so you'll be developing in Chang'an from now on? Yes, that's the plan for now. What about Yuan Ruoxua? Li Fan paused while picking up food with his chopsticks. Ever since discovering that dream was a reality, he had deliberately avoided discussing Yuan Ruoxua. Suddenly being brought up, he couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. Not wanting to delve into this topic further, he urged, let's eat quickly. I still need to stop by the craft market after this. Su Siyu noticed Li Fan's reluctance to discuss Yuan Ruoxua and smiled slightly, following up on his words, what are you going to the craft market for? To buy some tang knives and crossbows for live streaming displays. He continued, I know a workshop that specializes in crafting ancient cold weapons. It's a centuries-old shop, and the ancestors were blacksmiths. The technique of crafting tang horizontal swords has been passed down since the Tang dynasty, and this is the only one in all of Chang'an. Li Fan immediately became interested and asked, where is it? Su Siyu smiled mischievously and said, you'll accompany me to a birthday party today, and I'll tell you then. Li Fan thought for a moment. Aside from weapons, all his supplies had already exceeded the target. He decided to accompany her, considering it a break from the tense state he had been in, and agreed to Su Siyu's invitation. After dinner, Su Siyu drove Li Fan back to her villa, leaving him in the living room while she went upstairs to change into a different outfit. When Su Siyu appeared before him in a pristine, white dress, Li Fan finally reacted. The temperature had risen over the past few days, hovering around 25 degrees Celsius. Since he had been wearing refined clothing, he hadn't felt the heat. If Li Fan remembered correctly, in 4 days the temperature would reach 50 degrees. That would mark the beginning of disaster. Looking at the cool beauty before him, lightly adorned with makeup, he finally spoke up, Siyu, do you trust me? Su Siyu was taken aback by Li Fan's question and immediately replied, you are my Li Fan, of course I trust you. Good. Then listen carefully. Starting tomorrow, you should stock up on as many supplies as possible, especially water. The more the better. The day after tomorrow, take your dad and stay at home. Don't go anywhere. Seeing the serious demeanor on Li Fan's face, Su Xiu inexplicably felt nervous and asked Li Fan, is something going to happen? Just remember my words. The more supplies the better. If one day you can't hold on any longer, come to the base I built to find me. Originally, Li Fan wanted Su Jian's parents to continue living their lives as they had, but after his rebirth, he interacted with Su Jian and her father too much. He was unsure if his presence would create a butterfly effect and alter their original. Thinking of how Su Jian cared for him like a younger sibling, he ultimately couldn't harden his heart. He left them a way out. Although Su Xiu didn't know what would happen, she decided to follow Li Fan's advice out of her trust in him. As evening approached, Su Xiu drove Li Fan to a KTV, found a room, and entered while holding Li Fan's arm. The luxurious private room was spacious and filled with energetic young people in their 20s singing and drinking. Upon seeing Su Xiu enter, a few men and women came over to greet her. A girl with a baby face said, "Xiu, I thought you were going to stand me up." Su Xiu handed the prepared gift box to the girl and said, "Jinning, happy birthday. You're my good friend, how could I not come?" Jinning smiled while accepting the gift and teasingly asked Su Xiu, "Xiu, I didn't see it coming. No wonder so many boys pursue you, but you ignore them. Turns out you have a hidden crush. Aren't you going to introduce him?" Su Xiu proudly tightened her grip on Li Fan's arm and said, "This is my childhood friend Li Fan. Don't get any ideas." Her words drew laughter from the girls and jealousy from the boys, among whom was a handsome guy wearing designer clothes and glasses glaring at Li Fan with hostility. Li Fan also noticed this hostility and shook his head helplessly, realizing he had been brought along by Su Xiu as a shield. It was clear that the guy with glasses was one of Su Xiu's suitors. The baby-faced girl looked at Li Fan with satisfaction and said, "So you are Li Fan. I've heard Xiu talk about you. You better treat our Xiu well." "Oh, you're such a busybody." Su Xiu stole a glance at Li Fan's reaction, noticing he didn't refute it, but merely smiled faintly. She quickly pulled Li Fan to find a place to sit down. Meanwhile, around the glasses-wearing guy were a few other boys, one of whom said to him, "When go, what should we do? That guy seems to have a complicated relationship with Su Xiu. Should we confess?" The glasses-wearing guy named Xiao Hanwen had parents who were archaeologists and was a student at Xianjiadong University. He had been pursuing Su Xiu for years without success. He had wanted to confess tonight, but unexpectedly a Chun Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. Watching Su Xiu attentively serving Li Fan drinks and fruits, a surge of unexplainable anger rose within him. He raised his glass and walked towards Su Xiu. "Xiu, who is this?" Su Xiu frowned at Xiao Hanwen, who was holding a glass, and casually replied, "My childhood friend." Xiao Hanwen laughed indifferently and said, "So, just friends? Looks like I still have a chance." Li Fan observed this guy, noticing his arrogant demeanor, occasionally fiddling with the luxury watch on his wrist, emanating an air of pretentiousness. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself that although he was in a 21-year-old body, he had the heart of someone experienced. He found the youthful rivalry amusing and had the idea to tease the young man. But before he could speak, a voice echoed in his mind. Li Fan Colonia detected a faint fluctuation from Nuka. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's heart raced, and he immediately replied in his mind, "Can you pinpoint the exact location? I need to leverage your senses to find the source." Without thinking, Li Fan immediately agreed. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry." Then Li Fan felt a heat rising in his eyes, the pupils disappearing and transforming into a vast starry sky mirroring the eyes of Ran Lin. He turned his head to sweep around the room, finally fixing his gaze on Xiao Hanwen, and then his azure eyes returned to normal. Ran Lin's voice came again, "It's on him. The energy is very weak. It should be a fragment, not a complete form." Li Fan raised a hand to scratch his chin, looking at Xiao Hanwen with a greedy smile. Su Xiu felt extremely annoyed at the fiery gaze of Xiao Hanwen. Her previously joyful smile instantly faded as she stole several glances at Li Fan. However, she noticed Li Fan, arms crossed, stroking his chin, watching Xiao Hanwen with great interest, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Her heart sank further. "Xiu, since the first moment I saw you in the library, I understood that in my future life you are my protagonist. Over the past year, every smile and frown of yours has tugged at my heartstrings. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" After saying this, Xiao Hanwen confidently stood on the stage, extending his right hand towards Su Xiu, signaling her to come up. The room was instantly filled with screams and whistles as Xiao Hanwen's friends led everyone in a chant, "Get together! Get together! Get together!" Su Xiu frowned deeply, her small hands clenched tightly, feeling extremely agitated. Xiao Hanwen had ruined her good mood for the day. She despised this feeling of being forced into the spotlight, which felt like moral coercion. She really wanted to grab Li Fan and leave, but her gaze eventually landed on him amidst the raucous crowd. Li Fan noticed the grievance in Su Xiu's eyes, shook his head, helplessly stood up, and waved at Xiao Hanwen. As everyone saw Li Fan's action, the noise gradually subsided. In fact, everyone there had witnessed Su Xiu entering with her arm linked with Li Fan's, but since they were not familiar, they naturally sided with the wealthy classmate Xiao Hanwen. Seeing Li Fan's action, Xiao Hanwen glanced at the situation he had created, wearing a gracious smile, while hiding his disdain, and said, "This friend, what is it you want?" His voice amplified through the microphone, seemingly trying to suppress Li Fan with this little trick. Li Fan stepped over the crowd, approached Xiao Hanwen, took the bouquet of roses from his hand, and smiled. Classmate, your confession lacks sincerity. Relying on a bouquet to pursue a girl. Come on, it's 2024. Is there no other gift besides flowers? How about a necklace, a diamond, or something like that? Girls love shiny things. After saying this, Li Fan looked at Xiao Hanwen expectantly, as if it was he, not Su Siyu, who was receiving the confession. However, to Xiao Hanwen and the crowd, Li Fan's words sounded like intentional provocation. Xiao Hanwen, instead of getting angry, wore a confident expression and said arrogantly, "Of course I know Siyu is not that kind of materialistic girl. What I prepared is not the usual trivial gifts." Saying this, he took out a beautifully packaged gift box from his pocket and slowly opened it, revealing a platinum necklace inside. This is a necklace specially crafted by a jewelry master. This crystal was obtained by my parents from an archaeological professor in Bashu, and its hardness and transparency far exceed that of diamonds, making it more valuable than diamonds. It is the only one in the world unique, just like my promise to see you. After saying this, he even raised an eyebrow at Li Fan provocatively, while most of the crowd in the box expressed their dissatisfaction with Li Fan's sudden interruption. Li Fan's gaze, however, was fixed on the necklace, specifically on its pendant, which was the very Nuka fragment he had been yearning for. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it excited him immensely. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he already had a plan in mind. Su Siyu came to Li Fan's side, linking her arm with his. She didn't want to see Li Fan in an awkward situation. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Li Fan show a disdainful expression and say, "Classmate, if you don't have money, you could at least buy a hair tie instead of trying to fool people with fake goods." How shameless. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately sparked discussions among the crowd. No way Xiao Hanwen's necklace is fake. Don't listen to that boy's nonsense. Look at his clothes, they probably cost less than a month's pocket money for Xiao Hanwen. He's just being stubborn. Exactly, Su Siyu is one of the 8 beauties of Jiaodong University. How could she bring someone like him? It's truly embarrassing. Hearing the surrounding discussions, which were all condemning Li Fan, made Su Siyu furious. She shouted, "Enough, Xiao Hanwen, I don't like you, and I hate this kind of public confession that coerces others." Xiao Hanwen's smile vanished, and he said, "Siyu, you are also a well-known rich girl in Chang'an, and my family comes from a scholarly background. My feelings for you are not mixed with any interests. But there are many Phoenix men nowadays. You must distinguish who is sincere and who is after your family background." Li Fan didn't want the focus to shift. He still hadn't gotten his hands on the fragment yet, so he quickly interjected, "What sincerity are you talking about? The gifts you give are all fake, and you still have the nerve to talk about sincerity? Friend, I have tolerated you for long enough. Time and again you've claimed that the necklace I gifted is fake. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Several of Xiao Hanwen's friends stood behind him, ready to take action if no explanation was given. Su Siyu stepped forward, blocking Li Fan, transforming from a pure and gentle girl into a fierce little wildcat, shouting at Xiao Hanwen and his friends, "Who dares to touch him?" This moment surprised Li Fan, as if he saw the girl who died in his arms before the apocalypse. He felt a surge of emotion, reached out, and pulled Su Siyu to the side, saying, "Stay back, you don't need to stand in front of me." He then walked to within a meter of Xiao Hanwen, and the crowd parted to make way. Why is everyone so tense? Are we gangsters on the street? I say this thing is fake, then it is fake. Our Shigong University is world-renowned in the field of materials. This piece of material is a new type developed by our school a few years ago, but its industrial value is too low and its commercial value is less than that of silver. It is considered a discarded product. This small piece is worth even less than a lollipop, and you boast about it, as if it were a priceless gem. You're talking nonsense. My dad bought this from an old archaeology professor for 2000, and there's a whole stack of test reports. You dare to tell me this is your school's discarded trash? Hearing Li Fan's words, the crowd's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. Discussions erupted again. Shigong University is a leader in materials science. They lead many aerospace projects. Could what Li Fan said be true? Who knows? Today's show is getting interesting. If this is fake, Xiao Hanwen will be truly humiliated. I need to film a video and post it online. Seeing the crowd's interest piqued, Li Fan smiled. Facts speak louder than words. This thing can be easily destroyed to powder with a little experiment. The crystal would turn to ash after absorbing energy. He had learned this from Ku Peng the previous night while drinking. Alright, let's have your experiment. Xiao Hanwen did not believe Li Fan. His father had once consulted diamond experts for verification, and he didn't believe Li Fan could turn this crystal into powder. Seeing Xiao Hanwen taking the bait, Li Fan was excited, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he extended his hand toward him. Xiao Hanwen hesitated no longer and handed the necklace to him. "Give me a glass of wine." Immediately someone behind brought a bottle of foreign wine and an empty cup, filling it in front of everyone and handing it to him. Li Fan held up the wine glass, indicating to everyone, "As you can see, this is a glass of ordinary wine. All I need to do is drop the necklace into it." and in no time this so-called crystal, which is harder than diamonds, will turn to powder. The crowd looked at Li Fan, some with disdain, some with ridicule, and some with doubt. Li Fan held the crystal and turned to Xiao Hanwen, teasing, "If it really turns to powder, you won't ask me to compensate, will you?" Xiao Hanwen was furious, gritting his teeth. "If it turns to powder, I'll call you dad. If it doesn't, I'll make you pay for your arrogance today." Li Fan smiled knowingly, communicating with Ran Lin in his mind, allowing her to absorb energy. He immediately pressed the crystal pendant into the wine glass and stirred it continuously to buy time. In less than 10 seconds, he received the message that Ran Lin had finished absorbing energy. Before everyone's eyes, the crystal in the cup cracked open and continued to split until it sank to the bottom, turning into a pile of powdery substance, with an empty chain still hanging from the cup's mouth. In the private room, everyone stared at the wine glass in Li Fan's hand. After a few seconds of silence, the room erupted in chaos. "Is this for real? My goodness, do rich second generations really resort to such despicable tricks to deceive girls? How low can you go? Sigh, I trusted the wrong person. He seems so refined, how could he be this kind of person? You can't judge a book by its cover. Nowadays rich second generations are so stingy, spending the least to woo the prettiest girls." Those who had just looked down on Li Fan began to turn on Xiao Hanwen. Even his friends stepped back a little. Li Fan raised his wine glass in front of Xiao Hanwen and said, "Is this what you call something harder than diamonds, unique in its kind?" Xiao Hanwen snatched the glass, checking it over and over, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be. You must have tampered with it, right?" Li Fan shrugged and replied, "Just this." Desperate struggle to shirk responsibility. He then pointed at the boy holding the wine bottle and said, "The wine was poured by your classmate, and the glass was given by your classmate. What tricks could I possibly have played?" The boy pouring the wine protested, "Hey, this has nothing to do with me. I just poured a glass of wine. Who knew your fake couldn't even hold alcohol?" At this moment, a boy standing next to Zhang Jining said, "Xiao Hanwen, enough is enough. It's Jining's birthday party. You had to steal the spotlight. Fine, if you want to take the spotlight, let's support you as classmates. But bringing a fake is just too embarrassing. Exactly when exposed, you just get angry. You're really not a man." The girl who had been filming the video said to the camera, "Folks, who understands being exposed for using a fake diamond to confess and still trying to extort someone, such a pathetic act happening to a rich second generation." Xiao Hanwen's face turned red from the mockery, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. In anger, he smashed the wine glass in his hand and turned to storm out, clearly unable to stay any longer. Li Fan smirked and mischievously called out, "Hey, are you leaving just like that?" Xiao Hanwen stopped, turned his bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What more do you want?" Li Fan smiled and said, "Call me daddy." This sentence ignited Xiao Hanwen's fury entirely, his eyes blazing with menace as he lunged at Li Fan, only to be firmly restrained by a few friends. "But bringing a fake is just too embarrassing. Exactly when exposed, you just get angry. You're really not a man." Li Fan shrugged, thinking to himself, if this were the apocalypse, if someone dared to show such murderous intent towards him, he would have ended him with a single strike long ago. Sighing, he murmured, "A harmonious society has saved you, poor child." Su Siyu approached Li Fan once again, linking her arm with his happily, saying, "How come I never noticed you were this devious before?" "What do you mean? I just helped you out." Su Siyu's beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she smiled sweetly and said, "But you still need to help me with something." Without waiting for Li Fan to respond, Su Siyu loudly announced to everyone, "This is my boyfriend, Li Fan. From now on, this lady also has an owner. So for those who have ideas about me, better change your path fast." Hearing the serious introduction from the campus bell, everyone began to cheer. "I see, big brother, tell us your story." Li Fan was rendered speechless by Su Siyu's unilateral declaration. Looking at her cunning smile, he suddenly felt mischievous and took the microphone, saying, "Siyu and I are childhood friends, innocent and untainted. I've sung 200 songs and she has danced to 200 tunes, so in private she affectionately calls me 200 brother, and I call her 205. Ha!" The crowd burst into laughter at Li Fan's humor, the atmosphere that had been disrupted just moments ago reigniting with warmth. Li Fan, however, was pulled onto the sofa by Su Siyu, facing various forms of reprisal. After getting familiar, everyone surrounded Li Fan, urging him to drink. Li Fan welcomed everyone. After all, such opportunities for indulgence are rare. He also wanted to have a good time after 8 years of apocalypse, and with the tension he felt since returning these past few days, why not let loose a bit during this peaceful world and release the deep-seated frustrations within? Thus that night Li Fan completely unleashed his true nature, and by the time the gathering came to an end, he was utterly intoxicated. Only Su Siyu, Li Fan, Zhang Jining, and another girl remained in the private room. Zhang Jining looked at Su Siyu, who was carefully tending to Li Fan, and said, "Siyu, this Li Fan is the boy you mentioned to us before, right?" Su Siyu nodded, holding a wet tissue to wipe Li Fan's forehead. "It seems you really have feelings for him, but I must remind you he is very closed off, so it will be hard to reach his heart." "I don't mind. Liking someone is just liking them, it shouldn't be about complex matters. I like him, and it has nothing to do with him. I will quietly wait, believing that one day he will turn around and see me behind him, just like that little girl who would cling to him to set off fireworks every New Year. Zhang Jianing shook her head helplessly, saying, "Fine, as your good sister I wish you well. Tonight, I went to great lengths to get everyone to force him to drink, so seize the opportunity. The first one to win his heart will open his soul." Su Siyu's face flushed from Zhang Jianing's words, and she scolded, "Pa, you naughty girl, truly shameless. Hurry up and leave him, taking him back now." Zhang Jianing raised an eyebrow at Su Siyu with a knowing smile, then left with another girl. Su Siyu called a waiter to help her carry Li Fan to her car, heading straight to her villa. Arriving at the villa, it was already 1 a.m. It took a tremendous effort to get Li Fan into the guest room. Bringing hot water and a warm towel, she wiped Li Fan's face, took off his coat and shoes, and after settling him down, she quietly squatted by his bedside. Watching Li Fan's peaceful sleeping face, she extended her delicate finger to trace his high nose, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Unable to resist, she leaned down and left a kiss on Li Fan's cheek, then tiptoed away. At the moment the door closed, Li Fan quietly opened his eyes. He was drunk, but only his body was intoxicated. His mind remained vigilant. This was a habit formed over 8 years in the apocalypse. It was impossible to change overnight. Li Fan was no fool. He understood Su Siyu's intentions, but he could not open his heart to accept a woman. He had witnessed far too many tragedies in the apocalypse. Often the ones who hurt you the most were those closest to you. How many had sent their women to another's bed for a bite to eat, and how many had killed their husbands to cling to a better protector? Human nature is the most complex thing, changing with the environment. In one moment love can run deep, and in the next a knife can be thrust in your back. The painful lessons from the last life had already carved into Li Fan's bones. With his thoughts regained, Li Fan immediately entered the alternate space where he saw Ran Lin had transformed the control room into a new style, complete with a sofa carpet, hanging basket, and snacks scattered all over the floor. She was lounging on a lazy sofa watching a drama on the panoramic projection. Moreover, she had changed out of the mismatched combat uniform into a fitted shirt, a form-fitting floral skirt, and paired her slender legs with flat shoes, truly a beauty beyond compare. Li Fan looked at the unpacked snacks in surprise and asked, "Can you eat?" "No, but I can collect scent molecules through the sensory system and convert them into data in my brain, which is almost like eating." "You really know how to have fun. By the way, can that fragment of energy activate other laboratories?" Ran Lin turned away from the TV, gave Li Fan a big eye roll, and said, "With just that small piece you want to open a laboratory?" Li Fan felt a headache coming on and helplessly replied, "Where did you learn this phrase?" "From Douyin. After synchronization, I can directly browse any of your software. Even if your network crashes later, I can create my own network system, as I have stored all your network data here." Li Fan was once again taken aback. However, he was more concerned about what help that fragment might offer and asked, "Isn't the energy of that fragment of any use?" Ran Lin brought up a panoramic view of the materials laboratory from the control panel, pointing to 2 factory-sized buildings the size of basketball courts on either side, and said, "Of course it is useful. You can choose one of the 2 auxiliary functions next to the materials laboratory to activate." "What do these 2 functions do?" "One is a recycling station, which, as the name suggests, refines waste materials such as old cars, glass, rubber, graphite, and all sorts of elemental waste, which can be decomposed into different materials, again for the materials laboratory to refine. The other is a mineral refining plant specifically for extracting rare elements from ores. Which one do you want to activate?" Li Fan smiled slightly at Ran Lin and said, "Aren't you the one who has already chosen?" Ran Lin, hearing this, gazed at Li Fan, pouted, and said, "You can see through all my little thoughts. I'm just worried you might choose the wrong one. Oh, we don't know when we will find the next crystal. Given the current situation, the recycling station is the optimal choice. You don't have any minerals, so it wouldn't be very useful right now." "Okay, I understand. In the future, if there are similar choices, just give me the answer directly without options. I trust you." Ran Lin stared at Li Fan for a long time, pouted, and said, "You've been served right at your bedside, and you can still pretend to be asleep, which shows you are a very guarded person. I don't want to feel mistrusted in our future interactions." Li Fan shook his head helplessly. Living with a voyeur in his mind meant he had no privacy at all. "Don't worry. I have a rough idea of where the next crystal is." Ran Lin sat up straight, eagerly asking, "Where?" "In Bashu. This crystal fragment came from Bashu, so there must be a complete one there." "Then hurry up and find it. The sooner we find it, the sooner I can unlock some memories, and I can find out where my father has gone and who I really am." "Don't rush, that's not time yet. After the virus outbreak, we will go to Bashu. By the way, I also need to save someone." "Save someone? Who?" Li Fan revealed a nostalgic expression, smiled knowingly, and said, "A fiercely independent girl." Ran Lin looked disdainfully and said, "Tisk, it's another silly girl, isn't it?" After saying that, she ignored Li Fan and focused on watching the drama while activating the recycling station. Li Fan, who had originally planned to go sleep, slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot, can this space directly store liquids?" "Yes, this space can be shaped. Just put what you want to store in here, and I'll arrange it clearly for you. Li Fan looked at Ran Lin, who was absorbed in the drama, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Watch fewer, mindless Korean dramas. I'm going to sleep. Good night." Good night. After Li Fan's consciousness returned, he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Jiayin returned to the villa and found only the nanny making breakfast on the first floor with no sign of his daughter, and was about to go upstairs. He then saw Su Siyu coming down in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes. Seeing his daughter back to her original image, he couldn't help but smile happily and said, "Ha ha, this is how a girl should look. Did you have fun yesterday?" Su Siyu rubbed her sore waist and casually replied, "It was quite fun, but I was worn out by Li Fan last night." Su Jian's smile slowly froze on his face, his mind echoing with the words, "Last night worn out." Su Siyu didn't notice her father's expression and said to the nanny, "Aunt Lu, make some more porridge. Li Fan drank too much last night. He needs some porridge to help his stomach." Su Jiayin lamented, "It's over. I might have accidentally let that little brat steal my daughter." Although Su Jiayin liked Li Fan very much and was inclined to see how their relationship would develop, as a father, hearing that the two had spent the night together brought him mixed feelings. Seeing the pig liver-colored expression on his father's face, Su Siyu knew her father was misunderstanding her and pouted, saying, "What are you thinking? Last night Li Fan accompanied me to a class reunion. He drank too much, so I brought him home, and we slept separately." Su Jiayin looked at his daughter's unkind gaze and awkwardly smiled. "Thank goodness the final defense is still intact. Dad doesn't mind you dating Li Fan, but girls must know how to keep their boundaries." Su Siyu, embarrassed, puffed up her cheeks and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I am not in a relationship with Li Fan." As a father, Su Jiayin could see through his daughter's little thoughts, but chose not to expose them. "You are Dad's only daughter. As long as you are happy, everything else is unimportant. Even if he has nothing. Oh, you are so annoying." Su Siyu didn't want to continue discussing this topic with her father. Suddenly she remembered what Li Fan had asked her to do yesterday, and said to Su Jiayin, "By the way, Dad, Li Fan told me very seriously yesterday to stock up on supplies, especially water. He also said we should stay home starting the day after tomorrow, and that if we can't hold out, we should go to his base to find him." Su Jian's brows furrowed as a serious expression appeared on his face. In fact, he had sensed that something significant was about to happen during this period. First there was a sky full of crimson clouds, followed by a rapid drop in temperature, and after just 2 days it began to rise again. Today is already October 3rd, and according to the norm it should be deep autumn now. Plus, Chang'an Prefecture is located in the north, so the temperature should be around 10 degrees Celsius. But today the temperature has already reached 31 C, and judging by this trend it will continue to rise. Didn't Li Fan tell you why? He didn't say, just that we should stock up on supplies and stay at home. Su Jiayin, being an old hand, had a very sharp mind. He had investigated Li Fan's media base, and combined with the supplies he purchased from several suppliers, remained skeptical about the concept of network marketing. He also recalled that Li Fan was at Shigong University, a school backed by the state, and that many confidential messages were undoubtedly more informed than those in his business. He then said to Su Siyu, "Today Dad will accompany you to gather supplies. It's better to be prepared. I suspect Li Fan has heard some news, but cannot disclose it." "Dad, do you really believe Li Fan's words?" Su Jiayin nodded and said, "I have a feeling something might really happen. If another lockdown like the one a few years ago occurs, it would be troublesome. Let's stock up on more supplies, just in case." Su Siyu happily linked her arm, with Su Jiayin acting cute, and said, "Finally Dad is willing to put down his work and spend time with me." Su Jiayin smiled as he ruffled his daughter's hair, looking towards the second floor guest room, his eyes filled with worry. This sleep was the most peaceful one that Li Fan had ever experienced. After going downstairs, he saw Su Jiayin looking at him with profound meaning, gently saying, "Young man, take care of your health. Don't ruin your body with excessive drinking." Su Siyu interrupted unpleasantly, saying, "All right, you're so chatty, hurry up and eat your meal." At the dining table, Li Fan drank his porridge and asked Su Siyu, "Siyu, where is that craft workshop located?" "It's at No. 13 Bell Tower Lane. There's an antique weapons shop. It's easy to find. If you'd like, I can accompany you there." Li Fan shook his head and replied, "No need, I can go by myself. Don't forget what I told you yesterday." At this moment, Su Jiayin interjected, saying, "Xiao Fan, tell uncle the truth. Is something big about to happen?" Li Fan pondered for a moment on how to phrase it, then said, "I overheard an astronomy professor at our school mention that for a long time in the future temperatures might rise to a terrifying level. As for how long, they couldn't say, so it's best to stock up on supplies." Su Jiayin could tell that Li Fan was hiding something, but he didn't pry further, nodding and saying, "All right, let's go buy supplies today. Thank you for reminding us." After finishing breakfast, Li Fan bid farewell to Su Jiayin and her daughter, setting off towards Bell Tower Lane. Although it was called a lane, it was actually a narrow alley less than 2 meters wide, and he quickly found the shop Su Siyu mentioned. The facade was small, but upon entering he discovered a vast space inside. A shop over 100 square meters with no display stands and weapon racks all around. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, whips, hammers, staffs, crescent blades, everything with hooks, edges, points, spikes, and chain weapons were all available. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a goatee, his muscular build stretching his loose training outfit into a tight fit. Li Fan instinctively narrowed his eyes, recalling his experiences from the end of the world. This person was not simple, he had skills and expertise. In the early days before the apocalypse, such individuals were doing quite well. The goateed man smiled warmly upon seeing a customer and greeted, "Little brother, what would you like to buy?" Li Fan collected his thoughts and replied, "Do you have a tang knife, a finger blade, blood dagger, mountain axe, horse spear, or a crossbow?" Upon hearing this, the goateed man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, "Yes, yes, yes." As he reached for the weapons on the nearby rack, Li Fan interrupted, saying, "Boss, there's no need to bring out those fancy items, though what I want are the real deals." The goateed man paused, retracting his smile, and cautiously asked, "What do you mean by that, little brother?" "Oh, don't misunderstand, I'm not a cop. I'm an ancient martial arts enthusiast. I've been learning some martial arts recently and heard that you have some handy weapons here." This was of course a fabrication by Li Fan. Generally craft workshops like this only displayed ornamental items. They looked impressive but were actually subpar products meant to deceive the uninformed and comply with safety regulations. The real weapons were hidden in the boss's secret warehouses. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the goateed man finally relaxed and said, "Real good stuff doesn't come cheap. I'm not short on cash as long as the items are top-notch." The goateed man proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Our craftsmanship is passed down through generations. Many techniques are secrets not shared with outsiders. Come with me, and let me show you the extraordinary skills left by our ancestors." With that, he led Li Fan through a back door into a fully enclosed yard. On the left was a makeshift workshop, and on the right was a locked room. The goateed man took out a key, unlocked the door, and led Li Fan inside. What met his eyes was a pile of weapons haphazardly stacked, many of which were entirely black. From the appearance, they didn't measure up to the items on the outside shelves. But Li Fan knew that this pile was the real deal for killing. The goateed man took out a key, unlocked the door, and led Li Fan inside. What met his eyes was a pile of weapons haphazardly stacked. Li Fan wasted no time instinctively rummaging through the room for the weapons he needed. In no time, a pile of weapons was laid out before the goateed man as he asked, "Do you have a crossbow? Did you not pick out a bow and arrow? That's for someone else, so I can't get used to it." The goateed man looked at Li Fan with suspicion, then opened a black wooden box in the corner, taking out a crossbow, and saying, "This is a product I made during my spare time combined with modern military technology, considered a failure. I only focused on range and power without considering the weight issue. It's a freebie from this pile of weapons." Li Fan took the crossbow, feeling a surge of excitement. It was a repeating crossbow about 50 centimeters long with a span of 45. Underneath the crossbow was a rectangular iron box to hold the bolts, estimated to carry around 10 bolts at a time. It was made entirely of high-grade steel. Weighing it, this crossbow alone was already 30 pounds. No wonder the goateed man said it was a failure. However, for Li Fan that was no problem. He had access to a materials laboratory. "All right, give me 200 bolts and 200 arrows, and I want all these weapons. Let's settle the bill." The goateed man cheerfully brought out 2 bundles of arrows and bolts, saying, "These weapons total 5,000. Just give me 5,000 to make it easy for you." Li Fan didn't haggle. Money was losing its value compared to a roll of toilet paper. After settling the bill, the goateed man helped pack the purchased weapons and brought them to the alley entrance. Taking advantage of the goateed man leaving and the surroundings being empty, Li Fan quickly stashed the weapons into a different space. After leaving Bell Tower Lane, Li Fan directly went to the East Suburb Coal Factory, spending over 3,000 to buy 500 tons of coal, requesting delivery to the base before dark. At 3 p.m., he received a call from the project designer Chen Xiang stating that the construction was completed and asking him to come for inspection. When Li Fan returned to the old residence, it had undergone a tremendous transformation. A strangely shaped all-concrete structure now stood prominently on the property. It was 18 meters tall, with the lower 10 meters being a semicircular building with 2 floors resembling a half-gut basketball resting on the ground. Above the sphere was a cylindrical tower with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 5 meters. The observation tower's top was an observation deck 3 meters high, requiring tempered glass to be installed at the front and back, creating a 270-degree viewing area. However, the glass had not yet been installed. 8 dozens of glass panels were stacked inside the fortress. Approaching the front door, it was made of titanium alloy designed for bank vaults, using the most primitive physical locking mechanism, fitted with a specially made glass key and mechanical password. Li Fan entered the fortress and inspected it several times, especially the underground water drainage system on the 3rd underground level. Overall, he was quite satisfied. The only downside was the tempered glass on the observation deck. Just yesterday, Chen Xiang told Li Fan that they couldn't procure bulletproof glass. Since the design of the observation deck was arc-shaped, bulletproof glass needed to be pre-ordered, and it would take a month to produce once a plan was submitted. There was no time left, so Li Fan instructed them to directly acquire several arc-shaped tempered glass panels to install after he returned. Chen Xiang, a graduate engineer from a prestigious university, had designed countless buildings and bridges. However, the design drawings provided by Li Fan taught him a lot. Mr. Li, this fortress was constructed entirely according to your specifications. The ventilation, water, and electricity systems, sewage treatment, surveillance, and underground water drainage devices have all been tested. There are no issues at all. Especially on the 3 upper floors, they used the latest military-grade concrete rated at 400, which can withstand a 300-kilogram TNT pinpoint explosion. This took Li Fan by surprise. He being able to withstand a 300-kilogram TNT pinpoint explosion exceeded his expectations. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, I'm very satisfied. Please have the workers step out for a moment, or I want to test the soundproofing. If everything is fine, you can help me install the glass, and then you can leave." Chen Xiang did not hesitate, leading the workers out of the fortress. Li Fan immediately stored the glass panels into the different space. Upon entering the alternate space, Li Fan instructed Ran Lin to place several pieces of glass into the materials laboratory for refining. In no time, 2 pieces of arc-shaped glass that showed no significant change were successfully refined. Although he had no doubts about the technological capabilities of the materials laboratory and was wearing the lab's attire, he had yet to test it in practical combat. He had only experienced its thermal insulation and auxiliary power effects. Li Fan still had some doubts about the bulletproof capabilities, so he asked, "Little Ran, is this bulletproof glass? Why does it look unchanged?" Ran Lin was quite displeased with Li Fan's skepticism. Pouting, she didn't waste any words and directly retrieved the data for that piece of glass, stating, "Its performance surpasses that of bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding 80 tons of pressure and 1800 megapascals of stress. In fact, you already possess this material known as Rupert's tier, but your current technological level cannot resolve the stability of its internal structure, which is why it hasn't been researched further." The materials laboratory merely adjusted the internal pressure release point, creating a closed loop for the internal pressure, which naturally strengthened it beyond Rupert's tier, while eliminating its weakness of having a tail. The 2 pieces of glass now resist high temperatures, high pressures, and targeted explosive attacks. Unless facing energy weapons, your current thermal weapons would be unable to penetrate it. Li Fan, thrilled by this revelation, then brought over the pile of weapons he had purchased and said to Ran Lin, "Please refine these weapons for me." "Sure, but I'll need some metal materials." Li Fan, now quite affluent, pointed outside at a row of luxury cars and said, "Except for the Doomsday Fortress, the off-road vehicle, and the RV, feel free to dismantle any supercars and sedans you need by throwing them into the recycling." After speaking, Li Fan took the glass and left the alternate space, then instructed the workers to come in and install the 2 pieces of glass on the roof. Once everything was completed and the workers had left, Li Fan took out a set of genuine leather sofas and a tea table from the alternate space, placing them on the top floor observation deck, where he lounged on the sofa sipping tea and enjoying the panoramic view of Chang'an City below. In the afternoon, the ordered coal and diesel were delivered. After the workers moved them into the basement, Li Fan stored them in the alternate space. The rest of the supplier's materials would all arrive tomorrow. After locking the fortress door, Li Fan returned to the Lishui villa. Meanwhile, personnel from the National Security Bureau and the criminal police team had been working nonstop for nearly 30 hours since the task distribution began. In the conference room of the criminal police team, Chen Zemin and Zhang Qinggang sat at the main table reviewing the investigation results from the past 2 days. A National Security Bureau investigator was pointing at the Chang'an City map projected on the screen, reporting, "After our thorough investigation, lasting over 20 hours, we finally determined that the source of the network paralysis was this internet cafe called Blue Moon Village, located 2,000 meters west of the Xi'an University of Technology in a bustling area. It was the first place where issues arose in the entire network paralysis incident. We investigated all personnel on duty at that time, as well as the identities of all internet users within the 12 hours leading up to the network paralysis." The investigator pressed a button on his laser pointer, and the projection screen displayed dozens of densely packed personnel information. Continuing, "These are all the details of the staff and internet users on that day. On the day in question, there were 379 instances of people accessing the internet at the cafe. According to our investigation, none were suspicious." The brief report left the members of the National Security Investigation Department with heavy expressions, utterly at a loss. Each person wore a troubled expression, staring intently at the personnel information sheets distributed to them, hoping to find a clue within. On each of the dozens of documents, there were detailed identities of several individuals, with each person's photo, username, ID number, occupation, and address recorded. At first glance, the pages were filled with dense numbers that made one's eyes dizzy. Chen Zemin lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers, his eyes bloodshot and fatigued as he rubbed his brow, saying, "If we can't find any suspicious points among these people, we should push the timeline back, extending it to 48 hours before the network paralysis." Zhang Qinggong, hearing this, looked at the already exhausted crowd in the conference room and said, that would significantly increase the workload. Moreover, there were 379 instances in just 12 hours. If we push it back 48 hours, the number could be in the thousands. Just sorting through it would take 3 to 4 days of work. Chun Zemin shook his head in resignation and said, I know. However, if this person had the means to take down the global network, it means he or she may not have gone to the internet cafe on the day of the paralysis, perhaps having set up certain measures beforehand, leaving behind some kind of program. Though it would increase the workload and the difficulty of the investigation, it was the only option available. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging this clumsy approach. However, among the crowd, a woman in her late 20s spoke up, Director Chun, can we isolate the usernames and registration times? Seeing the woman speak, Chun Zemin's heart surged with joy, and he immediately addressed the technician, quickly extract the usernames and registration times separately. Okay, the technician responded eagerly, quickly operating on the computer. How long will it take? 10 minutes. Chun Zemin turned his head, looking at the woman with eager anticipation, saying, Xiao Wang, do you have some clues? The woman adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and replied, I don't have any concrete clues, just an idea. Once the usernames and times are extracted, we can verify it and find out. Zhang Qinggong looked at Chun Zemin and the investigators with confusion, astonished. The previously demoralized members of the National Security Bureau seemed to find a lifeline at the sight of the woman speaking, filling them with trust and hope. Chun Zemin also noticed Zhang Qinggong's expression and proudly said, Zhang, this is our department's genius Wang Yun, with an IQ of 218. Many major cases and espionage incidents owe their success to her efforts. Her intellect surpasses ours. Her analytical skills and observational abilities are exceptional in our National Security Bureau. As he spoke, Chun Zemin gave a thumbs up. Oh, speaking of which, she is a distant cousin of that Wang Yu from your team. Zhang Qinggong, upon hearing this, felt a sense of respect. A delicate young woman could command such attention from the director of the National Security Bureau. She must either have a formidable background or possess extraordinary abilities. Realizing that Wang Yu was not just powerful, but also had a strong background, he felt enlightened. He knew Wang Yu was a member of a special operations unit who later transitioned to work in Chang'an City. At that time, he even received a call from the Municipal Bureau, subtly reminding him that Wang Yu's background held significant influence in the capital and asking him to look after her. He praised, no wonder she is a talented individual in the National Security Bureau. Being able to find clues among so much data is impressive. We should learn from you all. In a flash, 10 minutes passed. The technician extracted the usernames and registration times, organized them into a table, and projected it onto the screen, saying, It's ready, Sister Wang Yi, take a look and see if you need anything else. Wang Yun stood up and took the laser pointer from the investigator who had just reported. With her eyes narrowed, she focused intently on the densely packed numbers in the table, continuously scrolling through the pages with the pointer. The people in the conference room held their breath, fearing to disturb her. Suddenly, Wang Yun paused her motion with the laser pointer. Her eyes brightened, and a smile crept across her face as she said, Found you, what a cunning fellow. Upon hearing this, Chun Zemin immediately stood up in excitement, eagerly asking, Wang Yun, what did you discover? Wang Yun raised the laser pointer in her hand, pointing at a web ID 01213, and said, We found this person's web ID. It's 01214. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly searched for personnel information related to 001214, and the conference room was instantly filled with the sound of paper rustling. After a long time, Chun Zemin frowned and said to Wang Yun, There is no web ID 01214 here. Wang Yun smiled faintly and replied, Director Chun, this is the cunning aspect of this person. The web ID is generated automatically by the Internet Cafe's billing system after the identity information is registered, used as a login account for Internet access. Look, these web IDs from 00811 to 01191 are generated in order. However, there are a total of 380 individuals from 00811 to 01191, yet we only found 379 individuals in the Internet Cafe's billing system. This means that one person is missing from this data. While all other web IDs are generated in order, there is a gap between 01213 and 01215. Thus, there is only one possibility: this person hacked into the Internet Cafe's billing management system before leaving and erased the record of 01214. The personnel from the National Security Bureau were ecstatic upon hearing this, while Zhang Chun and the other detectives were deeply impressed. They were caught in habitual thinking, focusing solely on the materials they had already collected. Wang Yun, however, broke free from conventional thinking, analyzing the possibilities from a godlike perspective and providing evidence. After a moment of joy, Chun Zemin calmed down and asked Wang Yun, Xiao Yin, do you have any ideas? Wang Yun confidently nodded and said, the registration time for 01213 is 1315, and for 01215 it is 1327. This means this person registered between 1315 and 1327. The network paralysis occurred at 1355, so the timing aligns. Now let's push the time back and forth by 1 hour and check the surveillance records to see if there were any suspicious individuals during that period. The technician interjected, Sister Yun, the surveillance footage from that day at the internet cafe has already been erased. Wang Yun remained calm and said, that's to be expected. The surveillance I mentioned includes the traffic monitoring around the area, the dashcam footage of passing vehicles, and the cameras at nearby supermarkets and banks. We will screen all individuals captured in the surveillance footage from those 2 hours. Wang Yun's suggestion immediately garnered Chen Zemin's support, and he promptly ordered, I know everyone is working hard, but please hang in there. We will divide into 4 groups. The first group will go to the Traffic Bureau to retrieve the surveillance records from all directions leading to the internet cafe. The second group will contact the vehicles that passed by the internet cafe at that time to retrieve the dashcam footage. The third group will go to the supermarkets and banks nearby to collect all surveillance footage that can capture the road. The fourth group, you will gather all the staff that worked at the internet cafe that day and bring them to the traffic police station to recall anyone who left the internet cafe when the network paralysis occurred. Using the process of elimination, anyone who left and does not have identity registration information in the billing system is most likely the hacker. Wang Yun, you stay at the criminal police team. Once the other colleagues retrieve all the surveillance footage, you will need to observe and analyze it throughout. After the task allocation, the investigators from the National Security Bureau and the criminal police team once everyone had left, Chen Zemin said to Wang Yun, you should go eat something and take a break. We will probably rely on you tonight. Wang Yun nodded, left the conference room, and headed straight to her cousin Wang Yu's office. In the criminal police office, Wang Yu had been sorting through the surveillance footage of several roads leading to the logistics park all day. After repeated viewings, she managed to identify a suspicious individual, a middle-aged man who appeared ordinary at first glance, but gave off a sense of incongruity. The surveillance was from the road at 6:04 a.m. The reason she found it suspicious was that during that time frame, there were virtually no vehicles or pedestrians on the road outside the logistics park, making this person's appearance particularly jarring. Suddenly an idea struck Wang Yue, and she pulled up a segment of road surveillance from the fire incident at Honglingmen. The 2 videos were played simultaneously. One individual wore a mask and a hoodie with a hunched posture. The other was of normal build with an exposed face. Wang Yu frowned and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't grasp that fleeting insight. Haven't you figured it out yet? These 2 people are the same person. Just as the voice reached her ears, a hand rested on Wang Yu's shoulder. This sudden contact triggered Wang Yu's instinctive reaction. She grabbed the hand that had unexpectedly appeared on her shoulder with her left hand, twisted her body to throw the person behind her, but was countered with a reverse hold, a knee pressed against her lower back. For a moment the 2 were in a stalemate. Little sister, is this how you welcome your sister? Wang Yu then realized that the voice was quite familiar. She let go of her hand and turned to see a woman with golden-rimmed glasses standing at 171 meters tall with a gentle and graceful demeanor. She revealed a radiant smile and exclaimed, Sister, it's you. You scared me. Don't you know you can't approach people like us from behind? Wang Yun laughed as she pinched Wang Yu's nose and said proudly, you could never beat me since we were little. How could you harm me now? Wang Yu, looking unconvinced, wrinkled her nose and replied, that was before I joined the army. You may not necessarily be my match now. Wang Yun shrugged helplessly and said, all right, my Yu is the strongest. I can't beat you now. By the way, sister, have you found that hacker? Wang Yu, looking unconvinced, wrinkled her nose and replied, that was before I joined the army. You may not necessarily be my match now. Speaking of the case, Wang Yu's previously bright smile instantly faded, and she said, I thought after leaving your crowd to find the hacker, I would receive a major case. I didn't expect to end up with a supernatural case. Wang Yun, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of interest and asked curiously, a supernatural case? Can you imagine that 13 billion worth of supplies, thousands of tons of goods, and hundreds of luxury cars vanished into thin air overnight? Moreover, there were no large vehicles entering or exiting any of the logistics park entrances, and the warehouse doors were unharmed. The thief completed the theft through an 80-centimeter ventilation hole. Wang Yun could not help but smack her lips in disbelief. Even with her high intelligence, she couldn't fathom how this theft was accomplished. Looking at the surveillance video on the computer screen, she asked, is this the suspect? Not certain, just found it suspicious. By the way, you just said these 2 people are the same person? Yes. But that's not right. These are suspects from 2 different cases, and there is no commonality between them. By the way, you just said these 2 people are the same person? Yes. But that's not right. These are suspects from 2 different cases, and there is no commonality between them. Outsiders. By the way, you just said these 2 people are the same person? Yes. But that's not right. These are suspects from 2 different cases. Wang Yun approached the computer and pointed at the hunchbacked man in the mask, saying, although this person tries hard to disguise himself as hunched, each step he takes has a small stride resembling a middle-aged man lacking strength with difficulty, but if you look closely, he lands on his heels with every step and his pace is strong. Now look at the middle-aged man in the logistics park. His strides are slightly larger, but his pacing is also strong, landing on his heels. Wang Yu carefully watched both individuals, focusing on their walking postures. After a long time, she said, "You were right, but how can you determine that these two people are the same person?" Wang Yun reached out and tapped Wang Yu on the head, saying, "Why are you so foolish? Look at their arm movements. The right arm swing is smaller than the left arm's. Although the difference is slight, observe carefully." Wang Yu watched the two videos carefully and then exclaimed with surprise, "Yes, the two individuals are the same person. And what else? What else?" Wang Yun looked at the person in the video and said, "Moreover, you encountered a tough opponent. His right arm swings less and his elbow is slightly raised, keeping his wrist at waist level. This indicates a state of readiness. This person is either a mercenary bodyguard or a well-trained agent. Such habits are not developed overnight. Additionally, this person's age shouldn't be too great, judging by the bend in his thigh. While walking, he should be between 20 and 25 years old. Both of his faces are disguises." Wang Yu looked at her sister with starry eyes and said, "Sister, what did uncle feed you since you were little? This brain of yours is something else. This is natural for me. Come on, it's already past 6. Accompany your sister for dinner. I've been hungry all day." Wang Yu hadn't seen her sister in a long time, so she took Wang Yun to the police canteen. When the two arrived at the canteen, they instantly became the center of attention. One graceful and elegant, exuding the demeanor of a refined lady, the other a fiery and charismatic police flower. "Little girl, aren't you planning to return to the capital?" Wang Yun asked while eating. "I won't go back. He'll only return when the old man abandons the idea of the arranged marriage." "Sai, how could someone from a family like ours have the freedom to choose their marriage?" "Sister, I don't understand. How can someone as intelligent as you accept an arranged marriage? You clearly don't like my brother-in-law." Wang Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy as she smiled helplessly and said, "Everything in this world has two sides. We were born into a life of top-tier resources, excellent education, and a status above others. But all of this comes at the cost of our freedom. I want to join the military like you to escape marriage, but I can't do that. Sometimes seeing things too clearly isn't a good thing. It makes you learn to weigh the pros and cons, and you can't act recklessly like you do. Honestly, I sometimes envy you." Wang Yu looked at her sister, whom she had been close to since childhood, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The two sisters were born into the Wang family in the capital, where their grandfather was a founding general and their parents were big shots in both military and political circles. The family's prosperity inevitably led to strong alliances through arranged marriages, and these two sisters from the Wang family were well-known beauties in the upper-class society of the capital, naturally becoming targets for powerful families seeking alliances. During university, the family arranged marriage partners for the two sisters. Wang Yun reluctantly accepted, while Wang Yue, with a rebellious spirit, quietly enlisted in the military and went to the northwest battlefield, escaping the fate of a... After transitioning out, she came to Chang'an and refused to return to the capital. "Sister, why don't you just get a divorce? Don't talk nonsense. Marriage is just like that. Forget about me. Have you found a suitable partner here?" Wang Yu pouted and said, "Do you think I dare to find one? If I even find someone, do you believe my family won't send someone to break us up and meet? But you can't keep being away from home like this. Uncle and Auntie have only you as their sole hope. Before I came to Chang'an, Auntie even asked me to persuade you to return." Wang Yu shook her head repeatedly and firmly refused, saying, "I absolutely refuse to return. As long as that old fossil doesn't change his mind, I won't go back. Sai, in our generation, Grandpa cares the most about you. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to bring you back long ago. He dares. If he does that, he'll just find someone casually and return with a child. That would infuriate him." Thud. Wang Yun extended her slender finger and gave Wang Yu another tap on the head. "You've made me stupid. I suspect that my lack of intelligence is because you keep tapping my head." Wang Yu covered her forehead, complaining, "I told you not to talk nonsense. You've finally gained your freedom. I cherish it well." The two laughed and finished their meal, leaving the canteen and heading toward the office building. Along the way, all the opposite sex secretly admired them. Especially Wang Yue, with her tall figure and beautiful face, paired with a police uniform. Her allure was simply off the charts. Wang Yun teased, "Little girl, your charm as a police flower is not small at all. Walking down the street, the rate of people turning back to look is definitely 100. Not necessarily. There are those who dare not look at me like criminals." Wang Yun's words were abruptly cut off as a figure suddenly popped into her mind. The student she had met briefly raised his head to look at Wang Yun and said, "Sister, you said those two suspects are the same person and are between 20 and 25 years old, right?" "Yes, what are you thinking?" "Sister, considering my figure and looks, wouldn't most men glance at me intentionally or unintentionally?" "Well, that's how normal men's curiosity works." "Then if a hot-blooded student can remain calm and composed ignoring my attention, is that person suspicious?" Wang Yun pondered for a moment and said, "We can't be too hasty. There are 3 types of men who won't be attracted by beauty. First, those who harbor hostility toward women. Such individuals have issues. Second, those with strong willpower. Third, homosexuals." Wang Yu had a deep impression of Li Fan. When he saw her, that cold and vigilant gaze, though it lasted only an instant, had left a lasting mark in Wang Yu's mind. After returning, she had also checked Li Fan's information, realizing that the boy she had seen at the elevator door was indeed Li Fan. However, Li Fan's profile was very clean, even outstanding. Clearly his adoptive parents had left him a lot of inheritance, allowing him to live a life free of worries. Yet he still worked part-time while supporting an orphanage. At that moment her doubts about Li Fan were dispelled, but today, reminded by Wang Yun, she inexplicably recalled this college student. With the information and video surveillance in hand, she stood up and went to Captain Huang Wei's office, and before she could sit down she said, "Captain Huang, I have..." Holding Li Fan's information, she read it repeatedly, and the more she looked, the stronger her doubts grew. With the information and video surveillance in hand, she stood up and went to Captain Huang Wei's office, and before she could sit down she said, "Captain Huang, I have something to report." "What is it? Any discoveries?" "Yes, comrades from the National Security Bureau helped a bit and deduced that the masked man from the Honglang Man nightclub is the same person as the middle-aged man we found in the logistics park." Huang Wei took the surveillance USB drive, plugged it into the computer and carefully reviewed it repeatedly, nodding and saying, "It does look very similar, but these are just our inferences. We cannot form effective evidence. It's not enough to meet the standards for a case." Wang Yu nodded and said, "I understand, but I want to mention that the national security comrade said this person might be a disguised middle-aged person with a real age of 20 to 25 years. This reminded me of someone." "Who?" "Li Fan, the college student, who had Xiedebiao transfer 8 million. But according to his background information, there are no suspicious points at all." Wang Yu shook her head in distress and said, "I can't explain it, either just a gut feeling. I plan to meet this college student. Perhaps there will be some gains." Huang Wei lit a cigarette, rubbed his throbbing temples, and said, "All right, you go ahead, but watch your tone. This boy studies political law. His mentor is a prominent figure in the political law field. Don't get us into trouble." Wang Yu nodded, turned, and left the police station, driving straight to Li Shui courtyard. Li Fan returned home now under the cover of night, gazing at the house where he had lived for many years, filled with mixed emotions. Since he could remember, he had always been all alone, and it was only after being adopted by his foster parents that he had a home, yet this home lasted less than 7 years before he was once again left alone. This reminded Li Fan of a line from 100 Years of Solitude. "Loneliness is originally the norm of life. All the brilliance that once existed in life will be repaid with solitude." Suddenly, he felt a strong longing for his foster parents and the person he was unwilling to mention again. Tomorrow he would leave this place to face a new life. And the kind, confident, and helpful Li Fan would forever be buried in this house full of memories. He rubbed his protesting belly, wishing to indulge himself for once, taking out instant noodles from the space and preparing them on the coffee table. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he lit a cigarette, watching the bustling scene of cars flowing on the streets. This should be his last time overlooking North City. "Li Fan, are you unhappy?" Li Fan paused, his hand holding the cigarette, responding in his mind, "How do you know? I have a mental connection with you. I can sense your emotions. You miss your parents, don't you?" Li Fan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Facing you, I really have no privacy at all. Sigh, I miss my father too. My memories are incomplete. I can't even clearly recall what my father's face looks like. I've been in this space for a very long time. Luckily you appear to, otherwise I would still be waiting. So are we considered to have shared suffering? But you are a bit worse off than I am. You can't even remember what your parents look like." Ran Lin fell silent, but this time Li Fan could easily sense her emotions, smiling as he comforted her. "Don't worry, I will accompany you on the road ahead." "I will accompany you too. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you, can you leave the alternate space and come to our world?" "Not yet, but due to the fragment from yesterday, I've unlocked a bit of memory. If you can start the high-tech laboratory and armed experiments, you could create androids, and I could project my consciousness into one living outside with you." This time Li Fan felt the overwhelming desire from Ran Lin and promised with a smile, "Xiao Ran, I will find other Nuka as soon as possible so you can experience our world sooner. You promised me, and if you go back on your word, I won't refine things for you. A gentleman's word is as heavy as a horse's weight." After Ran Lin's interruption, the loneliness that had just filled the air dissipated instantly. He returned to the sofa, taking out a few marinated eggs to appease his hunger when the doorbell rang. When he reached the door and saw the person on the video, his heart suddenly tightened. Why was this policewoman here? After pondering for a long time, he could not figure out where he had given himself away, allowing the police to find him so quickly. Calming himself, he prepared to meet her, gauge the situation, and see how far the police had investigated. He opened the door and feigned surprise, asking, "Hello, officer, is there something I can help you with?" Wang Yu saw the boy again, and upon closer inspection she realized he had a kind of enduring charm. He looked handsome at first glance, and remained so upon further inspection. She pulled out her credentials as per routine, showing them to Li Fan, and said, "I am from the Chang'an Municipal Criminal Police Team. Is it convenient for me to come in and chat? I need to ask you a few questions regarding a case." Li Fan stepped aside, allowing Wang Yu into the living room. He also noticed a detail. Wang Yu had glanced at his right hand intentionally or unintentionally 2 times. This action made Li Fan break into a cold sweat. He was aware of his walking habit developed during the 8 years of the apocalypse. To be ready to draw a weapon from his waist at any— This action made Li Fan break into a cold sweat. He was aware of his walking habit developed during the 8 years of the apocalypse. To be ready to draw a weapon from his waist at any moment, he had a habit of not letting his right hand stray from his waist while walking. He deliberately adjusted to a normal walking posture, and when Li Fan turned around with a glass of water, all his emotions were hidden away. Here you go, officer, drink some water. Thank you. Do you live alone? Yes, after my parents passed away, I've been living alone. Wang Yu noticed that Li Fan's walking posture differed from the person in the video, feeling a bit disappointed. However, seeing the instant noodles on the table made her feel guilty for thinking of him as an orphan. But as a police officer, she still needed to clarify her suspicions. You know the Red Romantic nightclub caught fire, right? Yes, I saw it on Douyin. Where were you that night? At home. Do you know Xie? Of course, everyone from North City or Chang'an knows him. What is your relationship with Xie? Upon hearing this question, Li Fan instantly understood that this policewoman was likely investigating Xie and might have traced his transaction records, which led her attention to him. Looks like I need to play the role of a helpless orphan forced to borrow money at high interest to start a business. Li Fan then displayed a bitter and wronged expression, saying, I had no relationship before, but now it is a debt relationship. When my parents were alive, Xie had harassed them, trying to buy our small supermarket, the one at the entrance of the community. After my parents passed, I was afraid to go home, fearing he would pester me. With just a year until graduation, I planned to mortgage 2 properties to secure a loan and start a business. I didn't expect Xie to find out. He came knocking on my door. Li Fan paused, his eyes reddening as he scanned the living room with lingering affection. Wang Yu felt furious upon hearing this. As a criminal police officer, she was well aware of Xie dirty tactics, yet every crackdown revealed insufficient evidence, coupled with the obstruction from higher-ups, allowing him to evade justice. Did he force you to take out a loan? Li Fan forced a smile, replying, yes, I borrowed 80 million, putting up 2 houses as collateral. This is the only keepsake my parents left me. Why didn't you report it to the police? Li Fan revealed a bitter smile and said, officer, do you think I could take down Xie by reporting him? If it were that easy, he wouldn't be able to operate in both the legal and illegal worlds in Chang'an. We are collecting evidence of his crimes, and you can become a witness when the time comes. Li Fan shook his head, saying, no, I'm just an orphan, without family, without support, to put it very realistically. Even if I were killed that day, if my body didn't stink, I doubt anyone would know. Wang Yu wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Indeed, punishing evil and upholding justice is her duty, but this boy, being a helpless orphan, only desires a stable life. What qualification did she have to make him be the vanguard against Xie, the underworld emperor? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Li Fan. Her suspicion towards Li Fan vanished without a trace. Taking out her phone, she asked, what's your phone number? Li Fan gave her his number, and soon his phone rang. This is my phone number. Save it. I'll add you on WeChat too. Remember, if you encounter any danger, call me immediately. Oh, I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Li Fan looked at Wang Yu in surprise. Wang Yu then realized her words had a double meaning, hurriedly correcting herself. What I mean is, as a police officer, it is my duty to protect you. Not explaining felt better. Once explained, it seemed like she was trying to cover her tracks. Wang Yu felt herself blush at this misunderstanding, but still forced a calm demeanor, saying, in any case, you must trust the police. Justice will prevail, and Xie will eventually face the law. Li Fan responded with a naive smile and nodded, saying, thank you, officer. Don't call me officer. I'm only 2 years older than you. My name is Wang Yu. You can just call me by my name. Alright, okay, Sister Wang Yu. Wang Yu pouted, giving Li Fan a playful glare, and said, alright, thank you for your cooperation. If you discover anything, remember to call or message me anytime. After saying this, she stood up to leave, and Li Fan escorted her to the door. As the door closed, the expression of grievance on Li Fan's face vanished in an instant. With a cold expression, he shook his head and murmured to himself, that young girl seems to be a good officer with a strong sense of justice, but it's a pity that if she continues to investigate, she might end up in trouble with Xie. In the second stage of the apocalypse, social order had already reached the verge of collapse. Although the country was doing its utmost to remedy the situation, the rampant violence and theft could not be controlled. At that time, Xie would definitely be the first to target the police, especially such a beautiful female officer. Wang Yu was oblivious to the fact that she appeared to Li Fan like a novice girl just stepping into the world. Still vexed by her earlier loss of composure, she sat in the car, her face burning with embarrassment. Having never experienced love, she did not realize the true reason behind her awkwardness. After finishing his instant noodles, Li Fan began to collect the furniture and appliances from his home, preparing to take everything to the fortress. Although he had everything in his other space, Li Fan was reluctant to part with the items in this room and did not want to leave them for Xie. If it weren't for the fact that the floor couldn't be removed, Li Fan would have stripped it away as well. Half an hour later, the once tidy and cozy home had transformed into an empty shell of a bare structure. He hurried to the fortress overnight, and after rearranging the originally vacant third underground level, had been filled with the furniture and appliances brought from home, occupying only a small portion of the space. Without a moment's pause, he started receiving calls from various suppliers early the next morning. From 8 a.m. onwards, large trucks continuously delivered supplies to the base. Such a large number of vehicles naturally drew the attention of the surrounding neighborhoods and residential communities. Although the outdoor temperature was approaching 40 degrees, it did not deter the onlookers from enjoying the spectacle. People gathered outside the base walls watching as batches of supplies were moved into the peculiar buildings, speculating what this strange structure erected in just 10 days was for. Li Fan had no time to concern himself with the speculations of the crowd as he was busy instructing workers to carry supplies underground, planning to store them in his alternate space once a batch of workers had finished. Then he waited for the next batch of goods, repeating the process until it was past 2 p.m. While Li Fan was arranging for the last few trucks of ice and meat to be moved underground, Xie Biao arrived at the base with 3 underlings in a car. Having seen a convoy of trucks heading to Li Fan's base since he woke up, Xie Biao initially paid little attention. However, after 3 to 4 hours, the trucks continued to arrive without stopping. He decided to come and take a look, feeling that this kid did not seem like someone preparing to start a business. Li Fan also spotted Xie Biao and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Uncle Xie, what brings you here?" Xie Biao retained his trademark smile. "Are you ready? When will you open?" "Oh, we will open in a couple of days, but there are still many things that haven't been prepared yet." Upon hearing this, Xie Biao's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that since morning the trucks had not ceased, and logically such a small building should have been filled by now. Though he felt some doubt inside, he maintained a friendly smile and asked, "Just how much stock have you prepared?" "Not ready yet. The stock is ready, but some props still need to be arranged." As Xie Biao watched the workers constantly moving supplies in and out, his curiosity about the interior of the fortress grew. "Take me inside to have a look." With that, he moved a step toward the fortress, but Li Fan swiftly positioned himself in front of Xie Biao. With a naive and innocent smile on his face, Li Fan firmly declined. "Uncle Xie, there's no need to go in. It's quite chaotic inside with supplies everywhere." There wasn't even a place to stand. This action caused Xie Biao to frown. Although Li Fan's face bore a smile, his tone had turned resolute, which was quite contrary to the impression Xie Biao had of him. One of Xie Biao's underlings, a man in a sleeveless shirt revealing a large tattooed arm, scowled and shouted at Li Fan, "Our brother Biao wants to see, so he must see. Are you daring to block our way?" Li Fan still smiled, concealing a murderous intent in his eyes, and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, it's not ready yet, you can't see it." The tattooed man was about to make a move to intimidate Li Fan when he saw Xie Biao wave his hand, signaling him to hold back. Xie Biao gazed deeply at Li Fan's innocent and youthful face, a hint of inexplicable fear emerging in his heart, igniting his anger. "Really, you can't let me take a look?" "No." Li Fan firmly rejected his smile, never wavering. The two stared at each other, with Xie Biao narrowing his eyes slightly. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Both bore smiles, yet each sensed a different meaning in the other's eyes. Just then a cold voice interrupted. "What's going on here?" Wang Yue, dressed in a police uniform, short-sleeve shirt, and a utility belt that accentuated her alluring figure, approached with a high ponytail. Her appearance drew the gaze of those around her involuntarily. Xie Biao's eyes flashed with a lewd gleam upon seeing her, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, Officer Wang has also come. Are you here to look for someone?" Wang Yu ignored Xie Biao, eyeing Li Fan up and down, and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Fan shook his head and casually responded to Wang Yu, "I'm fine. Uncle Xie wanted to take a look at my base, and I told him to wait until it's tidied up before inviting him in for a tour." Xie Biao, surprised, looked back and forth between Li Fan and Wang Yu, chuckling as he said, "Little Li says it's not ready yet, so we won't look. But do inform Uncle when you open. Uncle will come to bring you a floral basket." With that, Xie Biao left with his underlings. Li Fan looked at Wang Yu, puzzled about her purpose for being there, and asked, "Officer, are you looking for me?" "I came to your neighborhood looking for Xie Biao. When I heard he was here, I came over. I didn't expect this strange building to be yours." Yes, it's a media company aiming to be a little unconventional. Seeing that Li Fan had no intention of inviting her in for a visit, even though she was curious about the interior of the fortress, she tactfully refrained from suggesting it. She instructed Li Fan while walking back to her car, "If Xie Biao comes to trouble you again, remember to contact me. I will help you." Li Fan glanced at the overly enthusiastic Wang Yu and thanked her with a smile, "Thank you, officer." After rolling her eyes at Li Fan, she turned and left. Wang Yu initially planned to check out the Hongleman nightclub in Bailin district today to see if she could find any leads. However, she unwittingly drove to Lishui Bun and happened to see Xie Biao and his crew leaving in their car, so she followed behind. Then she saw Li Fan busy with his tasks. She initially did not wish to interrupt, but saw Biao confronting Li Fan seemingly on the verge of a fight. Without a second thought, she got out of the car to break the tense standoff. She had hoped to chat with the college student, but not knowing what to say, she reluctantly took her leave. On the other side, Biao drove with his underlings to his loan company. In the office, he smoked a cigarette, his mind repeatedly flashing back to Li Fan's indifferent gaze. This made him feel unsettled. Zhang Liang, go find some brothers who are good at picking locks. Tonight, sneak into Li Fan's fortress and see just how much stock he has stored. I have a feeling something is off about this kid. Zhang Liang, the tattooed man, was the head of Biao's crew, specializing in dirty work with blood on his hands. Upon hearing the boss' orders, he asked, "All right, Brother Biao, but what if Li Fan is inside? Do we need to?" He made a gesture mimicking a throat-cutting motion. "No need. If you go in and find him, there, just scare him a little. That officer Wang knows him. We should keep a low profile lately." Zhang Liang nodded, then turned and left the office to make calls to gather people. Biao spun around in his office chair, facing the window, looking at the scorching streets of Beijing, his uneasy emotions spreading. In the criminal police team, the meeting room was once again gathered by the National Security Department. "Director Chun, we have copied all the surveillance from the roads around the internet cafe between 12 and 3, the monitors outside the banks and supermarkets, as well as the driving records of all passing vehicles during that time. After screening through the entire night, we identified a total of 987 hours of targets, and we are currently verifying their identities one by one." At this moment, another person from the National Security Department stood up to report, "Director Chin, our fourth team has brought back all the staff on duty at the internet cafe that day for questioning. According to the billing system data during the network outage, a total of 29 people left early within an hour before and after, and only 3 people had no information in the billing system. However, these 3 individuals have been ruled out as suspects." Chen Zemin's cigarette had already burned out in his fingers. After thinking for a long time, he helplessly turned to Wang Yun and asked, "Xiao Yun, what do you think?" After watching the surveillance videos for an entire night, Wang Yun, feeling exhausted, rubbed her eyes and said, "Director Chun, if this person did not leave during the network outage, then there is only one possibility, which is that he did not leave after the network." "You mean he stayed at the internet cafe after the network was restored?" "That possibility is quite high. If this person can cause a global network outage, it shows that his logical thinking is very strong and his IQ is high. He has blocked all the investigation directions we can think of." Chen Zemin sighed, helplessly took out another cigarette from the pack, lit it, and looked at the exhausted people in the meeting room. "If it is confirmed that he did not leave after the network was restored, then the videos we retrieved would be meaningless. Should we push back the surveillance time a few more hours?" The meeting room fell into dead silence, and everyone's faces were filled with resistance. They had been working nonstop for 4 or 5 days already. Moreover, today's temperature had reached nearly 39, and pushing the surveillance time back by 4 or 5 hours would increase the workload several times. If they couldn't find the person, they might end up with a few people collapsing. Zhang Chen looked at the others with concern and suggested to Chen Zemin, "Director Chen, how about letting everyone rest for a day? Everyone is about to collapse. Tomorrow, after everyone has had enough rest, we can reevaluate our investigation direction." Chen Zemin scanned the room and found many colleagues with bloodshot eyes, their spirits at an all-time low. Helplessly, he nodded and waved to everyone below. "All right, everyone, go home and get a good night's sleep. We'll meet again tomorrow to discuss the next steps." Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room let out a deep sigh of relief, picking up their belongings and leaving the meeting room. Wang Yun called her sister, knowing she was not in the office, and took a taxi back to Wang Yu's place. Since she arrived at Chang'an Mansion, she had not stayed at the accommodation arranged by the police station, but had been living at Wang Yu's home. After a quick wash, she crawled into bed and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until around 9 o'clock in the evening that Wang Yun was awakened by hunger, getting out of bed and rubbing her sleepy eyes. When she arrived in the living room, she found her sister in her pajamas, curled up on the sofa with her phone, typing and deleting in the WeChat chat box. She seemed to be caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to say, much like a love-struck girl experiencing her first crush. Sneaking up behind Wang Yu, she reached out and snatched her phone away. "Hee, let me see who you're texting. Why are you so tangled up with deleting and writing?" Wang Yu jumped off the sofa, chasing after Wang Yun, and shouted, "Sister, give it back to me quickly." Wang Yun, while circling around the sofa with Wang Yu, looked at the phone and found the chat box empty, immediately perplexed. Why are there no chat records? There were no records to begin with. Where would the chat records come from? Who is this person? Just a junior student. A junior student. Oh, is it that guy you mentioned yesterday who can ignore you? Have you taken a liking to him? Wang Yu said, a bit annoyed. "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Wang Yun threw the phone back to Wang Yu, walked into the kitchen, took out some fruit, and while eating said, "Don't think you can fool your sister's eyes. The way you were just holding the phone and deleting and writing was clearly a sign of infatuation." Wang Yu awkwardly locked her phone screen and placed it on the table, saying, "Is it that obvious?" "It's quite obvious." Wang Yu nestled back onto the sofa, hugging her knees with her chin resting on her arms. She said, "Sister, do you believe in love at first sight?" Wang Yun immediately became interested, carrying the fruit plate and sitting beside Wang Yu, saying, "Oh, has this little girl found someone she likes?" Wang Yu shyly nodded and said, "It's the university student I mentioned to you. The first time I saw him was at the elevator entrance. His gaze towards me wasn't as intense as other men, but instead revealed a calm composure. At that moment, my first impression was that this boy was not ordinary. I don't know why, but that glance left a deep impression on me. Later, due to an arson case involving a university student named Li Fan, I checked the information and found out that the boy in the elevator was named Li Fan. Did you know? He is an orphan who was eventually adopted by a wealthy couple. After that couple died in a car accident, they left him a large fortune, enough for him to live comfortably for life, but he donated the money to an orphanage. He works part-time to earn his living expenses and tuition." Wang Yun nodded in appreciation. He is a spiritually rich person with a strong core and good character. Wang Yu beamed at her sister's praise and replied, "Right. Isn't he a very special person? In fact, yesterday, I even suspected that the person behind the arson case and the logistics park theft was him. So I went to his house yesterday. However, none of the aspects we analyzed matched with him. In fact, he is quite a pitiful person and is currently being threatened by a gang leader. Seeing him being bullied today made me extremely angry, and it was then that I realized the reason he left such a deep impression on me might be because I—" Wang Yu hesitated to finish her sentence. Wang Yun laughed and pressed for more. "Because what?" Wang Yu raised her head, looking firmly at Wang Yun, and said, "Because of my feelings. For the first time in many years, I felt a bit flustered when seeing a person. Haha, silly girl, that's just liking him. But he doesn't seem to have any special feelings for me. Have you expressed your feelings?" "How could I? We've only met twice." Looking at Wang Yu's shy demeanor, Wang Yun smiled and said, "Then you can chat with him more, talk about your likes, and find common topics. Once you're familiar, you can ask him out for shopping or to watch a movie. You're so beautiful, and with your charm and uniform, it's not hard to win over a university student. I just don't know how to chat with him. Sai, if you let me shoot targets or fight, I'm fine. But flirting with a little guy is too hard." Wang Yun stretched out her hand and said, "Give me your phone, it'll help you break the ice." Wang Yu picked up her phone, looking warily at Wang Yun, and said, "Don't say anything weird. Rest assured, just hand it over quickly." Wang Yu unlocked her phone, opened Li Fan's chat box, and handed it to Wang Yun, leaning closely beside her. Wang Yun took the phone and was about to type when she suddenly saw Li Fan's profile picture. She reached out and clicked on it, zooming in, and frowned slightly. Li Fan's WeChat profile picture had not been changed for many years. It was a family photo taken at the school gate when his adoptive parents sent him to college. Wang Yun looked at the handsome young man in the center and felt a sense of familiarity. With an IQ of 218, she quickly found the information she needed in her mind. Just yesterday, she had watched the surveillance video for an entire night, and among those 978 people, there was Li Fan. Wang Yun pointed at the boy in the photo and asked, "Is this Li Fan?" "Yes, what's wrong, sister?" "Oh, I saw him in the surveillance footage near the internet cafe. He is one of the 987 people." As soon as Wang Yu heard this, she immediately retorted, "You're not suspecting he is that hacker, are you? It can't be him, he's studying law, not network engineering. You're defending him pretty fast, huh?" Wang Yu took the phone back from Wang Yun and said, "Forget it, just give it back to me. You investigate however you need to." Wang Yun poked Wang Yu's forehead with her finger and said, "You Sai, find a time for me to go meet this boy with you. He'll help you check him out. Are you going to investigate the case, or do you have other motives? Don't worry, I'm just going to see what makes this boy different." In the third subterranean level of the fortress, Li Fan lay sprawled on the sofa, his consciousness immersed in the inner spatial realm, sorting through the supplies delivered that day. All provisions had been stacked on an open expanse outside the compound. Goods from his own supermarket, purchased items, and a vast quantity sourced from the logistics park. The area spanned dozens of football fields. These reserves were sufficient to sustain a medium-sized base of 200,000 people for an entire year. Yet Li Fan harbored no immediate ambition to establish a faction. The flame seed core embedded within him served both as his ultimate lifeline and as his most volatile liability. After completing the inventory, he proceeded to the central control room, where Ran Lin sat curled up with a physical book in hand. "What are you reading?" Ran Lin lifted the volume. The Manual of Human Emotions." Li Fan blinked in surprise. He recalled her having been utterly absorbed in Korean dramas just 2 days prior. This sudden pivot baffled him. What prompted this sudden interest? Just idle curiosity. "I'm preparing something. I'll reveal it in due course." Li Fan paid it little mind. With abundant resources at their disposal, she was free to experiment as she pleased. "Where's the weapon refinement I asked you to handle?" Ran Lin waved her hand, and the materials laboratory delivered a set of newly modified armaments. "Won't you walk me through the upgraded specifications? Access the data yourself. Review it directly." "Can I interface with Kalina independently?" "Of course, you are Kalina's sovereign. I serve only as your assistant, granted limited proxy authority." Li Fan had long assumed Kalina answered solely to Ran Lin. Now he realized he was the true master, she merely a steward vested with administrative privileges. He focused his will, commanding Kalina. Data streams materialized instantly, seamless and intuitive. Lifting the Tang-style sword, its full specifications shimmered before his eyes. Name: Tang sword material, tungsten molybdenum titanium alloy, weight 4 kg, rating FN. At the rating, Li Fan's gaze sharpened. F denoted blade sharpness capable of slicing through his reinforced combat suit. He next picked up the repeating crossbow, its data unfolded immediately. In name: repeating crossbow material, tungsten molybdenum titanium alloy, weight 7.2 kilograms. Effective range 600 meters, lethal range 200 meters. And this figure thrilled him. No contemporary military-grade crossbow could match such performance. Yet the quadruple optical magnetic field imaging sight remained unfamiliar. When he raised the crossbow into aiming position, however, it appeared indistinguishable from standard optical sights. Clutching both weapons, he exited the inner spatial realm, eager to test their lethality. After all, until firearms could be secured, these were his sole lifeline. No sooner had he emerged than the surveillance system blared an alarm. Someone was attempting to force the outer gate. Activating external cameras, he saw 4 furtive figures clustered around the fortress entrance, tinkering, whispering, their movements tense and nervous. Their voices crackled faintly through the audio. A man who appeared to lead turned to another crouched before the door, frantically manipulating its mechanical lock. And, Dan, can you even do this? You've been at it forever. Why isn't it opening yet? A blond man behind them, cigarette dangling from his lips, growled impatiently. Why bother? Just kick it down. And if that kid's inside, NW'll beat him senseless. The man working on the lock was a wiry, narrow-eyed, middle-aged man. Hearing the taunt, he stepped aside and shot back in. Go ahead, try it yourself. If you break this door, I'll follow you anywhere. The blond man flicked away his cigarette and strode forward, stepping back twice. The others scattered clear. It's just an iron door. Nah, security doors, nothing more than a few kicks. Why treat it like some high-tech marvel? He bent his knees, slightly launched himself upward, and drove his right foot hard into the steel surface with full body weight and momentum. Thud. Ow, what the hell is this door made of? It's solid as bedrock. Nah, dull, hollow impact reverberated, but the gate didn't so much as tremble. The blond man crumpled to the ground, clutching his right leg and howling. The wiry man snorted derisively before remarking, think this is ordinary security. This is a top-tier vault door, the frames welded directly into reinforced concrete. Even industrial blasting charges wouldn't breach. The blond man, still gripping his leg, roared, why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked, you. And the leader intervened, swiftly cutting off the escalating quarrel, and turned to the wiry man. Any viable solution? Extremely unlikely. Had it been electronic, we might bypass it. But this employs a 5-digit mechanical cipher lock. Only a wave-scanning probe and microbore endoscopic camera could possibly crack it. The leader scratched his head. Liang Gu insisted. We must enter tonight and ascertain what's happening. Otherwise, how do we answer to Biao Yi tomorrow? Li Fan had initially assumed these intruders were local residents drawn by the delivery trucks earlier that day, mere opportunistic thieves. Listening to their exchange on the monitor, however, he recognized them as men sent by Xie Biao. He couldn't help but admire the man. A shadow sovereign who'd evaded downfall for a decade clearly possessed formidable instincts. Yet Li Fan now stood fully prepared, no longer needing to feign deference towards Xie Biao. It was time to draw blood. He glanced at the repeating crossbow in his hand, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Loading 10 bolts, he ascended to the watchtower, opened the firing port, and took aim at the 4 figures below. There he discovered the true brilliance of the optical magnetic imaging sight. In the dim night, the 4 men appeared with startling clarity, sharper than any night vision device, revealing even the flutter of their eyelids. His crosshairs settled upon the wiry man, the undisputed master of lockpicking and forced entry. He would be the first target. Whoosh! A sliver of cold light streaked from the watchtower, silent, swift, lethal. The wiry man didn't even cry out. His head snapped backward, then he collapsed rigidly onto the ground. Through the sight, Li Fan watched in chilling detail the bolt pierce straight through the man's skull, erupting from the rear with a spray of crimson and gray matter. Its destructive power was staggering. The human skull, second only to teeth and bone density, offered no resistance whatsoever. Though the distance from watchtower to gate was barely 30 meters, and the angle downward, the precision and penetration far surpassed standard military crossbows by an order of magnitude. Below, the remaining 3 men remained oblivious, still debating entry methods, when suddenly the wiry man dropped lifelessly to the pavement. It was midnight. Disoriented, they rushed forward to check on him. The blond man shone his flashlight on the fallen man and froze. Blood soaked his hair and face. Before he could utter a warning, another gleam flashed, piercing his own skull. His flashlight clattered to the ground, terror and disbelief locked in his widening eyes as he toppled beside his comrade. The leader reacted instantly, snuffing his light, and sprinting blindly outward, abandoning his last companion without hesitation. The fourth man, silent until now, had already flattened himself at the first collapse. Only after seeing the leader flee did he surge upright and dash outward, blazing fast. Within seconds he overtook the leader, and as he passed shoved him violently to the ground. Li Fan watched, a wry, contemptuous smile playing on his lips. He murmured softly, when fleeing a tiger you need not outrun the beast, only your fellow prey. Such is the nature of humanity. Another flash, cold precise. The leader's curse died mid-breath, choked off in his throat. Eyes blazing with venom and despair, he fell, less than 2 meters from the courtyard gate. From the silent man springing up from the ground to toppling the leader, and then Li Fan finishing him off, barely 10 seconds elapsed. When Li Fan reacquired his aim on the last silent man, he had already fled beyond the courtyard gate. He took cover behind the courtyard wall and sprinted swiftly toward a waiting car. Li Fan was startled once again. Through the scope the silent man remained sharply visible, even while concealed behind the wall. Unlike thermal imaging, which rendered human figures in monochrome red, this scope displayed the wall in crisp neutral gray with razor-sharp contours. Yet the silent man behind it appeared in full color, still only a humanoid silhouette, but with clarity far surpassing any thermal imager. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the silent man slipped into the car, ignited the engine, and sped away into the distance. Instinctively, Li Fan trained his scope upon him and squeezed the trigger. Since the car stood flush against the courtyard wall, the streak of cold light shot straight from the watchtower toward the masonry barrier. Bang! Crash! The first thunderous impact echoed like metal striking stone, the second, a shattering explosion of glass. Yet the speeding vehicle merely veered off course for an instant before correcting itself, accelerating even faster as it vanished into the night. Watching the car recede into the distance, now well beyond the crossbow's effective range, Li Fan shook his head in resignation and abandoned all thought of pursuing the final survivor. Li Fan did not rush outside to inspect the scene. Instead, he held the crossbow steady, scanning the surroundings through the scope until he confirmed no further threats remained, then methodically examined the 3 fallen men sprawled across the courtyard. He observed their vivid colored silhouettes within the scope gradually fading, dimming first to muted tones, then dissolving entirely into inert gray, before descending from the watchtower to the ground floor. He opened the door, stepped out with crossbow raised, verified all 3 were lifeless, then stowed their corpses into his spatial pocket, casting them unceremoniously into its shadowed corner. Next, he located the 3 bolt impact craters in the earth. Retrieving a military-grade shovel from his spatial pocket, he dug over 15 centimeters deep before recovering the embedded bolts. At that moment, gazing upon those intact projectiles, Li Fan's confidence in this life-saving weapon surged anew. The bolts remained undamaged, capable of piercing a human skull, burying themselves deep into packed soil, and most astonishingly penetrating a brick and concrete courtyard wall before shattering automobile glass. Clearly at close range, this repeating crossbow eclipsed contemporary firearms in raw power, and its penetrative force was nothing short of extraordinary. After erasing every trace of the confrontation, Li Fan hastened back to his fortress and retrieved his refined Tang-style sword, eager to test its edge within his spatial pocket. His gaze settled upon an unprocessed engine still awaiting decomposition in the spatial recycle bin, an unmounted W16 64-valve power plant stripped from a Bugatti Veyron. Lifting the sword without aid from his combat suit's auxiliary systems, Li Fan swung it down with pure muscular force, releasing a shrieking metallic screech. The pristine engine split cleanly in 2 along its midline. The result thrilled him beyond expectation. He ran his fingers reverently over the blade's flawless edge, heart pounding with fierce exhilaration. Meanwhile, at Lishui Villa, Sieta Biao lay naked upon his massive bed, left arm cushioning his head, right hand holding a cigarette between his fingers. His phone chimed on the nightstand. He snatched it up and answered. Before uttering a word, a frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Brother Biao, something's gone wrong." Sieta Biao's brow furrowed instantly. Those words had become the last thing he wished to hear these past few days. What happened? Tonight's team sent to Li Fan's fortress. 4 men total, lost 3. Only 1 escaped wounded and is now being treated at our clinic. Sieta Biao's face darkened like storm-racked water. His voice dropped low and dangerous. Who fell? Who returned? Chun-Li, Guzi, and Lao Bao are dead. Pei Lang made it back. Arrow lodged in his back. Lao Zhao's treating him. Sieta Biao narrowed his eyes, stunned inwardly. Keep Pei Lang under watch. I'll come myself. I need to speak with him directly. He rose, dressed swiftly, seized his car keys, and left the residential compound, heading straight for his private clinic established exclusively to treat injuries sustained by his underlings during illicit operations. Located in the Bailin district, just outside the city's outskirts, not far from the Honglinmen nightclub, Sieta Biao entered the clinic's ward to find all his senior lieutenants already assembled. They parted respectfully as he approached. On the bed, Hei Lang attempted to rise upon seeing him, only to recoil in agony, collapsing back with a pained wail, "Big brother, avenge your brothers." Xie Biao studied the man. He vaguely recalled him a recruit taken in by Zhang Liang less than 3 months prior, rumored to be a discharged soldier who turned to Zhang Liang after hitting rock bottom. Renowned for exceptional martial prowess, he served as Zhang Liang's top enforcer. "Explain, what exactly transpired? Who struck the blow?" "We arrived at the fortress tonight. Lao Bao worked for ages trying to breach the entrance, but before we could decide our next move, he was struck through the skull by a crossbow bolt. By the time I and Li Gu reacted, Feng Go was also killed, head blown apart. Then Li Gu and I fled outward, but before escaping, Li Gu fell too. I drove off and took a bolt in my back." "Did you see who fired me?" "No, I couldn't see a thing. It was pitch black. I didn't even know where the bolt came from." Xie Biao stared unblinking at Hei Lang, voice glacial. "So, you entered the fortress, failed even to open its gate, and yet 3 of my men were slain by unseen crossbow fire." Hei Lang bowed his head, hesitant but resolute. "Brother Biao, I'm certain it was Li Fan. That vantage point, the watchtower, is almost certainly where he fired from." Xie Biao's mind reeled. He found it nearly impossible to believe Li Fan capable of murder. For years, Li Fan's family had embodied quiet decency. Neighbors remembered them as unfailingly amiable, rarely raising voices, yet memories surfaced. Li Fan's recent strangeness after borrowing money from him, and today's unsettling shift in demeanor, stirring quiet suspicion within him. "Are you absolutely certain all 3 are dead?" A flicker of panic crossed Hei Lang's eyes as he replied, "Feng Go and Lao Bao were shot in the head. They're certainly dead. Li Gu collapsed. Unconscious. I didn't dare check. But he's unlikely to have survived." Xie Biao eyed him skeptically, lit a cigarette, and paced to the window, his gaze sharp, calculating, unreadable. Silence descended, so profound a pin drop would echo. After a long pause, he turned to Zhou Qiang standing behind him. "Didn't several of the female college students who borrowed money from us attend Xigong University?" Zhou Qiang nodded. "Yes, 12 unpaid borrowers are students there. Call them now. Find out who knows Li Fan, and instruct her to meet me at the office tomorrow." Having issued the order, he turned to Hei Lang on the bed. "Rest well these days, stay low. Keep your head down." As the lieutenants escorted him out, Xie Biao paused before entering his car and summoned Zhang Liang aside. "Liangzi, assign men to watch Hei Lang closely. Brother Biao, you suspect Hei Lang. He's withholding truth and carries an aura unlike ours. With police scrutiny intensifying and troubles mounting, we cannot afford carelessness. Monitor him relentlessly, especially whom he contacts." Zhang Liang grasped the implication immediately. Xie Biao suspected Hei Lang was an undercover cop. "Brother Biao, shall I arrange an accident?" Xie Biao shook his head. "It's only suspicion, no rash action. We risk alienating loyal brothers without cause." Xie Biao's enduring foothold in Chang'an Prefecture stemmed not only from high-level patronage and meticulous caution, but also from an uncanny instinctive perception honed over decades of perilous enterprise. On October 4th, this is already the 5th day of the rapidly rising temperatures, and by the time the sun rises in the morning, the temperature has already reached 38 C. Meanwhile, the temperature in the underground bunker is only 21 degrees. Li Fan lay on the couch on the 3rd underground level, holding a chilled watermelon in his left hand, fiddling with his phone to scroll through Douyin with his right hand, and swaying his feet in flip-flops. He was waiting for the news. If his memory served him correctly, at 9 o'clock this morning, which was just an hour away, the morning news would officially announce a high-temperature warning. The morning news had not yet started, but Douyin was already buzzing with various complaint videos about the weather. One video blogger's clip of frying an egg on a car hood had gone viral with over 3 million comments. "Blogger, fry me a steak, I want it medium rare. What's going on? Why is it hotter in autumn than in summer? Could it be that the earth has flipped? Friends, with such high temperatures, our boss still wants us to work. What an evil capitalist." "Upstairs, friends, our boss said as long as the earth doesn't explode, we won't take a day off. The spirit of cattle and horses shall spread across the world." Looking at these people who still maintained an optimistic attitude, Li Fan could only helplessly curl his lips, hoping that in a few days they could still keep such a cheerful outlook. Among them, there was one video that didn't have high traffic, but caught Li Fan's attention. The video featured an elderly scholar roughly in his 50s or 60s who said in the video, "This sudden temperature increase may be a harbinger of disaster. It is likely related to the red cloud seen in the sky more than 10 days ago. This may be the Earth's self-repair with an uncertain duration, urging everyone to prepare for high temperatures." Li Fan clicked on the old man's profile picture and realized that this person was Professor Hua Qiliang, an astronomy professor at Basha University. He recalled that in his past life, he was the one who compared the red clouds to celestial coal. Moreover, many astronomical studies later featured his insights. At that time, Li Fan was merely the captain of a survivor squad from the outer city and had no access to such influential figures. Much of the information was beyond his reach. He thought that this old man should know a lot of information by now, but due to platform management regulations he might not dare to disclose the truth. With a mindset of trying his luck, Li Fan privately messaged this elder. "Hello Professor, I just watched your video and found your points very reasonable. Could you explain how this temperature shift came about?" However, after waiting for a long time, Professor Hu did not respond. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the first news of the morning broadcast was the high temperature warning. According to the National Meteorological Administration's predictions, this high temperature is caused by an abnormal radiation from solar flares creating solar storms. The high temperatures are expected to last for about 15 days, so please do not panic and ensure to stock up on a sufficient water supply. This simplistic announcement made Li Fan aware that the country had already sensed that this temperature spike was not so simple. Such formal notices of soothing and warnings would soon lead to nationwide suspensions of work production halts and school closures. Because on just this single day the number of heatstroke deaths nationwide had already reached tens of thousands. Mostly in southern cities, Li Fan put down his phone, took out Australian lobsters and chilled beer from another space, and began to enjoy the good times of the first phase of the apocalypse. In Xiedabio's office, Lu Ruyan sat nervously on the guest sofa. A stack of cash amounting to 1,000 yuan was placed on the coffee table. Last night, Lu Ruyan suddenly received a call from Zhou Qiang asking if she knew Li Fan. After receiving her affirmative answer, Zhou Qiang told her to visit Xiediabiao's company the next day to find Biao Yi. Initially, Lu Ruyan thought it was because Xiediabiao found out about her receiving 1,000 yuan from Li Fan, so she withdrew the money early in the morning. Xiediabiao looked at the cash on the table and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this money?" Lu Ruyan was taken aback and quickly replied, "It was given to me by Li Fan." Xiediabiao revealed a strange smile and asked, "Are you very familiar with Li Fan? Why did he give you money?" "Not too familiar. I helped him with something, and he gave it to me." "What was it?" Lu Ruyan was momentarily speechless. She dared not, nor did she want to tell Xiediabiao the truth, and after stammering for a long time, she couldn't utter a single word. Xiediabiao squinted at Lu Ruyan and suddenly laughed. "I won't pry into your young people's affairs, but the money you can take it back. Now you will work on a task for me." Lu Ruyan immediately perked up, looking at Xiediabiao with hope, and said, "Biao Yi, you say it, I will do my utmost to accomplish it. I want you to find Li Fan, build a good relationship with him, and no matter what method you use, find a way to enter his bunker and clarify what secrets lie within. It would be best if you could take some videos and photos." After hearing Xiediabiao's task, Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned ashen. If possible, she would rather sleep with Xiediabiao, even if it was just his underlings, than see Li Fan again. Because Li Fan had inflicted psychological torment on her, making her feel as though life was worse than death, it was a kind of mental torture. Seeing Lu Ruyan's unwilling expression, Xiediabiao said coldly, "What? Unwilling? If you are unwilling, I will not force you. However, this amount of money is not enough to repay my debt." Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, fearfully saying, "Biao Yi, I will return the promised 1,000 yuan to you right now." Too late. A few days ago it was 1,000 yuan, but with so many days past, is there no interest? Lu Ruyan bit her lip, thinking that thankfully Li Fan had given her an extra 2,000 yuan, and at worst, she could pay it all back to Xiediabiao. "Biao Yi, how much do I owe you then?" "In these few days the interest on 1,000 yuan is 8,000, so now you need to pay me 1,800. "What? How could it be so high? You are going too far. I only borrowed 4,000. How could the interest possibly balloon to 1,800? Xiediabiao put on that gentle smile again, quietly watching Lu Ruyan scream. It wasn't until Lu Ruyan saw Xiediabiao's smiling face and the mocking expressions of the underlings around that she calmed down, tears streaming down her face. "No more shouting. Now are you deciding to repay the money, or are you going to follow my orders?" Lu Ruyan stopped crying, her eyes flashing with hatred and madness. She raised her tear-stained face and replied, "I will go to Li Fan." Xiediabiao nodded in satisfaction, walked to the coffee table, picked up the stack of cash, and stuffed it into Lu Ruyan's hands, gently wiping away her tear stains as he said, "Actually, this task isn't difficult. You're so beautiful, oh, just be a little proactive, and he will surely invite you in. If you can accomplish this task, we will be even." Lu Ruyan silently nodded, not responding. She knew that it was already very difficult to escape from Xiediabiao's grasp. Even if she managed to complete this task for him, he could still use the videos to threaten her. Xiediabiao instructed his henchman Zhang Liang. "Liang Zi, drive Lu Ruyan to Li Fan's bunker, and make sure to watch her enter the bunker." Lu Ruyan left the office like a zombie, following Zhang Liang. Zhou Qiang watched Lu Ruyan leave, his lustful gaze roaming over her body. Only when the office door closed did he reluctantly retract his gaze, and said to Xiediabiao, "Biao uncle, can Lu Ruyan handle this? When we went to Li Fan's house to sign the contract, they seemed to be quite unfamiliar with each other. Would you casually give someone you're not familiar with 10 or 20,000? Their relationship is definitely not simple. They must have slept together at least once. This time we can test to see what their relationship really is. 10,000, and they just slept together." Xiediabiao glanced at Zhou Qiang and said, If you weren't my nephew, this girl wouldn't even spare you a glance. Has there been any news about that masked man? Uncle Biao, it's been too hot these days, and the brothers can't stay outside for long to look for someone. I've let everyone rest. Sieta Biao kicked out, angrily scolding. Do you not know how to weigh your importance? Look at Liang Zihao Zi and the others. Would they dare to make excuses for the tasks I assigned? You're the only one in the entire company who has failed so miserably. If it weren't for your mother asking me to take care of you, I would have kicked you out long ago. Zhou Qiang slowly got up, lowering his head and saying nothing. This made Sieta Biao even more furious as he said, Get out immediately and find someone for me. I don't want to hear excuses. If you can't even find someone, I'll have someone else take over this lucrative job of lending money in the future. Just quietly go to the door and work as a security guard to pass the days. Zhou Qiang lowered his head and left the office. When Lu Ruyin was brought to the outside of Li Fan's fortress, she looked at this peculiar building feeling anxious and uncertain about whether she could enter smoothly. From her initial understanding of Li Fan, he was a very indifferent person, and the connection with Ko Peng had already been severed, leaving her with no intersection with Li Fan. Turning back to glance at Zhang Liang sitting in the car, she had no choice but to steel herself and approach the iron gate, knocking firmly. Suddenly an alarm sounded, and the display screen on the wall lit up. Seeing the person outside the door, she felt puzzled. Why was Lu Ruyin here? How did she know about this place? In a normal person's thinking, Lu Ruyin would have a place on her list of grudges against her. After that night of her mental attack and Ko Peng's physical assault, she would definitely not be so proactive in seeking her out. This abnormal phenomenon combined with last night's events made Li Fan feel vigilant. He put down what he was holding and opened the 28 surveillance cameras outside the fortress. These cameras were all hidden, distributed around the fortress and along the roads outside the courtyard, providing comprehensive surveillance within a 500-meter radius of the fortress. Soon Li Fan discovered a black Volkswagen, and sitting in the driver's seat was a familiar face, or rather an enemy from his past life, Zhang Liang. In his previous life, it was Sieta Biao who had driven him out of his home, and he had hoarded supplies from the supermarket. Only after Li Fan begged did Sieta Biao allow him to survive in the warehouse. This person was on his kill list, but he could not act against him just yet. In the first stage of the apocalypse, the country had deployed the military to assist local governments in maintaining order. At this time, killing openly might draw the army's attention. Even if he wanted to kill, it had to be done discreetly, and all traces must be erased afterward. After pondering while smoking a cigarette, Li Fan came up with an idea. There was still a month and a half before the virus outbreak. It would be pointless to eliminate them so early. He needed to let them die slowly in despair. Looking at Lu Ruyin, who was almost exhausted from knocking, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes as he murmured, Lu Ruyin, don't blame me for targeting you alone. You brought this upon yourself. He went downstairs, opened the door, and asked impassively, what do you want? Lu Ruyin, who had been knocking, was on the verge of collapsing from the heat. Suddenly her hand slipped, and she fell to the ground, looking up to see Li Fan's handsome face, which sent a chill down her spine. Aye. Lu Ruyin didn't know how to start, for she knew that the tactics she used on ordinary boys would be utterly ineffective against this man. Even if she stood before him naked, it would only invite disdain and disgust. Seeing Lu Ruyin's bewildered expression, he shook his head helplessly and said, look at you, so beautiful, and from a prestigious university, how could you not leave that scum Sieta Biao? You've made yourself so miserable. Lu Ruyin staggered to her feet. Li Fan's words echoed her own thoughts, but she felt there was no turning back. As she thought about it, her eyes turned red and she began to sob. Come in, Li Fan said, leading her into the fortress and closing the door. He sat down on the sofa on the first floor, fetched a bottle of mineral water and a pack of tissues, and handed them to her. Lu Ruyin eagerly took the mineral water and drank it without any regard for her image. Slow down, if that's not enough, I have more. After finishing the mineral water, Lu Ruyin wiped her tears and looked at Li Fan momentarily at a loss for words. Li Fan smiled and broke the silence first. Was it Sieta Biao who forced you to come here? Lu Ruyin looked up in surprise and asked, how did you know? Li Fan shrugged and said slowly, after that night with Ko Peng, you should hate me. There's no way you'd actively seek me out. I'm not so low as to mock a girl who has no enmity with me. It's all for my only good friend. Once that night ended, our connection was also— I'm not so low as to mock a girl who has no enmity with me. It's all for my only good friend. Once that night ended, our connection was also finished, and you can repay Sieta Biao's debt. Then you can cut ties with your past self and become a truly good person, can't you? Lu Ruyin's eyes were filled with despair as she began to sob again, saying, I wanna, but Sieta Biao won't let me go. He has raised the debt to 180. Li Fan was not surprised after hearing this. If Sieta Biao were so easy to deal with, there wouldn't be so many university students working at his nightclubs. Thinking this way, his face revealed an expression of anger for her situation as he said, you sigh, he'll transfer you another 80 as an apology for that night. Hurry up and pay off that debt, cut ties with them. After all, the remaining money would soon become worthless, and using her to dig a pit for Lu Ruyin was the most suitable option. Indeed, Li Fan's words filled Lu Ruyin's heart with warmth. Looking at his handsome face, she forced a bitter smile, saying it's useless. Even if I repay him 18000, he will still threaten me. I have videos in his hands and I can't escape. Then why did he send you here? Lu Ruyan lowered her head, remaining silent. Let me guess, he wants you to investigate the situation in my fortress, right? Lu Ruyan nodded, but still said nothing. Lu Ruyan, I can help you escape from this misery, but you need to follow my plan. Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly, her expression filled with despair and a numb tone. It's impossible, oh, no one can escape from Siedabio's grasp. Li Fan smiled confidently and said, it depends on how you think. If you want to completely break free from Siedabio's control, only I can help you. At that time I can give you 1 million to start a new life in another city. Of course, if you don't want it, just pretend I didn't say anything, and you can rest and leave. Lu Ruyan looked at Li Fan's serious expression, and she didn't doubt that he would give her the money. Why do you want to help me? I know you look down on me from the bottom of your heart. Li Fan crouched down in front of Lu Ruyan, meeting her gaze calmly, and slowly said, what I disdain is the Lu Ruyan who is toyed with by Siedabiao, yet enjoys it. Not the Lu Ruyan who is fighting desperately to escape from his clutches. It's not wrong to go down the wrong path. Everyone has moments of straying from the right path in their lives. What matters is whether you have the courage to return from the wrong path. Can I still go back? Let me ask you, do you hate Siedabiao? Of course, that kind of trash deserves to die 1,000 times. Then follow my plan, and I will make you witness the end of Siedabiao, where not even his bones remain. Looking at Li Fan's determined eyes and gentle smile, her originally despairing and numb expression slowly began to shine. Li Fan exuded a quality that made her feel convinced, making her think that perhaps he really had a way to confront Siedabiao. After all, neither of them were good people. What should I do? What arrangement did Siedabiao give you? He asked me to find a way to enter your place and investigate the situation here, preferably taking some photos and videos. Li Fan stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, and said, you sit here for a while, and when I call you, you can come upstairs. Lu Ruyan obediently nodded. When she reached the second floor, Li Fan took out supplies from his otherworldly space, arranged them outside along with the shelves, and then placed a bed in the middle. Then he shouted down to Lu Ruyan, come up. When Lu Ruyan arrived on the second floor, she was astonished by the abundance of supplies, and before she could speak, she saw Li Fan had taken off his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs and perfectly sculpted chest. Li Fan lay on the bed and said to the dazed Lu Ruyan, strip. Oh. Lu Ruyan felt as if thunder was rumbling overhead. The person who had just been so righteous had instantly turned into a lecherous ghost. Anger, embarrassment, despair, various emotions churned within her. Li Fan noticed Lu Ruyan's expression and realized he had been misunderstood. Frowning, he said, what are you thinking? You aren't planning to send him a video directly, are you? If you send him a video directly, he will definitely not believe it. That old man is suspicious and cautious. We need to put on a show for him, making him think that we are in a relationship. You filmed it secretly while I was asleep. Only then did Lu Ruyan understand Li Fan's intention. She quickly took off her coat and was about to remove her last 2 crucial pieces of clothing when Li Fan interrupted her, saying, all right, stop undressing. Lying straight on the bed, Li Fan extended his arm, signaling Lu Ruyan to rest her head on it, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Following Li Fan's instructions, Lu Ruyan lay in his arms, opened her phone camera, first sweeping over her own body, and then across Li Fan's face before turning to capture the items on the second floor. After finishing the video, Li Fan quickly put on his clothes. Lu Ruyan, lost in thought, kept her head down as she silently dressed, suddenly saying, Li Fan, if you did something to me just now, I would have agreed. Li Fan was taken aback. A smirk crept onto his lips, feeling disgusted. Lu Ruyan was still trying to act smart. However, the act must continue. He walked to Lu Ruyan, helped her fasten the last 2 buttons, and said, what is most precious to a woman is not that layer of membrane, but a pure heart. Remember, the only person who can take off your clothes is the one who can put a wedding dress on you. Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened at his words. Li Fan picked up her phone and placed it into her bag, handing the bag back to her. Leading her to the first floor, he said, later when you go back, give this video to Siedabiao. And then, then you should go home. If Siedabiao looks for you again and has any plans, you can message me anytime. Lu Ruyan raised her head, looking at Li Fan in confusion. How do you plan to deal with Siedabiao? No need to rush. I already have a plan, and you'll know in a few days. When you go back, if they don't look for you, just don't do anything. If they continue to bother you, just help me relay their messages. After giving Lu Ruyan more instructions, Li Fan sent her out. At the moment the door closed, Li Fan smirked mischievously. Want to go home? You are my girlfriend, they won't easily let you leave. Back on the underground 3rd floor, he opened all the surveillance cameras and saw Lu Ruyan walking towards a Volkswagen. Li Fan placed his finger on the server in front of the surveillance monitor, and a dark fluid flowed from the USB port, displaying a new interface on the screen. Just now, when Li Fan helped Lu Ruyan with her phone, he had entered a different space and had Ran Lin implant a surveillance program. Li Fan could listen to all the surrounding sounds through Lu Ruyan's phone and could also activate the phone's camera. Thus the conversation between Lu Ruyin and Zhang Liang in the car was transmitted. Did you get it, eh? Yeah, I got it. Was it that easy to film? Didn't he find out? I filmed it after he fell asleep. Then the sound of the engine started, and the two Volkswagens left the fortress. Li Fan sat back on the sofa picking up the crab legs and beer he hadn't finished. Xiao AI classmate. I'm here. Play a song from Empty City Plan, continue the music, and dance. Okay. Meanwhile, Xie Biao was looking at the video on Lu Ruyan's phone, frowning in contemplation as he raised his head to stare at her. Didn't you say you weren't very close to Li Fan? How did you end up sleeping together so quickly? I borrowed money from him, and he made me his girlfriend. Xie Biao sneered. You are quite valuable. Boss Biao about my loan note and video. Don't worry, I need to verify the authenticity of this video. Once I'm sure it's fine, I'll return it to you. Lu Ruyan dared not express her anger, realizing that Xie Biao would not easily return the loan note and video. Then Boss Biao, I will head back now. After saying that, Lu Ruyan prepared to leave, but as soon as she stood up, she was blocked by Zhang Liang. Boss Biao, what do you mean by this? Lu Ruyan was so frightened that she kept retreating. Xie Biao lit a cigarette and slowly spoke. Ruyan, you can't leave yet. Why? Li Fan let you into the fortress so easily, which means you hold some weight with him. You are still of great use to me. Xianzi, arrange a place for her in the company. Keep a close watch on her. Lu Ruyan never expected to be put under house arrest by Xie Biao. She thought the worst outcome would be not getting her loan note and video back. Looking around the office, Xie Biao's underlings were looking at her with intense eyes, making her blood run cold. Boss Biao, I can't stay here. The dorm supervisor is going to check the rooms tonight. No worries, soon you can call your instructor and say you went home for the National Day holiday. After saying this, he waved towards Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang understood and directly dragged the struggling Lu Ruyan out of the office. Inside the office, Zhang Liang looked at Xie Biao and asked, Boss Biao, what's the next step? When are we preparing to take revenge? No rush, we'll deal with him after the heat from Hong Lang Man passes. Then why are you keeping this woman? It's still uncertain whether our three brothers were dealt with by Li Fan. If he was, then my previous instinct was right. This kid is not as simple as he seems. Keeping Lu Ruyan might prove useful. Was there anything unusual with Hei Lang yesterday? No, he was just lying in the hospital room recovering. Don't you think you're overthinking it? This kid, while quiet, works efficiently. He doesn't seem like a cop. No news is the best news. I just have a feeling something big is about to happen. It's been unstable lately, so we must be cautious in everything we do. Li Fan naturally heard Lu Ruyan and Xie Biao's conversation in the office, revealing a cunning smile of success. Letting Xie Biao see the intimate picture of the two was to plant a thorn beside the suspicious Xie Biao. Tomorrow, when the whole country halts work and studies the importance of resources, will gradually reveal itself. This group of desperate trash will surely try to target him again. He only needs to wait patiently for the rabbit to come. In Xie Biao's private clinic, Hei Lang spoke to his brother beside him. Xiaoma, is Boss Biao arranged when to take revenge yet? Not yet, Wolf brother. Since you are injured, don't worry about this. Just focus on recovering. You'll let the brothers handle the revenge. A hint of urgency flashed in Hei Lang's eyes. Since last night, the brothers of the two gangs had been taking turns to care for him, but in reality, they were keeping a close watch on him. I need to go to the restroom. By the way, where's my bag? Xiaoma retrieved a handbag from a nearby cabinet, and Hei Lang took it, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter before heading to the restroom. Once inside the restroom, he quickly took out a cigarette from the pack, extracted a SIM card from it, inserted it into his phone, and his fingers flew across the screen. Xie Biao attempted to infiltrate Li Fan's fortress and was sniped along with 3 others. The perpetrator is likely Li Fan, who is extremely dangerous. Please investigate urgently. I am injured and under suspicion, being monitored. Requesting support. After sending the message, he quickly removed the SIM card, stuffed it back into the cigarette pack, and deleted the sent message record. He then pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat on the toilet, recalling the life and death moment from last night, still feeling lingering fears. Having served in the military for many years, he had seen many cold weapons, but had never encountered a crossbow with power comparable to an anti-material sniper rifle. Today, the criminal investigation team is overcrowded. As noon approaches, the outdoor temperature has already reached 45 C. It is impossible to conduct investigations outside for extended periods. Currently, a group of people is sitting in a spacious conference room where the powerful 2.5 horsepower air conditioner is running at full capacity, yet the temperature inside still makes everyone groan. After a morning of meetings, everyone had already determined the direction for the subsequent investigation, but by noon, people could no longer go outside. So what are we going to do? The deadline given by the higher-ups is approaching fast. Chen Zemin smoked one cigarette after another, feeling pressured as he still had not produced any tangible results. Zhang Qinggang had just unbuttoned the collar of his short-sleeved shirt and kept tugging at it, trying to feel some coolness. Hearing Chen Zemin's words, he helplessly consoled him. Director, Chen, don't be anxious. The weather is such that the higher-ups should. We have tried going outside, but as you can see, within half an hour 4 people collapsed, and 1 was sent for emergency treatment. Chen Zimin knew all too well. Looking at the group of investigators and police officers in the conference room, each one was drenched in sweat and dispirited. Just then Chen Zimin's phone rang. Seeing the incoming call number, he smiled wryly at Zhang Qinggang and said, "Look, I was just thinking how kind the higher-ups are today, not calling to apply pressure, and here it is." With that, he answered the phone. "Minister, I am currently." He paused mid-sentence as it seemed the other party abruptly interrupted him. Chen Zimin's previously bitter smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious, ultimately transforming into shock and disbelief. "Yes, I understand." He hung up the phone in disbelief and after a long moment turned to Zhang Qinggang and said, "I need to speak to your bureau chief about something. Let everyone take a break." He hurriedly left the conference room. Zhang Qinggang watched Chen Zimin's back, and a veteran police officer's intuition told him that something major had happened. Moreover, it was a matter so significant that even the chief of this criminal investigation team was unqualified to know. "Everyone should take a break today. The weather is hot, drink more water, and avoid heat stroke." After saying that, he also left the conference room and returned to his office, taking out his phone. He had just received a text message which was from the mole he had planted in the criminal organization of Xiedebiao months ago. The criminal investigation team had long been considering uprooting Xiedebiao, the malignant tumor, in Chang'an Prefecture. However, due to Xiedebiao's intricate web of connections with protection above and subordinates covering for him below, progress had been stagnant for years. A few months ago, he had selected someone from among the military personnel transitioning into police work to infiltrate the organization. Only he and the city bureau chief knew the entire plan. After reading the content of the text message, Zhang Qinggang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. 3 people were dead, and the police had no wind of it. He learned of it from the undercover agent. It seemed that Xiedebiao was becoming increasingly arrogant. But who was this Li Fan? He picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. "Huang Wei, come to my office with Wang Yu." Soon Huang Wei and Wang Yu arrived simultaneously at Zhang Qinggang's office. "You two have been investigating the fire at the Hongleman Night Club recently. Do you have any leads?" Huang Wei and Wang Yu exchanged glances, confused. This case had been shelved due to the theft at the logistics park and the hacking incident, and now it was being brought up by the team again. If there were new clues, Huang Wei quickly responded, "Captain Zhang, we stopped the investigation after tracking a suspicious masked man. Is there a new lead?" Zhang Qinggang nodded seriously. "According to reliable sources, last night, Xiedebiao sent someone to invade a place called Li Fan's fortress, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. The killer is very likely this Li Fan. Do you know anything about this Li Fan? And what's this fortress all about?" This sentence hit like a thunderclap, leaving both of them stunned. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "No way Li Fan dared to kill. Could there be a mistake?" Zhang Qinggang looked at Wang Yu, puzzled. "Do you know this Li Fan? Give me a detailed report on the situation." "Yes, Li Fan, 21 years old, born on November 7, 2003, currently studying at Xi'an University of Technology, a third-year student in the Political Science and Law Department. He has excellent academic performance and has been a scholarship recipient for 3 consecutive years. Abandoned by his parents at a young age, he lived in an orphanage until it closed down, after which he was adopted by the couple who ran it. On September 26, 2021, his adoptive parents died in a car accident, leaving him with substantial assets." After listening to Wang Yu's briefing, Zhang Qinggang gained a rough understanding of Li Fan. Judging from this information, Li Fan indeed did not seem capable of killing 3 people and injuring a retired soldier. However, the text message was too concise, and it was impossible to determine if there was any error in it. "What is this fortress? Do you know anything about it?" Wang Yu nodded and continued, "This fortress is located at the Lishui Villa, where Xiedebiao resides, 2,000 meters east at the foot of the Lishui Mountains, and it is a media base built by Li Fan. Li Fan initially planned to use the property as collateral to secure a loan for starting a business, but after Xiedebiao learned of it, he forced him to take a loan of 80 million from him, which was the funding for building the base." Zhang Qinggang looked at Wang Yu and praised her with a smile. "You've done a thorough investigation. Now tell me your assessment of Li Fan." Wang Yu internally did not believe. Zhang Qinggang looked at Wang Yu and praised her with a smile. "You've done a thorough investigation. Now tell me your assessment of Li Fan." Wang Yu internally did not believe that Li Fan could kill. "I find this intelligence questionable. Xiedebiao's men are all criminals, and being brave and ruthless is definitely not something a defenseless college student can compare to." Zhang Qinggang opened his computer and pulled up Li Fan's information from the police internal system, smoking as he read through the content. "Have you had any contact with?" Wang Yu nodded and replied, "I've had 2 encounters and talked with him, so I have some understanding of him. Find a time to check out his fortress. I will apply for a search warrant for you." No matter how impressive his background is, one must maintain a skeptical mindset. If a homicide truly occurred, then the 3 bodies would absolutely be impossible to clean up. If not, it means this report might have inaccuracies. I will conduct targeted investigations once I confirm accurate information. Understood. Zhang Qinggang directly issued a search warrant, stamped it, and handed it to Wang Yu. "Go find the bureau chief for a signature." Wait until the sun sets and the temperature cools down a bit. Take a colleague with you when you go out. Huang Wei can stay here. Wang Yu took the search warrant and left. Do we have any leads on the theft at the logistics park? Huang Wei, with a pained expression, reached for the cigarette box on Zhang Qinggang's desk and pulled one out to light up. He casually tucked the cigarette into his pocket and said, "That case is even more troublesome than the hackers investigated by the national security. Currently, there are no useful leads." However, Wang Yu's cousin helped analyze it and speculated that the middle-aged man we found might be a disguise. Ages 20-25-inch Zhang Qinggang noticed Huang Wei's action of smoking and felt a twitch in his eye, bitterly saying, "Sai, the chief calls me every day, and Ji Wuli and Woni Ma have used all the connections in the city. They hope we can recover the goods soon. I'm under a lot of pressure here." Huang Wei shrugged, feeling helpless, and said, "With Chang'an Prefecture under lockdown, a large batch of goods must still be there. Wait until the weather cools down, and then assign some people to me for a thorough sweep of the major warehouses in Chang'an Prefecture. There's no other way. That's all we can do." The two continued to smoke in the office. Meanwhile, Wang Yue, holding the already signed search warrant, sat in her office feeling conflicted. In the end, she decided to take her sister with her to Li Fan's fortress that evening. As night fell, the city lights began to twinkle. After a day of scorching heat, people finally found respite. The temperature had dropped from 46 to 36 degrees, and they flocked to the streets, squares, and parks in search of coolness. Wang Yu was driving towards Li Fan's fortress, her mind wandering as she observed the pedestrians along the streets. "Sister, do you think Li Fan could be a murderer?" Wang Yu, noticing Wang Yu's expression, teased her. "Haha, don't worry, it'll help you judge him later. If he is a murderer, you will have made a great contribution. If not, consider it a meeting with your future in-laws." "Sister, I'm being serious here." "So am I. I'm ignoring you now." Beep beep. The sound of a car horn startled them both. This honking was unlike that of an ordinary vehicle. Having grown up in the military compound, both recognized it as the horn of a military transport vehicle. Wang Yu quickly pulled the car to the side of the road. They saw dozens of transport vehicles racing past, each loaded with fully armed soldiers. This sight left them even more perplexed, especially Wang Yue, who understood that such a large-scale troop movement signaled a significant military operation. Gazing at the direction the transport vehicles were heading, Wang Yu pondered for a long time, but could not recall any military base in that area. "Sister, what's going on? Has the national security received any news?" Wang Yun shook her head, her eyes sparkling with insight. "I have a bad feeling about this." Wang Yu nodded in agreement, her expression serious, as she said, "Actually, I've been feeling restless these days too." Just then Wang Yun's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller, her face grew quite calm as she answered. "I'm still in Chang'an. The mission isn't over yet." "Why? No need for that. I will obey the organization's arrangements. If I receive orders to return, I will comply. If it's personal, I hope you understand that I can't leave my post recklessly." "What exactly is happening?" "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, Wang Yun's expression grew even more serious. Wang Yu noticed Wang Yun's poor demeanor and asked with concern, "Sister, whose call was that? What happened?" "It was your brother-in-law. He wants me to return to the capital immediately, and he arranged for a helicopter to pick me up." "What is going on?" Wang Yun shook her head, looking at the pedestrians on both sides of the street, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Something significant might truly be happening. Your brother-in-law mentioned that the station troops in the capital have entered full combat readiness. Wang Yu was astonished, realizing that the troops in the capital were not to be moved lightly. If the capital was entering a state of combat readiness, it meant the situation was indeed very serious. Even during the pandemic a few years ago, the capital only mobilized armed police for security maintenance. "Sister, does this mean a war is about to happen?" "I don't think so. Given the unusual weather these days, I suspect it relates to a natural disaster." "Are you planning to go back?" Wang Yun smiled gently and replied, "I finally got out. There's no way I'm going back so soon. Moreover, the people from the National Security Investigation Department are still on a mission in Chang'an. If I go back now, will I still be part of national security?" As their vehicle continued forward, they were unaware that a high-level meeting was underway in the upper echelons of the capital. In the conference hall, 5 top leaders sat at the main table, figures usually seen only on television news. The audience was also filled with individuals, including military officers, with at least 2 golden stars on their epaulets. There were also some middle-aged and elderly individuals resembling scholars, as well as some with a strong presence dressed in white shirts. An elderly man at the podium addressed the microphone. "Everyone is here. This emergency meeting has all signed confidentiality agreements. You all understand the severity of the situation. Director Jiao, please report on today's situation first." A respectful man in a white shirt with glasses responded, "Certainly. Today we have received alarming reports from health departments across the country. As of the meeting's start, the total number of heat stroke patients nationwide has reached 125267, with 32176 deaths and 42213 in critical. Most of these cases are concentrated in southern cities near the equator, and this number continues to rise. The situation is slightly better in the north, but the main disaster areas are the southern cities, particularly in Min Province, Cheong Province, Guizhou Province, and Zhejiang Province, which are the most severely affected. Upon hearing this, the meeting room erupted in an uproar. This was likely the most severe natural disaster to strike Xia country in the 21st century. The elderly man's heavy expression revealed his grave concern, and he then turned to another person in the audience, saying, "Director Liu, please share the situation detected by your meteorological bureau." According to the statistics gathered from meteorological satellites, radar, and atmospheric probing, we expect these high temperatures to persist for another 7 to 10 days, and the temperature will continue to rise. The peak may reach 60 C to 70 C. Boom. The meeting room erupted in chaos once again. 60 C. The highest temperature recorded in Earth's history hasn't even reached 60 C. This is an unprecedented natural disaster. How many people will die? Be quiet. What are you all yelling about? A 4-star general on stage shouted, silencing the crowd. The elderly man at the main seat continued, "The event has already occurred. We must not lose our composure. Professor Chen, you are the expert on this disaster. Please share your insights with everyone." An elderly man, nearing his 60s, stood up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have recently collaborated with authoritative professors and academicians in astronomy and geography across the country for research. This heat wave is related to solar anomalies, specifically the crimson haze from a few days ago. A massive energy surge whose origin is unknown has caused unusual solar activity. This energy source is expected to dissipate in 8 days. However, the critical issue is the chain reaction triggered by this heat wave. That is, the glaciers at the North and South Poles are melting." When Professor Chen uttered this last sentence, his voice trembled, and many were unsure of the implications of polar ice melting. Professor Chen swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain composed as he continued. "The melting of glaciers means that sea levels will rise, coastal cities will be submerged, and the capital is at risk of sinking. Moreover, freshwater resources will become critically scarce. If the polar ice completely melts, Earth will heat up once again, making survival for humanity exceedingly difficult." The elderly man continued to inquire, "To what extent do you expect the polar ice to melt?" According to estimates from Professor Hua of Basha University and Professor Zhao of Liaoning University, if the high temperatures persist for 8 days, over 60 of the polar ice will melt. At that time, sea levels would rise by about 10 meters. Silence fell over the room, a deadly silence, as the attendees were leaders managing various aspects of the nation. Faced with a natural disaster beyond human control, they felt helpless. The elderly man slowly stood up, his expression solemn, as he declared, "No matter how many difficulties we face, we must ensure that we are prepared for the present. Now I will outline the arrangements. All military regions must immediately enter a state of combat readiness. Deploy personnel to communicate and cooperate with local administrative departments to maintain public order while ensuring the safety. The Southeast Military District has the heaviest responsibilities. They should arrange for the evacuation of coastal city residents in advance. Starting tomorrow, the entire nation will enter a phase of work and production suspension. The governmental departments in each province and city must ensure the arrangement of supplies for the populace." Thus, a high-level meeting that would determine the fate of Xia country came to an end. Inside the fortress, Li Fan idly watched a television drama when the surveillance alarm suddenly blared. He turned and saw on the row of monitor feeds that a police car had stopped by the courtyard wall. 2 women stepped down from the vehicle, both in plainclothes, Wang Yu and a woman he had not seen before. Li Fan stared at the gentle, elegant woman with gold-rimmed glasses, but an inexplicable wariness rose in his chest. Where ordinary people would regard the strange building with curiosity, this woman regarded it with the cool eye of scrutiny, cataloging every minute detail. When she caught sight of the lookout tower, her expression turned guarded. She unconsciously took a few steps closer to the wall. It was that reflexive movement that set Li Fan's doubts in motion. This was not the reflex of an ordinary officer or civilian. An operative. State security. Li Fan sprinted up to the second basement, shut the door to the third basement, piled a heap of supplies against it until the entry was completely obscured, and placed other provisions on levels from the second basement up to the ground floor. All the items he retrieved had been bought with his own money, delivered from the logistics park, none of them requisitioned. Then he set out fruits, beverages, and snacks on the living room coffee table. He turned on the first-floor television and resumed the drama he had been watching. Only after finishing these tasks did Li Fan step behind the door, rub his cheek, and open it. "Officer, what brings you here?" Wang Yu frowned, feigning displeasure. "Well, you don't welcome us." "Of course we welcome you warmly. You have no choice but to welcome us. Look at this." Wang Yu produced an A4 sheet from her bag and unfolded it before Li Fan. Seeing the contents, Li Fan pretended to be shocked, inwardly relieved. "A search warrant. Why?" "Don't worry, I'm not in uniform. I'm from the political legal department. The issuance of a search warrant means this matter is serious, but I haven't broken any law." Seeing Li Fan's anxious expression, Wang Yu quickly explained, "We received information that a homicide occurred here last night. We are merely conducting the routine inspection. Cooperate and stay calm. If you are unrelated, you have nothing to fear. Li Fan hesitated briefly, then moved aside to let the two women in. The woman with the gentle smile never stopped watching him from the moment they entered. As she brushed past him, Li Fan noticed her body tighten slightly, an unmistakable posture of vigilance. Li Fan led them up from the second basement floor by floor, searching until they reached the lookout. The three of them halted in unison. Wang Yu stood on the lookout and took in the view. This place is not bad. You've even brought up the sofa and tea table. When there's nothing to do, I like to sit up here. Li Fan placated Wang Yu with idle words while his peripheral vision never left the gold-rimmed glasses. Meanwhile, Wang Yun kept peering through the firing slits, measuring distances and angles as if calculating a shot. Li Fan's heart raced. This woman was no ordinary visitor. Any simple ruse would not deceive her. Yet without concrete proof, a sharp mind like hers would not lay all her cards on the table. As long as he could survive tonight, everything might pass. If his memory served him, the country would grind to a halt tomorrow. Cases like a few dead, thrown out trash would no longer register high on the police's list. Moreover, since they had not found a corpse, they could not properly declare it a homicide. At that thought, Li Fan felt a measure of relief. As long as he could survive tonight, everything might pass. If his memory served him, the country would grind to a halt tomorrow. Cases like a few dead, thrown out trash would no longer register high on. Li Fan pressed a hand to his chest and said, "That's a relief. I thought I might be taken in. You stayed here last night." "Yes, I sleep here because it feels safe." "Did you hear or see anything last night?" "No. As you can see, apart from this viewing platform, the lower levels are completely sealed. And they have excellent soundproofing. If anything happened outside, I would not have known." "Did Xie de Biao trouble you again this afternoon?" "No. He must have seen you protecting me and dared not come." "Heh." Wang Yu blushed prettily and mock-scolded Li Fan with a coquettish glance. "That's good. If anyone gives you trouble, call me." "Okay, officer. Let's go downstairs, but I'll treat you to fruit." The three returned to the first floor. Li Fan took a heap of fruit from the shelves, washed it, and set it before the two women. The gentle-eyed woman continued to scrutinize the room's contents. "Sister, what are you looking at? Come and eat fruit. Let me introduce. This is my sister Wang Yun." Wang Yun kept smiling as she nodded at Li Fan. "My sister told me you plan to run a media company and sell products online." "Yes. Most online sellers only handle sales, suppliers manage inventory and shipping. Why are you stocking goods yourself?" "I had no experience. I bought stock and later learned that influencers don't need to warehouse goods." At Li Fan's explanation, a faint, hard-to-notice gleam flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. "You could lose a fortune. I see you have a lot of fresh seafood and poultry and meat downstairs. In this heat, it won't keep long." Li Fan wore a troubled expression. "I ordered some iced bits due tomorrow. That should buy more storage time. Sai, I hope this cursed weather ends soon." Wang Yun nodded in agreement. "It will end." At that moment, Ranlin's voice suddenly sounded in Li Fan's mind. "Li Fan, be careful. This person harbors hostility toward you." Startled by Ranlin's warning, Li Fan replied inwardly, "You can detect hostility." He regarded the woman's gentle smile with inner suspicion. This woman would be difficult to handle. Ranlin's voice came again into his head. "Remember my earlier research on your human emotions? Based on brainwave patterns and personal magnetic fields, I made a small device that can analyze the emotions of living beings within 15 meters of you." At those words, Li Fan did not hesitate and slipped into the pocket dimension. Time had no meaning there. However long his consciousness remained outside, time would not change. He entered to find Ranlin at a workbench in the control room, surrounded by an array of tools, many of them unknown to Li Fan. "You can make things." Ranlin began to show him the gadget in her hand, but her face fell when Li Fan arrived. "Don't you think I'm just a decorative assistant? I may not build the most advanced weapons, but simple gadgets are trivial for me." She muttered that she had been presumptuous and reached to toss a watch-like device into the recycling bin. Li Fan sprang forward and gripped Ranlin's delicate hand. "Little Ran, you're the best." He plucked the crystal watch from her palm. "What are you staring at?" "Oh, that. It's a simplified psychic analyzer. It discriminates emotional states from a creature's electroencephalographic data. Once you go out, what are you staring at?" "Oh, that. It's a simplified psychic analyzer. It discriminates emotional states from a creature's electroencephalographic data. Once you go out, wear the watch on your wrist. It transforms its analysis into biosignals and transmits them through your arm, nerves directly into your brain." Li Fan leapt for joy, rubbing Ranlin's head affectionately. "You are my treasure. This is marvelous." Ranlin was startled by his sudden intimacy and took a quick step back, stammering as she spoke. "You, go on out. I need to rest." "All right, good work. Get some rest." Having said that, Li Fan exited the pocket dimension. As soon as his consciousness returned, he slipped his hand into his pocket, produced the crystal watch without ceremony, and fastened it to his wrist. Wang Yu and her sister were slightly surprised by the sudden gesture, but offered no suspicion. The moment the watch touched his wrist, he felt a faint pricking sensation along his arm that faded moments later. When he looked at Wang Yun, a translucent data frame seemed to appear in the air before his eyes. Female organism. EEG activity 218. Brain region development 8. 9. Displays a hostile, wary disposition toward the host, value 50. These numbers did not clutter his vision and could be dismissed by thought. Turning to Wang Yue, the readout that popped up left Li Fan momentarily stunned. Female biological entity. Brainwave activity level 147. Brain region development 6. 9. Appreciation level towards the host 50. Li Fan stared blankly at the data panel, rubbed his eyes, closed the data, and reopened it, but it remained unchanged. Appreciation. Appreciation. This is too cliched. We've met 4 times, and our conversations haven't exceeded 100 words. Is that enough to stir the heart of a policewoman? What are you looking at? Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed under Li Fan's gaze. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about other things. Li Fan chuckled nervously and quickly closed the detection. Otherwise chatting with someone while looking at those data felt strange, like being a voyeur. At that moment, Wang Yun looked at Li Fan and smiled, asking, Li Fan, my sister says you're an outstanding student in the political science department. Yes, I am in the political science department, but I can't claim to be outstanding. I have a question to ask. What do you think law really is? Li Fan frowned slightly. Dealing with smart people was really exhausting. Was she probing him? Or was there another implication? My teacher said that law is a derivative of order. It exists based on order. Then what kind of person would be above the law? Hearing this, Li Fan understood. This woman suspected him, but lacked substantial evidence. She was testing him. Sister, that's a ridiculous question. No one can be above the law. This isn't the old society anymore. Wang Yun remained unfazed by Wang Yu's answer, still wearing a calm smile, as she looked at Li Fan, waiting for his response. Li Fan remained silent for a moment, gazing directly at Wang Yun, and succinctly uttered 4 words. She was testing him. Sister, that's a ridiculous question. No one can be above the law. This isn't the old society. She initially thought Li Fan would hide his brilliance and play dumb, allowing her to gauge through his microexpressions or gaze whether he had connections with recent events. She had prepared several guiding questions, but they all got stuck in her throat due to this response. These 4 words made Wang Yun's heart race, as she felt that even if Li Fan was not related to recent events, he was definitely not an ordinary college student. Li Fan looked at Wang Yun calmly and smiled. Are you satisfied with my answer? Wang Yu interjected, interrupting their mutual probing, and said sternly, Satisfaction, my foot. Absolute power can't stand against state power. That's a danger. Wang Yun looked at her brainless little sister, shaking her head helplessly. Yue, you are too dedicated. We are just chatting casually. Wang Yun abandoned the idea of continuing to test Li Fan and curiously surveyed the fortress. Is it okay if I wander around? I'll accompany you and introduce you to things. Wang Yun repeatedly waved her hand to refuse, speaking casually. No need, just cooperate well with my sister's investigation. He'll just look around. Is that okay? Li Fan thought for a moment. He couldn't stop her since she had a search warrant, and he was too lazy to intervene. Even if she found some clues, it didn't matter. After all, they didn't have much time left. He nodded and gestured for her to go ahead. As Wang Yun left, only Li Fan and Wang Yu remained in the living room. This made Wang Yu feel somewhat uneasy, her heart inexplicably racing, especially at Wang Yun's last ambiguous remark as she left. Li Fan, however, was not overly concerned, pondering what identity this woman held. He turned to Wang Yu and casually asked, Sister Wang Yu, what does your sister do for a living? Wang Yu showed a troubled expression and shook her head, replying, She can't tell you. Li Fan's smile remained unchanged, but he had already formed a rough guess. If she were an ordinary police officer or held another position, Wang Yu would definitely not keep it a secret. The National Security Department. Li Fan was certain of this conclusion. Only the National Security Department, as a special affairs unit, is a classified organization. Immediately, he grew interested in the backgrounds of these 2 women. 2 girls in their 20s, one a deputy captain of the criminal police team, and the other in special operations at the National Security Department. Their backgrounds were certainly not simple. You, are you sisters? No, we are cousins. We grew up in the same compound, and we have a great relationship. Really? Where is your hometown? Your accent doesn't sound like people from Chang'an. From the capital. Sister Yu is really impressive. She's only 2 years older than me and is already a deputy captain of the criminal police team. Wang Yu's smile could not be suppressed, and she said, I transferred from the army directly to the criminal police team. Then why not move to the capital? It's closer to home. Hearing this, Wang Yu's smile immediately faded. Family arranged a family marriage. It's so annoying. My marriage is my own decision. I absolutely won't allow anyone to use it as leverage. A glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He had roughly assessed their identities. Transferring from the army directly to a deputy position, working in national security special operations, living in a compound, and arranged family marriages. Combining these pieces of information, he concluded that these 2 women were definitely from military and political families. They continued to chat about some trivial matters, and Li Fan responded blandly. Before long, Wang Yun returned to the first floor and said to Wang Yue, Yue, it's time for us to go home. Oh, okay. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with reluctance as she got up, walked to Wang Yun's side, and linked arms with her. Li Fan escorted them out of the fortress. As the fortress door closed, Li Fan swiftly cleared the door to the underground third floor, entered, and turned on all the outdoor surveillance. He saw Wang Yun standing outside the courtyard wall looking back at the watchtower. Then she adjusted her angle along the wall and reached out to touch it for a while before getting into the car and leaving. Indeed, people from the National Security Department are not simple. Even a woman is not easy to deal with. However, Li Fan was not overly worried. Currently, she only suspected him, and without a body, a murder case could not be filed. Even if she suspected him, there was no solid evidence. Her suspicions would remain just that after work halted tomorrow. In the car, Wang Yun maintained a silent state. Her gaze was distant, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Sister, what are you thinking about? Wang Yu's voice interrupted Wang Yun's contemplation, slowly focusing her pupils. Yue, this Li Fan is very dangerous. What have you discovered? There's a bullet hole in the wall. The angle corresponds to the watchtower. I've observed it for a long time, but still can't figure out what type of weapon caused the hole. Wang Yu's heart tightened as she asked urgently, are there any other findings? Wang Yun frowned tightly and shook her head. Seeing her sister's expression, Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is that why you suspect him? Maybe it's just a remnant from the wall's construction. They say there were murders, and 3 people at that. But we checked his fortress, and there wasn't even a trace of blood, let alone a body. 3 bodies, unless they disappeared into thin air, moving them or dismembering them would leave obvious traces no matter how cleanly done. Wang Yun shook her head, frowning as she said, that's also something I can't understand. However, I still firmly believe in my judgment. This boy is not that simple. If you really like him, you need to think it through. Wang Yun did not tell Wang Yu that Li Fan's fortress was built very much in line with the characteristics of a special operations safe house. Plus, the supplies he stockpiled made her recall a phone call from her husband. Oh, just stop being paranoid, you're thinking way too much. Wang Yun could only conclude that Li Fan was not an ordinary college student, but to say there was concrete evidence, she truly had none. Before they reached home, the two received an urgent notification for a meeting at the municipal bureau. They had no choice but to turn back towards the municipal police department. As soon as the two entered the city bureau compound, they were startled by the scene before them. The municipal bureau compound was filled with vehicles from various military and political departments. At the front were 3 military jeeps with armed soldiers standing on either side, along with 4 official vehicles from the municipal government and many others from various units. When the 2 sisters arrived at the first floor conference hall, they were stunned by the scene before them. The entire hall was filled with a sea of people. In the large conference room that could hold 500 people, there were practically no empty seats. However, the dozens of seats on the podium were completely vacant. Surveying the crowd in the conference room, they analyzed the attire and noticed the presence of armed police, permanent military personnel from Chang'an Prefecture district police chiefs, and several individuals in white shirts who appeared to be from government agency. Moreover, there were no grassroots representatives, only leaders from various departments. At that moment, Zhang Chenggang waved at Wang Yu and her companion from a central position. As they navigated through the crowd, the sisters reached Zhang Chenggang's side and noticed several team leaders from the criminal police squad along with members from the National Security Department. Wang Yu was puzzled about the nature of such a large-scale meeting and promptly asked team leader Zhang what is going on. Why are there so many people? Zhang Chenggang shook his head in confusion and replied, I don't know either. At that moment, a police chief pushed through the crowd and urgently asked Zhang Chenggang, team leader, is something serious happening? I heard that the military stationed in Chang'an Prefecture entered a state of readiness last night. However, upon arriving at the city bureau and witnessing such a significant gathering, he understood that something more serious than the logistics park theft had occurred. However, upon arriving at the city bureau and witnessing such a significant gathering, he understood that something more serious than the logistics park theft had occurred. Zhang Chenggang leaned against the back of his chair, his brows tightly knitted and a serious expression on his face. He opened his mouth to say, I truly don't know. Several leaders in the city are currently having a small meeting in another room, and there are armed police standing guard at the entrance. It seems the matter is significant. Didn't you notice that everyone who has come here is from the military, police, government, and health departments, as well as the heads of major hospitals? Upon hearing this, everyone else also wore serious expressions. Wang Yu looked at her cousin beside her, hoping to hear if the National Security Department had any special. Since entering the conference room, Wang Yun had remained silent until she finally spoke up. Team leader Zhang, where is our director Chun? After receiving a call around noon, he went to the director's office and hasn't been seen since. Since entering the conference room, Wang Yun had remained silent until she finally spoke up. Team leader Zhang, where is our director Chun? After receiving a call around noon, he went to the director's office and hasn't been seen since. At that moment, the side door at the front of the conference room swung open. 2 armed police officers pushed the door open and moved to the side, standing at attention. A group of 14 walked onto the podium and took their seats, each with an extremely serious. Upon seeing these more than 10 individuals, the crowd in the conference room fell utterly silent. This group included the mayor of Chang'an Prefecture, the municipal party secretary, and several standing committee members, along with a major general from the armed police. The scale and configuration of this gathering left the leaders from various departments in the audience in awe. The mayor of Chang'an Prefecture, an elderly man nearing 60, named Su Qingyun, adjusted the microphone and said in a deep voice, "I believe everyone has already realized the significance of this meeting. I won't waste time with small talk. We are about to face a very serious weather disaster. According to data provided by the central government, within just today, the number of deaths in our country due to high temperatures has already exceeded 40,000, and this number continues to rise. The most critical issue is that in the next 7 days, temperatures will continue to rise. According to predictions from the National Academy of Sciences, the peak could exceed 60 degrees. This is an unprecedented disaster. I hope everyone does not harbor any illusions. Unlike the pandemic in previous years, there will be no light disaster areas to provide assistance. Everywhere will be heavily affected, and all regions can only rely on self-rescue." In truth, many people had already begun to speculate about the natural disaster, including Wang Yu. When she heard that over 40,000 people had died, and that temperatures would continue to rise, a flicker of realization flashed in her eyes. The crowd in the conference room was largely stunned. Since the 21st century, there had been no instances of deaths numbering in the tens of thousands, and this was only the beginning. The murmurs of discussion buzzed like a swarm of bees, and Su Qingyun shouted into the microphone. Silence. The buzzing gradually subsided. "I know that everyone is anxious, but please remember that all the people present here are outstanding party members and officials of the country. We must demonstrate our spirit and determination in order to guide the common people through this difficult time. Tomorrow morning, the highest government authority will issue a nationwide notice to suspend work and production. All governing departments must prepare for a complete shutdown. I need each department to temporarily put aside all ongoing matters and coordinate disaster response efforts. 7 days. If we can endure these 7 days, I do not want to see large-scale unrest arising." The meeting lasted a full 4 hours, covering everything from people's livelihoods to medical care and even public security and stability, addressing every detail. By the time the meeting adjourned, it was already 11 o'clock at night. As Wang Yu and her sister prepared to leave, they were stopped by Director Chen. "Xiao Wang, Director Chen called me and said that arrangements would be made for a plane tonight to take you two back to the capital. Please prepare yourselves." Wang Yun's expression soured. The Chen family was her in-laws. Her husband Chen Yunshuan was a standout in the third generation of the Chen family and currently served as the deputy director of the capital's office. Their marriage had been a political union devoid of any affection. During their wedding, she had stated that she did not want the Chen family interfering with her work and did not wish to lose her last bit of professional freedom. Even if she had to return to the capital, it would be alongside the investigation department, not as an abuse of state resources, to simply bring them back. "Director Chen, what are the arrangements for our investigation team?" "The department has arranged for us to assist in maintaining stability in Chang'an Prefecture." Wang Yin was taken aback. Normally, the National Security Department should be reassigned back to the capital. Why were they tasked to maintain stability in Chang'an Prefecture? That doesn't make sense. Our group won't be able to play a significant role here. Director Chen glanced around and lowered his voice, saying this was supposed to be confidential, but there's no need to keep it from you. The Research Institute predicts that the polar ice caps are rapidly melting. If after 7 days the polar ice caps continue to melt, there is a possibility that the capital could be submerged. The higher-ups are already considering relocation with Chang'an Prefecture as one of the candidate cities. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu and her sister were completely shocked. It seemed that much had been withheld during today's meeting. Wang Yun pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her eyes, revealing a glimmer of sharp insight. "Director Chen, please tell Old Master Chen that I will comply with the nation's arrangements. I am first and foremost a member of the National Security Department, and only then a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. My colleagues are battling hard, yet I should board a privileged plane to escape back. I cannot do that." Wang Yu quickly chimed in. "Exactly, we won't go back. They're going to relocate the capital anyway, so we'll wait here for them to come to us. This will save the trouble of back and forth." Director Chen immediately showed a troubled expression, unsure how to persuade them. Wang Yun noticed Chen Zemin's predicament and said, "Director Chen, please convey my words honestly. Old Master Chen won't make things difficult for you." "Well, then I'll relay what you said, but whether Old Master Chen will listen is beyond my control." After saying this, Director Chen, along with the two sisters, left the city bureau's compound in separate vehicles. In Wang Yu's car, she asked, "Sister, do you think Old Master Chen will send his guards to force you back?" Wang Yun smiled confidently and shook her head, saying, "No, Old Master Chen is a general who has emerged from the battlefield. Upon hearing my words, even if he is stubborn, he must consider a general's honor. If his old war comrades were to find out that he was trying to forcibly bring me back, it would ruin his face." "Sister, how long do you think this disaster will last?" Wang Yun's expression turned grave, and she sighed softly, saying, "Yeah, I feel this disaster will not be easily overcome. It is very likely to." "Likely to what?" "Change the world order." "No way." Wang Yun did not reply to Wang Yue, resting her elbow on the car window, her delicate hand supporting her chin as she gazed outside at the pedestrians enjoying the breeze. The wind outside stirred the loose strands of hair on her forehead, revealing the profound gaze behind her glasses. The flames of anger burned even more fiercely in the sweltering heat. Li Fan hugged his phone, humming a tune, delightedly preparing to watch the spectacular drama unfold. Conditioning. As soon as it struck 7 o'clock, all official video accounts, television's news broadcasts, and community announcements simultaneously blared a notice. In light of the continuous rise in global temperatures, the government instructs all work, production, and schooling nationwide are to be suspended. We ask all citizens to cooperate with local communities to carry out heat prevention and disaster relief measures. This announcement instantly ignited the emotions of the entire nation. Within 10 minutes of the announcement, on the official short video account, the comments surpassed 10 million. Will salaries still be paid during the suspension of work and production? I work in a private company and my boss just informed us that we don't need to go to work anymore. No salary. Damn, what am I going to do about my mortgage and car loan next month? Finally, no school. I'm so happy. Sigh, these past years have been so tough, but we just got through the pandemic, and now there's another natural disaster. Let the earth be destroyed. With work and production halted, I hope there won't be a lockdown. We haven't stockpiled much at home, but what will we do for daily necessities? The last comment instantly resonated with many, as everyone had endured the pain of lockdown during the pandemic and understood the issue of supplies during a lockdown. Quickly, various communities responded. Starting at 11 p.m. every night, the community will supply daily necessities for a limited sale at cost price. This news slightly eased the anxious hearts of the public. Although they couldn't go out during the day, the temperature would drop at night, making it possible to go out. Inside the bunker, Li Fan prepared a delicious bowl of oil-splashed noodles with garlic, eating to the point of having grease all over his mouth. While scrolling through his phone, he enjoyed a few sips of chilled soda, looking at the ice blocks around the ventilation shafts on the 3rd underground level. Life was quite comfortable. At that moment, however, Li Fan received a group message. It was from the owners group of Lishui Courtyard. The community director, surnamed Lu, was a 45-year-old divorced woman with children. Community Director Lu, room 1501. Li Fan, the supplies from your supermarket are now to be requisitioned by the state. Please come to the supermarket tonight. Room 1102. Li Gang, yes, our community will not lack supplies. There's a supermarket right at the entrance. Room 702. Wang Ning, Little Li, in this natural disaster, we are counting on the supplies from your family. Everyone will be grateful to you. Room 201. Aunt Zhang, Little Li, we have 5 people in our family, so please provide us with extra supplies tonight. The once silent owners group was instantly stirred up, with everyone echoing Director Liu's words, fearing that if they did not support, they would miss out on their share of supplies. Seeing these messages, Li Fan smiled. What was meant to come has finally arrived. In his previous life, after the official announcement, this woman was the first to target his supermarket. In fact, the government did not instruct the community to requisition supplies. Initially, all supplies were uniformly purchased by local governments, sold at cost price to various communities, which then limited sales based on population. In his previous life, Li Fan fell for this woman's tricks and opened the supermarket only to have nearly half of the supplies taken away. This led to the covetous gaze of Xie Biao, who not only occupied his supermarket, but also drove him out of his residential building. This woman could be said to be the spark that ignited his tragic life. However, when he found himself in a desperate situation, neither she nor anyone in Lishui Courtyard extended a helping hand. Recalling these memories, Li Fan's gaze turned cold as he murmured, "In my last life, so many supplies were wasted on you, trash. This time I will make you all pay." He then picked up his phone and sent a message. Community Director Lu, hello. According to Chapter 5, Article 32 of the Summer National Civil Code, during special periods, law enforcement agencies have the right to requisition civilian supplies. When the state requisitions personal belongings, it must issue an official document signed by the authorities and carried out by local law enforcement agencies, and compensation must be made based on real-time prices. Please send me the relevant documents for review. Tonight, I will tally up a number, and you can directly transfer the money to me. I will calculate the cost price for you. These are all from neighbors, and I want profit from you. In Lishui Courtyard Building 2, in a small two-room apartment on the 7th floor, a plump woman, wearing only a tank top, was basking in the satisfaction of her clever ideas. Early yesterday morning, after receiving a call from the district committee office, she had already started plotting how to hoard supplies. Having been through the baptism of lockdown during the pandemic, she understood the importance of supplies very well, and immediately set her sights on the vulnerable Li Fan. Li Fan's family's generosity had already earned them a reputation for being weak and easy to bully. Using her small authority and manipulating the community residents, she intended to secure free supplies first. Even if the natural disaster ended, Li Fan would be powerless against her. Even if she were held accountable, relying on her connections with the area chief and the principle of not holding the crowd responsible, she wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. Just as she fantasized about living freely during the disaster, she saw Li Fan's reply. Her face instantly stiffened as her fingers typed and deleted on the screen, repeatedly unable to find a breakthrough against Li Fan. Frustrated, she cursed loudly. Li Fan held his phone, a smile playing on his lips, knowing he had struck at her weakness, but it was still not enough. Community Director Lu, are you still there? This disaster seems to be quite serious, and the community director has already been tasked with requisitioning supplies. There are over 100 people in our community. According to the national supply allocation during special periods, the quota should be around 50 yuan per person per day. This money should have already been transferred to you, right? So please transfer 500 to me, and I can provide an additional 100 worth of supplies tonight to help everyone through this crisis. Director Lu, are you there? Why aren't you responding to my messages? After Li Fan's persuasive message, most people in the group had already come to believe what he said. Because during the pandemic, supplies were distributed by government subsidies. Especially upon seeing that Li Fan's message was detailed and accurate, listing the government's documentation during special periods and the exact subsidy figures, they believed him even more. However, when they noticed Director Lu was not replying, people began to get anxious. Room 201, Anjiang, Director Lu, why aren't you replying? Everyone is waiting. Room 402, Li Qiujuan, Director Lu, you aren't thinking about embezzling this money, are you? Let me tell you, this money belongs to everyone. Don't entertain any crooked ideas. Building 4, Room 303, Zhang Wenli, Director Lu, please at least reply to reassure everyone. Li Fan held his phone in one hand and a chilled drink in the other, smiling broadly. The ugliness of human nature began to be fully exposed on this first day. There was no need for Li Fan to stoke the flames further. The group was already in and up. Director Lu, holding her phone, was still trying to finish typing a message when calls kept coming in. She had to keep hanging up, then typing, then hanging up again. Finally, she sent a voice message to the group. I haven't received any money from above. I have no money here. Li Fan, stopped stirring up trouble. In the fight against natural disasters, we should unite and work together. Hearing Director Liu's voice filled with anger, Li Fan smiled slightly, picked up his phone, and slowly typed. That's not right, Director Lu. This is only the first day of work and production suspension. According to national regulations, since you've already received instructions to requisition supplies, you should have received the funds by now. He'll say it again, no. No money has been transferred. Li Fan threw down his phone, took half of a watermelon from the fridge, grabbed a spoon, and returned to the sofa. While eating the watermelon, he picked up his phone and replied, Director Lu, I just called my mentor, Professor Chen Yuanjin, who is the most renowned law professor in our country. He told me that when the state requisitions supplies, it's always money first, then goods. During special periods, the efficiency of the financial department is very high. Your funds should have arrived. To check it out. Whose words do the people of Xia country trust the most? Those of authoritative figures. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Li Fan was an outstanding graduate of Shigong University. Moreover, the Professor Chun he mentioned was a well-known figure on the internet, which indisputably confirmed the government's subsidy for this natural disaster. Antwang, Director Lu, are you planning to break the law? How dare you embezzle disaster relief funds? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Zhang Wenli, Director Lu, I advise you to turn back before it's too late. We are all neighbors and won't begrudge a moment of your confusion. 601, Jiang Tao, Director Lu, this is unfair. Don't force us to come looking for you ourselves. The atmosphere in the group chat gradually grew restless, with increasingly harsh words, as if everyone was venting their negative emotions. Li Fan's tactic of leveraging influence left Director Lu utterly speechless. His corpulent figure and ill-fitting camisole, coupled with a chest heaving in anger, resembled a furious lion dog. Director Lu immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Li Fan's number. Li Fan squinted at the incoming call, a wicked smile curling on his lips. He then entered the otherworldly space with his consciousness to find Ran Lin. Little Ran, can you imitate someone's voice through a phone and create a recording? Li Fan squinted at the incoming call, a wicked smile curling on his lips. He then entered the otherworldly space with his consciousness to find, good, when I answer the phone later, you can directly hack into my device and help me make a recording. Ran Lin patted her ample chest. Noticing Li Fan's strange gaze, Ran Lin's face flushed a rosy hue, her silver hair shifting to pink. This transformation surprised Li Fan, but before he could ask, a wrench suddenly flew through the air. Get out, you ugly lecher. Sensing danger, Li Fan quickly returned his consciousness to his body, scratching his head awkwardly. Gathering his composure, he carefully chose his words, then touched his phone as black fluid seeped from his fingers. He then connected the call to Director Lu. Li Fan, what do you mean by spreading baseless rumors in the group? Don't you know that slander is punishable by law? Li Fan turned on speakerphone, placed the phone on the coffee table, hugged a watermelon, and reclined comfortably on the sofa, before speaking leisurely. Director Lu, why so furious? Has the money not arrived yet? Don't worry, maybe the finance department is just busy and hasn't gotten to our community. Don't get upset. Who told you there is a government subsidy? That's nonsense. How could there be none? I studied law and am well versed in the nation's regulations on this matter. Director Lu tried to moderate her tone, and after a while spoke calmly. Surely this disaster is an exception. The supply pressure from above is immense. We've been authorized to procure materials ourselves. Refusing to cooperate is illegal, you know. You will definitely be arrested and imprisoned. Aunt Lou is looking out for you. Don't jeopardize your life over some supplies. Director Lou was aware of her predicament as she could no longer explain herself to the crowd whose opinions were swayed by hearsay. She knew well how terrifying the herd mentality was because she often engaged in stirring up public sentiment herself. People only listen to what they want to hear. The truth is irrelevant. Now her only option was to seize the supplies in Li Fan's supermarket, distribute them to the community, and then explain herself, thereby resolving her awkward situation. Hearing her words, Li Fan guessed Ran Lin had finished collecting the voice data and decided to stop pretending. Lu Yulian, you old hag, who do you think you are putting on airs here? The government gave you authority. Are you God's messenger? Look at you, so arrogant. You are just a community director, essentially a neighborhood oddjobber. Do you have any law enforcement power? You're like a dead rat pretending to be a hunter. They'll send you a skyrocket. Hurry up and fly to the southern heavenly gate. Your watch there would be more useful than a fierce celestial dog. Infuriated by Li Fan's insults, Lu Wenlian completely lost control, letting out a hoarse roar. Li Fan, you unwanted bastard, how dare you insult me? Do you know my relationship with Director Ren? Just wait, we'll have him arrest you. Li Fan slowly sat up, bringing the phone to his lips with a contemptuous smile. Haha, you really scared me, shark arm. He then hung up and communicated mentally with Ran Lin. Have you finished collecting the data? Yes, it's done. What content do you need me to edit? Li Fan lit a cigarette, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and smiled wickedly. He conveyed the required content to Ran Lin through his mind. Within less than a minute, a only and a half-minute call recording was completed and stored in Li Fan's phone. Listening to it, Li Fan found no flaws. He opened the neighborhood group chat and sent a message. Director Lu, I absolutely refuse to collude with you. In these times of disaster, how can you disregard everyone's survival and abuse your power for personal gain? I truly detest your actions. Immediately curious onlookers in the group asked what had happened. Li Fan posted the fabricated call recording into the group. The call recording between Li Fan and Director Lu played through the group chat. Li Fan, hello Director Lu, are you going to transfer the money? My supermarket doesn't have many supplies, but I can distribute them at cost to everyone. Director Lu, Xiaoli, your parents took good care of me when they were alive and helped look after Xiaobao. Now that they're gone, Auntie will look out for you too. The subsidy has already been transferred to my account totaling 523400. You only need to provide 200 worth of supplies to the neighborhood at original price. Then make a fake accounting book and we split the remaining 300 50-50. Li Fan, Director Lu, how can you do such a thing? Don't you know this is life-saving money? How dare you touch it? Director Lu, child, even if the government doesn't subsidize, they have money to buy supplies themselves. Besides, I already provided them with 200 worth of Li Fan, I won't do it. Director Lu, silly child, you must understand this is only one day's profit. If this disaster lasts 10 or 15 days, it would be millions in income. Li Fan, you don't need to say more. I won't agree and will expose you. Director Lu, dare you. Director Ren is my relative. If you expose me, I'll have him arrest you. If previously some doubted Li Fan's claims of government subsidies, even after citing his teacher Professor Chen, this recording completely convinced everyone. Beep, beep, beep. The recording remained in the group for less than 2 minutes before igniting the fury of the entire neighborhood. If previously some doubted Li Fan's claims of government subsidies, even after citing his teacher Professor Chen, this recording completely convinced everyone in the community of Li Fan's truthfulness. The flames of anger burned even more fiercely in the sweltering heat. Li Fan hugged his phone, humming a tune, delightedly preparing to watch the spectacular drama unfold. At the Lishui Villa, Lu Yulian was stunned upon hearing the recording from Li Fan. The audio was exceptionally clear, and its content plunged her into an icy abyss. At the Lishui Villa, Lu Yulian was stunned upon hearing the recording from Li Fan. The audio was exceptionally clear, and its content plunged her into Director Lu from the community. Don't listen to Li Fan's nonsense. This recording is fake and fabricated by him. Director Lu, do you think we should trust you or this concrete evidence? Director Lu, I advise you once more, it's not too late to turn back now. Xiaoli did well. He deserves praise for being a principled and selfless college student. Lu Yulian, before the temperature drops tonight, I hope you either prepare the money or gather supplies. Otherwise, don't blame us for being heartless. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes, either give money or supplies tonight. Lu Yulian no longer had the bravado she once possessed. Anger, fear, and resentment caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, she remembered her relative Director Ren Changxing and hurriedly sent a voice message in the group chat. Everyone please remain calm and rational. After the temperature drops tonight, we should call the police and let them handle it. I trust the police will make the slanderer pay the price. Li Fan frowned upon seeing Lu Yulian mention the police, as their involvement would surely expose the lies. Although the police might dismiss such trivial matters for now, at most they would deliver a verbal reprimand. However, he did not want Lu Yulian to escape so easily. Just as Li Fan was about to reply, someone else spoke up in the group first. Lu Yulian, do you still want to play tricks? Who doesn't know that the director of our area is your relative? Can he really deliver justice for us? The speaker was Jiang Tao, a solitary man living in room 601, known as a pork vendor. Years ago, he was detained by the police for domestic violence resulting in his wife leaving him with their child. The officer who detained him was Director Ren. Jiang Tao's words were self-serving, yet they did not diminish the support he received from others. Jiang Tao is right, Lu Yulian, don't think you can use your relative to pressure us. No one is allowed in tonight. We must see either money or supplies. Old Madame Zhang, the neighborhood gossip, eagerly joined in. Everyone listen tonight, we must unite and claim what rightfully belongs to us. Even if a district chief shows up, they must give us an explanation. I agree. Me too. 1. Count me in. Shortly, most adults in the entire community had rallied behind old Madame Zhang's proposal. After some discussion, Jiang Tao and old Madame Zhang took the lead, and the crowd followed. Li Fan held his phone silently, observing the unfolding situation, unable to suppress a disdainful smile. If Lu Yulian were replaced by Xie Biao, this crowd would not dare to utter a word. Their fear of the strong was vividly demonstrated. Li Fan set down his phone and communicated with Ran Lin in his mind. Xiao Ran, you haven't forgotten about taking control of the supermarket surveillance, have you? I haven't forgotten. When you collected the supplies from the supermarket, I had already taken over the surveillance permissions. You just need to implant the takeover command into the computer to monitor it remotely. Li Fan approached the surveillance server and deftly touched the data interface, allowing black fluid to flow in. Moments later, the supermarket surveillance system was seized by the surveillance server 3 levels underground. Another screen on the wall lit up, revealing the now empty supermarket that Li Fan had cleared out. Xiao Ran, do we need to collect physical descriptions of individuals to create a fake surveillance video? Yes, what kind of video do you want to make? Li Fan smiled and replied, don't rush, the fish hasn't bitten yet. I will notify you when it's time to gather information. At Lishui Villa, another person silently watched the group chat, without speaking Xie Biao. While others pondered how to reclaim the non-existent subsidies from Lu Yulian, Xie Biao contemplated how to profit from this natural disaster. 5 years ago, during that pandemic, he made millions by selling masks for a few dimes each while charging exorbitant prices. Standing by the window smoking a cigarette, he stared intently at the supermarket at the entrance of the community. He muttered to himself, supplies, as long as I figure out a way to seize the supplies from this supermarket and stockpile them. When the government runs out of resources, I can sell them at a high price, which should yield even more profit than last time's masks. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Liang Zi, bring more people to Lishui Villa tonight. Have Zhou Qiang bring the loan contract that Li Fan signed. Brother Biao, are we going to deal with that little bastard Li Fan? Not yet. Even if we do, it must be done quietly. Tonight, let's first occupy his supermarket and house. That batch of supplies will be enough for us to make a quick buck. Oh, and bring Lu Ruyan too. Okay, Brother Biao. After hanging up, Xie Biao found Li Fan's number and dialed it. Just as Li Fan finished adjusting the supermarket surveillance, he saw Xie Biao's incoming call. The fish had taken the bait. Hello. Xiaoli, it's your uncle Xie. Hearing this address now filled Li Fan with aversion. He asked blandly, oh, it's you. Do you need something? This indifferent tone ignited a spark of anger in Xie Biao. It's like this, my company needs a large sum of money for cash flow recently to purchase some supplies. Do you think you can pay back the loan now? That can't be right. The loan period is 3 months, and it's not even been a month yet. Are you already preparing to collect the debt? Times have changed. With a natural disaster upon us, cash in hand is worth more than gold in hand. Li Fan scoffed, saying nonchalantly, I don't have any money, do as you see fit. Without waiting for Xie Biao to respond, he hung up the phone. Xie Biao knew exactly what he wanted to do. On this very night in his previous life, Xie Biao harbored ill intentions when he saw Li Fan opening the supermarket to distribute supplies, bringing along his henchman Zhang Liang and a group of underlings, using extremely despicable means to drive him out of the building. Li Fan had no choice but to go to the supermarket, hoping to find plenty of supplies to sustain himself. However, he was chased out by Zhang Liang, who monopolized the supplies, and when he attempted to reason with him, it only led to a brutal beating. Had it not been for Li Fan's humiliating pleas for mercy to Xie Biao that night, he would likely have been beaten to death or severely injured. That memory was the first lesson Li Fan learned in the apocalypse, and it remained the most unforgettable moment. In this life, the same scenario unfolded at the same time, with Xie Biao harboring the same thoughts. However, this time Li Fan had given him a legitimate reason, which was the loan contract. This would allow him to claim both houses as his own without any pretense. Throwing down his phone, Li Fan lay back on the sofa, his expression dark, contemplating his next plan. How to make Xie Biao and his group truly experience what despair feels like. Xie Biao stared in disbelief at the already disconnected phone, internally sentencing Li Fan to death. He thought that once this natural disaster was over and the police relaxed their investigations into him. Xie Biao stared in disbelief at the already disconnected phone, internally sentencing Li Fan to death. He thought that once this natural disaster was over and the police relaxed their investigation. As night fell, the daytime heat rapidly subsided the moment the sun set. People began to venture out eagerly, trying to be the first to purchase the subsidized goods distributed by the government. At Lishui Villa, Zhang Liang brought his 17 subordinates and Lu Ruoyan to Xie Bio's home. Brother Biao, all the trustworthy brothers are here. Xie Biao nodded with a smile and said, relax, we're just going to collect a debt, not to fight. He then glanced at Zhou Qiang in the corner, who was constantly making advances toward Lu Ruoyan, his face filled with disdain. Zhang Ziyu and Lu Ruoyan, stay at home. There's no point in going, your mind is just filled with those thoughts. This sigh instantly made Zhou Qiang's face flush with anger, but he dared not retort. The others followed Xie Biao out of the room, heading towards Li Fan's supermarket. As they passed Building 3, they found a throng of residents already gathered below. Although they were outnumbered, the residents of the community saw Xie Biao leading over a dozen heavily tattooed men and quickly stepped aside. They didn't even dare to make eye contact with Xie Biao, and a few even greeted him warmly. Master Biao, what are you planning to do? Looking at the crowd, Xie Biao shook Li Fan's loan contract and said, Xiao Li borrowed 80 million from me, and since he can't pay me back, I'm going to take over the supermarket and the building he mortgaged to me. After saying this, he ignored the community residents and headed towards the entrance. However, his words caused quite a stir among the residents. Originally, Jiang Tao and Aunt Zhang had agreed to find Li Fan after getting the money, planning to rally the masses to buy a large quantity of goods at the lowest price. But suddenly Xie Biao jumped in to take over the supermarket, completely ruining their plans to take advantage. In the crowd, small groups began to murmur. What do we do now? If Xie Biao takes over the supermarket, we'll only be able to buy at regular prices. Dream on. Xie Biao clearly wants to hoard the goods and sell them at a high price. Being able to buy at regular prices would be a blessing. This is too shameless. How can he do this? Everyone is thinking about how to unite and resist the disaster, yet he is trying to profit from the national crisis. Keep your voice down, or you'll get us killed. The few people quickly lowered their voices, stealing glances at Xie Bio's group, and only felt relieved when they saw that he hadn't turned around. I think we should just wait to buy the limited goods distributed by the government. It's all Lu Yulian's fault. If it weren't for her greed, we would have already gone to the supermarket. Exactly, once we divide the goods, I don't believe Xie Biao would dare to go door to door to rob us. Lu Yulian has caused us a lot of trouble. She must give us an explanation. Right, let's go find her. Yes, we should all go together. This matter cannot be let go. A mere community director acting so shamelessly. The crowd, unable to vent their anger towards Xie Biao, redirected all their fury towards the hiding Lu Yulian. Filled with rage, the crowd surged to Lu Yulian's door, with a few leading voices shouting and banging on the door, echoing throughout the corridor. Meanwhile, many standing at the back were filming with their phones, continuously posting videos to the owner group while calling for others. Lu Yulian had already noticed when the residents gathered downstairs. She hurriedly locked the front door, holding her 9-year-old son and clutching a fruit knife, trembling in the bedroom. Mommy, why are they banging on our door? Little Bao, they're all bad people. Don't be afraid. Mommy has already called your uncle. He's a police officer, and police officers specialize in catching bad people. Mommy, you don't be afraid either. Little Bao is a man. Little Bao will protect you. Little Bao is so good. The words of her son seemed like a shot of adrenaline, easing Lu Yulian's fear somewhat. But just then the banging on the door grew even more violent, as if they were going to break down the walls. The already hot weather combined with the crowd's density made those leading the charge angrier when they saw Lu Yulian still not opening the door. They began to kick the door. Boom. With a loud crash, the security door and its frame were completely broken apart. The crowd surged in like a can of spoiled herring. Lu Yulian, where are you? Where are you hiding? If you don't give everyone an explanation today, you can't escape. Lu Yulian, get out here. Upon entering the house, the crowd began searching for her while shouting, eventually finding Lu Yulian cowering in the corner of the bedroom. Jiang Tao, as the leader of this gathering, charged forward and shouted at Lu Yulian, Lu Yulian, where's the money? I don't have any money. I said it was Li Fan's fabrication. The recordings are fake. Jiang Tao sneered and asked the crowd behind him, do you believe her? No. They all replied in unison. Did you hear that? This is the voice of the people. Hurry up and distribute the money. That's right, Xiao Lu, it's not the time to be thinking about making money. Lu Yulian completely broke down, as she had often used the banner of justice to guide public opinion and bully many people. Now that the roles were reversed, she realized how unbearable it was. They'll say it again, there is no subsidy. You breaking in is already illegal. I've called the police and I advise you to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, some people in the crowd began to waver, and Aunt Zhang quickly signaled Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao understood and immediately raised his voice. Director Ren is her relative. If we can't get our subsidies before the police arrive, once they show up, they will protect each other, and we will have no chance of getting the subsidies. Lu Yulian glared at Jiang Tao, playing the rogue. What do you want? There's no money, and we're just a widow and an orphan here. Jiang Tao's eyes shifted, and he said, if you don't give us the subsidy, then we'll take your things as collateral. Do everyone get to work. After saying this, he walked over to the dressing table, where there was a jewelry box. Opening it revealed gold bracelets and necklaces. Jiang Tao instantly revealed a greedy look, stuffing the gold jewelry into his pockets which triggered the greed of others who began rummaging through the house. Seeing her most valuable gold jewelry taken by Jiang Tao, Lu Yulian became infuriated, disregarding the physical differences between men and women, and lunged at Jiang Tao to snatch it back. Seeing Lu Yulian charge at him with a fruit knife, Jiang Tao quickly grabbed the jewelry box and smashed it against Lu Yulian's hand, causing the fruit knife to fall to the ground. The two then began to grapple with each other. "Don't hit my mom, you bad guy." Thud. The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh accompanied Little Bao's innocent cry. Jiang Tao felt a pain in his waist, let out a howl, and in anger kicked Little Bao in the chest. With a crisp sound of bones cracking, Little Bao flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the bedroom wall and rolling to the ground lifeless. Little Bao. Lu Yulian hurriedly crawled to her son, lifting him up. She saw that blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and his breath was very weak. Little Bao, where does it hurt? Don't scare mommy, look at mommy, I'm here." Lu Yulian held her child with one hand and quickly dialed emergency services, but after several attempts the line was busy. Mom, I'm a man. I will protect." Little Bao seemed to lose his strength to speak, gradually fading away. The crowd was also shocked by this turn of events, dropping what they were holding and quietly slipping away. Jiang Tao was also stunned. He initially just wanted to find Lu Yulian's weak spot, and embarrassed Director Ren. How did it escalate to this? Seeing the lifeless child, he wasn't sure if a life had been lost, and his first instinct was to flee. Clutching the fruit knife at his waist, he escaped the scene, running out of the building without daring to go home. As Xie Biao arrived at the supermarket entrance, Li Fan spotted him on the surveillance monitor. He immediately communicated with Ran Lin, instructing her to begin gathering information on the appearances and walking patterns of these individuals. The supermarket entrance was a commonly used electric rolling door. Xie Biao ordered his subordinates to force it open, as the property already belonged to him. Upon entering the supermarket and finding the power switch in the dark, everyone stood frozen in shock. The 800 square meter medium-sized supermarket was empty. Even the central air conditioning unit on the wall had been dismantled. Seeing this scene, Xie Biao felt a tightening in his chest. He had the unsettling feeling of being played, as if there were needles prickling at his back. Looking around, his unease deepened upon noticing the surveillance camera in the corner of the supermarket, still blinking red. "Brother Biao, what should we do now?" Xie Biao's face darkened as he took out his phone and dialed Li Fan's number again. His action was already caught by Li Fan, who picked up the call immediately. Once connected, neither spoke for a full 2 minutes. Xie Biao, unable to hold back any longer, asked, "Did you move the supplies from the supermarket?" "Which supermarket supplies?" "The supplies from your supermarket." "Oh, I moved the supplies from my supermarket." "Is there a problem?" "When did you move them?" Li Fan noticed Xie Biao's ever-present smile had vanished, replaced by an expression of frustration. This expression was precisely what he wanted to see. "Boss, yeah, you really are quite nosy. Do you stop every passing garbage truck to sample its contents?" Xie Biao instantly exploded in rage, gritting his teeth as he replied, "You little brat, who the hell in the entire Chang'an prefecture dares to play tricks on me, Xie Biao? Have you eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? Don't get angry, oh, anger is harmful to your health. What's the taste of bear's heart and leopard's gall? I haven't tried it, but I did have Australian lobster for breakfast and plan to have hot pot for dinner." This flippant banter thoroughly enraged Xie Biao, who smashed his phone into pieces in a fit of rage. The surrounding subordinates had never seen their boss in such a state, standing frozen in silence. His subordinates, not daring to say much, were about to leave the supermarket with Xie Biao when they saw several vehicles with flashing police lights entering the... Xie Biao closed his eyes, puffing up his cheeks, taking a deep breath to calm his rising chest, glancing at the over 4-meter high surveillance camera, and coldly stated, "Let's go back first." His subordinates, not daring to say much, were about to leave the supermarket with Xie Biao when they saw several vehicles with flashing police lights entering the community one after another. Xie Biao's face tightened, and he quickly led his subordinates back into the supermarket, shutting off the lights inside. "Brother Biao, did Li Fan call the police?" "It shouldn't be. They're probably here for those troublemakers in the community. Let's hide for now and try not to run into the police. We'll go back once they've left." After saying that, Xie Biao found a corner to sit down, lit a cigarette, and the flickering ember illuminated the murderous intent in his eyes. In the community, just as the police car stopped at Building 3, Lu Yulian rushed over holding a child. Not only did the police officers disembark from the 4 or 5 police cars, but there were also 4 armed soldiers and 2 medical personnel. During this time of disaster, the police were equipped to handle riot situations. The hospital had already been overwhelmed with heat stroke patients. To alleviate the pressure on hospitals, the government had to deploy medical students to assist the police for emergency treatment during riots. Cousin Xiao Bao was injured. "Hurry, take us to the hospital." "What happened? How was he hurt?" What was Jiang Tao who kicked him?" "There's no time to explain, just take the child to the hospital." Director Ren quickly called over the 2 medical personnel accompanying him. "Quickly check what happened to the child." The 2 medical personnel took the child from Lu Yulian's arms, laying him on a makeshift stretcher. After a few minutes of examination, one of the medical staff shook his head at Director Ren and said it's no use, the child has already passed away. Impossible. You quack. Xiao Bao was just kicked, how could he possibly die? The medical personnel affirmed that kick broke the child's rib, which pierced the heart and lung, leading to death. You can feel the child's left chest. Lu Yulian picked up her child from the stretcher, going mad as she shouted, impossible. Impossible. You are a quack. My Xiao Bao is not dead, oh, I must take him to the hospital. Director Ren stepped forward to support Lu Yulian, comforting her. Xiao Lian, the hospital can no longer treat patients. Today more than 10,000 people have died in Chang'an Prefecture due to heat stroke. The child is indeed gone, you need to stay strong. You're just talking nonsense. My baby is just injured, he is not dead. Director Ren tried to soften his tone, gently advising, please calm down. I understand your feelings, but capturing the murderer is the most urgent matter. Now tell me what exactly happened. However, Lu Yulian did not respond to Director Ren's words and kept rubbing her face against the child's forehead while turning to walk home. Xiao Bao, be good. They are all bad people. Mommy will take you home. Just as Director Ren was about to follow her to comfort his cousin, his phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard a frantic voice on the other end. Director, there has been a resource looting incident at Tianhua community with over a dozen injured, and 2 are in serious condition. They might not make it. You need to hurry over. Director Ren rubbed his temples wearily and said, we are on our way. Since 7 p.m., his phone had not stopped ringing, with various public security cases continuously occurring. Robberies, thefts, and even patients needing emergency transport kept arising. He could only prioritize handling riot incidents according to the meeting plan, while the minor thefts and brawls had to be temporarily set aside. Xiao Su find a female officer to comfort the victims. Once their emotions stabilize, ask about what happened. Xiao Ma go to Jiang Tao's house and detain him at the station, while interrogate him later when things settle down. The 2 officers took their orders and left, while Director Ren left 1 police car behind and rushed to Tianhua community with the remaining personnel. Just as Director Ren had left for a short while, the sound of shattering glass echoed. This was followed by a dull thud of something heavy falling from a height. Lu Yulian jumped from the building holding her child's lifeless body as she leaped from the 7th-floor balcony of her home. Residents in the community rushed to their balconies to witness, many pulling out their phones to record. Only after the police left did Xiedebiao lead his subordinates away from the supermarket. As they passed the spot where Lu Yulian had fallen, he looked at the broken mother, and only after the police left did Xiedebiao lead his subordinates away from the supermarket. As they passed the spot where Lu Yulian had fallen, he looked at the broken mother and child. His heart raced, while others could not discern the mastermind behind this farce. He was all too aware. A sense of unease regarding Li Fan's methods stirred within him. Inside the fortress, Li Fan was communicating with Ran Lin, explaining the surveillance footage he needed, asking her to create a video of Xiedebiao and his underlings emptying the supermarket. In less than 10 minutes the video was completed. Li Fan watched it repeatedly on the computer, ensuring there were no errors before embedding it into the hard drive and phone of the supermarket surveillance system. Opening the owner's group chat, he frowned slightly at the 99 unread messages and scrolled through all the information from top to bottom. Lu Yulian had actually committed suicide and her child had died as well. He couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. This was even more explosive than he had anticipated. He initially planned to stir up public anger, first dismantle Lu Yulian's most adept means of manipulating the masses, guiding public opinion, and then find an opportunity to eliminate her. Unexpectedly, the people in the community had helped her complete the task ahead of time. One could only say he had underestimated the vile nature of these individuals. He never expected that he could kill someone just by using his phone's keyboard. This reminded Li Fan of the keyboard warriors online who from thousands of miles away could kill invisibly. He never thought he would have the fortune to be a keyboard warrior himself. It was just a pity for that child, as she was quite a good kid. However, after enduring 8 years of apocalypse, Li Fan had long discarded the concept of right and wrong. Only the rule of survival of the fittest remained. Anything beneficial to him was deemed right, while anything against him was. There was no logic to discuss. Initially, he thought of posting the video in the owner's group to shift the blame for the supermarket supplies onto Xiedebiao, but he realized it was not yet the right time. For now, they still had support. The state would provide limited supplies. He had to wait until the government could no longer afford it and began to cut back on allocations, at which point they would experience hunger before sending it out. When people are hungry, they can do anything. Li Fan didn't expect those in the era of basic sustenance to have the courage to confront Xiedebiao hidden. On the other side, Xiedebiao returned home with feelings of anger and unease. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Qiang disheveled and Lu Ruyan with red eyes adjusting her skirt, which only fueled his fury. What do you think you can do? Go get me a glass of water. Zhou Qiang dared not retort and quickly entered the kitchen to pour a glass of water. Xiedebiao took the glass of water and ignored Zhou Qiang. Turning to Lu Ruyan, he asked, when you last went to Li Fan's fortress, did you only capture supplies from one floor? Have you been to any other floors? Lu Ruyan shook her head. What is your relationship with Li Fan? Think carefully before you speak. I have no interest in playing guessing games with you right now. Seeing Siedabayo's face dark enough to drip water, Lu Rian felt a sense of inexplicable pleasure, but it was quickly overshadowed by Siedabayo's murderous glare. I have nothing to do with him really, he just paid me to sleep with his good brother for a night. Siedabiao looked at Lu Rian, suspiciously, clearly skeptical of her words. You spent less than an hour before and after going to Li Fan's fortress, and you could climb into his bed. Did you get paid for that too? No. Lu Rian quickly shook her head. You slept with him without payment. You still don't want to tell the truth. Are you and Li Fan in a romantic relationship, or not? Lu Rian was at a loss as she didn't know how to explain to Siedabiao that the two of them took photos in bed at the time, and Li Fan said it was to convince Siedabiao of the video's authenticity. But she never expected that moment would lead her into a dilemma now. Seeing Lu Rian's speechless expression, Siedabiao felt a surge of anger. The humiliation he suffered today from Li Fan was something he hadn't experienced in the past decade. He stood up and walked in front of Lu Rian, extending his hand. Give me your phone. Lu Rian obediently handed over her phone, and Siedabiao called Li Fan's number, which was quickly connected. Kid, Lu Rian is with me now. Do you have anything to say? Boss, yeah, you wouldn't be trying to use a woman to threaten me, would you? That would be too disgraceful. Siedabiao was unaccustomed to being spoken to like this, and the emotions that had just calmed down were now on the verge of bubbling over. I know your relationship with Lu Rian is not ordinary. I give you a chance to exchange Lu Rian for supplies. 5 million worth of supplies. After saying this, he pressed the phone to Lu Rian's mouth, grasping her hair, causing her to let out a painful moan. Did you hear that? You have 30 seconds to consider. Li Fan's voice grew cold. Siedabiao, regarding our matter, isn't it degrading to you to vent your anger on a young girl? Siedabiao finally found a sense of accomplishment in Li Fan's tone. Think carefully, she is currently surrounded by more than a dozen of my underlings. However, he did not know that Li Fan was currently enjoying a chilled beer, watching the comedy of 1D Gang, with the hot pot on the table bubbling, filling the entire room with its aroma. Li Fan happily picked his favorite beef tripe and placed it into the boiling hot pot. Cooking beef tripe required care. 7 up and down for 15 seconds. Before Li Fan could count down, he heard Siedabayo's voice coming from the speaker. There are 15 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Time's up. Have you made your decision? Li Fan picked up his chopsticks, glanced at the already cooked beef tripe, and placed it into the prepared sauce dish, coating it with sesame sauce garlic. He then eagerly sent it into his mouth. So delicious. So delicious. What does that mean? Li Fan was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about this timer because it was so tasty. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said angrily, I really want to kill you, Xia, old dog. If you dare to touch her, I will make you regret it. All right, kid, just you wait for me. Siedabiao held the phone in one hand and grabbed Lu Rian's hair as he entered the bedroom. Soon anguished moans from Lu Rian echoed in the room. It hurt, Siedabiao Noah. The piercing screams lasted for nearly an hour, and when the bedroom door opened, Siedabiao came out and waved his hand to his subordinates. Except for Zhou Chong, who sat silently in the corner staring down at his phone, the rest of the subordinates rushed into the bedroom in a frenzy. It took over 4 hours for the bedroom to finally settle down. They were sprawled across Siedabayo's house in disarray. Lu Rian, who had been unconscious on the bed for a long time, slowly opened her eyes, struggling to crawl over the 2 sleeping men beside her. Dragging her heavy body out of bed, she walked into the bathroom. Standing under the shower, water droplets fell on her young skin, covered in bruises and bite marks. Tears mingled with the water flowing down her face, her eyes filled with lifelessness, while her heart was filled with hatred, despair, and regret as she looked at herself in the mirror above the sink. Countless thoughts of suicide surged in her heart, yet she lacked the courage to end her life. After crying for a long time, she finally came out of the bathroom and encountered Zhou Qiang waiting at the door. She smiled self-deprecatingly, unfastening the bathrobe's clasp, revealing her body covered in scars. What's wrong? Was there no place for you just now? How do you want to play? Zhou Qiang bent down to pick up the bathrobe from the floor, personally tying it for Lu Rian before turning to leave with a parting remark. Go sleep in the maid's room. I've prepared some medication for you. Get some rest early. Lu Rian watched Zhou Qiang's back, recalling how she had seen Siedabiao scold Zhou Qiang several times indiscriminately. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She could not die. Even if she were to die, she would take a few down with her. Perhaps Zhou Qiang could be a good break. Li Fan, having just savored a sumptuous hot pot meal, climbed up to the watchtower, settled onto the sofa, and sipped tea while gazing upon the city, still brilliantly illuminated despite the hour creeping past 3 or 4 in the morning. Boredom led him to scroll through short videos on his phone. Clips cheerfully mocking the scorching heat from the previous day had all but vanished. Most now brimmed with despair, complaints about delayed ambulances, insufficient relief supplies, and employers withholding wages even amid the natural catastrophe. Li Fan paid them no mind. Instead, he consulted several official provincial and municipal accounts, and found the latest bulletins. Shang'an City, 62135 fatalities from heatstroke. Hushur City 98375 heatstroke fatalities. Chinchang City 31890. Jianzhou City 11282. Baolan City 26544 heatstroke fatalities. Scrolling through multiple municipal official accounts, he observed wide disparities in mortality figures. First and second-tier cities, with their massive populations, reported roughly 70 to 80,000 deaths each. Smaller fourth and fifth-tier cities fared somewhat better, yet still hovered around 10,000 fatalities. No unified national tally had yet been released by official channels. In his previous life, he had been herded into a warehouse to survive, conserving every precious watt of battery. So his understanding of the true severity of the heatwave had come solely from neighbors' fragmented accounts. This time, however, he grasped the grim reality firsthand. Within mere days of the apocalypse's onset, fatalities had already spiraled beyond control. At that moment, Ran Lin's voice echoed softly in his mind. Because daylight renders everyone immobile, no need for vigilance. Nightfall, however, heralds the true. Because daylight renders everyone immobile, no need for vigilance. Nightfall, however, heralds the true descent of darkness. Observe those emergency vehicles flashing red and blue lights darting across the city, desperately attempting to shore up skyscrapers teetering on collapse. Yet it is all in vain, merely delaying the inevitable collapse by moments. Ran Lin's voice carried quiet desolation. I cannot see it. But can't you perceive the world through my eyes? I could if I chose to. Yet what stops me from betraying you? That possibility had crossed Li Fan's mind the very first time he met Ran Lin. Then he simply resigned himself to fate. If she truly intended harm, she needed only the slightest deception, not the extraordinary act of guiding him through rebirth. Though her memories remained fragmented, and though the threat posed by the Colunya civilization to Earth civilization remained uncertain for now, Ran Lin was undeniably his most trusted ally. Yet clearly Ran Lin harbored doubt toward this trust, leaving Li Fan with little more than weary resignation. Fine, don't look then. Before he could finish, a faint searing warmth surged once more in his right eye, its iris shifting into a star-flecked sapphire blue. Li Fan, I have a question. What is it? I reviewed your historical records 5 years ago. You endured a viral pandemic, but it never unraveled society as catastrophically as this. Li Fan lit a cigarette, drew deeply, and replied slowly, it's different. First, the death toll is staggering. Even the fragmentary data I gathered just now exceeds 400,000. Most victims were elderly, infirm, or chronically ill, those whose constitutions could not withstand the onslaught. Still, such mass mortality dealt a shattering blow to the delicate order of peacetime civilization. So chaos arises solely because so many have perished in this natural disaster. Li Fan shook his head with a wry smile, lifted his teacup, and said not merely that. During the earlier pandemic, lockdowns targeted only severely affected zones. Mildly impacted areas imposed restrictions for mere days. Even during lockdown, essential industries continued uninterrupted, ensuring steady delivery of daily necessities. Lightly affected regions actively supported hard-hit zones with medical aid and supply distribution. Round-the-clock operations sustained the system. Now, however, each city must fend for itself. Medical care and logistical distribution compressed into a mere 10-hour window from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Within that span, production, transport, allocation, and emergency treatment must all be completed citywide. Smaller cities with modest populations manage, barely. But megacities exceeding 10 million residents face near impossible demands. Chaos, therefore, is inevitable. Ran Lin withdrew into her extra-dimensional space and said, Li Fan, find Nuka as soon as possible. I require more memories, not only to locate my kin, but also to help you unravel the true nature of this calamity. Li Fan set down his teacup and reclined into the sofa. It matters little to me now how this disaster began, but I will search for any trace of Nuka. Ran Lin fell silent. At 5 a.m. Inside the Shanganfu Municipal Public Security Bureau conference room, the director sat at the head of the table reviewing live video reports from district commanders. His face drawn with exhaustion, his voice hoarse, he spoke, comrades. The situation has deteriorated far beyond projections. From last evening at 7 p.m. until now, reported incidents have surged to levels normally seen over 7 or 8 months. Homicides alone exceed 1,000. Captains of the Criminal Investigation Division, your assessments, please. Chief Captain Zhang Qinggang spoke first. We all understand the gravity. So I'll state my view plainly. In times of chaos, strict law must prevail. Assign a procuratorial officer to each patrol unit to arrest, judge, and execute on site. Only such decisive measures can restore awe and deter moral collapse. His words carried weight and practicality, yet no one dared assume responsibility for their consequences. The director hesitated, then turned to the military liaison seated beside him. Colonel Meng, your perspective. Don't ask me. We operate strictly under wartime regulations, and our mandate is solely to assist you in maintaining stability. When confronting rioters, we follow our own protocols. As for judicial handling of offenders, that falls entirely to you. Regrettably, I cannot intervene. He scanned the room. No one else raised Zhang Qinggong's proposal, not even representatives from the Ministry of State Security, who remained utterly silent. After long contemplation, the director sighed deeply and shook his head. Captain Zhang's proposal lacks feasibility, for now. Still, I will escalate it to higher authorities. For the time being, continue last night's operational protocol. He glanced at his wristwatch. It read 6:30. Dismissed. Return home swiftly, before temperatures rise past 6 a.m. and take precautions against heat stroke. Officers rose immediately and departed the bureau building. Wang Yu drove home, her body heavy with fatigue. Wang Yun sat beside her in the passenger seat, deep in thought. Sis, what's on your mind? Exhausted? Wang Yun shook her head, gazing steadily at Wang Yu. Yeah, do you still believe your younger brother is merely an ordinary university student? Wang Yu blinked in surprise, bewildered why her sister had brought up Li Fan again. Why do you suspect him once more? Love clouds judgment. Think carefully. The underground shelter, the stockpiled supplies, the precise timing. Her words struck Wang Yu like lightning. Her training as a detective instantly awakened her analytical instincts. Are you suggesting Li Fan foresaw the cataclysm, and that the media base was merely a front? That his true purpose was to hoard resources and ride out the disaster? Not foolish at all. In fact, I suspected he wasn't launching a company the moment I visited his shelter. Back then, I simply hadn't connected it to the coming disaster. Until now, seeing the full scale of events, everything he did reveals meticulous preparation for this very crisis. Wang Yu felt her scalp prickle. She could scarcely fathom how an unremarkable university student possessed the audacity and resolve to stake his entire fortune on a single apocalyptic event. Then another thought chilled her. Perhaps Li Fan intended to profit from national tragedy, leaving her heart strangely hollow. Wang Yun saw Wang Yu's despondent expression and offered a faint smile. What's the matter? Have you discovered that the man you imagined to be perfect is imperfect after all? Disappointed. A little disappointed. If he truly plans to profiteer from this national calamity, I'll seize him myself. Wang Yun rolled down the car window. A wave of heat rushed in, and her eyes narrowed slightly behind her glasses. Don't be so quick to despair. Perhaps he never intended to exploit the disaster to sell supplies for profit. How could that be? He purchased supplies delivered in dozens of trucks. In this scorching weather, if they are not handled quickly, many of the goods will spoil. You underestimate this young man. Ever since he emerged from the fortress that day, I checked him through the police system. Do you know his fortress was poured with military-grade concrete, and both its architectural style and capabilities are those of a defensive stronghold. All of his preparations were aimed at long-term garrisoning to fend off enemies. Long-term garrisoning. Why? Didn't you already see for yourself tonight? Are there not already people dying over supplies? This is only the first day. Wang Yun recalled Chun Zemin telling her that coastal cities might sink, and even the capital could be affected. She felt the present heat was merely an appetizer for something far worse. Yeah, how long do you think this calamity will last? Didn't the authorities say roughly 8 days, eh? I don't think it will end so soon. This world may truly be changing. The two women returned to their homes, each carrying her own anxieties. After showering, Wang Yu returned to her room and found Wang Yun at the computer poring over files. Peering over, she saw Wang Yun checking Li Fan's bank transfer records and tallying his purchase list on paper. Half an hour later, 4 pages were filled. Wang Yu stared at the inventory Wang Yun had written and was astonished. Since all these supplies were bought by Li Fan. Wang Yun nodded with a grave expression. This is only an approximate tally, at least this much, not less. But this quantity doesn't match what we saw that day, or what we saw was probably only half of what you counted. You mean there are 3 underground levels? Could the 3 people who were killed actually be dead? Wang Yu felt an inexplicable panic. She was afraid Li Fan might really have committed murder. You mean there are 3 underground levels? Could the 3 people who were killed actually be dead? Wang Yu felt an inexplicable panic. She was afraid Li Fan might really have committed murder. Wang Yun smiled and said, It's not certain yet. Those are only my deductions. Wang Yu shook her head in bewilderment and murmured, It seems I must go back again. Wang Yun stroked Wang Yu's head and said, Now is not the time to investigate the deaths of a few thugs. I expect we will be even busier tonight. Put it aside for now. Who can say what the future holds? Wang Yu's heart swelled with tangled emotions, the first stirrings of youthful longing fraught with anxious anticipation. The next morning the sun had barely risen and the temperature had already reached 48 CO. Air conditioners strained beyond capacity could only keep indoor temperatures around 30 degrees Celsius. At the Lishui Villa, Siedabayo's residence, more than 20 people lived together. All the air conditioners were set to their lowest, and the interior hovered at 36 to 37 degrees. This group comprised Siedabayo's most elite and loyal men. Several of them pulled Zhang Liang aside and whispered a few words. Zhang Liang looked slightly displeased, scanned the brothers in the room, then rose and approached Sieda Biao, whispering, Brother Biao, the provisions you've prepared are nearly exhausted. They might last for only one more meal. Several brothers said they want to return home, so as not to add to your burden. Sieta Biao took a long swallow from a water bottle, leaned back on the sofa, and fixed his gaze intently on Lu Ruyan not far away. His eyes narrowed, a habitual gesture when Sieta Biao was thinking, and Zhang Liang immediately fell silent awaiting orders. After a long moment, a decisive coldness shone in Sieta Biao's eyes, as if a decision had been made. He said to Zhang Liang, "Tell the brothers that if they go home, they'll only add burdens to their families. Tonight they follow me to take the supplies back. Tonight, where will we get the supplies? First fetch Hailing, then we'll make another trip to Li Fan's fortress. This time we prepare everything thoroughly." Zhang Liang's eyes shone at once. They all knew Li Fan's fortress held abundant supplies, and being underground it would be far cooler than this subterranean garage. "Brother Biao, you're finally going to move against that little bastard. If we can get into the fortress and seize it, we'll be able to enjoy ourselves in comfort." Sieta Biao smiled knowingly and called to Lu Ruyan in the corner, "Lu Ruyan, you come with us tonight." Lu Ruyan only nodded numbly, her face void of any expression. Zhang Liang glanced at Lu Ruyan beside Sieta Biao, licked his lips, as if reliving the thrill of last night, and asked, "Big brother, are you planning to use her to trick open the fortress gate?" "Yes. Bring her along tonight. She is the key to opening the door. Once that door is open, Li Fan will be like a lamb to the slaughter. Go and calm the brothers first." Filled with excitement, Zhang Liang soothed the other brothers, and then called Hailing to ask him to come to the Lishui villa that night. At noon on the third underground level of the fortress, a few ice blocks were placed before the vents along the wall. As cool air blew from the vents, a faint mist drifted up. Li Fan lay asleep on the sofa under a blanket, still trembling faintly. Achoo! A loud sneeze tore him from drowsiness. He squinted, opened his eyes, pulled the blanket tighter, and sniffed. Good heavens, too many ice blocks. Don't go catching a cold. He picked up a thermometer and saw the indoor temperature had dropped to 11°C, so he hurriedly removed half of the ice blocks from the vents. In truth, the fortress was equipped with central air conditioning, though its effect was barely satisfactory. Since the emergence of the other space, the ice meant for freezing meat had become useless, and Li Fan had repurposed them to cool the rooms. The effect was immediate, though the downside was that the temperature was difficult to control. Seeing the outdoor thermometer register 52 degrees, Li Fan could not imagine how long a person could stand out there before collapsing. He rose to the kitchen to make a pot of seafood congee, then returned to the monitoring station and reviewed the surveillance footage from the time he had been asleep. When he checked Lu Ruyan's phone feed, he heard that Sieta Biao planned to attack his fortress tonight. He leapt up in excitement. He had expected they would endure a few more days' strike when law and order broke down further and take advantage of the chaos. He had not expected them to act so quickly. He paced the room as his mind raced. Then he stopped, a cold gleam in his eyes. An idea had formed. "Sieta Biao, bring all your lackeys. They'll give you a stew you'll remember." After lunch, Li Fan entered the other space and used the materials laboratory to concoct a few things. Emerging from the other space, he went to the ground floor and set about his preparations in earnest. As the clock struck 7 p.m., the Black Wolf arrived at the Lishui villa despite the sweltering heat. Inside Sieta Biao's home, a group of people was abuzz with excitement, for Zhang Liang had informed them that Li Fan's fortress was not only cool, but also stocked with abundant supplies. By capturing the fortress, they could not only enjoy comfort during the natural disasters, but also sell the surplus supplies at high prices. At that time, Brother Biao would reward each person with a handsome sum. Zhang Liang led the Black Wolf to face Sieta Biao. "Brother Biao, the Black Wolf has arrived." Seeing the Black Wolf, Sieta Biao asked with concern, "Are you feeling better?" "Thanks for your concern, Brother Xia. I'm much better as long as I avoid any strenuous movement. Well, tonight we are going to avenge our 3 fallen brothers. You will come with—" "All right, but Brother Biao wanted to track the police if we go so openly." Sieta Biao chuckled, picked up his phone, dialed the emergency number, and put it on speaker for everyone to hear. The busy tone echoed back. "Did you see that? The police are too busy to care about a lone wildling swamped with distributing supplies. They won't have time to deal with us." Hearing Sieta Biao's words, the crowd grew even more eager, shouting to set off immediately. "What are we waiting for? Brother, let's go. Let's avenge Li Gu and the others. Once inside the fortress, I want that little brat to regret being born." Sieta Biao scanned the room of younger brothers, furrowing his brow. "Where is Lu Ruyan?" A voice came from the back of the crowd. "In the bathroom. Tell her to hurry up." In the bathroom, Lu Ruyan clutched her phone, her fingers flying as she sent a text message. "Sieta Biao is coming to cause trouble for you tonight." A swift reply came back. "Got it. Remember, don't come in once the door is open, or you will bear the consequences." Seeing this message, a faintly twisted smile finally appeared on Lu Ruyan's otherwise numb face. Hearing Zhou Chang's urging from outside, she deleted the message and stepped out to face Sieta Biao. "Whether Li Fan opens the door tonight depends on you. If you can get it open, all you have to do is serve me well. Once the disasters are over, we will settle our accounts." Sieta Biao regarded Lu Ruyan's impassive face, changing his tone to one that was chillingly sinister as he continued. If you fail to open Li Fan's door, you will belong to us brothers. I assume you wouldn't want to experience what happened last night again. Upon hearing the latter part of Xiaodabao's words, an endless hatred flickered in Lu Rian's eyes as she numbly nodded. I understand. After hearing Lu Rian's response, Xiaodabiao stood up from the sofa. He returned to his room, opened the safe, and took out an M1911, checking the magazine before placing it in his bag. Then he led 20 men and 5 or 6 vehicles heading towards Li Fan's fortress with a grand display. When the convoy stopped outside the fortress walls, Li Fan had already been waiting inside for quite some time. From the phone surveillance, Li Fan saw that Xiaodabiao and his men were not rushing towards the fortress, but were all huddled against the walls. They thought they were being discreet, unaware that every move they made was under Li Fan's watchful gaze. Everyone keep quiet and sneak up to the sides of the fortress. Upon hearing this, the group stealthily approached the fortress, hiding along the sides of the doors. At this moment, Xiaodabiao pushed Lu Rian out, whispering, "Go knock on the door." Lu Rian's heart raced as she didn't know what Li Fan had prepared, but tonight would definitely end in bloodshed. Reminding herself of Li Fan's instructions, she reached the front door and raised her hand to knock hard. In reality, the heavy titanium alloy door made it impossible to hear any sound from inside, no matter how hard she struck. Li Fan saw Lu Rian knocking on the door from the phone surveillance. He picked up a remote control from the table beside him, pressed a button, and the titanium alloy door opened with a soft hiss. Seeing the titanium alloy door open so easily, Xiaodabiao slightly frowned and waved his hand to his brothers. Brothers, rush in. Hearing this, Zhang Liang was the first to lead the younger brothers, yelling as they pushed open the titanium alloy door and charged inside. The moment the door swung open, Lu Rian stepped aside and did not enter the fortress. However, Xiaodabiao cautiously stood outside the door, peering in, while the Black Wolf and Zhou Qiang also did not rush inside. The moment Li Fan pressed the door open button, he switched the surveillance footage to the first floor, watching as the people who rushed in were mostly enemies from his past life. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Just as the corners of his mouth began to lift, he suddenly noticed that Xiaodabiao was not among the crowd. He hurriedly switched the footage back outside, only to find Xiaodabiao still lurking by the door. Anxiety began to rise within him. What the hell are you waiting for? Get in already. Are you laying eggs out there? Yet despite his waiting, Xiaodabiao did not enter. Seeing that his younger brothers had entered without any signs of a fight, Xiaodabiao called out loudly, "Liangzi, have you found that wildling?" Zhang Liang's voice came from inside. "Brother Biao, I didn't see Li Fan on the first floor. The doors leading to the basement and upstairs won't open." "How can they not open? Didn't you bring the breaching tools?" "It's not working. I don't know what material this door is made of. Our breaching tools couldn't even leave a dent." "Then what's on the first floor?" "Nothing at all." Upon hearing this, Xiaodabao's face changed, and he stumbled backward. He lifted his gaze warily towards the lookout tower, grabbing Lu Rian by the neck and shielding himself with her, pulling out a gun from his bag and hiding it behind her back. He shouted loudly towards the interior, "It's a trap. Come out quickly." Watching this unfold on the surveillance, Li Fan let out a helpless sigh. Sigh, truly an old fox cunning as a 1,000-year-old fox. This old man is even more slippery than they come. He pressed another button on the remote, grabbed his crossbow, and ran towards the lookout tower. The main door slammed shut with a loud bang the moment Li Fan pressed the button, followed by the sound of the lock mechanism engaging. Seeing the door lock, Xiaodabiao felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He clutched Lu Rian, retreating while keeping his eyes fixed on the lookout tower. As Xiaodabiao was nearing the car, Li Fan also arrived at the lookout tower, seeing that Xiaodabiao was about to exit the yard while still shielding Lu Rian. Without hesitation, he raised the crossbow, aiming at the small part of Xiaodabao's head that was exposed. He didn't consider the possibility of hurting Lu Rian. Just then, Xiaodabiao noticed Li Fan aiming with the crossbow, and without hesitation raised his arm, which had been hidden behind Lu Rian. Bang! 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 The 3 gunshots made Xiaodabao's head jerk, and the crossbow he had just aimed lost its accuracy, grazing Lu Rian's hair and piercing through Xiaodabao's ear. Clutching his ear, Xiaodabiao jumped into the car, slammed the door, started the engine, and accelerated away in one fluid motion, the car shooting off like a rocket. Zhou Qiang pulled Lu Rian and the Black Wolf into another car. Seeing this outcome, Li Fan could only helplessly lower his crossbow, watching the 2 cars drive away. A sense of dissatisfaction welled up within him. After spending a solid 5 or 6 hours and wasting so many resources, he had only caught a few small-time players. However, Li Fan couldn't help but feel relieved, grateful that he hadn't confronted Xiaodabiao before the fortress was completed. Otherwise, if Xiaodabiao had secretly shot him, it wouldn't have been a joke. While his clothes were bulletproof, his head had no protection. If he had been shot in the head, it would have truly been game over. He checked the bulletproof glass, finding no marks, which eased his mind considerably. Turning away from the lookout tower, he descended to the 2nd floor, entered a room, crouched down, and pulled up a metal plate on the ground, revealing a 2 square meter glass panel that provided a direct view of the 1st floor. He saw 17 heavily tattooed men on the first floor anxiously banging on 3 doors, and a smile crept across his face. Tonight will be interesting. Only when Xie Biao shouted for them to withdraw did Zhang Liang realize he had been deceived. Before he and his underlings could even reach the titanium alloy gate, it slid shut automatically. Moreover, the gate required a mechanical password to unlock from within. The group surrounded it, pounding, hammering, but not a single scratch marred its surface. Suddenly, muffled gunshots echoed from beyond the door, sending the group into greater panic and intensifying their desperate assault on the gate. They all knew Li Fan had already killed 3 of their brothers. Though Li Fan himself remained unseen, that very uncertainty bred the most profound terror. "Brother Liang, what do we do? We can't break it open." Inside the room, Zhang Liang swept his gaze across the space, 100 square meter living area. Aside from a door leading upstairs and another descending downstairs, 3 additional doors led to bedrooms. He immediately addressed his men, "Stay calm. Leave 2 men to keep forcing the main gate. Everyone else split up and try the 3 bedroom doors." Upon hearing this, only the 2 wielding the breaching tool continued battering the main gate, while the rest divided into 3 teams and launched coordinated assaults against each bedroom door. Li Fan stood above them, observing their futile efforts with unruffled composure. From his spatial realm, he retrieved a recliner, a low table, a chilled watermelon, and lit a cigarette. He lounged in serene amusement, savoring this spectacle of caged beasts. Inwardly, he instructed Ranlin, "Xiao Ran, begin collecting their facial biometrics and motion data." "Are you recording surveillance footage again?" "Yes, and I'll share the full context once it's complete." "Is that really necessary?" Li Fan smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with quiet intelligence. "Absolutely necessary. Imagine yourself as Xie Biao, his most trusted, boldest lieutenants, now trapped by me. What would he do? Either rally reinforcements, or abandon them outright, or possibly negotiate with you." Li Fan shook his head, slowly analyzing aloud. "Rallying more men is out of the question. His most loyal and courageous underlings are already here. The rest are mere opportunists bound only by profit, not loyalty. Abandoning them is equally impossible, not out of benevolence, but because doing so would shatter his credibility in Chang'an Prefecture. Among underworld figures, loyalty and righteousness are paramount. To forsake his inner circle would render him untouchable no longer. Negotiation is even less plausible. He knows I intend to kill him. To bargain would be to kneel in submission. Then what will he do?" Li Fan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "Humph. When black methods fail him, he'll resort to white ones. Don't forget, he enjoys formidable protection within Chang'an Prefecture. Though I don't yet know who shields him, sustaining such a dark malignancy for over a decade suggests a position of considerable authority." Ranlin suddenly grasped his intent. "You're gathering their biometric and motion data to counter his patron." "Precisely. A direct confrontation with official authorities isn't viable yet, so subtler measures must suffice. 17 individuals' facial and motion data have been fully captured. Shall I record vocal samples too?" Li Fan paused thoughtfully. "Yes, absolutely. Then you'll need each of them to speak. No rush. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Tell me, what kind of fear is most utterly despairing?" Ranlin's voice carried a hint of prideful certainty, "The unknown. Like a drawn bow. Its tension is most terrifying before release, for you cannot foresee its aim." "Exactly. Let them exhaust both spirit and strength first. Then I'll play at my leisure." A flicker of lethal intent crossed Li Fan's eyes, his lips curled in a serene Dragon King-like smile as he watched the group flail, and their memories surfaced of his past self kneeling in abject supplication before Xie Biao. Had he not done so, Zhang Liang and his henchmen would have ended him long ago. An hour passed. Zhang Liang and his men were drenched in sweat, parched and breathless. "Brother Liang, the bedroom doors won't budge either. What now, Brother Liang? Are we doomed to die here? Everyone's strength is nearly spent." Zhang Liang surveyed his men. Exhausted, listless, swallowing dryly, clearly pushed to the brink of dehydration. "Don't panic. Li Fan hasn't appeared yet. Proof he lacks confidence confronting us all at once. At worst we'll negotiate terms." Hearing Zhang Liang's words, their panic subsided slightly. Though Li Fan had slain 3 of their brothers lacking eyewitness proof, they still dismissed him as an easily dominated college student. Li Fan observed the group regrouping, their terror gradually receding. He tossed aside the watermelon rind, then picked up a microphone from the computer desk and tapped it to test the acoustics. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome 17 guests to my fortress. I am here, please look up." As he spoke, Li Fan stood atop a glass pane overlooking them and waved casually. His voice emanated from ceiling-mounted speakers. Zhang Liang and his men craned their necks and saw Li Fan standing on transparent glass, grinning down at them with insolent charm. Fury ignited instantly. They leapt up, hurling curses. "You bastard! Come down and face me. I'll tear you apart. Coward! Show yourself. You hide like a rat. Kid, you're finished. If we escape, you'll wish you'd never drawn breath." In that moment, their torrent of abuse served as raw catharsis, an instinctive psychological reflex when the weak confront the strong and feel fear instead of dominance. In their minds, Li Fan was merely an orphan, powerless, friendless, inherently fearful of them. Yet tonight's reversal shattered that assumption, replacing contempt with dread. Bullies who had spent years instilling fear could not bear this inversion. Only vitriol and curses could shore up their crumbling dignity. Li Fan smiled faintly, watching their tirades unfold. With deliberate calm, he drew a repeating crossbow, opened a firing slit at the edge of the glass, sighted casually on one man, and fired. A streak of steel, swift as a falling star, pierced the blond man's right eye, erupting through his skull with a gory spray of crimson and gray matter. The man hadn't even flinched. His remaining eye widened in horrified regret before he collapsed backward, rigid and lifeless. Around him the crowd scattered, silence crashing down like a guillotine upon the previously raucous chamber. Especially those who had cursed loudest. They now avoided Li Fan's gaze, trembling, subtly shifting nervously behind comrades, as if seeking shelter. Others instinctively distanced themselves from these men, leaving them isolated, exposed, spotlighted in their shame. Li Fan holstered the crossbow, maintaining his signature lopsided Dragon King smile. He lifted the microphone again and cleared his throat. Ahem, allow me to reintroduce myself. Welcome 17, no 16, distinguished guests to my fortress. May this night etch itself indelibly upon your souls. Music, please. He tapped his phone, selected a song, and sang into the mic, The Vast Horizon, My Love. Apologies, wrong track. He scrolled again. Tonight will be unforgettable, unforgettable. Zhang Liang glared fiercely at Li Fan, his jaw clenched so tightly that his teeth threatened to shatter. Clearly recognizing this as a deliberate act of humiliation, yet he could not fathom why Li Fan's demeanor evoked the chilling certainty of a long-planned vendetta. After all, this was only their second meeting, and most of his underlings had never laid eyes on Li Fan before. They were to endure despair, terror, and utter degradation. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he suppressed his seething rage, knowing full well that in this moment he was mere flesh upon the chopping block and Li Fan the executioner. Li Fan held absolute dominion over life and death. He could slaughter them at will, while they stood utterly defenseless, like condemned prisoners bound hand and foot awaiting the fatal bullet. Li Fan betrayed no trace of panic. The calm detachment in his bearing conjured the unsettling illusion of a seasoned assassin. Could this truly be an ordinary university student? An orphan with no family, no roots, no refuge. He had no choice but to negotiate. Zhang Liang shouted, Li Fan, let's talk. We bear no blood feud, there's no need. Shoo. Listen to the music. Such exquisite melodies demand your full attention. Li Fan raised a finger to his lips, silencing Zhang Liang mid-sentence. Minutes later, as the music faded, Li Fan seized the microphone. Such sublime music, and yet not a single clap. All eyes turned to him, bewildered, unnerved. His childish theatrics and manic intensity froze them into silence, terrified he might open fire again at any moment. Your spirits are low. Your passion remains unkind-led. I promised you would remember this night forever. So let me stoke your blood, ignite your emotions. With that, Li Fan picked up the remote control and pressed a crimson button. Along the perimeter of the first floor ceiling, black nozzles emerged at intervals of 4 or 5 meters. Whoosh. A muffled detonation echoed as each nozzle unleashed a roaring jet of flame. A system Li Fan had installed earlier that day, not to incinerate, but to torment. No grand rationale. Only a final perfect reckoning for the days of his past life, when he had been treated like a dog. As the serpentine flames erupted, the group scrambled desperately toward the lone safe zone at the center. Though they escaped immolation within that sealed chamber, already stifling in the oppressive heat, the temperature soared to a terrifying degree. A cruel smile curled Li Fan's lips, his eyes burned with unhinged fervor. Then Rang Lin's voice pierced his thoughts. Urgent, tender, laced with anxiety. Li Fan, are you all right? I'm fine. In fact, I feel extraordinary. But you seem strangely unfamiliar to me. The manic light slowly receded from Li Fan's gaze, his voice softened into melancholy, his eyes remaining cold and distant as they swept over the suffering crowd below. Rang Lin, do you know how abject a man becomes when he kneels and begs? Do you know the taste of thin gruel laced with urine? Do you know the agony of crawling on hands and knees for 2 hours, merely to beg for a bottle of water that was yours by right? Do you know the blinding pain of near-fatal beatings after a failed escape? The sheer suffocating despair, the dehumanizing shame, the feeling of being reduced to mere spectacle in someone else's apocalypse. I remember it, every excruciating second. Rang Lin fell silent for a long while. Li Fan felt her fury radiating through the connection. Was it them? Yes. They taught me the depths of human depravity, a lesson seared into my soul. You suffered terribly, didn't you? Not entirely. In my past life, I met people who healed me. Li Fan paused, lost in memory, then smiled faintly as he returned to the present. Only after watching the crowd collapse onto the floor, Overcome by heat and oxygen deprivation, did Li Fan deactivate the flamethrowers? Have you finished collecting their biometric data? Yes. Only 4 voices remain unrecorded, all others are complete. Li Fan nodded. That's sufficient. He retrieved a repeating crossbow, reloading bolts methodically while relaying surveillance instructions to Rang Lin. Sliding open the firing slit, he began targeting them one by one, each bolt claiming another wretched life. Zhang Liang and his men drained of strength, and could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell one after another. Those still awaiting death screamed their final pleas with every shred of remaining strength. Please, don't kill me. I have a wife, children, elderly parents. Spare me. I don't want to die. Let me do anything, for you. I never wanted to come. It was him, Zhang Liang, who pressured us. Others hurled curses. Li Fan, you'll rot in hell. Bastard, you'll pay for this. Li Fan heard none of it. His expression remained serene, untouched by chaos. When the magazine emptied, he reloaded without pause. Seizing the brief respite, Zhang Liang cried out, Li Fan, stop. Let's talk. Li Fan regarded him with icy indifference. Talk? About what? We hold no mortal grudge. If you slaughter us all, you'll carry the weight of murder. Oh, and then, even as he spoke, his fingers continued loading bolts with mechanical precision. We'll dispose of the bodies. No trace for the police. We'll testify you spared us. Claim the others vanished without a trace. It'll be as if you had nothing to do with it. Hearing the proposal, Li Fan's lips twisted into a contemptuous smirk, his crossbow now fully reloaded. Without breaking rhythm, he fired another bolt, then asked Zhang Liang, you've killed many, haven't you? Don't pretend you're a pious vegetarian who chants sutras and takes no life. Among those you've slain, were there any who begged for mercy? Surely there were. Yet you killed them anyway. Why? Zhang Liang realized with dawning horror that Li Fan intended to spare no one. Bolts kept flying. As the last underling crumpled, his skull shattered. Despair shattered Zhang Liang's composure. He shrieked raw and broken. Why? Why? We've met only twice. Why must you exterminate us utterly? Are you mad? Damn you. Li Fan watched Zhang Liang's hysteria unfold, then laughed softly at first, then louder until it erupted into wild, unrestrained mirth. Why? Ha ha ha, because I damn well pleased to. Whip. A bolt pierced Zhang Liang's throat, not to kill instantly, but deliberately enough to sever the airway while leaving consciousness intact, forcing him to feel life ebb away second by agonizing second. Zhang Liang clutched his throat with both hands, blood spurted between his fingers with each ragged, gurgling breath. His face contorted in primal terror, twisted further by suffocation's cruel distortion. Within 10 minutes, silence swallowed the first floor. Surveying the carnage strewn across the floor, Li Fan exhaled, a heavy, cleansing breath. The years of pent-up resentment dissolved, leaving behind profound, weightless relief. A serene smile touched his lips. He activated the ventilation system and dropped several ice blocks into the chamber. He had no intention of descending into that sweltering battlefield. Approaching the computer desk, he picked up a chilled slice of watermelon, then tapped open a tablet, connecting to Lu Ruyan's live surveillance feed. When Xie Biao returned to the Lishui villa, the old Xiao from the clinic was already waiting at the door with several younger men. Seeing Xie Biao covering his ears, blood was flowing from his fingers, staining half of his cheek. They were all astonished and gathered around. Big brother, what happened? Who hurt you? Xie Biao's expression was so grim it was as if water could drip from it, with a trace of fear hidden deep in his eyes. Zhou Chong, who was behind, stepped forward to open the door and said to old Xiao, brother, Xiao, no questions now. Let's get inside and treat the injuries of my uncle. Only then did the crowd surround Xie Biao and enter the house. Meanwhile, Hailang and Lu Ruoyan, who followed in the back, had different thoughts. After some treatment, a bandage was wrapped around Xie Biao's head, and he sat on the sofa in the living room, having lost a large part of his ear. The 7 or 8 people who came with old Xiao were those who previously worked with Zhou Qiang in loan transactions. They stood quietly to the side, as silent as the grave. Xie Biao scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Ruoyan. Did you betray us? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of panic and quickly defended herself. It wasn't me. I didn't know why Li Fan was lying in wait ahead of time. Xie Biao narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling, murderous intent, like a tiger ready to hunt. Lu Ruoyan retreated, repeatedly shaking her head and stumbling through her explanations. It wasn't me, truly it wasn't me. Zhou Chong, standing nearby, leaned closer to Xie Biao and cautiously said, Uncle, I don't think Lu Ruoyan could be involved. When Li Fan shot that arrow, he clearly didn't care about Lu Ruoyan's life. If you hadn't fired those shots to divert his aim, I believe he intended to kill both you and Lu Ruoyan. After hearing this, Xie Biao paused slightly, looking at Lu Ruoyan, as his suspicion slowly faded away. At that moment, he could feel that Li Fan truly had no regard for Lu Ruoyan's life. If Lu Ruoyan were truly in cahoots with Li Fan, plotting to ambush them, she wouldn't have shot that arrow without reservations. He then turned to Hailang, who was standing on the other side, and asked in a deep voice, why didn't you go in at that time? Hailang's expression changed slightly, And he quickly explained, Big brother, my injury isn't suited for vigorous activity. Old Xiao knows this. I was afraid of holding back the brothers if I went in. Old Xiao hurriedly added, Big brother Hailang's injury indeed isn't suitable for intense movement. That arrow entered through his back. If it had gone in another 2 centimeters, it could have pierced his heart. Hearing Old Xiao's words, Xie Debio's suspicion that Hailang was colluding with Li Fan dissipated. He had doubted that Hailang and Li Fan were staging a charade, but listening to Old Xiao, it seemed Li Fan had nearly killed Hailang. No one would stage a charade that nearly cost them their lives. Xie Debiao lit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa, his head resting against the backrest, staring blankly at the ceiling. Could it be that Li Fan, that little brat, had foreseen his intentions and had already dug a pit for him to jump into? Old Xiao glanced nervously at the 4 who had returned, cautiously asking, Big brother, what exactly happened? Where are Liangzi and the others? Yet Xie Debiao seemed not to have heard, showing no reaction. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang quietly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. After hearing about the night's incidents, Old Xiao also looked bewildered. Are you saying that Liangzi and the brothers were captured by Li Fan? Zhou Qiang nodded and replied, Yes, we don't know what happened inside the room. Li Fan was on the lookout, wanting to kill us. We had no means of retaliation, so we could only come back and figure out a way. Xie Debiao seemed to snap back to reality, and sighed, Liangzi's situation is likely dire. Hearing this, everyone was struck with fear. Old Xiao hurriedly said, That can't be. Liangzi and the others are over a dozen people. They are all battle-hardened brothers. Taking down a college student shouldn't be a problem, right? Xie Debiao shook his head and said, Since Li Fan played a trick with an empty city and invited the enemy into a trap, he must have been prepared. Do you think he would have no means to deal with Liangzi and the others? Then it can't be that they're all killed, right? Could it be that they were captured as leverage to negotiate with us? Xie Debiao was struck by this remark and pointed to his injured ear, saying, Old Xiao, do you call this wanting to negotiate with us? Old Xiao looked at Xie Debio's fierce expression and was suddenly at a loss for words. At this moment, Hailang shifted his gaze and said to Xie Debiao, Big brother, regardless of whether Liangzi and the others are dead or alive, we must go rescue them. Otherwise, should we gather the brothers and give it a try? This time I'm leading the charge, the first to rush in. Xie Debiao glanced at the people in the room, his heart bleeding. The team led by Zhang Liang was his most trusted enforcer. Moreover, they were ruthless and usually managed 3 nightclubs for him. Now the only ones he could gather were timid cowards, nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Taking them along, it was likely that Li Fan would shoot an arrow and run faster than he could. Forget it, let's not increase the casualties. Does that mean we won't care about Liangzi and the others? Hailang's words completely pressed Xie Debiao onto the hot seat. Originally, he had indeed entertained thoughts of giving up, mainly due to the fear instilled by that recent arrow. But now, faced with the gazes of those in the room, he had to show his stance. It seemed he would have to use that last trump card, his protector in Chang'an Prefecture. He had funneled over 40% of his profits from all his underworld dealings to that person. Rest assured, Liangzi is my brother for the past 7 or 8 years. I will definitely not give up on them. Since the dark methods won't do, he'll resort to white methods. I don't believe that little orphan dares to go against the national authority. Hailang's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He had achieved his purpose of putting pressure on Xie Debiao, forcing him to utilize his connections in the legitimate world. In his undercover mission, one of the tasks was to figure out who Xie Debio's protector was. Old Xiao looked at Xie Debiao and said, Do we need to contact Li Fan first to test the waters? If we can resolve this peacefully and bring Liangzi back, that would be best. Old Xiao still felt that Li Fan couldn't have killed all over a dozen people in one go. As Xie Debio's personal doctor, he had never been involved in any killings within the gang, so he didn't have a deep understanding of such matters. Do you still think Liangzi and the others are alive? Xie Debiao calmed his emotions and slowly spoke, We've underestimated this orphan. From these 2 encounters, it's clear he is not the kind-hearted and weak person I remembered. He is decisive in killing and meticulous in thought. I suspect that his fortress and accumulated supplies were all prepared for this disaster. That can't be. Did he foresee the disaster coming? Xie Debiao coldly laughed and said, Don't forget he is a student at Shigong University. His information is certainly more accessible than that of ordinary people. I have reason to believe that he must have received news of the disaster in advance, which is why he built that fortress and stockpiled supplies. All that nonsense about online sales is complete rubbish. Zhou Qiang looked puzzled and asked Uncle, the supplies he purchased combined with those from his supermarket amount to a terrifying number. Stockpiling so much for 7 days seems wasteful, doesn't it? Xie Debiao gave his cousin a disdainful glance and mocked, We can think of stockpiling supplies to make a fortune from a disaster. Do you think he couldn't? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. If he had received advance notice of the disaster, he would also think of stockpiling supplies and figuring out how to profit from this disaster. Xie Debiao looked at the time. It was already 3 a.m. All right, everyone go rest. He'll contact that person. It seems there's no time to rescue Zhang Liang and the others tonight. Get some good rest. Tomorrow night, we'll go with the police to rescue Zhang Liang. Hopefully, they are still alive. With that, he picked up his phone, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door. The others also left Adebayo's residence. Hailing looked at the closed bedroom door, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he also left. Zhou Qiang looked at Lu Ruoyan with burning eyes, hoping that his earlier help would earn him a response from her. Yet Lu Ruoyan seemed oblivious to Zhou Qiang's intense gaze, casually found a bedroom to enter, and then locked the door, pulling out her phone and tapping rapidly on the screen. Zhou Qiang glared resentfully at the closed door, unwilling to create any commotion that might provoke Adebayo's wrath, and could only return to his own bedroom begrudgingly. In the office building of the Chang'an Municipal Bureau, Zhang Cheng just finished dealing with a group brawl that occurred due to the looting of supplies when his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression suddenly grew serious. The number belonged to Black Wolf, an undercover he had planted in Adebayo's organization, who would not call directly without a special reason. As he closed the office door and answered the phone, Black Wolf's voice came through. "Boss, can your fishball noodles be delivered?" Zhang Cheng's expression relaxed slightly as he replied, "The fishball noodles are still available, but we're out of fishballs. Is that all right?" "Captain, I have important information to report." Although maintaining stability was currently the top priority after tracking Adebayo for so long, Zhang Cheng naturally was unwilling to let Adebayo slip away easily. Even if there was no time to deal with Adebayo's matters now, as long as the evidence was collected thoroughly, once the natural disaster ended, the first thing would be to eliminate Adebayo, this malignant tumor. "You say I have no one around me." Tonight, Adebayo took his group from the nightclub to Li Fan's fortress, intending to take revenge and seize the fortress. Unexpectedly, Li Fan had set up an ambush and locked all of Zhang Liang's group inside the fortress. Now it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This news immediately jolted Zhang Cheng, the veteran detective. He went again, "This Li Fan? Who exactly is this Li Fan? Do you have any intel on him? After the last information you provided, I sent people to search his fortress, but there were no gains. The data collected indicated that Li Fan was just an ordinary college student." "Li Fan is definitely not an ordinary college student. Last time we were just planning to probe his fortress, and he dared to take lethal action. This is not a psychological quality that an ordinary college student should possess. Moreover, I witnessed 3 people die right in front of me. How could we have found nothing?" Zhang Cheng's expression grew serious as he lit a cigarette and pondered for a long. "Are you sure Li Fan is the one who has Zhang Liang and his group imprisoned?" "Yes, I followed along and saw with my own eyes that Zhang Liang brought 17 thugs into the fortress, after which the main door was locked tight. Then Li Fan appeared at the lookout on top of the fortress, shooting at Adebayo. If it weren't for Adebayo returning fire with a gun, disrupting his aim, Adebayo would likely already be a corpse." "What? Are you saying Li Fan not only detained Zhang Liang's group of thugs, but also intended to kill Adebayo? What is Adebayo's current situation?" "This guy actually has a gun. I didn't expect him to have a gun either. But Adebayo must have been quite frightened as that arrow almost pierced his skull. By the way, Li Fan has a crossbow, which is incredibly powerful and can penetrate walls and shatter stones." When Black Wolf spoke of Li Fan's crossbow, he still had a lingering fear in his voice, as if that crossbow terrified him more than Adebayo's handgun. Zhang Cheng did not pay much attention to Li Fan's crossbow. He was more concerned about what Adebayo planned to do next, so he asked, "What will Adebayo do next?" Black Wolf immediately replied excitedly, "Captain Zhang, this is the most important thing I need to report to you. Adebayo is preparing to use the umbrella to deal with Li Fan." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng also stood up excitedly, shouting, "Really? That's great. After 7 long years trying every possible means, I couldn't uncover this scoundrel, and now there's finally a breakthrough. This menace is the most important. As long as the umbrella is removed, Adebayo will have nowhere to escape. Captain Zhang, what should I do next?" "You continue to stay undercover, and be sure to pay attention to your safety. The police system cannot spare extra forces to assist you lately. Once you sense that Adebayo is suspicious of you, withdraw immediately. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, I'm just 1 step away from completing the task, and I will resolutely carry it out." The two hung up the phone and deleted the call records. Zhang Cheng extinguished his cigarette and got up to head towards the office of the bureau chief. Bureau Chief Meng, he had been overwhelmed these past few days. In just one day yesterday, there had been nearly 1,000 homicides across the city, not to mention the countless cases of fighting, malicious injury, theft, and robbery, which numbered in the thousands. This was still the reports received by the alarm center, which was operating at full capacity. There were countless calls that had not even been connected. In just one day, the crime rate had skyrocketed 100-fold. Today's data had yet to be compiled, and it was easy to imagine it would be even worse. However, the higher-ups kept emphasizing maintaining stability as the main task. Most of the energy was focused on regulating and suppressing large-scale unrest. Just after hanging up with the city committee, he saw Zhang Cheng knock and enter, unable to help but sigh. What bad news is there again? I'm starting to become immune to it. Director Meng, good news. Is there really good news? Yes, our undercover agent in Adebayo's gang sent information that Adebayo had a conflict with a college student and 17 of his subordinates have been detained, their lives or deaths unknown. Xiaodabiao is preparing to use the umbrella for a rescue. Hearing this, Bureau Chief Meng's face, which had looked like a bitter melon, showed a hint of joy. This is indeed good news. Tell me the details. Zhang Cheng then reported to him all the ins and outs of the conflict between Xiaodabiao and Li Fan. After listening to the entire sequence of events, Bureau Chief Meng lightly tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "Did you find any issues with this Li Fan?" "None." "Then let's set him aside for now. Since Black Wolf said the umbrella will be moving, we just need to wait for this insider to expose himself." Bureau Chief Meng picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 4:30 in the morning. He raised his hand to rub his temples and spoke with a heavy and helpless tone. "Sai, let's go to the conference room and see how bad today's situation can be." When the two arrived at the conference room, the captains of various task forces, personnel from the National Security Agency, and representatives from the military were all waiting. After sitting down, Bureau Chief Meng waved his hand and said, "Let's start the meeting. Deputy Chief Lu, please begin by discussing the situation reported by the various precincts." Lu Chongqing was the first deputy chief of the Chang'an Municipal Bureau. Deputy chiefs generally handle administrative matters such as criminal investigations, public security management, and legal development, and can make direct decisions in their areas of responsibility. However, if there is a conflict between the chief and deputy chief's opinions, the chief's opinions shall prevail. Deputy Chief Lu is known for his dedication and integrity. Although he has a wife who is a vegetable relying on medication for survival, he would rather borrow money from others than compromise on cases to gain benefits. After hearing the chief's instructions, Deputy Chief Lu opened his notebook and said, "The situation today is even more serious than last night. Starting with the alarm center, we have doubled the manpower, yet still cannot ensure the smoothness of the reporting channels. From 7 in the morning yesterday until now, we have received 69725 emergency calls, with 2413 of them related to homicides, and we have already verified 1800 cases. The remaining cases cannot be assigned police force to investigate and verify. As for cases of malicious injury, fighting, theft, and robbery, we have implemented the temporary policy set in the last meeting to file cases first and handle them later. The total number of cases tallied is 48932. After listening to Deputy Chief Liu's report, Bureau Chief Meng's face turned pale. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the actual situation still exceeded his expectations. Now Chang'an seems to have returned to the old society. This is just the second day, and there are still 5 days left. He couldn't imagine how long it would take to patch up these holes after the calamity ends. In the conference room, everyone wore expressions of exhaustion and helplessness. This situation was beyond the capacity of a single municipal police force to control. Fortunately, there was assistance from the station troops of the Chang'an Prefecture. Otherwise, the situation there would have been even worse. Director Meng looked at the dejected faces of those present and said, "There are still 5 days. I do not expect everyone to completely curb the development of the situation, but we must do our best. The task given from above remains to maintain overall stability, prioritizing large-scale conflicts and unrest, followed by particularly severe cases with multiple fatalities. All remaining cases will be archived for later processing." Everyone had no better solution but to follow the directives from above. At that moment, Deputy Director Lu suddenly spoke up. "Director Meng, I have a special situation here and need to allocate some police resources to handle it." Meng he looked at Deputy Director Lu with confusion and asked, "What could possibly need police resources at such a time?" "It's like this: while I was compiling data, I saw a case reported from the North City area, and I think we should pay attention to it." Hearing the mention of the North City area, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Director Meng's eyes, as he briefly exchanged glances with Zhang Qinggang and asked, "What's the situation?" Deputy Director Lu maintained a serious expression, discussing matters with a professional demeanor, and said, "A murder case has been reported from the North City area involving 17 people who have been taken hostage by someone named Li Fan, and it is highly likely that they have already been killed." Before Meng he could react, Wang Yu suddenly stood up from her seat, her expression filled with uncertainty, and asked, "Li Fan? Is he the one from the North City area, the Li Fan from Lishui Courtyard?" Such an inappropriate outburst in a meeting drew everyone's attention to her. Deputy Director Liu's poker face showed a hint of surprise, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes as he nodded and said, "If you are referring to the college student who built a media base 2,000 meters from Lishui Courtyard, then that's impossible. He can't kill people, let alone 17. There must be some misunderstanding." Director Meng knew Wang Yu's background and frowned slightly at her apparent loss of composure. Seeing this, Wang Wei quickly reprimanded, "Wang Yuen, mind your identity and position." Wang Yun also tugged at Wang Yu's sleeve under the table, smiling and shaking her head slightly. Wang Yu finally regained her composure and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Director Meng noticed Wang Yu had calmed down, his furrowed brows relaxed, and looking at Deputy Director Lu, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he said, "Deputy Lu, what is your take on this case?" Director Ming, I believe we should allocate some police resources to investigate. 17 deaths at once exceeds the scope of a typical murder case. Zhang Qinggang scanned Deputy Director Liu with his eyes slowly lowering his head, feeling disappointment, complexity, turmoil, and disbelief. This Deputy Liu was his mentor when he joined the police force, and held a godlike status in his heart. Like Zhang Qingang, Liu Chanqing did not have a powerful background. The medals on his chest were all earned through blood and sweat, one case at a time. A detective without a strong background or support, who climbed step by step from an ordinary officer to the position of deputy director of the city, was akin to a rural child making it to a prestigious university, a rarity among hundreds of thousands. Zhang Qinggang had always viewed Liu Chanqing as his goal, idol, and faith. But now that faith had crumbled. He could not fathom why his just and upright mentor, who was known for his impartiality and divine judgment, had become a shield for a crime lord. His thoughts began to stall, recalling various past events. Team Leader Zhang. Director Meng's call brought Zhang Qinggang back to reality, and upon seeing the gazes of everyone in the conference room, he immediately responded, "You gather a few people to assist Deputy Liu personally in investigating this matter. We need to find out the truth." Director Meng's tone was heavy, and the implication was clear. Zhang Qinggang understood that Director Meng was instructing him to secretly investigate his mentor during the case inquiry. Understood. Director Meng clearly had no intention of continuing the meeting, as the current situation was already dire and could not be resolved by mere discussions. Moreover, the matter concerning Liu Chanqing further soured his mood. He raised his hand to check the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. It's going to heat up soon. Everyone should go home and rest well. The investigation will commence tonight. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone picked up their belongings and left the conference room, while Director Meng stared at Liu Chanqing's back, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Zhang Qingang, feeling somewhat distracted, arrived at the garage. Before he could get into his car, a voice called out to him, "Team Leader Zhang, wait." Turning around, he found it was the Wang sisters. "What's the matter?" "Team Leader Zhang, I'd like to join the investigation into Li Fan's case in the North City area tonight." Zhang Qinggang scrutinized Wang Yu. Her unusual behavior in the conference room made him feel that she must have some special connection with Li Fan. "What is your relationship with Li Fan?" "We have no relationship. I just had some previous encounters with him due to a case, and he doesn't seem like the type to kill indiscriminately." "Can you guarantee that during the investigation your identity, position, and principles will remain intact?" Wang Yu stood straight with her legs together, speaking firmly. "Team Leader Zhang, please rest assured. I am only seeking the truth. If he is indeed a murderer, I will personally apprehend him." Wang Yun, maintaining her gentle and graceful demeanor, chimed in with a smile. "Team Leader Zhang, I will also go along tonight to observe." Zhang Qinggang naturally had no authority to command personnel from the National Security Department. Looking at the sisters, he nodded and said, "All right, you two can accompany the investigation team tonight." With that, Zhang Qinggang drove away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Fan in the fortress was checking the surroundings with a crossbow at the observation deck, confirming that there was indeed no danger. He then reached the door leading from the second floor to the first floor of the fortress, and upon opening it, a strong smell of blood assaulted him. Li Fan felt no discomfort. However, the blood on the ground was somewhat challenging to clean up. He stored the bodies of the 10 or so corpses and the weapons and breaching tools they had brought into an alternate space, then called for hot water poured in various detergents and mixed them before splashing it on the floor. He then retrieved several sweeping robots from the alternate space, threw them on the ground, and left them to operate. Afterward, Li Fan opened the door to the first floor and cautiously stepped outside with the crossbow. He retrieved the crossbow bolt that had flown out and cleaned up the blood left by Xie Biao in the courtyard. He checked several times before returning to the first floor. More than half an hour passed, and the environment on the first floor returned to its original state. The only headache for Li Fan was the marks left by the crossbow bolts on the ground. Although the 3-layer floor used the latest model of military-grade concrete rated at 400, which could withstand a 300-kilogram TNT pinpoint explosion. However, his crossbow bolts still left somewhat indistinct marks on the ground after passing through human bodies. Staring at the marks for a while, he suddenly relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. He self-deprecatingly said, "I've truly been overcautious. What if they see it? Even if the police come, they wouldn't be able to find the bodies. Would they really conclude the case just because of a few marks? Moreover, I still have a backup plan that allows me to eliminate suspicion while making the evidence disappear reasonably." He then brought out the original furniture and appliances from the first floor from the alternate space to restore it and sprayed a lot of air. After completing all of this, he checked the time. It was already 6:15 in the morning. Just as he had guessed, even if Xie Biao contacted his protector, it would likely be tonight at the earliest. Returning to the third underground level, he lay on the spacious sofa snacking while watching a show, thoroughly relaxing his mind, and dozed off. 3 days of work stoppage have passed, and it has been over 20 days since the sky was filled with red clouds. The sun's unusual energy release has reached its peak. By noon, The temperature had already soared to around 58, and this is still the result of Chang'an Prefecture being located north of the Qinling Mountains. In the southern cities, temperatures have already reached around 64 degrees. The medical system has completely collapsed, and the elderly, weak, sick, and those with poor health cannot receive timely treatment, leaving them to suffer heat-related deaths. In the underground safe house of the Chang'an municipal government, a group of municipal leaders sat around a table, all wearing serious expressions. Mayor Su looked at the encrypted documents sent by the central government and sighed deeply before passing the documents to the party secretary. After everyone had circulated the documents, the mayor finally spoke. Prepare yourselves. Mayor, this isn't feasible. If power is limited, the death toll will rise even higher. Yes, Mayor, the medical system is already overwhelmed. Once power is limited, cases of heat stroke will multiply. Mayor, why don't you negotiate with the higher-ups? Chang'an has over 14 million people. If power is limited, chaos is inevitable, and it might be impossible to maintain the overall situation. The mayor tapped the table and said sternly, enough. Do you think I am unaware of what you are saying? Does the country not know? The rising sea levels have already forced the shutdown of the 4 coastal nuclear power plants. This is an unavoidable outcome. Do you think it's appropriate to complain to the higher-ups now? The party secretary stood up, pressing his hands down to calm everyone, saying, all right, everyone, let's not get agitated. Currently, our situation in Chang'an is much better than in the southern cities. At the very least, the overall situation is still stable, and the government still maintains control over the region. The top priority now is to address the summer heat issues after power restrictions and the supply issues. Power restrictions do not mean a complete shutdown. A family can still run 1 air conditioner, or 2 to 3 families can share one, which can resolve the issue. Regarding the supply issues I have discussed with the mayor, currently the efficiency of material transport is inadequate, so we can only requisition supplies throughout the city, including supermarkets, granaries, and logistics parks, with compensation at fair value. The finance department must prepare accordingly. After the meeting, all relevant departments received instructions regarding power restrictions and material requisition. At the same time, the official short video account and television news were simultaneously broadcasting. At this moment, Li Fan was lying comfortably in the cool underground, but the persistent ringing of his phone interrupted him. Groggily picking up the phone, he realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Upon answering, a strange female voice came through the receiver. Hello, is this Mr. Li Fan? Who is this? I am the newly appointed community director of Lishui Community. My name is Hu Qiuyun. Are you available to talk now? Yes, go ahead, I'm listening. While the government is currently facing a shortage of supplies and is requisitioning materials from all supermarkets in the city. The supplies in your supermarket will be purchased by the finance department at regular prices. Would it be convenient for you to come by the supermarket tonight to verify the quantity of supplies? Hearing the new community director's words, Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. He checked his phone calendar and recalled that in his past life there indeed was a requisition of supplies. However, at that time the supermarket was no longer under his control. Xie Biao must have used certain connections to ensure that his supplies were not requisitioned. In this life, Xie Biao did not acquire the supermarket supplies and did not start selling them at high prices. The residents of the community still believed that supplies were available in the supermarket. Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded cooperatively, sure, I'll come by tonight. There's no need for regular prices. I also want to contribute to the country, so the cost price is fine since it's just sitting idle anyway. Hu Qiuyun was extremely pleased upon hearing this. She knew why the previous director had committed suicide. Although Lu Yulian's suicide seemed unrelated to Li Fan, she was well aware that in this matter Li Fan was the most terrifying mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, she felt a bit apprehensive about Li Fan. She originally thought she would face difficulties, but was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things went. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding and support. I'll wait for you at the supermarket entrance at 9 p.m. All right. After Li Fan agreed and hung up the phone, he took out the surveillance video that Xie Biao had prepared the day he went to the supermarket, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The black pot for the disappearance of the supermarket supplies had been prepared for him since the day Xie Biao visited the supermarket. Originally, he planned to share it in the owners group when the community faced a supply shortage to turn the community against Xie Biao. However, the emergence of the new director and the implementation of the city government's requisition plan led Li Fan to change the use of this video. In addition to the video he had prepared a few days ago, he also had another video made by Ran Lin in the morning. If the reinforcements that Xie Biao invited arrive tonight, both videos could be put to use. Xie Biao would not be able to escape from these 2 black pots. This was a perfect opportunity for Li Fan to make all the supplies disappear entirely and rationally. However, he would still need to showcase his acting skills tonight. Standing in front of a mirror, he adjusted his emotions and prepared to practice. Time quickly passed, and by 8 in the evening Li Fan had already watched several tragic films since 6 o'clock. The Camel Xiangzi Bicycle Thieves, The Shawshank Redemption. Li Fan was filled with sadness. Now he only needed to immerse himself slightly in the emotions to easily shed tears. He turned on the surveillance inside and outside the fortress, observing the situation outside and waiting for Sieta Biao to arrive with reinforcements. At 8:15 p.m. a convoy consisting of 2 police cars, 1 military vehicle, and 2 private cars stopped outside the fortress. Li Fan's eyes brightened instantly, his sorrowful emotions slightly fading. He quickly closed his eyes, desperately imagining himself as the suffering rickshaw puller, feeling a deep sense of tragedy, and his eyes began to moisten. Outside the fortress, a strange group consisting of police officers, soldiers, and Sieta Biao emerged from the vehicles. Leading them was Deputy Director Lu Chongqing, flanked by Zhang Qinggang and the Wang sisters, while on the right side stood the obsequious Sieta Biao alongside He Lang, Lu Rian, and Zhou Qiang. A squad of soldiers fully armed and equipped disembarked from the military vehicle. Lu Chongqing frowned slightly at the peculiar building before him and asked, "Is this where you said Li Fan lives?" Sieta Biao nodded repeatedly in response. "Yes, Deputy Director Lu, on the surface, this Li Fan appears to be a university student, but in reality, he is a ruthless individual. He has imprisoned my 17 employees inside, and their fate is unknown, who I can no longer contact." "Why did your employees come to his place?" Lu Chongqing shot a glance at Sieta Biao, deep-seated disgust hidden in his eyes, and asked. Sieta Biao wore a respectful smile, but internally, he felt dismissive. "Li Fan borrowed 80 million from me. My employees came to collect the interest, but who knew Li Fan would act so ruthlessly? Enough. Your matters are unrelated to what we need to investigate tonight. After we resolve this, we have many more things to deal with." Lu Chongqing directly interrupted Sieta Biao, eager to rescue the people and leave as soon as possible. Since the meeting in the morning, he felt that Director Meng and his apprentice were looking at him strangely, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of panic. Someone go knock on the door. Wang Yue, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of anger in her eyes, and coldly said, "I'll go knock, but please remember what our responsibilities are in these outfits." With that, she shot a disdainful glance between Lu Chongqing and Sieta Biao before turning to the titanium alloy door. Wang Yu stood before the door, knocking anxiously, her heart filled with trepidation. She feared that Li Fan would indeed rush out with a crossbow, just as Sieta Biao had. What should she do if that were the case? Although those who had died were guilty, the law does not show mercy. Just as Wang Yu was lost in her restless thoughts, the titanium alloy door swung open. Li Fan emerged, tears streaming down his face. Seeing Wang Yu and the military police behind her, he spoke in a choked voice. "You finally came, comrades of the police. You must seek justice for me." As he spoke, tears continued to flow. This scene stunned everyone at the fortress entrance. The military police, who had been ready to subdue Li Fan by force, stood frozen in place. A huge question arose in everyone's minds. Was this tearful, handsome young man really the ruthless thug who killed without blinking? Is there really a thug who kills without blinking? Faced with the dark muzzles of guns, Li Fan remained unfazed, having practiced for an entire afternoon. The script was already deeply ingrained in his mind. At that moment, he pretended to suddenly notice Sieta Biao among the crowd, immediately displaying an expression of fear, hiding to the side of Wang Yue, acting as if he was terrified of Sieta Biao. Silence, a deathly silence. Finally, Wang Yu was the first to speak, asking, "What happened? Speak slowly." Li Fan opened his mouth, glanced at Sieta Biao, appearing aggrieved and hesitant to speak, instantly drawing everyone's attention to Sieta Biao. Sieta Biao was momentarily taken aback by Li Fan's performance, seeing everyone scrutinizing him. He flushed with anger and shouted, "Li Fan, don't pretend in front of the police. I ask you, where are Zhang Liang and the others?" Upon hearing Sieta Biao's voice, Li Fan involuntarily shuddered and quickly hid behind Wang Yu. This scene further enraged Sieta Biao and left everyone even more puzzled. Only 2 people maintained a calm demeanor throughout. One was Zhang Qinggang, and the other was Wang Yun, who stood outside the crowd with her arms crossed, a smile on her face. Zhang Qinggang glanced at the black wolf at the edge of the crowd, his eyes filled with a questioning look, while the black wolf appeared perplexed, slightly shaking his head. Wang Yun remained silent, quietly observing every move of Li Fan. "Li Fan, don't act in front of the police. Did you take Zhang Liang and the others?" "Sieta Biao, shut up. You are just a reporter. This is not your place to ask questions." Wang Yu coldly interrupted Sieta Biao, her eyes filled with anger. At that moment, Lu Chongqing approached Li Fan, his sharp gaze fixed upon him, asking, "Are you Li Fan?" At this point, Li Fan activated his emotional sensing device, observing the emotional levels of those present. Except for a few who felt suspicious, the rest of the military police showed kindness toward Li Fan, with several individuals' sympathy levels reaching 100. The timing was right. It was time to play his cards. "I'm asking you a question. Oh, please answer me." Lu Chongqing slightly intensified his tone as he noticed Li Fan's unfocused gaze wandering. Wang Yu reached out to pat Li Fan's arm in a gesture of comfort, softly saying, "Don't be afraid. This is our deputy chief from the Chang'an Public Security Bureau. Just answer his questions honestly." Li Fan gratefully looked at Wang Yu and nodded, then replied to Lu Chongqing, "I am Li Fan. Last night 17 people entered your fortress, correct? Yes, they were his henchmen. Upon hearing this, Xie Biao immediately corrected, employees, not henchmen. Wang Yu frowned and reprimanded, shut up. If you interrupt again, I will take you back to the police station for obstructing justice. Lu Changqing also glared at Xie Biao and continued, then where are they? Li Fan did not rush to answer. He struggled to recall the tragic life of Xiangzi, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, they left after stealing everything. They left after stealing. What did they take from you? They called dozens of large trucks and took away all the supplies I bought for live streaming. Upon hearing this, Xie Biao's anger contorted his face, and as he was about to speak, he saw Wang Yu with a hand resting on her waist glaring at him. It felt like food was stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit out. His face turned red with frustration. Lu Changqing scrutinized Li Fan and continued, however, someone reported you for illegal detention and... Li Fan, not waiting for Lu Changqing to finish, exclaimed excitedly, that's nonsense. They are just a bunch of bandits. If you don't believe me, you can go check. Lu Changqing nodded to the fully armed soldiers behind him, and immediately 2 soldiers positioned themselves on either side of Li Fan. Then take us inside to have a look. Li Fan was unconcerned about these 2 soldiers as their emotional readings showed no hostility. Upon being led into the fortress, the previously bustling first and second floors, as well as the second floor above ground, were all devoid of supplies, leaving only empty rooms. Not a single person was in sight, not even a rat. Everyone searched thoroughly, even the underground 3rd and 4th floors that Wang Yu and the others had not previously searched. Apart from some furniture and appliances, there were only a few computers and monitors. Returning to the 1st floor, the emotional readings of the crowd fluctuated again. Lu Changqing addressed Xie Biao, saying, are you sure your employees came here? And that they were detained by Li Fan? Xie Biao finally received permission to speak. Having penned up a lot of words, he finally had the opportunity to vent. He's lying. Last night, I saw my employees locked up here with my own eyes. I have witnesses. Saying this, he called forward Zhou Chong, Lu Rian, and the Black Wolf, pointing at them, and saying, these 3 also witnessed it firsthand. The 3 of them nodded in response. Yes, we saw Zhang Liang and the others enter the fortress, and the door was locked afterward. Lu Changqing looked at Li Fan and asked, do you have any evidence to prove those people left your fortress? Li Fan nodded, turning around to open the monitor behind him, finding a pre-prepared surveillance video, which he played in front of everyone. The video began with an outdoor surveillance scene showing Xie Biao surrounded by a group of his underlings outside Li Fan's door while Lu Rian was knocking. After the door opened, Zhang Liang and his gang wielding knives and breaching tools violently. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes filled with anger towards Xie Biao. Li Fan ignored their expressions and clicked on the indoor surveillance where a trembling Li Fan was being held hostage by a group of men wielding weapons. Simultaneously, voices came from the video. Xiaoma, go close the door and lock it. Brother Liang, what are you trying to do? The Biao brothers haven't even come in yet. Zhang Liang sneered and said to his underlings, brothers, do you want to make money? Yes, of course we do. Good, then listen to me. Xiaoma, go lock the door. How's he take the crossbow to the lookout tower? You know what to do, right? Don't worry, Brother Liang, now that I've chosen to go against Xie Biao with you, I'm already prepared to kill him. How's said this as he shook the crossbow in his hand and turned to go upstairs. Zhang Liang approached Li Fan with a knife and said, kid, I heard you've hoarded supplies worth tens of millions. Is that true? What do you want? What do we want? Of course we're here to take the supplies. These supplies will belong to the Zhang family from now on. You can't do this. This is all I have left. You're forcing me to take out a loan, and now you want to rob my supplies. This is illegal. Zhang Liang kicked Li Fan in the abdomen, causing him to crash against the wall. What does the law matter? In Beijing, we are the law. Dan, when will the trucks you found arrive? Soon. I just received word that they'll arrive in half an hour at the latest. Very well, brothers, with these supplies we can resell them at a high price in a few days, easily making hundreds of millions. By then, who would still be willing to work under Xie Biao? From now on, we'll enjoy the good life together, sharing both blessings and hardships. The following scenes depict Zhang Liang brainwashing his subordinates, dreaming of establishing their own faction, growing stronger, and achieving glory once again. The surveillance footage once again reveals the figure of Haozi. Hastily approaching Zhang Liang, he said, Brother Liang, it went wrong. I failed to shoot Xie Biao. He escaped in a car. What? Escaped? Yes, this guy is too cunning. No, we need to quickly move the supplies, otherwise if Xie Biao comes back for revenge, we'll be in a passive position. Dan, hurry up the convoy. You all go move the supplies downstairs to the first floor. When the truck arrives, load it directly. What about him? The crowd sprang into action upon hearing this. Haozi pointed at Li Fan, who was clutching his stomach against the wall, and asked Brother Liang, what about him? Zhang Liang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he made a throat-cutting gesture toward Haozi. Haozi smirked coldly, turned around, and just as he raised the crossbow in his hand, he saw Li Fan dart into a bedroom like a startled rabbit, and Haozi rushed forward to crash into the door, but couldn't open it no matter what. Zhang Liang hesitated slightly, and and said to Housie, "Forget it, don't worry about him, he's just a waste. Go move the stuff." Another 20 minutes passed in the surveillance video showing Zhang Liang and his men frantically moving things outdoors until they emptied the supplies from the fortress. The video ended here. After watching it, no one spoke, and the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All the military and police looked at Xie Biao, an anger feeling used by a gangster. Zhang Chen looked at He Lang with a skeptical gaze. The first reaction in his heart was that He Lang had defected, while He Lang looked bewildered, repeatedly slapping his forehead with his palm. This surveillance video was very realistic, with logical coherence, the movements of characters' language, and even micro-expressions appearing very authentic and natural. Currently, no technology in the world can create an entire video out of thin air. Even the 3D virtual imaging capture system of the Eagle Sauce country requires people to act under the camera with instruments. Moreover, a significant amount of manpower and resources would be needed for post-production. Thus, no one doubted the authenticity of this video. However, He Lang began to fall into self-doubt, questioning whether he had truly made a mistake, whether Zhang Liang and his group had indeed defected, and whether he had mistaken Housie on the watchtower for Li Fan. Lu Rian was also bewildered, as she had been held hostage by Xie Biao and was already terrified. With the dim lighting, she could not see clearly who was on the watchtower. Everyone turned their gaze towards Xie Biao. Lu Chongqing, with an angry expression, walked up to Xie Biao, his gaze chillingly cold. "Is this what you said, that Li Fan detained your employees and may have already killed them?" "Director Lu, I am sure it was Li Fan. A look, my ear was shot by him." "You all must believe me." This powerless defense seemed pale and weak in front of the video, drawing even more angry glares. Xie Biao felt that things had surpassed his expectations. He firmly did not believe that Zhang Liang would lead everyone to rebel, so he pointed at Li Fan and shouted, "It was you. You did this, didn't you? This video is fake, he forged it." Before Li Fan could respond, Wang Yu stepped in front of him with a frosty expression. Wang Yu felt both happy and pained. This young boy had suffered so much injustice and was still being falsely accused. If it weren't for the surveillance video, he might have to face questioning from the police. "Xie Biao, I advise you not to act rashly. We are the people's police, not your lackeys." The soldiers on both sides, after watching the video, subconsciously lowered their guns, coldly staring at Xie Biao and his companions. Li Fan hid behind Wang Yu, struggling to suppress a smile. It turned out that stifling laughter was such a painful thing. Lu Chongqing coldly looked at Xie Biao and asked, "Do you know that Zhang Liang is the mastermind behind the entire incident? If you knew and still called the police to have us come here, that would be a false alarm, which is punishable by law." Hearing Lu Chongqing's question, the criminal police frowned. Even a fool could understand that Lu Chongqing was helping Xie Biao clear his name. However, no one dared to interject. Wang Yue, however, was not willing to let it go and immediately said, "Deputy Director Lu, this isn't just a false alarm." He brought his underlings armed into someone else's residence. It was both threatening and robbing, and he almost shot the victim. "Is a false alarm all that will come of it?" "Deputy Lu, I am somewhat wary of Wang Yu's background and don't dare to suppress this matter with my position." I only glanced into Xie Biao's eyes and slightly blinked. Xie Biao was no fool either and naturally understood Lu Chongqing's hint. Even though he was burning with anger inside, he could only yield. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer, but his heart was filled with resentment and wariness toward Li Fan. "Deputy Director Lu, I truly didn't know that Zhang Liang and the others were so ruthless. At that time, I was quite puzzled as to why they came armed just to collect interest. Now I understand that they were planning to rob and kill, probably fearing that Li Fan and I would report them, so they had murderous intentions against us. Fortunately, we both escaped with our lives. It's a stroke of luck. It's just that we caused trouble for the police." Little Li Shu is also a victim. Seeing Lu Chongqing trying to protect Xie Biao, Wang Yu became even angrier. Just as she was about to argue, her arm was pulled by Wang Yun. Whispering into Wang Yu's ear, "Silly girl, don't act rashly. Even if you go up and charge Xie Biao with stirring up trouble and making false reports, you can't touch him. Moreover, given the limited police force and resources, we can't even catch all the murderers, let alone those who require administrative penalties." But he broke into a private residence and attempted murder. He himself didn't enter that door, and the one who acted wasn't him. But before Wang Yu could finish, she was interrupted by Wang Yun. "Enough, there's no but. Can't you see that Lu Chongqing is the protector you're looking for?" Wang Yu's jaw nearly dropped in surprise. "What? How is that possible?" In the police force of Chang'an, who didn't know that Lu Chongqing was upright, impartial, and dedicated? You can't judge a person by their surface. Your captain should already know something. Don't get involved. The rest is a matter for the disciplinary committee and Director Meng. Li Fan, standing behind Wang Yue, heard the conversation between the two sisters and glanced at Lu Chongqing and Xie Biao, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, understanding in his heart. Lu Chongqing sternly reprimanded Xie Biao a few times while Xie Biao bowed and apologized repeatedly, with everyone observing coldly. Then Lu Chongqing turned to Li Fan, speaking in a gentle tone, "I am very sorry, comrade. It's our work that did not meet expectations." Li Fan frowned and shook his head, saying it's alright, these are minor issues. The important thing is, can you help me recover my supplies? Don't worry about this matter, I will dispatch police forces to help you recover the supplies. As soon as Lu Chongqing finished speaking, Wang Yun stepped forward and said, Deputy Director Lu, let us sisters take charge of the investigation into the stolen supplies. Wang Yu was puzzled, why would her sister take on this task? But thinking of Li Fan, she felt a bit of anticipation. Lu Chongqing nodded in response, good, then this case will be entrusted to you too. Make sure to retrieve that batch of supplies. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. Ignoring Xie Biao and his group, Lu Chongqing waved to the remaining military and police, saying, dismissed, hurry to the bell tower. We just received a message from the police communication that there was unrest due to the requisition of supplies, and we need support. After that, he led the remaining military and police away from the fortress, leaving behind Li Fan, the Wang sisters, and Xie Biao's group. Wang Yu still stood in front of Li Fan, her face cold, as she sarcastically said, Xie Biao, are you not leaving? Are you planning to stay for the New Year's dinner? Xie Biao no longer possessed the courage or means to confront Li Fan. Playing dirty resulted in heavy losses, while playing fair not only left him deceived, but also exposed his trump cards. Ever since Li Fan borrowed money from him, Xie Biao had a feeling that Li Fan was no longer the honest man he could easily manipulate, but rather a cunning snake that was more treacherous than himself. Hiding in plain sight, lurking beside him, Li Fan could strike at any moment. Li Fan met Xie Biao's gaze heated. This time Li Fan saw the fear in Xie Biao's eyes, while Xie Biao perceived the mockery in Li Fan's. Withdrawing his gaze in frustration, Xie Biao spoke to the three behind him, let's go. Fear, anger, and unease circled within Xie Biao's heart. He prepared to lie low for a while. Without the certainty of a decisive strike, he would not engage Li Fan. After watching Xie Biao and his group leave, Wang Yu turned to look at Li Fan, her tone laced with reproach. Why didn't you call me the moment such a big incident happened? Li Fan felt a bit embarrassed. According to his plan, there was no role for the two sisters in this script. Their appearance was completely unexpected. Moreover, Wang Yun, with her extraordinary observational skills and analytical ability, was not someone to rely on these two sisters to implement his plan. Just like now in the lobby on the first floor, Wang Yu was questioning him, while Wang Yun was observing around the room, occasionally sniffing, resembling a seasoned police dog. At that moment, Li Fan's phone rang. Picking it up and seeing the caller ID, his eyes flickered slightly. He decided to involve the Wang sisters in this second act and proceeded to answer the call in front of them. Hello, Mr. Li, how much longer until you arrive? The representatives from the city government and the finance department are already at the community entrance. Oh, I was just dealing with some matters. I will come over right away, but director, who I may need to keep some supplies for myself. How much do you need to keep? Not much, just enough for myself for about 7 to 8 days. Alright, we will wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Li Fan said to the two sisters, Sister Yue, I need to go to my family's supermarket. The community director is bringing people from the finance department to requisition supplies from my supermarket. Wang Yu looked at Wang Yun and said, Sister, let's go with him. We need to investigate the whereabouts of Zhang Liang and the supplies. Wang Yun finally withdrew her gaze from observing around and looked at Wang Yue, smiling. Sure, I happen to have some questions to ask your little brother on the way. Wang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly concealed it and said to Li Fan, let's go, we will take you there. The three left the stronghold and drove towards the Li Shui villa. In the car Wang Yu was driving, Wang Yun was in the passenger seat, and Li Fan sat alone in the back. Li Fan, did you know Zhang Liang before? Li Fan frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if Wang Yun had discovered anything in the stronghold, so he could only respond cautiously, I know him. Who in Beijing doesn't know that Zhang Liang is the most ruthless under Xie Biao? Do you think Zhang Liang really betrayed Xie Biao? I don't know. Where do you think Zhang Liang would take the supplies? I have no idea. Who designed your stronghold? Li Fan pondered for a moment, preparing to shift the blame to the designer from Su Jian's company. A designer from my father's friend's company helped me design it. Oh, your father's friend. The president of Shooter Real Estate, Su Jian. Oh, I remember this person. He has developed 2 real estate projects in Shangjing. But how could his designer create such a strange building for you? Sister, we are investigating the whereabouts of the supplies. Why do you keep asking such absurd questions as if you're interrogating a criminal? Wang Yu directly interrupted Wang Yun's questioning, which made Li Fan feel slightly grateful. However, Wang Yun wore a helpless expression, as she knew her sister was already deeply infatuated. The distance of 2,000 meters was covered in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette. At the entrance of the community, as Li Fan just got out of the car, a woman in her late 30s approached him with 2 people in white shirts, smiling warmly. Mr. Li, I am Hu Qiuyun. I really appreciate your support for our work. These 2 are representatives from the city government and the finance department. Once the natural disaster ends, I will commend you to the municipal department. Hu Qian's enthusiasm had its reasons. The tasks delegated to the communities required them to first requisition supplies from the supermarkets and small shops within. Each community would assign a government representative and a finance department person to provide reassurance and compensation. However, she had already been kicked out of 2 small shops and nearly had a conflict. Her community director had a communication group, and from the group, she learned that the requisition tasks across communities were extremely difficult, with even two supermarkets experiencing conflicts over requisitioning supplies resulting in fatalities. Li Fan's active cooperation had greatly changed her view of him. She felt that Lu Yulian's death was a consequence of her own actions. There's no need to be polite. This is what a good citizen should do. Let's hurry. Those supplies will probably keep you busy for a whole night. As she spoke, Li Fan took the lead, and everyone followed him towards the supermarket. When they were about 3 or 4 meters from the supermarket entrance, Li Fan reached into his pocket for the keys, but his body froze in place, prepared to open the door. The others noticed Li Fan's abnormality and approached to look at the supermarket door. Hu Qian's heart sank upon seeing the damaged lock. Mr. Li, hurry, go inside and check. Hearing this, Li Fan rushed forward, pulled up the rolling door, and everyone followed him inside, where it was pitch black. With a snap, familiar with the supermarket, Li Fan turned on all the lights, but what greeted everyone was not a wealth of supplies, but an empty scene. Where are my things? Where did they go? The moment of truth had arrived for his acting skills. Li Fan searched around the supermarket like an abandoned little boy. Despair, anger, unwillingness, and confusion were portrayed vividly. At that moment, Wang Yun's voice came through. Does your supermarket have surveillance cameras? Li Fan had been waiting for this question. Upon hearing Wang Yun's reminder, he dashed towards the monitoring room in the office, followed closely by everyone. In the monitoring room, Li Fan sat in front of the computer, bringing up the surveillance footage he had prepared in advance, pretending to review it day by day, while everyone watched the screen intently. The supplies had been in the supermarket until the first night of the production stoppage and school closure, when unusual circumstances appeared on the supermarket surveillance footage. The supermarket door was violently breached, and Biao led about 20 people into the supermarket. First they ransacked everything, then Biao stopped them. After several hours, Biao and his group began to move the supplies outside. They took everything as if they were sweeping through, leaving nothing behind, even taking the shelves with them. Seeing this scene, Hu Qian's face fell in defeat, and she helplessly said, "What do we do now? Once things are in Biao's hands, it's like a meat bun thrown to a dog. There's no return. This is outrageous. This malignant tumor of Chang'an Mansion is everywhere." Wang Yu was furious about Biao's actions. The two government representatives and the finance commissioner were also disappointed and suggested, "What now? Should we call the police?" "Yes, let's report it." Wang Yu took out her identification and briefly showed it to Hu Qiuyun and the others, saying, "You don't need to worry about this, he'll take over. Go check other supermarkets, maybe we can still find something." Hu Qiuyun nodded and left the supermarket with the two. Wang Yun felt something was amiss, as she had the impression that the theft of the stronghold and the supermarket was being orchestrated by a hidden hand. "We'll go take a look around." In the monitoring room, Li Fan sat in front of the monitor, facing the computer, finally allowing his brain a moment of rest. Acting was actually quite exhausting, but now that he had reasonably made the two supplies disappear, Li Fan would appear to others as an ordinary person with no value. Surviving was the way to go. Just as Li Fan's thoughts relaxed and he drifted into a daze, a pair of jade-like arms embraced him from behind, pulling him into a soft, fragrant embrace. Feeling two soft fruits pressing against his head, his recently relaxed mind instantly crashed. Li Fan had always been a person of high intelligence, but low emotional awareness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained a virgin at the age of 21, plus 8 years of the apocalypse. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped by a soft embrace, an experience he had never encountered before. His body tensed, blood coursing through his veins as a delicate fragrance surged through his nostrils. Wang Yu thought simply that seeing Li Fan sitting motionless in front of the monitor made her feel a bit heartbroken. She worried that both supplies might have been stolen, and Li Fan could not bear the consecutive blows. She wanted to comfort him, but before she could figure out how to say it, her body reacted first. Only when she felt Li Fan's heavy breathing and the warm air exhaled from his nose did she realize how rash her actions were causing her body to freeze. Their cheeks flushed instantly, neither could let go nor continue to embrace. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and even the sound of each other's heartbeat. The two maintained this awkward posture, neither daring to move. "I just want to check. Oh my God, did I come in at the wrong time?" Wang Yun's sudden intrusion startled Wang Yue, causing her to release Li Fan and retreat to Wang Yun's side. Feigning nonchalance, she said, "Don't misunderstand, I saw that he was quite upset and wanted to comfort him with a simple hug. It's nothing more than that, don't think too much into it." Wang Yun naturally would not believe her sister's words. Looking at her reddened ears, she smiled, but did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she asked them, "I just checked the scene. From when Biao and the others started moving the goods until they finished, it took a total of 5 hours. So their vehicle should have left around 5:30 a.m. There are only 2 roads in front of the supermarket, one leads to the city center and the other to the Bailin district. If it was around 5:30 to 6:00 a.m., just half an hour. You two are more familiar with Chang'an Mansion than I am. Where do you think Biao would stash the supplies?" Upon mentioning the case, Wang Yu's mood quickly calmed down, and she responded, Biao has 6 properties in Chang'an Mansion, 3 of which are nightclubs. There's one in the Bailin district that caught fire and resulted in casualties a few days ago and is currently closed. The other 2 are in the city center. There's also a small loan company not far from Bailin district. Additionally, there are 2 sand and gravel plants which are quite far located in the suburbs, taking over 2 hours to drive to. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Wang Yun nodded and analyzed, so considering distance and time, the 3 nightclubs and the small loan company are the most likely places. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately waved her fists and shouted, let's use the surveillance footage to catch Biao and make him reveal where the supplies are. Li Fan, however, did not want Biao to be caught by the police just yet. He sensed that Wang Yun was too concerned about his lost supplies. Was a national security agent so invested in a theft case just to help him recover his supplies? Seeing Wang Yu's earnest expression, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he said, give me your phone, and he'll copy the surveillance video onto it. He reached out to take the phone Wang Yu handed over, connected it to the computer, and from the corner of his eye noticed Wang Yun activating a mental test device, her guarded emotions intensifying. Li Fan's eyelids drooped slightly, his pupils momentarily unfocused before refocusing in an instant. After copying the video, he returned the phone to Wang Yu. Let's go, we need to find Biao, Wang Yu said as she took the lead, guiding the 2 out of the supermarket towards Biao's residence. The 3 knocked on Biao's door for a long time, but there was still no response from inside. Li Fan thought to himself, this is bad. That scoundrel Biao might have gone into hiding. At such a moment, using a trump card could lead to being countered. Given Biao's cunning nature, it was highly likely he would conceal himself. The last thing he wanted to see happened. A living hidden Biao was like a wolf, capable of striking from anywhere at any time. Especially knowing that Biao had a gun, Li Fan felt tense outside the fortress, worried that Biao might shoot him in the head from the shadows, which would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Li Fan spoke up, Sister Yue, please take me back. I'm tired and want to rest. Wang Yu looked at Li Fan's worried face and comforted him. Alright, I'll take you back first. Don't worry about the supplies, I will definitely help you retrieve them. Li Fan looked at the honest and naive female officer and felt a twinge of guilt. Meanwhile, Wang Yun frowned slightly, observing Li Fan's every move with keen interest. When the sisters Wang Yu brought Li Fan back to the fortress, Wang Yu reminded him once again to contact her immediately if he encountered any difficulties. After closing the fortress door, Li Fan let out a long breath. His tense spirit finally relaxed completely. All he needed to do next was to bide his time and enjoy life. Without complete protection, Li Fan was not planning to step out of the fortress again. He went to the underground 3rd floor, opened the computer, and his fingers swiftly entered the data interface. In a moment, a new surveillance interface popped up. On the highway leading to the Bailin district, Wang Yu was driving, appearing to be in a good mood, with a faint smile on her face. Yeah, do you really like Li Fan? Sister, why do you ask that? Wang Yun looked at her blushing sister, knowing that it was the first time her younger sister had a crush on someone, and it was on a guy who made her feel uneasy. At that moment, she did not know how to advise her. Have you never doubted him? Doubt him about what? Wang Yun pondered for a moment and said, let's make a hypothetical situation. If there were no 2 videos today, what would the outcome for Li Fan be? Then he would definitely be wronged and trouble would follow. Don't you think the timing of these 2 videos appearing is rather suspicious? Wang Yu gradually slowed down the car and pulled over to the side of the road, looking seriously at Wang Yun as she said, Sister, I know you're smart, but at the very least you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Biao has dominated Chang'an Mansion for 7 or 8 years, and not a single one of his subordinates is clean. The number of people harmed by him is countless, and the number of families destroyed by him is even more numerous. Li Fan is just an ordinary university student. Yes, he has some suspicious points, but do you think a parentless orphan without a hint of cleverness could survive under Biao's watchful eye? Is it not a disgrace to us who wear police uniforms that a top student from a prestigious university has to live so cautiously? Wang Yun looked into Wang Yu's eyes and said seriously, you need to calm down. Let's discuss this matter. Haven't you ever doubted the authenticity of the 2 videos? Wang Yu took a moment to calm her emotions and said, I have my doubts, but the authenticity of the 2 videos is very high. Do you really think he could have staged those videos himself? Wang Yun fell silent after hearing this. This was the part she had always found hard to understand, but she still said, assuming both videos are fake, then Zhang Liang's 17 men, as well as the 3 who just received the tip-off about Zhang Chun, must have been killed by Li Fan. Wang Yun raised a hand to stop Wang Yu from speaking further. Wait. High technology. Fake videos. Hackers. Few, ensuring his safety. Wang Yu remained adamant that Li Fan was innocent and countered, there's no way those 2 videos could be fake. Don't say he's just a university student. Even your national security agency would probably struggle to uncover the technology needed to create such realistic surveillance footage out of thin air. Wang Yun raised a hand to stop Wang Yu from speaking further. Wait. High technology. Fake videos. Hackers. Keywords collided in her mind, and her eyes instantly lit up as she said to Wang Yue. Yeah, we must find Xie Biao immediately. I have something very important to confirm with him. Wang Yu did not understand why her sister suddenly seemed so concerned about Xie Biao, but she followed orders and continued driving. Wang Yun picked up her phone and called Chun Zemin directly stating, Director Chun, how many PD-0121 type injection needles did we bring in total? I need to apply for one. Li Fan sat before his computer listening to the sisters' conversation streaming from the newly installed surveillance feed. A profound sense of helplessness welled within him, like a tree yearning for stillness while the wind refused to cease. How could this brilliant woman possess such an astonishingly fertile imagination? It was during that trip to the supermarket, while assisting Wang Yu in copying surveillance footage, that he noticed Wang Yun's biometric readings inexplicably spiking instead of declining. That anomaly prompted him to install a covert listening device, solely to monitor her. He had not anticipated overhearing Wang Yun's deductions, and the more he listened, the deeper his unease grew. Armed with nothing but faint suspicion, she had painstakingly woven disparate fragments into a coherent tapestry, drawing perilously close to the truth. Though he could not fathom why Wang Yun sought out Xie Biao, one fact remained undeniable: the emetic needle, a tool never deployed against mere looters or petty raiders. Even if Xie Biao ruled the underworld of North City, he hardly warranted such a high-level counterintelligence measure from the State Security Bureau. There remained only one plausible explanation: Wang Yun had begun suspecting Li Fan himself, the hacker who had breached the world's entire network, and now sought confirmation through Xie Biao testing whether he had indeed emptied the supermarket's inventory. Should she verify that Xie Biao had not looted the supermarket, Li Fan's ability to fabricate data ex nihilo would be irrevocably exposed. And coupled with his presence among the 987 individuals captured on the cyber cafe street surveillance footage, Wang Yun would possess irrefutable evidence identifying him as the hacker. Sighing inwardly, he muttered, this is going to be difficult. In that moment, Li Fan almost wished for the Tenno virus to erupt prematurely, civil order collapsing, communications severed, so that even if Wang Yun uncovered his identity, it would no longer matter. At worst, he could flee ahead of schedule in his apocalypse-ready motorhome, the Unicat Terra Cross 59, and vanish wherever he pleased. No longer would he need to second-guess every move, exhausting his mental reserves. After a long, silent contemplation, he sighed again, resigned, weary. From his extra-dimensional storage, he retrieved a new smartphone, inserted a fresh SIM card, and enlisted Ran Lin to install a voice modulation application. He dialed a number. Xie Biao's voice crackled through the receiver. Hello. Who is this? That's none of your concern. Where are you right now? Xie Biao paused, long cautious, then asked, are you friend or foe? Are you holed up at the Balin District microcredit firm? Or at the Hong Layman nightclub? Who exactly are you, and what do you want? Li Fan felt profoundly frustrated. Having failed to eliminate Xie Biao, he now had to engineer his escape from Wang Yun's grasp. It was worse than biting into an apple only to find half a worm inside. Let me give you fair warning, run. The police are already en route to apprehend you. Xie Biao burst into raucous laughter. Huh. Why should I trust you? I've weathered storms in Chang'an for decades. What haven't I seen? Stop posturing. Do you truly believe Lu Chongqing renders you invincible? Even he is now a clay Buddha crossing a river, drowning in his own peril. At Li Fan's words, Xie Biao stiffened, then lowered his voice to a gravelly murmur. Why help me? Who are you? I don't wish to aid you, not in the slightest. But if they capture you, my own survival hangs in the balance. Flee now. Hide. Memorize this number. If cornered, contact me. I'll come to rescue you. Without waiting for reply, he ended the call. Direct assassination was too risky. He knew Xie Biao carried firearms, and a frontal assault could prove fatal. If Xie Biao possessed other hidden safeguards and escaped complete elimination, it might furnish state security with damning traceable evidence. He had done all he could. Should fate prove unkind, he would simply pack and vanish. He tossed the phone aside, drew forth ingredients from his extra-dimensional vault, and began preparing a lavish meal. Tonight's performance had been exhaustive. He deserved reward. In Balin District, inside the microcredit firm's office, Xie Biao sat motionless in his executive chair, staring blankly at his phone. The cryptic call had ignited a fierce, visceral dread. Regret flickered across his face. Perhaps invoking Lu Chongqing's protection had been a grave miscalculation. Lifting his gaze toward the three men who had accompanied him back, he commanded, we leave. Immediately. Will I low for a while? The trio froze in confusion. Zhou Qiang stammered, Uncle, what's happened? No questions, just follow me. Black Wolf's eyes narrowed. Had the police moved against Xie Biao? Yet he'd received no operational briefing. He resolved to relay the news. Brother, wait. I'll fetch some antiseptic. Xie Biao waved dismissively. Black Wolf turned and strode out. But as he vanished down the corridor, Xie Biao's gaze hardened with lethal intent. Black Wolf entered the restroom, extracted the SIM card from its cigarette pack hiding place, and reached for his phone. When, bang, the bathroom door exploded inward. Black Wolf whirled, stunned, to face Xie Biao, pistol raised, icy terror flooding his veins. Bang, bang. Two shots tore crimson blossoms across Black Wolf's chest. He collapsed without a sound. Xie Biao stood framed in the doorway, refusing even to approach the body. A cold, contemptuous sneer twisted his lips. I've suspected you were a cop's mole for ages, yet you dared play clever games before me. He turned sharply to Lu Ruyan and the other man, extending his hand. They instantly surrendered their phones. Silent as tomb shadows, they trailed behind him as the three sped away from the firm in a black sedan. Zhou Qiang drove. From the rear seat, Xie Biao placed a terse call, then instructed Zhou Qiang to head for the West Suburb Industrial Park. Less than 20 minutes after Xie Biao fled, Wang Yu and Wang Yun arrived at the microcredit firm. The building stood dark and empty. No staff remained overnight. They combed the offices thoroughly, finding nothing. Just as they prepared to depart, Wang Yun paused, inhaling sharply. Something's wrong. Blood, fresh blood. Instantly, both women drew their sidearms and advanced cautiously, following the metallic tang. They flung open the restroom door, and there lay a man slumped beside the sink. Wang Yun recognized him instantly, one of the 4 survivors outside the fortress. She'd seen him just hours earlier. Wang Yu checked his pulse, then reported quietly to her sister, he's still breathing. Yet this discovery brought no relief. Medical infrastructure had collapsed. Even hospital admission offered little hope of treatment. Wang Yun's eyes fell upon the man's discarded phone and the SIM card beside it. A spark of intuition flared in her mind. She slotted the SIM into the device. As it powered on, a text appeared. Hello. Would you like your fishball noodles in a large or small portion? Wang Yun's breath caught. This was no ordinary message. It reeked of coded language deliberately obscure. It was for a M. Every eatery in the city had shuttered. Who, under these conditions, was still peddling fishball noodles and soliciting orders via text? She stared at the sender's number and dialed it immediately. The line connected without delay. Hello, large or small portion for your fishball noodles. The voice was unmistakable, Zhang Qinggang. In that instant, the man's true identity crystallized beyond doubt. Captain Zhang, I'm Wang Yun, State Security Bureau. Wang Yun, how did you obtain Black Wolf's number? His sharp tone confirmed her hypothesis. She replied, calm and precise. Xie Biao is linked to the hacker case. I came to arrest him, but found only your operative bleeding profusely in the restroom. Gunshot wounds by all appearances. A crash echoed over the line. Zhang Qinggang hurling something against the wall. That accursed Xie Biao, utterly lawless. Black Wolf must have been compromised. Is he alive? His condition is critical. Get him to the Second People's Hospital, now? I'll secure medical priority. Save him, by any means necessary. Understood. He'll be there within minutes. They hung up. With practiced efficiency, the sisters lifted Black Wolf into the back seat and raced toward the hospital, sirens wailing silently in their urgency. When Wang Yu and her sister arrived at the Second People's Hospital by car, 2 physicians were already waiting at the emergency entrance. Together with the doctors, they lifted He Lang onto a stretcher. Just as they began wheeling him toward the operating room, he regained partial consciousness and clutched Wang Yu's arm tightly, murmuring incoherently. Wang Yu immediately bent down, pressing her ear close to his lips to catch his words, her brow faintly furrowed. Even after he disappeared behind the operating room doors, her expression remained deeply troubled. Yeah, what's wrong? What did this comrade tell you? Wang Yu turned to her elder sister and replied, I couldn't quite make it out. It sounded like Xie Biao received a call and prepared to flee. We were just a step too late. Xie Biao must have gone into hiding. This comrade was trying to relay that information, only to be silenced by Xie Biao upon discovery. Xie Biao, the scum of the earth. I will personally deliver him to the execution ground. Wang Yun paid little mind to Xie Biao's crimes. Instead, she fixated on another question: who made that phone call to him? They had launched an impromptu arrest operation based solely on video evidence proving Xie Biao's theft of supermarket supplies, and only 3 people knew about it. Thus the call almost certainly came from Li Fan. Logically, Li Fan should have been eager for their success. His inexplicable intervention confirmed her suspicion. Wang Yun's eyes gleamed. What she lacked now was concrete proof, and Xie Biao was the linchpin. Yeah, let's go. We'll find Xie Biao. Once we do, everything will fall into place. She chose not to reveal her thoughts to her younger sister, sensing that Wang Yu's feelings for Li Fan ran far deeper than mere infatuation. Hearing her sister's words, Wang Yu gave no further thought, assuming only that Wang Yun was simply determined to apprehend Xie Biao. All right, we'll check all of Xie Biao's known hideouts first. But sister, we need to return to the Municipal Public Security Bureau for the morning briefing. It's already 5 o'clock. Wang Yun glanced at her phone side and nodded reluctantly. Then the sisters left the hospital and drove toward the Municipal Bureau. Deep within the fortress's 3rd subterranean level, Li Fan savored gourmet delicacies while covertly monitoring the mobile phones of Lu Ruyan and Wang Yu, extracting 2 pieces of welcome news from Wang Yu's device. First, Xie Biao had successfully escaped, eliminating the immediate risk of Wang Yun obtaining incriminating evidence. Second, the silent man he'd shot but failed to kill turned out to be an undercover police officer. From Lu Ruyan's phone, however, he learned that Xie Biao having contacted someone unknown, had fled to the West Suburb Industrial Park, after which all signals ceased. That location was intimately familiar to Li Fan. The logistics hub within the West Suburb Industrial Park had supplied over 100 billion yuan worth of goods to his spatial realm. Yet who had aided Xiaodabiao in hiding? His situation remained precarious, caught between the relentless pursuit of a brilliant national security agent and the vengeful wrath of a black market warlord armed and sworn against him. Of the men Xiaodabiao had brought to the supermarket that night, only he remained alive. Li Fan's mind churned relentlessly, seeking a flawless resolution. But even after finishing his meal, no perfect solution emerged. The most straightforward path, it seemed, was to locate Xiaodabiao first and eliminate him. With his death, the truth about whether they had looted the supermarket would vanish forever, leaving no trace of evidence. Li Fan reclined on the sofa, his consciousness slipping into his spatial realm. The moment he entered the central control chamber, he found Ran Lin busily conducting experiments in her workshop. Intrigued, he recalled how on a previous occasion Ran Lin had casually crafted a small device of remarkable utility. "Xiao Ran, what are you working on?" "Not telling you yet. I'll surprise you when it's finished," she replied with a mysterious smile, lifting her delicate face toward him. "A surprise for me? Did you pick that up from Douyin again?" "Exactly. Doesn't Douyin say you should always prepare surprises for the people who matter? Like the first cup of milk tea in winter, a handbag in summer, or a bouquet of currency roses on Valentine's Day." Hold on. You've been thoroughly corrupted by Douyin. Between us, there's no need for such pretense. Let's just speak plainly." Seeing Ran Lin's smile fade and her lips curled downward, Li Fan instantly fell silent and switched to a coaxing grin. Heh. I'm genuinely excited about your surprise." "Humph, who cares?" She tilted her lips upward, flashed him a playful eye roll, and resumed her experiment. "By the way, could you craft me a head protective device?" "What specifications?" "The stronger the defense, the better. Then just toss a motorcycle helmet into the materials lab. It'll do the job." Li Fan slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened, and rushed off to retrieve a helmet from the supply zone. "Come back. What is it? Do you need it urgently?" Li Fan paused, recalling that he only knew Xiaodabiao had fled to the West Suburb Industrial Park, not his precise location. He might need another day or two of surveillance to pinpoint him. "Not urgent. 2 days is fine." Ran Lin nodded. "Then go handle your affairs. I'll take care of the helmet. My current experiment is nearly complete. I'll integrate it right away." Li Fan's eyes lit up instantly. "What is it?" "It's a surprise. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise anymore. Go on, get out. I'll notify you once it's ready." Li Fan shrugged helplessly. "Fine, you win. At last I understand how Douyin girls feel waiting for their surprises." With that, he withdrew from the spatial realm. Glancing at the time, it was already around 7 in the morning. He'd intended to sleep when his phone suddenly pinged with an official government announcement. Due to the suspension of operations at 4 coastal nuclear power plants, national electricity supply has become critically strained. Effective immediately, the State Council has implemented nationwide power rationing. Citizens are urged to conserve electricity and avoid wasteful consumption. Let us unite in solidarity and resolve to overcome this arduous challenge together. Li Fan felt no particular surprise. The same power rationing had occurred on this very day in his previous life. What the government did not know, however, was that this time the blackout would plunge 4 cities into total chaos, eroding governmental authority over those regions entirely. If his memories served, those cities were Shanghai, Shenyang, Tianjin, and Chongqing, where local governments abandoned administrative control, allowing disorder to spiral unchecked and irreversibly. Murder, arson, robbery, assault, rape, abduction, and gang warfare became the defining rhythms of daily life. Authorities cordoned off designated safe zones, deploying military force only when armed factions directly threatened them. Li Fan opened Douyin and navigated to the official account of the National Health Commission, only to discover that mortality statistics had ceased publication the previous day. The data released the day before showed fatalities had already surpassed 2 million. No wonder reporting had halted. Today's figures likely approached 10 million. Releasing such a number would shatter whatever fragile stability remained. Li Fan once again found the official account of the Chang'an Prefecture, where the latest video had been released just a few minutes ago, urging the public to conserve electricity and requesting that each household only run 1 air conditioner. If the voltage is still unable to power the air conditioners, the public is encouraged to help each other, suggesting that 3 households share 1 air conditioner for cooling. For communities with 2 or 3 underground levels, it is hoped that the public can go to the underground parking lot to escape the heat. Li Fan smiled slightly and remarked there will be some fun to watch these days. The methods of the Chang'an Prefecture caused quite a stir in the last life. The methods are not the problem, it is just that the higher-ups of the Chang'an municipal government overestimated human nature. As Li Fan was scrolling through personal videos on short video platforms out of boredom, the owner group of Lishui Courtyard became lively once again due to the power limit issue. Initially, the newly appointed community director Hu Qiuyan said in the group everyone should have received a message, The power limit will lead to air conditioners not functioning properly, and only by reducing the number of air conditioners can we manage, so please only turn on one air conditioner per household. Aunt Zhang, how can this be? Our family has 5 people of all ages crammed into one room. How can we rest? Zhangli, my family is currently running 3 air conditioners without any issues. In my opinion, this is just alarmist rhetoric. All 4 of my air conditioners are running too, and there's no problem. Do we have to listen to your community about our household matters? Are you kidding? Not only are all mine running, but they're set to 16. The members of the group scoffed at the community director's announcement, with some even posting photos of their air conditioners running at full blast. Li Fan looked at the various reactions in the owners group, filled with disdain. It was now 7 a.m. and in just a few hours it would reach the hottest time of the day. Based on the timeline, the temperature at noon today would soar above 60 degrees. By that time, the power supply would be completely unable to keep up, leading to intermittent blackouts, and even if power returned, it couldn't support so many air conditioners. Li Fan put down his phone, went to the 4th underground level, started 3 generators, and switched the power system to the Fortress Independent Power. Returning to the 3rd underground level, he placed several ice blocks at the ventilation openings, and then nestled into a large sofa to sleep. At Lishui Courtyard, people were drifting into slumber with the help of air conditioning. Most had adapted to a routine of sleeping during the day and going out at night. At 11 a.m., the entire Chang'an Prefecture suddenly experienced a blackout. The air conditioning stopped operating, and the indoor temperature rapidly rose. Aunt Zhang, originally named Zhang Guilin, 58 years old, was notorious in the community for being a troublemaker, known for her sharp tongue and penchant for gossip. Her family consisted of 5 members: her elderly husband, her son and daughter-in-law, and a 5-year-old grandson. Her grandson was also known as the most notorious troublemaker in the community. When the family was awakened by the heat, they realized the power. Grandma, it's so hot. Mom, the power is out. Aunt Zhang picked up her phone and opened the owner group, only to discover that the entire community had lost power. With a quick thought, she said, "Hurry, we live on the 2nd floor. Let's rush to the underground 3rd level parking lot to grab a spot." Son grabbed the cooling mats and the kitchen knife. Upon hearing this, the son and daughter-in-law quickly sprang into action, and the family hurried down to the 3rd underground level. Since they lived on the 2nd floor, when they arrived at the 3rd underground level, there were only a few people there. Aunt Zhang found the spot with the best ventilation and spread out several cooling mats, as if staking out land. They began to drive away anyone who tried to come near. Just as Aunt Zhang and her family settled down, people continuously poured out of the safety stairwell. In less than 20 minutes, the 3rd underground level was packed with people. The originally 30-degree underground level quickly rose to around 40 degrees. Various conflicts began to arise among the slowly gathering crowd. Although no bloody incidents had occurred, yet pushing and shoving were constantly happening. Li Fan was still unaware of the situation at Lishui Courtyard. He was comfortably sleeping on the sofa in the 3rd underground level, covered with a blanket. A sudden urgent ringtone jolted Li Fan awake. He picked up his phone and saw the incoming call number, slightly furrowing his brow. It was the woman he did not want to mention, Yuan Ruoxue. Ever since realizing that his rebirth was not a dream, Li Fan had been unable to face Yuan Ruoxue. Although he found Li Yuhang's words untrustworthy, it was impossible to say he had no doubts in his heart. Was Yuan Ruoxue, as the main orchestrator of that task, truly unaware of everything? The moment doubt arose, a rift had already formed. He tossed the phone aside and let it ring. He got up and went to the monitoring computer, opening the surveillance of Lu Ruoyan and Wang Yu's phones. After replaying the historical surveillance audio, he found nothing useful and left the monitoring running. After the phone rang 4 or 5 times, it finally stopped. Li Fan picked up the phone, opened WeChat, and saw the lively scene in the owner group. Director, when will the power be restored? Has your community received any notification? Everyone who brought water. Sell me a bottle, I'll pay 50 yuan. Is there a doctor in the community? My dad has heatstroke, help. Can anyone help me bring my mother down from the 9th floor? She is paralyzed, I will pay 500 yuan. People upstairs, don't go now, the indoor temperature is at least above 50. Your mother is probably already cooked. Your mother is the one cooked. Your whole family is cooked. Damn, I kindly reminded you, and you dare to insult me. Where are you? Let's settle this. Li Fan, holding his phone, snuggled into the sofa and covered himself with a thin blanket, watching the antics of the group, laughing heartily. Suddenly an idea struck Li Fan. He thought of a great plan to make this farce even more entertaining. He quickly grabbed his phone and edited a message to send to the group. Everyone, the power is out. Why don't you get into your cars and turn on the air conditioning? Are you afraid of wasting gas? This message instantly enlightened those with cars, and they hurriedly brought their families to their vehicles, starting them and turning on the air conditioning. In no time, all vehicles in the underground parking lot, whether on the 2nd or 3rd level, were ignited. This action caused the already scorching underground parking lot, which was over 40 degrees, to heat up even more. However, the owners, enjoying the cool air conditioning in their cars, were indifferent to the high temperature in the parking lot, boasting in the group about how refreshing their cars were, with some praising Li Fan. The college student is so clever we were all too hot-headed to think of such a simple solution. Thanks Xiaolia, my daughter is about to suffer from heat stroke. I wish I had known earlier, I would have just stayed in the car for the remaining days. The air conditioning in the car is so much better than at home. Agreed. When I go back tonight, I will bring some supplies down and for the next few days I will just live in the car. My car is brand new and the cooling effect is amazing. Actually, I've been using the air conditioning in my car for a while. I was going to remind you, but Xiaoli beat me to it. Seeing this message, Li Fan smirked. This person was clever and must have realized what the consequences would be of more people starting their cars and turning on the air conditioning. Watching the triumphant posts from the car owners in the group, he smiled wickedly knowing that the real show had only just begun. Li Fan's joyful mood was sensed by Ran Lin, who was busy in a different space, prompting her to curiously ask Li Fan what happened. What makes you so happy? I am enjoying a good show. Ran Lin put down her tasks and became interested. What show? Let me see. You can directly watch the owners group chat on my phone. Li Fan's phone had long been synchronized with the network established by Ran Lin, allowing her to see the information on Li Fan's phone whenever she wanted. However, after browsing all the information in the group, she couldn't figure out what was so entertaining and asked, "There's nothing interesting here. Isn't it just you reminding everyone that they can sit in their cars with the air conditioning on? You still need to learn the sayings left by the ancestors of Xia country. There is a saying in Xia country, it's not about having little, but about having unequal distribution. It's not about being poor, but about feeling insecure." What does that mean? Li Fan patiently explained it means not worrying about having less, but worrying about unequal distribution, not worrying about poverty, but worrying about social instability. I still don't understand how this relates to them. Li Fan gathered his thoughts and analyzed. For Ran Lin, Lishui Courtyard belongs to a mid-range community with a total of 16 buildings and 1024 households. The parking space ratio is only 1:1, but not every household has a car. Less than 50 of the families in the entire community own a car. And those less than 50 of people enjoy the coolness of air conditioning in their cars while ignoring a very serious problem. That is when cars are started, especially with the air conditioning on, the heat generated is frightening. In the relatively enclosed space of the underground garage, if more than 500 cars start simultaneously, it's like throwing over 500 red-hot steel balls into a basin of clear water. The result will be that the underground garage will turn into a boiling kettle. I estimate that in a few minutes the temperature in the underground garage will approach 50 degrees. Just think about how those without cars who are trying to escape the heat in the garage will cope. Ran Lin then suddenly realized and said, "Then it will boil over, and you started it." Li Fan shook his head. Actually, there have been smart people quietly doing this without making a fuss. I just added a little fuel to the fire. Just wait. There will definitely be a big show to watch in less than half an hour. What will they do? Absolutely exciting. At this point, Li Fan paused, continuing with a tone full of regret. What a pity. I won't be able to see that scene directly. Do you want to see the scene? Of course. Upon hearing this, Ran Lin mysteriously smiled and said, "Wait a few minutes, I'll get you a treasure." After saying this, Ran Lin went silent. 4 to 5 minutes later, her voice echoed in Li Fan's mind once again. "I've created some good things during this time, one of which can let you watch the scenes inside the underground garage of Lishui Courtyard." Then Li Fan used his thoughts to retrieve 3 long strip-like items from Ran Lin's hands. These were 3 metallic dragonflies with folded wings, but they were very light and did not feel like metallic products at all. They were shimmering with a silver-gray luster and were about the size of a cigarette. Setting aside the metallic texture, every detail was just like a real dragonfly, incredibly lifelike. The dragonfly's eyes resembled frosted crystals, and its 2 pairs of wings were clear and bright. Li Fan tugged at them with his fingers, feeling their strong resilience. "What are these things? What are they used for?" Ran Lin spoke in a proud and cheerful tone, boasting to Li Fan, "This is a small gadget I made based on your world's drone concept using the limited materials of your space. It is equipped with a 187-megapixel high-definition camera and has biological magnetic field imaging capabilities. Therefore, it can maintain the highest pixel quality without distortion, even at a maximum shooting distance of 800 meters, along with data collection and imitation capabilities. Its maximum flight distance is 1000 meters with a top speed of 160 meters per second and a battery life of 120 hours. It uses biological magnetic chain rays for instruction transmission and data conduction, a technology that doesn't exist on your Earth." After hearing Ran Lin's introduction, Li Fan was extremely excited. With this device, he could control everything within a 1000 meter radius while sitting at home. "Is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Ran Lin replied playfully and proudly, "This is just a small accessory within the surprise. Don't you want to see the live scene? I took it out early for you to use. Remember to return it after you're done." Upon hearing this, Li Fan's curiosity was completely piqued. He was eager to know what Ran Lin was making. If a small accessory is so powerful, what would the complete device look like? But before Li Fan could ask what the complete device was, Ran Lin interrupted him. "Don't ask. If you do, I won't tell you." Li Fan helplessly pouted looking at the 3 metallic dragonflies in his hand, saying, "Alright then, what is this thing called? How do you start it? How do you control it? As for the name, I haven't decided yet, you can name it. As for control, just wear this and he'll teach you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fan sensed a pair of glasses in Ran Lin's hands very similar to tactical glasses used by special forces. With the thought the glasses were retrieved from the different space, and after putting them on the 2 temples rested on, a slight pinching sensation was felt behind his ears reminiscent of the feeling he had when wearing a mental testing device. Then Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to find a 3D projection appearing before him, showing the data status and energy data of the 3 dragonflies. Next to the data frame was an unexpectedly small 3D projection of Ran Lin. Wow, you can also project this into reality through these glasses. The mini Ran Lin pouted, saying helplessly, "This is just a projection using the glasses as a medium. I can only connect with the wearer and cannot communicate with the outside world. Moreover, only you the wearer can see these 3D projections through the glasses. Others cannot see the projection in front of you. Alright, don't be upset. One day, I will let you see the world." While Li Fan comforted her, he reached out to poke the mini Ran Lin's small head, even though he couldn't touch her. If there were others present, they would think Li Fan was mentally unstable, wearing strange glasses and talking to the air. "Quickly tell me how to operate it." The mini Ran Lin looked at Li Fan as if he were an idiot, saying, "You haven't forgotten how to use the mental testing device, have you? Are you saying I need to control it with my mind?" "Not exactly. You just need to convey your requirements and destination with your thoughts. It can then plan its own route and identify useful information." Li Fan was quite satisfied with this setup, indicating that the Dragonfly drone's intelligence system was very advanced, not requiring real-time manual control. Then with a thought, the 3 dragonflies reacted, unfolding their wings and vibrating, hovering right in front of Li Fan. Li Fan perked up his ears and listened carefully, barely catching a hint of the sound of air vibrations. The dragonflies themselves made no sound during flight. Upon opening the camera, the glasses instantly projected 3 large wide-angle monitoring screens with remarkably clear resolution. Li Fan then commanded the 3 dragonflies to head to the underground garage of Li Shui courtyard for monitoring and filming. Before Li Fan could go to the lookout to open a shooting hole, the 3 dragonflies directly entered the ventilation ducts. The ventilation shaft on the 3rd underground level was concealed, its aperture merely 20 centimeters in diameter. Extending over 10 meters to the exit, certain sections were designed with bends, and a ventilation fan was installed at the midpoint. Seeing the dragonflies autonomously enter the ventilation shaft, Li Fan anxiously glanced at the projected image. He knew these items were crafted from newly refined materials requiring substantial resources. If the fan were to damage them, the loss would be immense. On the projection monitor, the first-person perspective showed a swift, yet agile flight through the shaft. Approaching within 2 meters of the fan, the 3 dragonflies hovered briefly. Before Li Fan could deactivate the fan, the monitor flickered suddenly. The dragonflies had already passed through the spinning blades, moving so swiftly that even his eyes could not track them. Only when the dragonflies emerged above ground did Li Fan breathe a sigh of relief. The underground garage of Li Shui Villa. Those without cars retreated into vehicles, leaving ample space behind. At first, spirits were lifted, but as time passed, the exhaust fumes laden with unpleasant odors and scorching heat caused the temperature in the garage to rise instead of falling. Discontent began to spread. A young couple with a child approached a Trumpshy GS8 and knocked on the driver's window. Looking at the middle-aged man inside, they spoke humbly. "Brother Liu, I am Xiao Zhang from Unit 401. We met before at the property office." The middle-aged man replied impatiently, "Say it quickly, the air conditioning is leaking out." "Well, I noticed there's still space in your car. Could you let us get in to enjoy the air conditioning for a while?" Before the man could respond, a woman adorned with pearls in the back seat sharply refused. "No, my child is sleeping in the back seat. There's no room for you. Hurry and close the window, all the cold air is escaping." The middle-aged man shrugged helplessly and closed the window. The young couple, crestfallen, left with their child. The man gave a thumbs up to the woman behind him, saying, "Wife, you're formidable. This is already the 4th group of neighbors. Ew, I really feel awkward refusing them." The woman sneered mockingly. "A bunch of poor folks who can't even afford a car, yet want a freeload. Serves them right to be roasted alive." Not far away beside a Toyota Prado stood a tall and delicate-faced young woman who addressed the mid-aged, oily man inside the car. "Uncle Wu, may I get in your car to cool off? It's unbearably hot." The greasy man looked at the neighbor with unabashed lust in his eyes. He knew this neighbor, Wu Qingqing, a recent university graduate without a job who earned money by streaming borderline content online. Having been divorced and single for a long time, he frequented many nightclubs, but none could compare to the woman before him. Seeing her pleading expression, he smiled playfully. "I suppose you can, but Uncle heard you learned ballet. How about showing me some difficult moves inside the car?" Her face flushed slightly upon hearing this. She was no naive girl and naturally perceived the oily man's ulterior motives. Yet parched and desperate, feeling the cool breeze from the driver's window, she hesitated briefly before opening the rear door and sitting inside. Minutes later, the Toyota Prado began its ballet. This scene repeated frequently before many vehicles in the garage, though few actually succeeded in boarding. Gradually, the car list gathered into groups, forming over a dozen small clusters. Aunt Zhang, proud of securing the best spot with her family, was initially pleased. Unexpectedly, the most advantageous spot became the hottest area. Seeing the crowd gathered, she stood up and shouted loudly, "These people have no public conscience. They sit in their cars with air conditioning releasing heat everywhere. Can anyone still bear to stay in this garage now? Exactly, this is outrageous. The garage is a shared space. Why should they be allowed to do this?" Everyone was quietly enduring the heat, waiting for the power to return. Now with their actions, the garage has become unbearable. But where else can we go? My father is fainting from the heat. Does anyone have Huxiang Jingxi water? I will pay. Aunt Zhang, seeing the residents' growing anger, looked around anxiously, then shouted, "Neighbors, if we go on like this, we will perish from the heat. These selfish car owners only care about their own comfort, turning the barely tolerable garage into a smoke-filled mess. We must unite and drive them out." Her words immediately resonated with everyone. Yes, we must drive them out, turn off their engines, and lower the garage temperature. Otherwise, the old and young will surely die from the heat. I agree, let's unite and expel them. At that moment, a vigorous young man in his 20s stood up, raising his fist and shouting, "Neighbors, follow me. We fight to survive." This young man, Zhang Jianfeng, was well known in the community as a Chinibyo obsessed with the secondary world. He often cosplayed as Uzumaki Naruto, parading at various anime conventions. With a leader, followers quickly appeared. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. Soon 70 or 80 people gathered behind Zhang Jianfeng, charging aggressively toward the nearest vehicles. Meanwhile, another large group of carless people assembled. "Damn, those with cars are so comfortable." A shirtless man spat, eyes fixed on a black SUV nearby. Inside the vehicle sat a family of three, a man wearing sunglasses reclining leisurely, a woman engrossed in her phone, and a child enjoying ice cream in the back seat. "Yeah, why can they enjoy air conditioning while we're left to sweat like in a sauna?" Another thin man chimed in. His t-shirt was soaked with sweat clinging to his back. "Hey, can you roll down the window so we can cool off too?" The shirtless man suddenly shouted at the SUV. Those inside the car seemed not to hear and remained indifferent. The shirtless man's face darkened as he strode over and forcefully pounded on the window. "Hey, did you hear me? Open the window." The man inside finally removed his sunglasses, casting a cold glance. The window slowly lowered a slit. "What do you want? You have air conditioning while we're roasting here. Can you let us in to cool off?" The shirtless man's tone was provocatively sharp. The shirtless man suddenly punched the window, producing a muffled bang. The child inside was frightened and The shirtless man suddenly punched the window, producing a muffled bang. The child inside was frightened and began crying. The woman hastily embraced the child, her face pale. The man's expression darkened. He abruptly opened the door, stepped out, and grabbed the shirtless man's collar. "Are you courting death? Come on, fight." The shirtless man showed no fear and struck the man's face with a backhanded punch. The blow was like striking a powder keg, igniting the atmosphere in the underground garage. Seeing this, other groups of the carless grew bolder and began attacking nearby vehicles. Car owners were scattered. Upon exiting their vehicles, they were immediately assaulted. Some, driven to desperation, even drove their cars into the crowd. This behavior escalated the situation, plunging the scene into further chaos. "Smash their cars. Let's see how arrogant they can be," someone shouted. Several vehicles' windshields were shattered. "Stop! Stop!" A woman descended from a Land Rover, screaming in an attempt to halt the turmoil, but her voice was soon drowned out by shouts and curses. Amid the chaos, some took advantage to grope frightened women. Get away." A woman in a short skirt was cornered by a burly man whose hands roamed her body with a lecherous grin. "Let her go." A young man charged forward, landing a punch on the lecherous man's face. The two wrestled fiercely, intensifying the surrounding chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gasoline. Shattered glass and broken car parts littered the ground. What was once a temporary refuge from the heat had transformed into a living hell. The chaotic scene unfolded in the garage, with no one noticing the three dragonflies hovering above. Every moment was being relayed back to the fortress by these dragonflies. Li Fan was lounging on a large, comfortable sofa, his right index finger holding a lit cigarette, while his right hand reached into a fruit platter beside him to grab some sunflower seeds and bring them to his mouth. Crunch, crunch, he kept munching. He was intently watching the live broadcast of the chaos in the garage, occasionally letting out remarks. "I didn't expect that uncle, who nearing 70 could still move so agilely. He swings that cane with such vigor. He certainly possesses the spirit of Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Hey, watch behind you. Oh, look, he's been knocked out." In the footage, a lean old man lay on the ground, blood spreading from his head, his body convulsing from time to time. "And Zhang, why don't you step in? You just stand at the back of the crowd fanning the flames." Truly deserving of the title of the notorious troublemaker in the community. "Hey Zhang Jianfeng, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to lead the crowd to fight the car owners? Why are you manhandling a girl?" I wouldn't even bother to tell you this isn't a fight for survival. It's clearly a fight for your second brother. Chun Jiatsong kick him, gouge out his eyes, strike low. Yes, that's the rhythm. Next to the projection, the mini version of Ran Lin watched Li Fan's flamboyant gestures with rolling eyes. Li Fan, you're really something else. As he was about to take a drag from his cigarette, he paused, glancing at the mini Ran Lin, and said, "Do you think I'm particularly devious and shameless, full of hostility?" Ran Lin unconsciously nodded, saying, "I always feel you have a dual personality, one optimistic and sunny, but the other is dark inside, filled with a brutal aura." Li Fan sat up, extinguishing his cigarette, his gaze unfocused, and slowly said, "I was once an innocent youth. After 8 years in the apocalypse, anyone who walks a mile in my shoes and returns to the starting point would be fortunate not to seek revenge on society. Do you have a grudge against them?" "Not necessarily a grudge. I just want to tear off their facade of virtue and let them show their beastly fangs tearing each other apart. I want them to feel the pain and despair I once experienced." Ran Lin was very confused as she wanted to understand Li Fan's past. "Why? What kind of experiences did you have with them?" Li Fan pointed at Aunt Zhang in the footage and slowly said, "Do you see that woman? The old woman who is desperately crying, holding her bloodied son. In my previous life, I was nearly dehydrated from thirst and asked her for a bottle of water. She preferred to force it down her grandson, who wasn't even thirsty, spilling it everywhere, and didn't give me a drop. She even had the audacity to blame me for causing her grandson to choke. But she forgot that the bottle of mineral water she wasted was something I had provided to her family from the supermarket. And that woman, a teacher who constantly preached about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, gentleness, respect, frugality, and humility, was the one who tipped off Zhang Liang's group as I was escaping the neighborhood, all for a mere biscuit. But she forgot about the rice and flour I had given to her family. And that boy who was tearing at a woman's skirt to join Zhang Liang's team was even willing to bleed me to prove his determination. And this group of people, which one of them hasn't received supplies from my supermarket. But when I was treated like a dog by Zhang Liang, did any of them speak a word for me?" As Li Fan spoke to the end, his eyes filled with murderous intent, the hostility enveloping him, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. "No, not a single person spoke up for me. Not one of them gave me a shred of supplies when I was on the brink of starving or dying of thirst. Instead, they took advantage of my plight for their own gain." Ran Lin floated to Li Fan's shoulder. Although unable to touch him, she still reached out her tiny finger to poke Li Fan's cheek and said, "All right, stop thinking about it. I don't care whether they live or die. I just don't want you to let hatred blind your eyes. A person whose heart is filled with hatred cannot find joy. You are the host I have waited countless years for. Retrieving my memory data relies entirely on you. Don't let a few ants ruin your mental state. You are the host I have waited countless years for. Retrieving my memory data relies entirely on you. Don't let—" Li Fan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. After a few deep breaths, the hostility on his face dissipated. He smiled at the mini Ran Lin and said, "Don't worry, I won't take the old path from my past life again. Besides, now I have you to help me. I believe we will soon gather everything needed to activate the gate." The underground garage, once bustling with 4,000 to 5,000 people, had now split into dozens of factions. It was no longer a division between car owners and non-car owners, but rather people from the same. The underground garage, once bustling with 4,000 to 5,000 people, had now split into dozens of factions. It was no longer a division between car owners and non-car owners, but rather people from the same building gathered together. After several collisions with mutual casualties, the fighting gradually subsided. Looking at the garage now, it was a scene of utter devastation, with not a single vehicle left undamaged. On the ground, apart from car parts and shattered glass, lay countless corpses and injured people. In an instant, the various factions scattered, watching each other warily. Each building began to discuss what to do next, selecting representatives from their respective buildings. A middle-aged man from Building 2 stepped forward and said, "Stop fighting. Let's first rescue our loved ones." The representative from Building 5 echoed, "The cause and effect of this incident no longer matter. Saving lives is the priority." The others remained silent, and gradually some people emerged from the crowd, searching for their family members. The garage, which had just settled down, was once again filled with cries. "Dad, wake up, wake up. Honey, are you all right? Those beasts. Grandson, my dear grandson, damn it, you all won't spare the children." The representatives from several buildings all wore solemn expressions. In truth, they were victims too, whether their beloved cars were smashed or their loved ones were injured, humiliated, or killed in this riot. But currently there was no way to handle the aftermath. Forced by circumstances, the 15 building representatives gathered to discuss what to do next. The representative from Building 1 said, "I think it's more appropriate to leave this matter to the police." The representative from Building 6 scoffed, retorting, "Leave it to the police. Look at the people still standing. Which of them is clean? Are you clean?" The representative from Building 10, clearly an official from a government agency, said in a deep voice, "Don't expect anything from the police. Their resources are already stretched thin. When they come, it's just a formality. They might catch a few of the ringleaders at best." The representative from Building 3 spoke up, Let's not worry about that for now. Let's save as many people as we can. Everyone take their people, and keep your distance waiting for the power to be restored, so that no further incidents occur. I agree with the proposal from Building 3. Let's first divide the garage into zones. In the future, people from our respective buildings should not casually enter others' zones. The representatives from several buildings then began to discuss the allocation of garage areas. By 3 p.m., power was finally restored, and the residents of Lishue Courtyard returned to their homes carrying the heavy burden of their families' corpses. As for the riot at Lishue Courtyard, someone had already reported it to the police, and they had received the case. However, due to the sweltering heat, they could only wait until after 8 p.m. to respond. Li Fan realized the farce had come to an end and issued a return command to the dragonflies. In less than 10 minutes, 3 dragonflies flew back through the ventilation shaft and landed on the coffee table. Li Fan picked one up, unable to put it down. Ran Lin looked at Li Fan, who seemed like a child with a beloved toy, and gently said, "Let's give it a name. Let's call it Silver Dragonfly. By the way, how do we recharge it?" "I was just about to tell you about that. The energy I used for the Silver Dragonfly this time was Nuka energy, and it can only be used once. If the Tino virus breaks out, I can make a simple energy extractor for you which can draw another type of biological energy from the corpses of the zombies as a substitute." "So what you mean is that next time we need to find Nuka to recharge, or wait for zombies to appear to extract from their bodies?" Ran Lin nodded with her big, innocent eyes. "Yes, is there a problem? Why didn't you say so earlier? We wasted several hours of energy." Li Fan immediately focused his thoughts and issued a shutdown command through his tactical glasses. He then sent the 3 silver dragonflies back to the alternate space. Ran Lin and the projection monitoring also vanished from view, and at that moment a dissatisfied voice echoed in his mind. "Why did you shut off the silver dragonfly without saying a word? You could have just told me." Li Fan replied with sorrow. "Energy is too precious. There's still over a month until the zombie outbreak. We have to conserve it. While Huang Shiren is around, send in the glasses. I need to start assembling." As Li Fan was about to enter the alternate space, Ran Lin's warning rang out once more. "Don't come in if the surprise is revealed early. What's the point? If you dare to enter, I won't make anything for you again." Li Fan pretended to be angry and said, "I am your host. How dare you defy my order and not let me enter the alternate space? You are indeed my host, but my duty is only to guide you in survival during the apocalypse. Making things for myself is not within my responsibilities." Li Fan appeared helpless and frustrated on the surface, but inside, he was actually happy. Ran Lin's willingness to help him make some gadgets was not out of the duties bestowed by Colonia, but from her own inner desire. This was very important. Li Fan had also considered whether the Tino virus had anything to do with Ran Lin and the others. He just didn't want Ran Lin to develop a hostile relationship with him once she regained all her memories. Through this period of interaction, Li Fan fully trusted Ran Lin, and he could clearly feel her dependence on him. This dependence was not merely a responsibility assigned by Colonia, but a special emotion. After having lunch, Li Fan once again fell into a dream. When he opened his eyes, it was already 7:30 p.m. In the Lishue Courtyard community, over 80 soldiers and police officers descended from a dozen military vehicles. Earlier in the day, the city bureau had already learned about the large-scale riot at Lishue Courtyard. This time, it was Director Meng himself leading the team, and when they arrived at Lishue Courtyard, all the residents were nervously watching from the windows. At that moment, a police officer brought Hu Qiuyun to Director Meng. "Are you the community director?" "I am Meng, he director of the Chang'an City Bureau." "Hello, Director Meng. You finally made it." Hu Qiuyun's voice trembled. She had tried to stop the riot at noon, but seeing the residents with red eyes, she was so frightened that she found an electrical well to hide in. It wasn't until the riot ended that she dared to peek out, and upon seeing the corpses in the garage, she was even more afraid to show herself. After the power was restored, she quietly blended into the crowd. Meng He looked at the trembling community director and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me what exactly happened." Hu Qiuyun reported the causes and consequences of the riot with trepidation. After listening, Meng He's expression darkened, filled with helplessness. Such riots had occurred frequently throughout Chang'an City today, but from Hu Qiuyun's account, it was evident that the riot at Lishue Courtyard was the most tragic in the entire city. "You go notify all the residents in the community to gather at the community park and bring down all the corpses. In this hot weather, they will start to smell in a day or two." Hu Qiuyun said with a troubled expression. "What if they refuse to comply?" Meng He's expression darkened, his gaze sharp. He said sternly, "Tell them that if they do not comply with the arrangements, their eligibility to purchase supplies will be revoked, and armed military and police will come to invite them." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiuyun hurried back to the community office, and soon the community broadcast echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. The residents who had initially held on to a glimmer of hope now listened to the warning about losing access to supplies and being approached by armed forces. They could only obediently comply with the order, carrying the stiff bodies of their relatives to. When all the military and police looked at the growing number of corpses laid out in the park, they could not help but gasp. When all the residents had gathered in the park, the police officer in charge of counting came before Director Meng to report. Director Meng, after counting, there were a total of 217 deaths in this riot, mostly elderly, weak women, and children, with dozens more. Hearing this number, the soldiers and police were all shocked. They had dealt with many riot cases during these days, and the worst had only resulted in a dozen deaths, mostly injuries. Director Meng took the megaphone from the police officer behind him, his face dark as he stepped in front of the crowd. What do you want? Are you rebelling? Look at these people, they are your neighbors. Who struck first? The crowd of residents fell silent, each one avoiding Director Meng's gaze, fearing they would attract trouble. At that moment, a woman holding her daughter stepped out from the crowd, still wearing a bloodstained dress, her face filled with sorrow, pointing at a bare-chested man. She cried to Director Meng, "Officer, it was him who killed my husband, and he was the first to strike." The bare-chested man in the crowd immediately shouted, "It was clearly your husband who struck first." Director Meng nodded at two police officers, and the bare-chested man was handcuffed and taken aside. Seeing this scene, many others stepped forward from the crowd to report the killers of their loved ones. The previously quiet atmosphere in the park became noisy and chaotic. In the end, a total of 16 instigators were arrested, and the bare-chested man who had first incited the riot was brought before the crowd by two police officers. Director Meng drew his handgun and chambered a round. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the bare-chested man's forehead as he fell straight down. The noisy crowd fell silent in an instant, each person backing away in terror. It was unfathomable for the police to kill without going through due process. I don't want to lecture you about laws and regulations right now. I just want to tell you that this world hasn't fallen into chaos, yet the country still exists and the government is still here. Don't think you can do whatever you want under the illusion that the law doesn't hold the masses accountable. Now go home and obey the community's arrangements. After hearing this, everyone dared not linger any longer and hurriedly fled. Director Meng's actions left the military and police personnel speechless. Lu Chongqing looked at the recent scene in disbelief and approached Director Meng, saying, "Old Mengyu, no need to say more. The natural disaster has ended, and I will accept the scrutiny from above. The current situation no longer allows me to be indecisive." Lu Chongqing hesitated for a long time, unsure how to begin. Looking at Meng He, the person who had always promoted him, even recommending him for the position of deputy director, he said regretfully, "Sai, is it worth it for you to do this? Old Lu, we've known each other for many years. When you reported to the police force, I was just a small station chief. We are of the same kind, yet you now ask me if it's worth it." Lu Chongqing's face turned pale as he lowered his head in indifference. Meng He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he said word by word, "When did you start betraying your own beliefs?" Lu Chongqing trembled at those words and raised his head. His shock gradually turned into a sense of relief, and he smiled bitterly, saying, "Sai, I finally waited for this day. When did you all find out? Does it matter? Yes, it doesn't matter anymore. I've been waiting for this day to come all these years." Just as Zhang Qinggang stood up, he heard his master's words and asked in disappointment, "Master, why?" You. Lu Chongqing took his service pistol from his waist and handed it to Zhang Qinggang, saying, "Do you still remember the taste of the fish-flavored eggplant your master's wife made? I've almost forgotten why that silly woman would look for a poor boy like me who came out of a remote mountain village. In the end, it caused her to be retaliated against by criminals, leaving her in a vegetative state. She has been lying there for 6 years, and the medical expenses for a month amount to 3,000. Haha, if I can't even save my beloved, what value does faith hold?" Zhang Qinggang said in disbelief, "Didn't you say those medical expenses were covered by your master's wife's parents? They stopped paying after the 4th month and gave up on the treatment. But I cannot give up. She was targeted because of my work, leading to the malicious retaliation from criminals. Without me, she should have had a perfect and happy life." Lu Chongqing's words stirred mixed feelings within Meng He and Zhang Qinggang. Over the years, Lu Chongqing's life has been very simple, with a monotonous routine of either working in the bureau or caring for his beloved in the hospital. Meng He calmed his emotions and slowly spoke, "You should go to the hospital to be with your beloved. While waiting for the disciplinary inspection, I will report your situation truthfully and help you write a petition." Lu Chongqing shook his head and said, "No need to write. I will wait for the disciplinary team at the hospital. Old Meng, all the evidence of Xie Debaio's crimes and our phone recordings are in the safe in my office. The password is... All the money Xie Debiao gave me is in an offshore trust company which transfers money to the hospital regularly every month. I ask you to keep an eye on the hospital for me after I go in." Meng He felt an even heavier heart. Lu Chongqing's series of arrangements clearly indicated he was prepared for the consequences. "Don't worry, we will visit her often." Lu Chongqing, after hearing this, stood at attention and was about to salute, but slowly put his hand down and deeply bowed to Meng He before turning to leave, patting Zhang Qinggang on the shoulder. Watching Lu Chongqing's distant figure filled with desolation, his steps had a lightness, as if he had been liberated. Meng He gathered his emotions and instructed the officers below, Zhang Qingang go back immediately to retrieve the evidence of Xiedabio's crimes, establish a file for preservation, and send it to the evidence room. The rest of you contact the funeral home to come and collect the body. The recent scene was witnessed in its entirety by the Wang sisters who were not far away. Wang Yu said to her sister, "Sister, just as you said, Lu Chongqing has long been targeted. I just didn't expect it to end up like this." Wang Yu nodded, her gaze deep, not knowing what she was thinking. She then approached Zhang Qingang and said, "Captain Zhang, we will return to the city bureau with you. Xieda is involved in the hacking case, and I need to review that evidence." According to rank, Zhang Qingang is above Wang Yun, but in terms of privilege, Zhang Qingang had to cooperate with Wang Yun. Hearing Wang Yun's request, Zhang Qingang could only agree to her request. The three drove back to Deputy Director Lu Changqing's office, retrieving a file bag and a USB drive. Opening the file bag revealed Xiedabio's offshore bank card and his transaction records, as well as evidence of Lu Chongqing profiting from his position. Opening the computer and inserting the USB drive, there were thousands of call records, the earliest dating back 6 years. Wang Yun put on headphones and directly opened the most recent dozen call records, listening carefully to the content one by one. Upon hearing the last two contents, Wang Yun's eyes lit up and a victorious smile appeared on her face. She then said to Zhang Qingang, "Captain Zhang, I need to copy the last two call records." "Sure, just have Director Chen go to the evidence room to sign later." Wang Yu stood aside, not knowing what information her sister had obtained, but from her expression it was clear that she had likely discovered clues related to the hacking case. "Sister, how could Xieda be involved in the hacking case?" Wang Yun did not answer directly, but teased with a smile, "Isn't your little brother out of supplies now? Aren't you going to check on him?" Wang Yu slapped her forehead, suddenly enlightened. "I almost forgot, let's go deliver some supplies to him." After saying that, Wang Yu quickly left the office while Wang Yun turned to Zhang Qingang and asked, "Captain Zhang, how is that undercover officer doing?" The person was rescued, but due to excessive blood loss he remains in a coma. If he wakes up, please be sure to inform me. I need to understand some details from him. Okay. After saying that, Wang Yun quickly left the office, chasing after Wang Yu. The case at Lishui Villa was hastily closed, resulting in a massive brawl involving over 5,000 people, with 217 dead and 17 arrested, one of whom was executed on the spot. This news quickly spread among the community owners. Li Fan, holding his phone, gleaned fragmented information from the group messages and roughly understood the police's handling. It seems that the official control of Chang'an Mansion is still intact. For minor skirmishes resulting in 2 or 3 deaths, the police will turn a blind eye. However, when a large-scale fatal riot occurs, the authorities will take drastic measures. But all of this has nothing to do with me. I just want to eat and sleep and wait for Lu Ruyin to provide the exact location of Xieda. At that moment, the surveillance alarm went off, and the screen showed the Wang sisters standing outside the door, holding something in their hands. Li Fan felt a wave of annoyance. Why are these two women here again? If it were just Wang Yu, Li Fan wouldn't mind much. But Wang Yun beside her truly gave him a headache. Perhaps seeing that Li Fan had not opened the door for a long time, Wang Yu dialed his phone. Reluctantly, Li Fan had to return to the first floor, open the door, and invite the 2 female officers into the fortress. After the 2 sisters entered the fortress, they settled in the living room on the first floor, and Wang Yu placed the supplies she had in her hands on the coffee table. There were fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, and cooking oil. Not many, but enough for one person to last 4 to 5 days. "I know you are short on supplies right now, so I brought you some. Once you finish, remember to call me, and I will bring you more." Looking at the supplies on the table, Li Fan felt a slight stir in his heart, but seeing Wang Yun's ever-present smile, he couldn't let his guard down. This was because Li Fan had activated his mental testing device and found that Wang Yun's hostility index had reached 80, a high number indicating her increasing doubts about him. Wang Yun sensed Li Fan's gaze, smiled slightly and teased, "These supplies were specially bought for you through my sister's special connections. You should know that there is currently a shortage of supplies in the city, and these items were deducted from my sister's own share." Wang Yu's cheeks flushed instantly, but she was quite surprised. Wasn't her sister always advising her to be cautious around Li Fan? Why was she now trying to play matchmaker? Before she could figure out her sister's inconsistency, she heard Li Fan politely say, "Thank you so much, Sister Yu. How much do I owe you? They'll transfer it to you." Wang Yu repeatedly waved her hands, her gaze dodging slightly as she looked at Li Fan. "No need, it's not much money." Li Fan observed the 2 sisters' numbers and confirmed that Wang Yu held no hostility towards him. Instead, her feelings of affection were rising. However, Wang Yun was a significant trouble. Thinking quickly to send the 2 away to avoid saying too much, she immediately asked, "Sister Yue, did we catch Xieda? Will I be able to retrieve my supplies?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's expression became awkward as she replied apologetically, "We didn't catch Xieda, he escaped." "Escaped? But don't worry, I will definitely catch him. Then I will wait for your good news." While the 2 were chatting, Wang Yun kept looking at Li Fan, her gaze carrying a subtle significance that was neither a smile nor a frown. She turned to Wang Yu and said, "Will you go wait in the car for me? Oh, I need to talk to Li Fan about something." Wang Yu looked at her sister in surprise and asked with confusion, "Sister, what are you going to do?" "Don't worry, I just want to chat with him about the hacking case." "But Li Fan isn't involved in the hacking case, is he?" "I won't harm him, I just need to verify his whereabouts on the day of the hacking case." "Don't forget you're a police officer, you know what to do, right?" Wang Yu frowned tightly, as she knew that if her sister had set her mind on something, she wouldn't stop until she achieved her goal. However, she always believed that Li Fan was just a clever college student and didn't think he would be involved in the hacking case. If she didn't let her sister clarify, it would bring Li Fan considerable trouble in the future. Turning to Li Fan, she reassured him, "You two talk well. If you have anything to explain to my sister, do so clearly to avoid any future misunderstandings." Li Fan had been guessing what Wang Yun was up to. He knew that initially she didn't see him as an ordinary college student, but many events had since increased her interest in him. Until yesterday's robbery by Zhang Liang and the 2 videos of the supermarket theft, she completely suspected him of being involved in the hacking case. After Wang Yu left, Li Fan and Wang Yun sat facing each other in silence. Eventually, it was Wang Yun who broke the silence first. "You made the call that allowed Xie Biao to escape, didn't you?" "Evidence. Aren't you going to defend yourself?" "What evidence do you have?" Li Fan was genuinely tired of Wang Yun's dogged pursuit and suspicion, and he was calculating whether he needed to eliminate this woman. But thinking about eliminating her also meant dealing with Wang Yu outside the fortress, which weighed on his conscience. Moreover, this woman was from the National Security Department, not just an ordinary police officer, making it a troublesome affair to deal with her at this moment. However, Li Fan no longer had the patience to play games with her. Wang Yun noticed the change in Li Fan's attitude, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, making her heart tighten. As she moved her hands, which were resting on her chest, towards her waist, she became even more convinced of her suspicions. "We're going to capture Xie Biao without applying for an arrest warrant from the Bureau, so only the 3 of us know about this operation. Yet Xie Biao received a tip-off before we arrived. Could there be anyone else besides you?" "Oh, is this your evidence?" Wang Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened as she spoke in a low voice. "In our National Security Department, we don't need to emphasize evidence. As long as the inference is reasonable, we can invite you for tea." Upon hearing this, Li Fan was already prepared to kill and silence her, but seeing the movement of Wang Yun's right hand, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest, almost forgetting that this woman must be armed. If he acted now while Wang Yun was unarmed, he would have a chance. But seeing her defensive posture, it was clear she was carrying a gun, making him anxious. "Haha, you really are not an ordinary person." You showed no reaction upon hearing the words National Security Department. "Are you so idle in the National Security Department? You come to handle a theft case. Besides, I lost my own supplies, yet you suspect I tipped off the thieves. The National Security Department's efficiency doesn't seem that impressive." Wang Yun's eyelids drooped slightly as her gaze flickered. She ultimately chose not to completely expose Li Fan's hacking identity, because she currently had no actual evidence. Even though the National Security Department had privileges, they couldn't just arrest anyone based on suspicion, especially in this unique period. It seems Xie Biao is still a key figure. As long as he is caught and his innocence regarding the supermarket theft is confirmed through a lie detector, it will prove that the videos are fabricated. Thinking of this, Wang Yun replaced her expression with a gentle smile. "All right, I will find Xie Biao as soon as possible and help you retrieve your supplies." Li Fan's expression remained indifferent, his tone cold as he gestured for her to leave. "Be my guest, do I want to rest? Safe travels, no need to see you out." Wang Yun stood up and said casually, "I will come find you again." Li Fan sat on the sofa, not intending to see her off, and watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of lament. If such a woman were a teammate, it would save a lot of energy, but as an enemy, she was the most troublesome existence. If Wang Yun had insisted on taking Li Fan back to have tea with the National Security Department, even if it involved some risk, he would have had to eliminate her and escape early. Unexpectedly, Wang Yun ultimately gave up on the idea of capturing Li Fan, which left him somewhat astonished. Upon reflection, he understood that she needed Xie Biao's genuine testimony and witnesses. The people involved in the supermarket theft were now only left with Xie Biao. It seemed he needed to find Xie Biao quickly and deal with him. At the very least, he couldn't let Wang Yun find Xie Biao first. Li Fan returned to the underground third floor, opened Wang Yu's phone surveillance, and wanted to see how the 2 sisters would arrange their next steps. At 2 a.m., the streets were still bustling with people coming and going. A Volvo XC40 sped along the highway towards Bailin District. Wang Yun sat in silence. After getting in the car, her expression grave. Upon hearing her sister's question, she did not answer, but rolled down the window, letting the warm night breeze fill the cabin. "Yeah, do you think that once the scorching heat ends, the disaster will truly be over?" Wang Yun nodded and replied, "Beijing is already in the process of establishing safe zones." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's expression changed. As the power center of the Xia country, the safety level would undoubtedly be the highest, yet Beijing was in the midst of constructing safe zones. This was a shocking piece of information. What kind of disaster could compel the capital of a nation to build safe zones? "Who told you that?" "Grandpa called me yesterday." Now all the major families in Beijing are vying for political capital in the safe zones. What does it mean that Grandpa called you? Wang Yun gave a bleak smile and said, "It simply means he wants me to return to the Chun family, serving as a connection between the two families to help them cooperate in the struggle for political capital. Sister, why not just stay in Chang'an Prefecture? He'll support you." Upon hearing this, the grave look on Wang Yun's face disappeared, replaced by a smile, as she said, "You supporting me? With your monthly salary, only a few thousand, you can barely afford to spend it all. If it weren't for second aunt secretly sending you money, could you even buy a house or a car in Chang'an Prefecture?" This hit Wang Yu's soft spot, and she retorted angrily, I was just trying to comfort you, because I see you're not living happily. You really don't appreciate kindness. Yeah, there are many ways to resist the fate of our family, but you chose the most straightforward method. I envy you, but I can't. Since childhood, my family has put me on a pedestal, labeling me in various ways. Every decision I make requires careful consideration of the pros and cons." At that moment, Wang Yun's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, she frowned, a look of resistance hidden in her eyes, and answered the call. A voice filled with pressure came through the phone. "When are you coming back?" Wang Yun replied in a flat tone devoid of any emotion. "I'll return when the mission is over." "Are you avoiding me? Don't forget you are the daughter-in-law of the Chun family, the wife of Chun Yunxian. What is it with you being out in public all the time?" Wang Yun's expression remained indifferent, though anger flickered in her eyes as she replied with calmness. "I told you before we got married that I am not an object nor an ornament sent from my family to yours. I have my own work in life. How could you forget? Or do you mean to say that since I've been gone for so long, no one can satisfy your twisted fetishes and comfort your distorted psyche?" These words seemed to ignite Chen Yongshuan's fury on the other end of the line, and his voice became frantic. "Wang Yun, you are my wife, my possession. This fate is something you cannot escape in this lifetime. Don't force me to use certain means to bring you back." Wang Yun let out a cold laugh and retorted, "A well-known gentleman in the elite circles of Beijing, refined and cultured, yet this is your conduct. What if I were to release that video of your brutal, twisted behavior in bed? Would you still be refined and cultured?" "What? You actually filmed a video?" "Hee, I have my own little quirks too." It seemed Chun Yunxian smashed his phone, and the call abruptly ended. After hanging up, Wang Yun rolled up the window and leaned back in her seat, slowly closing her eyes. The cabin fell into a deathly silence, and Wang Yu realized that her exceptionally intelligent sister did not seem as happy in the Qin family. Little did she expect that the recent phone call contained such explosive information that left her at a loss for words on how to comfort her sister. "Yeah, do you still remember the question I asked Li Fan that day? What?" Wang Yu glanced at Wang Yun, who was still leaning against the passenger seat with her eyes closed, not understanding the meaning of Wang Yun's question. "I asked him what kind of person can rise above the rules of law. He replied, absolute power. I think he was right. Perhaps I should try another method to resist the fate of my family." After saying this, Wang Yun opened her eyes, a decisive look along with a hint of madness in them. In the fortress, Li Fan, although he did not hear the direction of the investigation into Xiedebiao from Wang Yu's phone surveillance, unexpectedly caught a key piece of information. That is, Beijing has already begun to prepare for the establishment of safe zones. However, it is unclear whether Beijing has detected the Tainhua virus from the melting glaciers. But all of this was not of much concern to him. The most urgent matter was finding Xiedebiao. Li Fan was not prepared to wait passively for news from Lu Ruoyan's phone surveillance. He then communicated with Ran Lin. "Xiao Ran, when will that surprise be ready? Soon. Have you found Xiedebiao's location?" "No, I plan to go to the industrial park myself and take a look. I will have it ready for you before 8 o'clock tonight." Having confirmed the timing for the equipment, Li Fan opened the surveillance computer and checked Lu Ruoyan's surveillance records, finding still no information. He then turned off the surveillance and opened the map of the western suburbs industrial park. The entire industrial park was divided into 5 areas: light industry zone, heavy industry zone, logistics park, chemical zone, and special metal factory. Li Fan had been to the logistics park, but the other areas were still unfamiliar to him. Looking at the densely packed factories, dormitories, and office buildings on the map, he felt a headache coming on. It seemed that finding Xiedebiao quickly would not be an easy task. He could only search through one park after another. In the morning, the sun rose, and the scorching air instantly enveloped the earth. There were still 3 days until the end of the scorching heat, and the temperature remained high. Humans are highly adaptable creatures on Earth. After experiencing initial panic, people seem to have begun to get used to living precariously under the high temperatures. Upon hearing news of neighbors and friends dying, there was no longer much emotional response. Everyone was thinking about how to quickly obtain living supplies, and their respect for the law had diminished considerably. In a certain factory basement of the western suburbs industrial park, Xiedebiao sat, with Zhou Chong, Lu Ruoyan, and old Xiao gathered around a worn long table eating simple meals. Suddenly a phone rang from Xiedebiao's bag. He opened the bag to find 4 mobile phones inside, 3 of which were turned off. Xiedebiao's face was grim as he took out his phone. A middle-aged man's voice came through after he connected. Old Xia, I found out from a friend that Liu Changqing has been suspended, and after the disaster the discipline committee will intervene to investigate him. Just as I thought. Old Xia, what did you do to get into such big trouble? I was set up by a little brat. Has that phone number been traced? The number is an anonymous group purchase card. There's no registered information for this type of card. Thanks, Old G. When my brothers arrive from the battlefield, you'll definitely be well rewarded. Don't mention it. We've known each other for so many years, of course I'll help you. Xie Biao hung up the phone, his eyes narrowed, and the rising and falling of his chest indicated that his mood was far from calm. Old Xiao was one of the first people Xie Biao recruited when he first established himself in Chang'an Prefecture, making him one of the longest-serving veterans under his command. Over the years he made quite a bit of money with Xie Biao, but he wasn't deeply involved in Xie Biao's underworld dealings. To facilitate contact with the outside world, Xie Biao had kept him by his side after going into hiding. Brother Biao, what's the situation? Liu Changqing is out of the picture now, but we can only rely on ourselves. Old Xiao, go to the battlefield, and bring Huzi and the others back with you. Also find out if the police are looking for me. Old Xiao stood up and left the basement, which returned to silence once again. On the 6th day of the work stoppage, the outdoor temperature remained steadfast at 68, making the entire city resemble a desolate wasteland. Death occurred every moment. As the clock approached 5 p.m., Li Fan was awakened from his slumber by Ran Lin. The surprise has been prepared for you. Li Fan, still drowsy, instantly became alert and eagerly asked, "What is it? Hurry and show me." Li Fan sensed the item in another space that Ran Lin was holding, and with a thought of pure black combat suit and a tactical helmet materialized on the table. He reached out to grab the black clothing, finding it soft and lightweight, not as heavy as it appeared. In his mind, he heard Ran Lin's voice. This suit is designed based on the style of your world's Special Forces combat uniforms, crafted from a new material, nanoactive fiber, refined from the materials in your warehouse. In addition to being fireproof, bulletproof, and temperature regulating, it enhances the fit of the clothing, with every crease conforming to ergonomic curves. The collar extends to the jawline, allowing for a nano-level connection with protective goggles, and the tactical helmet forming a complete protective system. Li Fan gazed at the combat suit, growing more fond of it, and curiously asked, "What is the grade of this suit?" According to the Coronia rating standard, it's grade D, sufficient for you to move freely outside. Li Fan set down the combat suit and picked up the tactical helmet and goggles on the side. This was a Special Forces tactical helmet styled after the American design, also entirely black. The night vision feature of the helmet was replaced by the goggles, and at the back of the helmet were 3 metal tubes. Upon closer inspection, those tubes contained 3 silver dragonflies. The sides of the tactical helmet had 2 slots for glasses designed to connect with the goggles. This helmet is made from a boron carbide ceramic shell with molecular-level etched electromagnetic protection patterns on the surface. When the wearer turns their head, the embedded neural network in the helmet adjusts the visual compensation system 0.3 seconds in advance. The protective capabilities need not be elaborated, but importantly, I've added neural connection technology, which allows you to use the psychological tester on your wrist to warn you of hostilities within 100 meters. You've already experienced the goggles yesterday. Oh, I just made slight adjustments to their appearance. Li Fan's heart raced, and he immediately donned the combat suit and tactical helmet. The top fit snugly, and after performing several movements, he felt no obstruction. Instead, it was exceptionally lightweight. With this gear, unless he faced heavily armored troops, ordinary firearms posed no threat to him. This gave Li Fan a lot of confidence, allowing him to search for Xie Biao in the industrial park without fear of being shot by illegal firearms. Are you planning to go to the industrial park to find Xie Biao tonight? Li Fan continuously tested the various functions of the combat suit, while mentally responding to Ran Lin. The sooner I resolve him, the sooner I can rest easy. Although I'm not particularly worried about conflicts with the authorities right now, it's best to avoid them. Most importantly, people from the National Security Department are still in Chang'an, and I don't want to draw attention in Shangjing City just yet. Once I have absolute self-defense capabilities, I will need to visit Shangjing. Ran Lin was somewhat puzzled. If he didn't want to attract attention in Shangjing, what was the compelling reason to go? What is your purpose in going to Shangjing? In my past life, your information originated from Shangjing, so I suspect there should be information related to you or Nuka there. Alright, I will do my best to help you enhance your armament. However, I have some bad news for you. The various materials you've collected have been mostly used up. You mean those materials were used up to create this set of equipment? Not entirely used up. Come in and see for yourself. Li Fan immediately entered the alternate space, heading to the supplies storage area. Looking around, the warehouse that once held a plethora of cables was now completely empty. Of the more than 100 luxury cars, only a dozen high-performance RVs and SUVs remained. This scene made Li Fan's heart ache. He turned to Ran Lin and joked, "You really don't know how valuable resources are until you manage them. This much material only produced this one combat suit." Ran Lin shrugged and said, "Not everything is used up. Those items were decomposed, and the usable rare materials have been exhausted." Common materials like iron, copper, aluminum, graphite, and plastic are all still piled up in the materials lab. Now you need to figure out how to acquire some rare metals for future use in the armory and high-tech laboratories. Li Fan wholeheartedly agreed, even though the remaining laboratories had not yet been activated. However, it was never wrong to prepare for the future, and based on recent experiences, the consumption in Coronia was indeed terrifying. He then said to Ran Lin, "What do we need? Give me a list, and I will do my best to collect it." Ran Lin waved his hand, and a 3D projection of the list appeared before Li Fan. Beryllium, lithium, rubidium, cesium, platinum, iridium, osmium, gallium, germanium, indium, thallium, scandium, yttrium, lanthanum, cerium, titanium, zirconium, tantalum, vanadium, niobium, polonium, radium, actinium, uranium, plutonium. The densely packed list of rare metals made one dizzy, and when Li Fan saw radium and uranium at the end, his scalp tingled. Are these items something a college student can acquire? What are these radioactive rare metals needed for? Ran Lin pointed to the not yet activated high-tech laboratories and dark matter laboratories, saying, "These two labs will truly require their respective rare element materials once they are activated. Otherwise, you should search for minerals and have the materials lab refine them for self-sufficiency." Li Fan dared not even think about minerals right now, knowing that the current rare metal mines were strategic resources controlled by the state, all strictly regulated by the government. Even during the mid-apocalypse, they remained under the control of major production bases. Are there no other metallic elements that can substitute them? Currently, I have only found usable materials from the information available in your world. Many materials are not in your records, indicating that you have yet to discover them. Well, then I happen to be going to the industrial park tonight. I might as well collect some from the chemical factory area and special metal refining plants. Perhaps I will find something useful. He selected a Hummer H2 diesel version from the dozen off-road vehicles, filled it with fuel, and decided to head out in it tonight. After leaving the alternate space, Li Fan pulled down the goggles on his helmet, activated the 3D projection of the goggles, and brought up a panoramic map of the industrial park to study it carefully. Originally aimless, it now seemed necessary to first search the rare metal area and see if he could gather any rare metals. It was also time to go out and see, as Li Fan hadn't ventured out of the fortress since the work stoppage began. He had only seen the current chaos in Chang'an from short video accounts. As night fell in a basement of an industrial park, Lao Shao brought in 8 robust young men. One of them, with dark skin, dressed simply and possessing a naive appearance, resembled an honest man who had just come out of the mountains. Yet his hands were thick with knuckles and calluses, and his eyes revealed a fierce glint. This was Xie de Biao, the head of the battlefield, and also Zhang Liang's cousin, who had practiced martial arts at Shaolin Temple in his childhood. Due to his simple mind and ruthless methods, he obeyed Xie de Biao and Zhang Liang's words unconditionally. Thus, the management of the battlefield was entrusted to him. "Brother Biao, did my brother really die, eh? Huzi, don't you trust my words? It's not that Lao Shao told me everything that happened, saying there was a video showing my brother betraying you. But Brother Biao, my brother would never. Alright Huzi, you two brothers are my most loyal subordinates, and I absolutely trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted the nightclub and the battlefield to you two to manage. The video is fake. Your brother must have been killed by that kid. I called you here to look for an opportunity for revenge." Hearing this, Huzi clenched his fists tightly, his arm muscles bulging, and his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Biao, just say the word, and it'll take people to beat that brat into a pulp." Xie de Biao stepped in front of Huzi, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't be anxious. That kid's fortress is easy to defend and hard to attack. We must wait until he comes out of the fortress to act. The police might already be watching me. I cannot make a move. You should take 2 brothers to monitor the fortress every move." "Okay, you'll take people to watch right away." Huzi turned around, selected 2 younger brothers, and left the basement with them. Less than half an hour after Huzi left, Lao Shao came over and said to Xie de Biao, "Brother Biao, Mr. G has arrived." Xie de Biao looked towards the basement door and saw a middle-aged man with the aura of a superior, dressed in a white shirt with slicked back hair glistening and a humble smile on his face. "Lao Xie, you've been wronged here in the past few days." Xie de Biao also revealed a friendly smile and approached him politely, expressing his gratitude. "Lao Ji, I'm in a tough spot right now. It's already quite rare for someone to be willing to help me out. How can there be any talk of grievances? Come, let's go to my room for tea." With that, the two entered a room within the basement, while 2 brothers stood guard outside. The room was very simply furnished with a bed, a sofa set, and a tea table, all enclosed and maintained by a wall-mounted air conditioner for air circulation. "Lao Xie, the matter you asked me to investigate has been clarified. That night no trucks went to Beijing." Xie de Biao paused in his tea, pouring, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and asked, "Are you sure no trucks went there?" The middle-aged man, surnamed Ji, nodded confidently and replied, "I'm sure. Don't forget what I do. I have contact information for all vehicles over 2 axles in the entire Chang'an prefecture. Unless the dozens of trucks you mentioned aren't from our Chang'an prefecture." Xie de Biao raised his teacup, brought it close to his lips, and took a sip, slightly squinting his eyes. If no trucks from all of Chang'an Prefecture went to Beijing, then those from outside the city are even less likely. That means the video from Li Fan is absolutely fake. Recalling Lu Yulian's phone call recording, Xie Biao felt a surge of anger within. If he had doubts about the video at that time, he could now confirm it completely. He had been played like a puppet by Li Fan from start to finish with the intent to bring him down. Could it be that the events from 3 years ago have been exposed and Li Fan seeks revenge? But at that time the truck driver he found was a person in the late stages of cancer. It should have been handled very cleanly, even the police concluded it as an ordinary car accident. How did Li Fan find out? However, none of this matters now. The situation has become one of life and death. It's just a matter of who can laugh last. Lao Ji, how's the second matter I asked you to investigate? That matter is a bit troublesome. Tracking down your 2 women isn't simple. One you already know is the deputy captain of the criminal police team Wang Yu. The other one is confidential, so I can't find out much. However, I heard some information from a friend in the Ministry of Finance. It is said that you emptied a supermarket in Lishui courtyard, and there is video surveillance capturing the entire process. Hearing this, Xie Biao's expression turned extremely ugly, and the teacup in his hand was smashed to the ground. Good kid, you really are trying to put a bra on a pig, and even have a whole set of them. Do you really think I'm made of clay? The man surnamed Ji held his teacup, looking suspiciously at Xie Biao, smiling slightly. He didn't believe that Xie Biao didn't steal the supermarket's goods. Lao Xie, what are your next plans? Xie Biao noticed his expression of suspicion, but knew that no matter how he explained, no one would believe him. I plan to deal with that kid, then take my people and leave Chang'an Prefecture for Jinju Prefecture. Are you really going to give up all the prestige and assets you've established in Chang'an Prefecture? Xie Biao shook his head and said, no, I'm just going to Jinju Prefecture to avoid the storm. Once the natural disaster is over, I'll reconnect with the authorities and come back. Lao Xie, do you really believe the natural disaster will end? What do you mean? Not long ago you must have heard about the theft at my logistics park, right? This man surnamed Ji is the owner of the logistics park, a logistics tycoon from the 5 provinces in the northwest, and the father of Ji Buchan. Originally hospitalized due to stress, he was discharged on the 3rd day. Moreover, he used all his connections to pressure the police, but in the end the matter was left unresolved due to the natural disaster. He had no choice but to pay out of his own pocket to repurchase supplies to fill the gap. However, after the natural disaster he began to have different thoughts. Although the large quantities of supplies he purchased could not fully compensate for even 1/10 of the lost goods. If he could take advantage of this batch of supplies to make a fortune from the national disaster selling at 10 times the price, wouldn't he be able to recover his losses? However, as time passed, he discovered that this natural disaster might not be as simple as he thought. His channels of information cover the entire country. Although much information has been blocked, he can understand the specifics of the situation nationwide through his connections. Xie Biao had naturally heard about the theft at Ji Wuli's logistics park, but he didn't know what Ji Wuli meant by bringing this up, so he followed his words and asked, I know about this matter. What happened? Did you find any clues? Ji Wuli shook his head and said, no clues at all. Oh, I only know that the surveillance that night was tampered with, and those night shift security personnel have been controlled by the police. Immediately after the natural disaster occurred. Don't you think this is quite a coincidence? What do you mean? Ji Wuli said with a smile in his eyes and a glint of sharpness. I suspect that my batch of supplies was quietly transferred away by the authorities, even the highest levels, just to deal with this natural disaster. After hearing this, Xie Biao, after a brief moment of shock, felt that Ji Wuli's deduction had some truth to it, but as he pondered carefully, he suddenly noticed something strange. The surveillance was tampered with. Xie Biao now felt an almost visceral aversion to the term video surveillance. As he carefully replayed Ji Wuli's words in his mind, an utterly absurd association suddenly flashed across his thoughts. Old Ji, are you suggesting the surveillance system at your logistics park was tampered with? Ji Wuli had no idea why Xie Biao's attention had fixated on video surveillance. Exactly. That night the security guards' patrol routes were fully logged, but not a single guard appeared in the footage. Xie Biao's eyes grew brighter with each word. He leaned forward urgently. Did the police uncover absolutely no leads? They did provide me with a vague, inconclusive surveillance clip, claiming a middle-aged man was highly suspicious. Is the footage still available? Send it to me. As Ji Wuli picked up his phone to transmit the file, he added calmly, Old Xie, what I truly want to tell you is this: the calamity won't end so easily. Do you know how many cities across the nation have already collapsed into total chaos? Do you know that coastal metropolises have already been swallowed beneath the sea? This disaster may well be an opportunity. Consider it carefully. If Chang'an Prefecture descends entirely into anarchy, might we carve out our own domain and establish a sovereign power? Xie Biao tapped open the video as it began downloading, only to freeze stunned, speechless, staring at Ji Wuli. He thought Ji Wuli must have lost his mind. Even he, a shadow sovereign of the underworld, dared not entertain such ambitions. Yet here was a respectable businessman openly voicing them. Yet Ji Wuli was no fool. What concrete evidence could possibly justify such audacity? How could you conceive such a bold notion? Ji Wu Li observed Xie Biao's reaction with quiet composure, set down his teacup, and spoke slowly. I run logistics. I know the state of every city nationwide, perhaps even more intimately than certain official channels. Despite the information, but do you know what lies beyond the veil? Total collapse. Private armed factions have seized control across entire regions. Among them are two of my business partners. Old Xie, the world has changed. We must prepare for the road ahead. You command manpower, I control supplies. When the moment ripens, our opportunity will arrive. Xie Biao sat paralyzed by the sheer audacity of Ji Wu Li's vision. Don't you realize the calamity ends in just 2 days? Once it concludes, social order will restore itself, cities will resume functioning, and all these rogue forces will face swift retribution. Ji Wu Li, however, wore the serene confidence of a man holding winning cards, continuing his persuasion. Old Xie, we'll wait precisely 2 days. Let us see whether the calamity truly ceases. If it does, dismiss today's words as feverish rambling. But if the calamity intensifies, will hesitation still hold you back? Xie Biao hesitated, idly rotating his teacup between his fingers. He knew full well Chang'an Prefecture's current state. It hovered on the precipice of total disintegration. If the calamity worsened after 2 days, not subsided, the prefecture would surely descend into chaos. Across the nation, more cities would fall into irreversible collapse. Could Ji Wu Li's prophecy then prove true? Carve realms and proclaim sovereignty. Dominate a territory unchallenged. As Xie Biao's thoughts surged, his phone completed the video download. His gaze shifted to the screen and landed upon the unfamiliar middle-aged man. If the calamity worsened after 2 days, not subsided, the prefecture would surely descend into chaos. Across the nation, more cities would fall into irreversible collapse. Could Ji Wu Li's prophecy then? Old Ji, did the police identify this man? No. They claimed he was actually a young man aged 20 to 25, skillfully disguised. That sentence struck Xie Biao like thunderclap, shattering his doubt. A person capable of manipulating surveillance feeds. A person able to fabricate hyperrealistic footage from nothing. A youth barely in his 20s. A person who could vanish vast quantities of supplies without trace. Xie Biao believed he had finally grasped the truth. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Hu Zi's number. He answered instantly. Hey brother Biao, the kid just left the fortress driving a brand new Hummer H2, no license plates. Xie Biao's pulse quickened, yet he swiftly suppressed the surge of impulse. After 2 confrontations, his approach toward Li Fan had grown markedly more cautious. Then it occurred to him Li Fan owned no such luxury vehicle. Which direction did he head? Send me a video of his car, now? Brother Biao, he's heading toward the west suburb industrial zone. I'm tailing him with 2 brothers. Hang on, I'll film it right away. He hung up. A minute later, Xie Biao received the clip, a gleaming silver Hummer H2, pristine and new, roaring along the highway toward the west suburb, its engine bellowing like a tiger's roar. The sound caught Ji Wu Li's attention. Curious, he rose and stepped beside Xie Biao, glancing at the phone screen. One glance, and Ji Wu Li shot upright, pointing at the Hummer on screen. Damn it. That's the 2024 commemorative edition Hummer H2 stolen from my warehouse. Xie Biao thrust the phone toward him. Are you absolutely certain this is the stolen vehicle? Look closely. Ji Wu Li snatched the phone, voice trembling with intensity. I'd never mistake it. This model is the latest, 2024 commemorative edition, globally limited to 200 units. Only 5 exist in Xia country, and this one is the sole unit in northwest China. It was a wedding gift from Gansu province's gas tycoon to his son, scheduled for delivery next mid-month. Ji Wu Li's revelation crystallized everything for Xie Biao. What had been mere suspicion now hardened into certainty. Li Fan was the arsonist who torched his Red Romance Club. The video of Zhang Liang's betrayal. The footage of his own alleged supermarket theft, all orchestrated by Li Fan himself. Thus Li Fan controlled not only Xie Biao's purchase supplies and the supermarket's inventory, but also Ji Wu Li's staggering 13 billion yuan stockpile across 5 northwestern provinces. The very thought sent chills down Xie Biao's spine. Yet where precisely had Li Fan concealed such vast reserves? And a far weightier question remained, why had Li Fan risked so much, stealing, purchasing, hoarding, to amass such colossal resources? Xie Biao sat motionless on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea to steady his shock. His eyes narrowed, his mind racing at blinding speed. The deeper he pondered, the more chilling the realization became. Everything, including the calamity itself, appeared to unfold precisely as Li Fan had foreseen. Just as Xie Biao was lost in thought, Ji Wu Li was already beside himself with excitement. The loss of that batch of supplies had almost driven him to despair. During those days he had sent numerous gifts and sought many connections. He hoped the police could quickly help him retrieve the supplies, but the responses he received were either evasive or perfunctory, leading him to believe that the supplies had been taken away through some official means. However, today, by a twist of fate, he saw the supplies he had lost. No matter how calm he was by nature, he could no longer sit still. Old Xie, who is this person? You must tell me. Sieta Biao reached out and pulled Ji Wuli's arm, urging him to sit down. After filling his teacup, he slowly began to speak. Don't be anxious, let me explain it to you step by step. This person is not someone to be trifled with. Ji Wuli, once seated, seemed to be restless, as if he were infested with fleas. Can I not be anxious? Every day I received at least dozens of calls, either asking for supplies or demanding compensation. 10 days. 10 days. Do you know how I have endured these 10 days? The moment I hear my phone ring, my blood pressure rises and my heart races. If it weren't for the natural disasters, I would probably be begging on the streets by now. Who is this person? I would love nothing more than to eat his flesh and wear his skin. Sieta Biao maintained a sinister demeanor, waiting for Ji Wuli to vent his emotions, while he himself felt as if boiling magma churned within him. Old Ji, calm down first, let me explain slowly. Seeing Sieta Biao's serious expression, Ji Wuli frowned slightly, lifted his teacup, drained it in one go, and took several deep breaths to ease his agitation. Speak, I can see the gravity on your face. Is this person someone from a high position? Sieta Biao shook his head. Is he from the Nanxing Jigong? Sieta Biao shook his head again, setting down his teacup. You don't need to guess, he is just an ordinary college student, an orphan whose adoptive parents have also passed away. An orphan? Ji Wuli was puzzled. How could an orphan cause Sieta Biao to be so cautious? Don't underestimate this kid, he is the one who has brought me to this point. Then Sieta Biao recounted how he lent money to Li Fan the fire at Hong Langman, how he failed to raid a supermarket, and how 3 people were killed while investigating the fortress, with 17 of his subordinates mysteriously disappearing. Then 2 big black pots were placed on his head, and he narrated this series of events to Ji Wuli. Now do you still think he is just an orphan? After listening, Ji Wuli fell into a prolonged silence. He was not a reckless man. Having been in business for so many years, he had tightly grasped over 40% of the logistics share across 5 provinces in the northwest, experiencing too many people and events. Are you suggesting that this young man not only knows that a natural disaster is coming, but has also hoarded a massive amount of supplies? And he has cleverly hidden them using you. Precisely, and this kid is ruthless. He has a heavy heart for killing. He is not someone easy to deal with. If it weren't for the weapons I had last time, I might have already fallen into his trap. This kid is a bit sinister. Although Ji Wuli had begun to take Li Fan seriously, he did not yet feel the need to be overly cautious. He sensed that Sieta Biao was somewhat terrified. From Sieta Biao's narration, Ji Wuli concluded that Li Fan was cunning and decisive, yet all his advantages depended on the fortress defenses, which allowed him to remain undefeated. But old Xia, are you being a bit too cautious? From what you said, this Li Fan relies on the fortress' absolute defense to trap your people. Now that he has left the fortress, don't you dare to take action against him. Sieta Biao knew very well that once Li Fan left the fortress, he would have a greater chance of taking him down. But now he didn't want to kill Li Fan so quickly. He wanted the vast amounts of supplies Li Fan had. Old Ji, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him now, but don't you want to retrieve those supplies? Weren't you just dreaming of dividing the land and becoming a king? If, as you say, 2 days from now is not the end of the disaster, then that batch of supplies could quickly help us establish a massive force. The current problem is, where has Li Fan hidden that huge batch of supplies worth over 10 billion? This question plunged both men into deep thought. Such a large batch of supplies, even stacked together, would be as massive as Lishan. Inside Li Fan's fortress, it was completely empty. Apart from the Shijiao Logistics Park, the Dongjiao Freight Station, and the government's reserve warehouse, it was difficult to find another large-scale storage area. After pondering for a long time, Ji Wuli slammed the tea table in frustration and said, "Why beat around the bush? Just capture this kid, and with severe interrogation, I don't believe we can't get the location of the hidden goods out of him." Sieta Biao still felt a bit uneasy, but currently Ji Wuli's idea was the most suitable. With Li Fan away from the fortress, he was like a tiger without its claws. As long as they could capture him, the remaining problems would be easy to solve. However, he looked at Ji Wuli, a flash of sharp light passing through his eyes, and slowly said, "Old Ji, I've lost quite a few men, and it won't be easy to gather people in time. Li Fan is currently driving towards the industrial park. If not, you should find some people to handle this matter." Ji Wuli was unconcerned with Sieta Biao's cautious thoughts, believing that Sieta Biao was intimidated by Li Fan. He picked up his phone, and, "Zhang Qiao, the chance to redeem yourself has come. Gather all the brothers and wait at the intersection of Industrial Park 257. A silver gray Hummer will come through there soon. Stop him and bring the person inside to me alive. Be careful if this person is not easy to deal with." On the other end of the line, Zhang Qiao, hiding in the cold storage of Logistics Zone No. 9, patted his chest and assured Ji Wuli, "Boss, don't worry, even if he's a monkey, I'll put a rope around him and bring him back to you." Zhang Qiao, the captain of the Logistics Park security team, had seen 15 of his night shift brothers detained by the police since the supplies went missing. He could only lead the remaining 20 or so security guards in the Logistics Park. After the work stoppage, this group of people hid in cold storage No. 9, and life was relatively comfortable. Ji Wuli was also kind enough to provide them with living supplies. Thus, the original team of more than 20 people along with truck drivers and laborers had grown to 62. During these days, while this group of people were grateful to Ji Wooly, they followed Zhang Qiao's lead, spending their time in the cold storage, either boasting or gambling. After Zhang Qiao hung up the boss call, he entered a large compartment of the cold storage and heard the loud sounds of gambling from inside. All right, everyone stop. The boss has assigned us a task. This is a test for us. Those with courage can stay. If anyone dares to hold back during this task or try to benefit from the chaos, they will be expelled from the logistics park. The boss doesn't keep idle people. Hearing this, a burly laborer stepped forward. He was the leader of the laborers, around 35 or 36 years old, with a sturdy build and an honest face, asking in a deep voice, "Zhang Ge, what does the boss want us to do?" "The boss wants us to catch a kid. Tai Zhu, bring your men along. And you all truck drivers, everyone needs to go today." At this time, a middle-aged man nearing 50 with a big belly and a bald head grinned and said, "Captain Zhang, do we really need so many people to catch just one kid?" Old Liang, the boss, said, "This is a test. We need to weed out those who are just waiting to eat and do nothing. Do you understand?" Understood, which means those who don't contribute this time will have no supplies in the future. Good that you understand. Bring your gear and let's move out. A group of more than 60 people, 3 vans and 2 large trucks, headed straight for the intersection of the National Road and the Industrial Park. Li Fan drove the new Hummer H2, heading west after leaving the fortress, witnessing many passers-by along the way. The square dance aunties were gone, and the young couples on dates had vanished. What remained were only a group of underprivileged people mourning their deceased loved ones and worrying about survival supplies. As he continued on his way, Li Fan had already noticed several instances of resource robbery. Yet those around him turned a blind eye as if all of this were to be expected. No one intervened, and certainly no one reported it. It appeared that the security of Chang'an Prefecture had reached the brink of collapse. If his memory served him correctly, this situation would become even more stark with the arrival of winter. Half an hour later, Li Fan arrived at the western suburbs, and just over 1,000 meters ahead lay the industrial park. Looking around, he was about to seek a secluded corner to park the car when he suddenly recognized a familiar black Passat behind him. After driving a few hundred meters, Li Fan made a sharp turn and headed back. The driver of the Passat seemed taken aback by Li Fan's sudden maneuver. Instinctively, it wasn't until Li Fan had passed the Passat by 500 or 600 meters that the Passat also turned around and followed him. Seeing the pursuing Passat in the rearview mirror, Li Fan felt puzzled. Who could be so attached to him at a time like this? Was it the national security or Xie Debiao? He opened the window a crack and a silver dragonfly flew out like a ghost, heading straight for the Passat. A few seconds later, Li Fan received a 3D projection from the silver dragonfly. What happened? Feeling that Li Fan had activated the dragonfly's projection, Ran Lin eagerly appeared beside the projection. "I've been followed. This car has been trailing me since near Lishui Bun. At first I didn't pay it any mind, but I noticed it was still behind me when I was looking for a place to park." "Whose people are they?" Li Fan squinted, carefully examining the 3 individuals in the Passat's projection. They looked quite ordinary except for their robust physiques and fierce eyes. It was impossible to determine who they were. "I don't know, these people look unfamiliar." Minnie Ran Lin playfully snapped her fingers and said, "Watch me, you'll search for their information using the police system." Then Ran Lin's eyes glowed with a blue hue, and within 20 seconds the profiles of the 3 individuals appeared before Li Fan. Chen Eru, male, 31 years old, from Jinju, sent to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts by his parents after elementary school, imprisoned for 3 years for intentional injury at the age of 21. After his release, he worked in Chang'an Prefecture and was a cousin of Zhang Liang. Ma Daji, 29 years old, from Chunsang. Lu Xiaodong, 26 years old, from Luo City. Upon seeing Chen Eru's profile, Li Fan was shocked, not because he was Zhang Liang's cousin, but because of the name Chen Eru. In his past life, an ability user emerged from Chang'an Prefecture, a dual system level 8 user of power and body metallization. He was eventually noticed by the capital and recruited for official training. During the fall of Jin City, Chen Eru led a one-man squad, bravely facing a pack of beasts single-handedly, taking down a level 7 mutated tiger. Thus, he gained fame in a single battle and became one of the 8 formidable figures recognized by the capital. Even before Li Fan was reborn, Chen Eru remained a prominent figure in the apocalypse. In Chang'an Prefecture, he had served time, studied martial arts at Shaolin Temple, and his age matched. It must be him. Unexpectedly, he encountered a yet-awakened powerhouse so early in this life, and judging by the situation, it seemed he had a grudge against him. Thinking of this, Li Fan revealed a sinister smile. He had to get rid of him. This thunderbolt was a bit dangerous. If this guy truly grew stronger, it would be catastrophic. Not to mention his dual system level 8 abilities, even his extraordinary status in the capital made Li Fan feel the urge to kill. Watching the Passat closely behind, Li Fan drove into an old car recycling station on the outskirts, parked the car, and sat on the roof waiting for the Passat to approach. The recycling station was quite large, surrounded by discarded cars stacked along the walls, leaving a significant open space in the center. Before entering, Li Fan had already checked the situation inside the recycling station through his goggles. There were no biological magnetic field traces in the yard. It was a perfect place for disposing of bodies. The Passat stopped at the entrance of the recycling station, but the 3 occupants did not rush to get out. "Brother Hu, what should we do? This kid has gone in, and should we follow?" Ma Daji, the driver, looked at Chun Eru in the passenger seat, inquiring. Lu Xiaodong in the back seat felt a bit impatient, thinking they were overreacting, and said, "Brother Hu, why are we hesitating? Just go in and take him down. Even if he has the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, can he be your match?" Chun Eru has a fiery temper, easily angered, and a simple mind. Upon hearing that his cousin might be taken down by an orphan, he immediately thought of avenging his cousin himself. Seeing Li Fan sitting on the roof of the car inside the recycling station, one hand holding a cigarette, and the other dismissively waving at them, looking infuriatingly arrogant, his anger surged. He pushed open the car doors, storming into the recycling station. Ma Daji immediately shouted anxiously, "Brother, who didn't Biao say not to act recklessly? If anything happens, I'll take the blame myself. If you're scared, you can leave first." Ma Daji retorted angrily at Lu Xiaodong. "You idiot, always fanning the flames. Don't you know that Liang Gu and Li Gu fell at this kid's hands?" Lu Xiaodong, however, was unconcerned, patting Ma Daji on the shoulder and saying, "What are you getting worked up about? He hasn't encountered Brother Hu yet. 10 Liang Gu and 10 Li Gu combined are no match for Brother Hu. Dealing with a young kid, just enjoy Brother Hu's performance." Neither of them got out of the car, instead rolling down the windows to watch the situation inside the recycling station. Li Fan frowned upon seeing that only Chun Eru had entered. This was a bit tricky. He had originally planned to deal with all 3 together in a concealed spot, but now only Chun Eru had come in. If he took out Chun Eru, it would undoubtedly alert the 2 in the car, and he sensed that Chun Eru would not be easy to handle. His only advantages were his equipment and the combat skills he had honed over 8 years in the apocalypse. Chun Eru clearly belonged to the type who had trained hard for many years and was significantly larger than him. While Li Fan was contemplating how to deal with all 3 of them, at once Chun Eru's resonant voice echoed, "Are you Li Fan? Where have you taken my cousin Zhang Liang?" Upon hearing this, Li Fan tossed away his cigarette butt and smiled. Zhang Liang. If his legs are working, well, he should have already drunk the Mengpa soup. Chun Eru's cheeks bulged, his eyes focused like a hunting tiger locked onto Li Fan. "Good, you're very arrogant. I hope you can still be this arrogant later." With that, Chun Eru slightly bent his legs, his calf muscles defined, poised like a hungry tiger ready to pounce. "Wait, is it just you? Shouldn't we call the 2 from your car to join us?" Li Fan's intention in saying this was to lure the 2 outside, but in Chun Eru's ears it sounded like mockery and humiliation. "Damn you, little brat, die." Chun Eru let out a furious shout. Before the sound faded, he had already leaped onto the engine hood, his fingers clawing toward Li Fan's throat. The speed was astonishing. This was no longer a speed that a human should possess. Li Fan's hair stood on end in an instant. With no time to think, he leaned back and kicked forward with both feet, striking Chun Eru's chest. Chun Eru's fingers grazed Li Fan's neck, the friction against his combat suit producing a grating sound. Using his feet against Chun Eru's chest for leverage, Li Fan rolled to the back of the vehicle. His right hand flicked from behind him, producing a crossbow that he aimed at Chun Eru, unleashing 3 arrows in quick succession. However, to Li Fan's surprise, the moment he moved, Chun Eru had already rolled off the car roof, taking cover beside the Hummer. This was the first time his crossbow had missed. Li Fan realized he had been careless, thinking Chun Eru had not awakened any abilities. Even if he had learned some martial arts, he would only be able to take a few hits. Yet in that brief encounter, he recognized his own arrogance, relying too much on his superior gear and crossbow, neglecting even the most basic sense of vigilance. Chun Eru deliberately walked swaggeringly to within 7 or 8 meters, confronting Li Fan to disorient him, preparing for close combat to counter the crossbow in his hands. Li Fan had not anticipated that even without awakened powers, Chun Eru's combat awareness and skills were far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. As Li Fan approached the side of the Hummer ready to end the fight with his crossbow, a hand flashed out like lightning from beside the vehicle, grabbing his wrist. Following that, another hand swung in a slicing motion, striking towards his elbow. Li Fan's left hand seized the arm gripping his wrist. He leaped up, locking his legs around Chun Eru's neck, executing a triangle choke, rendering the slicing attack ineffective. Li Fan then activated the auxiliary power function of his combat suit, causing his strength to surge by 70, firmly locking Chun Eru in place. Within 20 seconds, Chun Eru's face turned crimson, blood surging, his eyes bloodshot, struggling to breathe. Just when Li Fan thought victory was assured, Chun Eru planted his feet on the ground, let out a roar, and slowly stood up, lifting Li Fan along with him. Chun Eru exerted his strength, once more attempting to break free from the triangle, choked the veins on his forehead, temples, and neck visibly bulging. Li Fan clung to Chun Eru's neck like an octopus hanging onto a large chest. Suddenly, Chun Eru lifted Li Fan and smashed him towards the Hummer. Bang! Crash! Li Fan was violently slammed against the car door, the Hummer's glass shattering with a sound, and the door caved in deeply. Seeing that Li Fan still hadn't released his legs, Chen Eru lifted him again and charged towards the Hummer. Once, twice, three times. Despite the protective defenses of the combat suit, Chen Eru's frenzied impacts made Li Fan's stomach churn. This could not continue. He couldn't choke Chen Eru out, and each impact allowed Chen Eru to take a breath. If this went on even with the protection of the combat suit, he would succumb to endless physical exhaustion. Moreover, Chen Eru's stamina was clearly superior to his. Li Fan looked at Chen Eru's head locked in his arms, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes as he aligned his index and middle fingers towards his eyes. Chen Eru quickly tightened his grip on Li Fan's arm, preventing any advance. Finding his attempt to poke Chen Eru's eyes futile, Li Fan leaned back and slammed his head into Chen Eru's. The tactical helmet was made of specially refined metal. With that impact, Chen Eru instantly began to bleed from his head. As he prepared to strike a second time, Chen Eru's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he charged towards a hydraulic press 3 meters away, still holding Li Fan. The side of the hydraulic press featured a sharp steel pillar. Li Fan instantly understood Chen Eru's intent. He released his legs, abandoned the triangle choke, planted one hand on the ground, and kicked towards his groin. Chen Eru immediately halted, crossing his arms to block the kick aimed at his groin, while Li Fan used the momentum to roll away and stand by the Hummer. Once again, the two faced off at a distance of 3 to 4 meters. A quick glance revealed that the crossbow had fallen under the driver's seat during their earlier struggle, while one side of the Hummer had completely caved in. The Hummer was unlike an ordinary sedan. Its outer shell was made of aluminum alloy, which, while not bulletproof, had a hardness that ordinary off-road vehicles could not match. Now one side of the Hummer's door and frame had been completely warped. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying power of Chen Eru. Witnessing this, Li Fan's assessment of Chen Eru's combat capability rose another level. No wonder he was one of the 8 kings of the end times. Even without awakened powers, his combat experience and physical condition were beyond what Li Fan could hope to match. If it weren't for his excellent gear and the combat experience he had honed over 8 years during the apocalypse, attempting to take down Chen Eru would have been a delusion. However, it was time to end this. The two outside could be let go, but now Li Fan was solely focused on eliminating Chen Eru, who was far too dangerous. Chen Eru initially believed that Li Fan was depending on the fortress and the crossbow, but after their earlier tussle, he sensed that he might have stepped on a nail. Though Li Fan's physique was half as small as his strength was surprisingly comparable. Moreover, his methods were extremely shameless and underhanded, lacking martial ethics. Whether poking eyes or striking low blows, all of his attacks were unsophisticated yet vicious. Just as Chen Eru hesitated whether to advance or retreat, Li Fan suddenly launched a proactive attack, lunging toward him. Chen Eru, wary, immediately took a stance to prepare for the confrontation. But seeing Li Fan extend his right hand neither in a fist nor a palm, but simply reaching toward him, filled Chen Eru with confusion. He had no weapon in hand. This was an opening. If he could grasp Li Fan's wrist, he could disable one of his arms. Just as Chen Eru's eyes glinted with malice and he reached out with claws to grab the offered wrist, a sudden flash of silver appeared, and a dark tang knife materialized in Li Fan's hand. Li Fan flicked his wrist, and a silver blade flashed before Chen Eru's eyes. In an instant, he felt as though his right arm no longer existed, his eyes filled with confusion and terror, unable to shout out. The blade's silver gleams swept past his neck. Then Chen Eru saw the world spin, and a familiar headless body stood in place, a smooth neck gushing forth blood like a fountain. Outside the door, the two people in the Passat initially saw the exchange between Chen Eru and Li Fan. Amazed by Li Fan's combat prowess, they were aware of Chen Eru's fighting strength. To be able to contend with Chen Eru for so long, without falling behind, was already impressive. Yet suddenly witnessing Chen Eru's arm and head fly off left them terrified. Since Chen Eru's back was to them, they did not see the scene of Li Fan summoning the knife, but that did not hinder their fear of him. Ma Daji pointed at Chen Eru's corpse, his tongue failing him. Tiger, 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 brother tiger. What the hell, drive fast. Just as Ma Daji registered Lu Xiaodong's curse, he finally realized, thankfully the engine was still running for the sake of the air conditioning. With a stomp on the accelerator, the Passat bolted away like a runaway horse. Hearing the engine noise, Li Fan was about to take out his electric bike to pursue, when he saw through the surveillance drone that a convoy of military vehicles was speeding toward the industrial park. What were these military vehicles doing at the industrial park? Could it be that the Chang'an government was also preparing to establish a safe zone and was heading to the industrial park for supplies? It seemed today's plan to go to the industrial park would have to be postponed. Activating the biological magnetic field imaging function of his goggles, he scanned the area, confirming that no one was nearby. He then stored the corpse, and the Hummer took out a small electric bike from his inventory and wobbled back toward the fortress, temporarily canceling the plan to head to the industrial park. In an industrial park in a basement, Ji Wooly was enjoying the return of supplies, with Xie Biao waiting for the complete collapse of the Chang'an prefecture to proclaim himself king. A ringtone interrupted the two men's beautiful dreams. Ji Wooly saw the phone number and smiled at Xie Biao, saying, "Looks like they have caught them. The efficiency is quite good." While speaking, he pressed the answer button. "Zhang Xiao, send the people directly to the basement of warehouse No. 2. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the call before a voice responded. "Boss, we didn't see a silver Hummer at all. Not to mention a silver Hummer, there isn't even a BMW in sight." The smile on Ji Wooly's face froze instantly. "What do you mean? You didn't see a Hummer pass by?" "Yes, the brothers blocked the truck in the middle of the road at this intersection. It's been over an hour and not a single Hummer has appeared." Ji Wooly looked at Xie Biao. In confusion, his eyes filled with questions. Seeing this, Xie Biao picked up his phone to call Chenru, but there was no answer. This sudden change made Xie Biao's eyelids twitch, inexplicably filling his heart with a strong sense of unease. After repeatedly dialing several times with no answer, just as he was about to call Lao Xiao in to ask about the situation, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. "Cousin, it's bad. Something has happened." Recently, the most common phrase Xie Biao had heard was "something happened." The expression that had just been friendly turned dark as he looked at the intruding Zhou Qiang and coldly asked, "What has happened now?" "A brother who was killed by Li Fan." "What?" Xie Biao exclaimed, jumping up from the sofa in shock. Chen Eru was his most capable little brother, who had once gone with him to Ji Gang's underground boxing ring to cause trouble, defeating all of Ji Gang's fighters single-handedly. Chen Eru had also become famous in the underground world. However, he had a very obvious flaw. That flaw was his simple-mindedness, impulsiveness, and irritability, which made him unsuitable to be by his side, so Xie Biao had arranged for him to manage the sand and gravel factory in the suburbs. How could he engage with Li Fan? Ji Wooly silently hung up the phone. He had heard of Xie Biao's brainless superfighter named Chen Eru, who was said to be undefeated. How could he engage with Li Fan? Ji Wooly silently hung up the phone. He had heard of Xie Biao's brainless superfighter named Chen Eru, who was said to be undefeated in Chang'an Prefecture. The fact that such a person was killed by a college student made Ji Wooly feel a sense of caution toward the unfamiliar Li Fan. The trembling Ma Daji and his companion were then pushed into the room. Looking at the terrified two, Xie Biao furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything." Xie Biao, with a gloomy face, sat back down on the sofa, trying to suppress his inner emotions, and coldly said, "Let them in. I want to know how this Li Fan killed Chenru." The trembling Ma Daji and his companion were then pushed into the room. Looking at the terrified two, Xie Biao furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything clearly." "Brother Biao, it was Brother who insisted on taking revenge for Liang Gu. We couldn't stop him." The two spoke one after the other, recounting the whole process in detail. "Are you saying that Li Fan could grapple with Chen Eru barehanded for a long time?" "Yes. In the end, he was killed by Li Fan, who chopped off his head with a knife." "Yes. Then how did you escape?" Ma Daji and his companion turned pale. "Brother Biao, Li Fan was too ferocious, Brother who was not his opponent, and we had no chance of winning, so we could only escape to report back." "Did Li Fan not pursue you?" No. The Hummer was damaged, and we had no means of transportation to catch up with us." Hearing that Li Fan had not pursued the two back, Xie Biao felt slightly relieved, squinting his eyes and waving his hand at the two. After Ma Daji and his companion left the room, fell into an eerie silence. Neither Xie Biao nor Ji Wooly spoke. After a long while, Xie Biao let out a chilling laugh, slowly raising his head, his eyes filled with madness as he coldly said, "This is getting more and more interesting." Seeing the look in Xie Biao's eyes, Ji Wooly couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. "Old Xie, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I'm doing great." "Old Ji, do you think that if the disaster doesn't end in a couple of days and Chang'an Prefecture falls into complete chaos, do we have any chance?" Ji Wooly confidently replied, "Based on my understanding of the transportation and distribution of supplies in Chang'an Prefecture, if this continues for 4 or 5 more days, daily necessities will surely run out and chaos will ensue." "Good old Ji, I accept your suggestion from just now." Ji Wooly indeed had the idea of establishing his own armed force amid the chaos, and he approached Xie Biao because of Xie Biao's reputation and large number of subordinates. At first, Xie Biao was quite hesitant, feeling a bit timid. But now he gave Ji Wooly the feeling of a trapped tiger about to break free, making him somewhat uneasy. "Old Xie, have you thought it over?" Xie Biao revealed a strange smile and said, "Old Ji, are you daring enough to play big?" "What do you mean?" "In 2 days, if the disaster does not cease, you invest some money, and I will go buy some good stuff." Seeing the madness in Xie Biao's eyes, Ji Wooly's heart inexplicably raced. He cautiously asked, "What do you want to buy?" Xie Biao stood up, reached into his bag, and threw something onto the coffee table. Upon seeing it, Ji Wooly's breath became heavy. He had heard that Xie Biao was involved in arms dealing, and it seemed the rumors were true. If chaos erupted in Chang'an Prefecture, firearms would definitely help establish his armed force more quickly. How much do you need? 80 million to set up a real armed force. Originally, Xie planned to remain completely concealed. If the disaster ended, he would escape to Jinju, waiting for the situation in Chang'an Prefecture to clarify, find another protector, and then return. However, after clashing with Li Fan and suffering losses, Xie instead gained the courage to fight back. At that time, hundreds of people, hundreds of guns. I don't believe we can't deal with this kid, Li Fan. Does a tiger not roar, truly thinking I am a sick cat? Ji Wooly was also shocked by Xie crazy idea, but he had another concern in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to use the people and reputation in Xie hands, but he didn't expect to be overshadowed by Xie power. Looking at Xie, he smiled and said, "Old Xie, your idea is good, but I want half of the weapons you buy, and you need to introduce me to the channels for buying guns. I also have a group of brothers under me who need to eat with me." Upon hearing this, Xie laughed heartily, picked up the teapot, filled both cups with tea, and raised his cup to signal Ji Wooly, saying, "You old Ji reached out to help me in my time of need. I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Half of the weapons, at that time the Chang'an Prefecture will be half yours and half mine." Ji Wooly raised his cup, clinked glasses with Xie, and smiled. "Cheers to our cooperation." Cheers to our cooperation. Both men, however, concealed a hint of wariness in their eyes. Li Fan returned to the third underground level of the fortress and entered the alternate space. As he gazed at the severely deformed Hummer, he fell into deep thought. Ran Lin stood beside him, observing his troubled expression, and asked, What happened tonight made me realize a serious issue." "What issue?" "First, the vehicles we use for outdoor travel need to be thoroughly reinforced. After the virus outbreak, we will encounter battles more brutal than today during the Great Transfer. If we don't have a resilient vehicle, I might end up on the same path again." Li Fan turned to the Unicat Terra Cross 59, the mobile fortress vehicle, and approached it. There was a palm-sized embedded dust-proof iron box at the front of the vehicle. After opening it, he found a password input device. Li Fan entered the password, and the side door of the mobile fortress vehicle opened automatically. At a height of 181 meters, he could only reach the middle of the door. A section of foldable stairs extended automatically from the door, consisting of 6 steps. Stepping onto the stairs and entering the interior of the mobile fortress vehicle, a living room of about 7 to 8 square meters came into view, with a 2 meter by 1.5 meter panoramic glass window on the left side. Pressing a red button beside the window, the titanium alloy protective panel slowly rose. 2 rows of opposing sofas were set up by the window, with the sofa backs able to recline. In the middle of the sofas was a dining table that could be raised and lowered. When lowered, it connected the 2 sofas, allowing the setup to be used as a bed. On the right side of the vehicle were cabinets, a washing sink, a refrigerator, a microwave, and a sterilizer. The stove was an integrated induction cooker with an oven on the opposite side of the washing sink. The overall layout was tightly packed, but not overcrowded, emphasizing practicality. There was a 1-meter wide aisle in the middle of the vehicle. Further back, between the living room and the master bedroom, there were 2 small rooms. The left side contained a bathroom with a washing sink underneath, which was a washing machine. On the right side was an independent shower room around 2 square meters, completely sufficient for 2 people to take a couple's bath. Passing through the bathroom and the washing area led to the door of the master bedroom. Pushing the door open revealed a large bed of 2 meters by 2 meters, occupying 80 of the master bedroom space. On the left side was a built-in wardrobe. Behind the bed was the rear of the vehicle, also a panoramic window with a titanium alloy protective panel outside. Li Fan knew that this was not the entire space of the Unicat Terra Cross 59 mobile fortress vehicle, which had a height of 2 meters, not including the height of the chassis. Coming to the rear of the cockpit, he opened a protective panel, revealing an operation panel, which Li Fan skillfully operated. An 80-centimeter high fully enclosed loft automatically extended from the top of the vehicle. A vertical ladder extended from the rear of the cockpit, leading up to the secondary bedroom on the 2nd floor. The ceiling had 4 skylights surrounded by titanium alloy protective panels, and the bed was equipped with a latex mattress. Returning to the 1st floor, he opened the protective panel between the cockpit and the living room, and when flattened, it created a direct connection between the cockpit and the living room. This is really luxurious, but the downside is that it can't withstand strong impacts. Indeed, I checked the data on this vehicle. Although it is one of the most solid models among motorhomes, it still seems somewhat inadequate against the harsh conditions of the Ran Lin followed Li Fan on a tour of the mobile fortress vehicle, showing no signs of astonishment. Hearing Li Fan's thoughts, she fully agreed. "Xiao Ran, do you have a way to upgrade this fortress?" "I can upgrade the intelligence system of this vehicle, but I can't assist with the hardware. Unless you activate a high-tech laboratory and directly throw the vehicle in, it would definitely transform into a true armed mobile fortress." Li Fan shrugged, sitting on the sofa of the mobile fortress vehicle. He lit a cigarette and surveyed the interior. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he saw the materials laboratory in the distance. Ranlin isn't the materials laboratory only capable of refining materials and enhancing their attribute levels. Yes, didn't you try that before? Li Fan smiled mysteriously and quickly jumped off the vehicle, circling the mobile fortress vehicle several times, with Ranlin trailing behind him like a shadow. What's wrong? Have you thought of some crazy idea? Li Fan turned around, grabbing Ranlin's shoulders, his eyes shining with excitement as he said, "What if I disassemble all the outer shells, glass, and chassis of the vehicle into single-element items and refine them separately in the materials laboratory? Then just reassemble it, wouldn't that work?" Li Fan's assertion was not arrogance, but confidence, as he had Ranlin's assistance. Ranlin's database contained assembly design blueprints for every part of this vehicle. Once disassembled, he was not worried about reassembling it. Moreover, in the alternate space, time was not an issue, even if he assembled it until the end of the world outside. Time would not elapse. This idea left Ranlin stunned. Her thoughts only led her to consider the quick method of activating the high-tech laboratory. In contrast, Li Fan's thinking was to upgrade using the most primitive means. Slowly raising her delicate right hand, she gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Are you mentally prepared for the possibility of dying of exhaustion in the alternate space? Oh, what's wrong? Is it not feasible? It is feasible. Although in the alternate space you don't need to worry about lacking strength, all physical exertion in the alternate space will convert into mental power consumption. Do you remember how you felt after gathering the logistics park? Are you sure you want to do this? Li Fan, without any hesitation, firmly replied, "Let's do it. Worst case, if I exhaust my mental power, I can take a day off outside and come back to continue. There are still 30 days left, and with your help, I can't possibly not manage to fix." Looking at Li Fan's resolute determination, Ranlin did not refuse any longer and said, "Okay, I'll help you. I can perform a 3D scan of the entire vehicle structure to assist you in classifying and summarizing each part. I can also help you adjust the gravity in the alternate space to the lowest setting, which will save you a lot of mental energy. Moreover, during this process, I can optimize the intelligence system of the entire vehicle." Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt quite touched and immediately asked, "If you lower the gravity in the alternate space, will it affect you in any way?" Ranlin shrugged nonchalantly. "It won't consume much energy. I can replenish it by killing a few second-tier zombies later." Hearing this from Ranlin, Li Fan had no further concerns. He directly gathered all the tools he could use, and Ranlin activated the low-gravity mode. The two immediately entered vehicle disassembly mode. Li Fan returned to the fortress, nestled into the sofa, and entered the alternate space. In the blink of an eye, he was mentally exhausted and returned to reality. Now Li Fan felt as if his head had been shaken by a giant bell, feeling fuzzy. Yet excitement still sparkled in his eyes. In the alternate space, the once formidable Unicat Terra Cross 59 mobile fortress vehicle resembled a girl who had been stripped bare, all its outer shells dismantled into modules. The disassembly was orderly. Based on the current progress, in 4 to 5 days the entire vehicle would be completely disassembled. In a daze, Li Fan fell asleep. On October 9th, 2024, it has been 7 days since the work stoppage, and the temperature remains unyieldingly high. The entire Chang'an prefecture is enveloped in an atmosphere akin to a ghost town, where during the day it appears deserted, and at night the streets are filled with pedestrians displaying lifeless expressions. Hunger, death, and desolation play out in every corner of the night. In a different space, Li Fan looks at the Doomsday Fortress RV that he has disassembled into parts, feeling somewhat troubled. The disassembly is 80% complete, with only the circuit boards and the main control hardware of the RV's intelligence system remaining. The mechanical structure can still be disassembled and assembled according to the blueprint, but he feels at a loss with these chips and circuit boards. Ranlin comes to Li Fan's side, smiling, as she says, "You don't need to worry about these, he'll handle it. I just thought of a good idea." Upon hearing this, Li Fan is filled with joy, eagerly leaving the alternate space. Returning to reality, he is once again hit by that familiar feeling of mental fatigue, but this time it feels different. He distinctly senses that his mental strength has significantly increased. For an ordinary person who has yet to awaken, he has likely reached his limit. Glancing at the time, it is already 1130 p.m. Li Fan routinely checks the various surveillance feeds. He also visits the 4th underground floor to gather underground water sources, something he has been doing since moving in. The drainage system on the 4th underground floor channels water into a cylindrical pool that is 200 meters in diameter and 5 meters high. Once filled, Li Fan will store it in the alternate space. This includes the drinking water sources for the people. Although the possibility of underground water contamination is low, Li Fan does not want to take any risks. The Tyano virus lurks within everyone's body along. This includes the drinking water sources for the people. Although the possibility of underground water contamination is low, Li Fan does not want to take any risks. The Tyano virus lurks within everyone's body along with the water supply. After more than 20 days of proliferation, people are gradually exhibiting symptoms of high fevers resembling the flu. However, this has not raised any alarms. They are still immersed in celebrating the end of the heat. On the 29th day of winter, a strange phenomenon in the sky causes the Tyano virus to erupt collectively. Thus, the era of chaos officially begins. After finishing collecting water, Li Fan returns to the third floor, just as he is about to prepare something to eat. His phone rings. Seeing that it is a call from Su Siyu, he answers it casually. Li Fan, Gitch, how are you? Li Fan puts it on speaker and walks into the kitchen, taking out a variety of ingredients from the refrigerator, busying himself, while replying, I'm doing wonderfully, how about you? Not too well, I've suffered from heat stroke several times. If my dad hadn't listened to you and prepared medicine in advance, I would probably be in trouble. As long as you get through it, that's what matters. The official news says the heat will end in the next couple of days. Finally we can return to normal life. Staying in the basement all day is driving me to depression. Once this disaster is over, I'll treat you to some good food. Hearing this, Li Fan pondered for a moment and replied, don't celebrate too early, disasters won't end so quickly. At this moment, Su Jian's voice comes through. Xiao Fan, what do you mean by that? Did you receive some information at school? Su Jian's words take Li Fan by surprise, but he quickly realizes that this call is likely to extract some information from him. He suspects that Su Jian senses that the end of the heat does not mean the end of the disaster. Su Jian, a self-made business tycoon, is astute in the marketplace. Having endured the heat with Li Fan's reminder, he naturally understands the accuracy of Li Fan's information regarding future disasters. However, Li Fan does not mind giving Su Jian and his daughter a heads up. Our professor at school has mentioned that after the heat, there will be a sudden drop in temperature and rain or snow. Uncle Su should prepare in advance. On the other end of the line, Su Jian falls silent for a moment before gravely asking, how long will it last? Will the situation worsen than it is now? It should last a long time, and the situation won't be too good. Alas, what should I do? The supplies I've prepared are running low and many have spoiled due to the heat. Li Fan smiles slightly, already understanding that Su Jian's ulterior motive for having Su Siyu call is evident. He says with a faint smile, Uncle Su, ever since my parents passed, you've been taking good care of me. De Biao didn't dare to act against me because he fears your reputation. I still have some supplies here, I can send some over to you tomorrow. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Su Jian realizes that his little scheme has been seen through and his face flushes. Su Siyu gives her father a disapproving look and snatches the phone away. Thank you, Li Fan, Gitch. My dad will pay you 10 times the price. He has plenty of money anyway. Su Jian shakes his head helplessly upon hearing this. Xiao Fan, rest assured, Uncle Su will definitely not shortchange you. Li Fan is unconcerned about Su Jian's little schemes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told them to come to him when they were at a dead end. He has plenty of supplies, so giving them some feels justified. After chatting with Su Siyu for a bit longer, he hangs up the phone. In the basement of the Su family's villa, after hanging up, Su Siyu's smile immediately fades. She turns to find her father wearing a serious expression, frequently sighing. She reaches out to hook her arm around Su Jian, softly asking, Dad, what's wrong? Didn't Li Fan Gidge already agree to help with the supplies? But don't think you can get it for free. Su Jian affectionately strokes Su Siyu's head, his eyes filled with concern. He has gathered considerable information from various channels about the situation in Chang'an Prefecture and knows how chaotic it is. If the disaster continues, it won't just be a simple natural calamity. The scarcity of supplies will inevitably lead to great human tragedies. As an experienced businessman who has navigated the industry for many years, his sensitivity to crises is beyond ordinary people's comprehension. The sky may truly be about to change. What he fears most is his daughter Su Siyu. Siyu, if uncontrollable dangers occur in the future, and am not by your side, remember to seek protection from Li Fan at the first opportunity. What nonsense are you talking about? You won't be by my side. Are you planning to start a new family with some vixen? Is it that secretary of yours? Su Jian grips Su Siyu's shoulders, his expression serious, as he says, remember what Dad said. Su Siyu is not naive, she understands the meaning behind her father's words. She jokes and teases, trying to prevent her father from overthinking. They have faced dangers in recent days. Just last night, 5 or 6 men attempted to break into their home. Su Jian took out a handgun from the safe and shot one, causing the remaining 5 to flee. That scene made Su Siyu realize that the world has changed drastically from her previous impressions. Yet seeing her father speak so solemnly, her nose inexplicably tingles, and she throws herself into Su Jian's arms, crying loudly. Early the next morning, Li Fan took out a full-lane P4XL pickup truck from the alternate space, its compartments filled with supplies needed for the harsh winter, food, medicine, and coal. On that day, waiting for noon, a celestial phenomenon was anticipated. If memory served, at 12 o'clock today, there would be an astronomical spectacle, a solar eclipse. After the solar eclipse, the sun's abnormal energy abruptly vanished, causing a dramatic temperature drop from over 60 degrees to around 40 degrees within an hour. By around 4 in the afternoon, the temperature returned to normal, and the public began to celebrate, believing that this natural disaster was over and they could finally return to their normal lives. Little did they know that those few hours were their last moments of revelry. After preparing everything, Li Fan arrived at the observation deck, set up the astronomical telescope, and lay on the sofa ready to enjoy this celestial feast. While Li Fan was idly scrolling through videos waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive, the voice of Ran Lin echoed in his mind. All components of the Fortress RV have been refined and completed. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was delighted and immediately entered the alternate space, arriving at the original location of the RV. On the over 100 square meters of floor, various parts were stacked high, dazzling to look at. The originally gray exterior had now transformed into a deep black, shimmering with a sheen, giving an impression of substantiality. He casually picked up a protective panel, slightly frowning. Although the shell had been disassembled into many modules, Li Fan felt that the shape of the shell had somehow changed. Xiao Ran, did you make a mistake? Why do I feel like the shape of the shell has changed? Did you notice? I made comprehensive modifications and upgrades to some functions of this vehicle, and also altered its structural components. Oh, what has it been changed into? Ran Lin waved her right hand, and a 3D projection of the new Doomsday Fortress RV appeared before Li Fan along with various data about the RV. At the moment he saw the projection, Li Fan was overjoyed. This was truly every man's dream come true. The Doomsday Fortress RV, overall a deep black, stood nearly 5 meters tall, measuring 9 meters in length and 3.5 meters in width. It bore no resemblance to the Doomsday Fortress RV Unicat Terra Cross 59, being even more imposing and filled with a sense of advanced technology. I modified the original chassis of the Doomsday Fortress RV Unicat Terra Cross 59, directly fixing the originally retractable second-floor guest room. The original guest room was too large, wasting space. Now it has been divided into 2 segments, with the middle section serving as a bedroom, while the 4 panoramic skylights on either side have been transformed into 4 turrets, which can be equipped with weapons or used as firing ports. All the original temperature control displays, operation screens, monitoring screens, and vehicle status displays have been removed. All removed. Yes, I replaced the entire vehicle with a new intelligence system. Once it is assembled, you'll understand what it is. Ran Lin mischievously winked at Li Fan, teasing him, then slid her fingers across the projection to turn the Fortress RV to face Li Fan. To ensure the vehicle's stability, a lightweight carbon manganese alloy has been used for the cabin, which is strong against impacts, insulating and soundproof, with significantly enhanced impact resistance. The defensive capability is 17 times greater than the original titanium alloy, yet it weighs only 50% of the original cabin's weight. The vehicle's chassis and frame are made of titanium aluminum alloy, weighing 3 times that of steel, with a load-bearing capacity 72 times greater than steel. Though the vehicle is very tall, 80% of its total weight is concentrated in the frame and the bottom protective plate. The tires are made of a new synthetic material, solid and non-hollow, requiring no gas inflation. Yet this material possesses stronger grip and durability than the original tires, being explosion-proof, bulletproof, and fire-resistant. Having given a rough introduction, Ran Lin looked at him with eager eyes. Li Fan did not hesitate to give a thumbs up and praised, "Xiao Ran, you are amazing. Having you is my fortune. Of course, this is the most advanced plan I devised based on the current conditions." However, when Li Fan saw that the projection data noted upgradable at the bottom, his expression slightly paled. Xiao Ran, does this upgradable mean that it will need to be disassembled and refined again later? He vividly recalled the torment of disassembling a vehicle, often feeling dazed and sleepy upon entering the alternate space. His mental energy was depleted, resembling a middle-aged man facing a wife who was as fierce as a tiger. Look at your lack of ambition. All the materials and intelligence systems I used are prepared for you to open a high-tech laboratory in the future. If you establish a high-tech laboratory and a gravitational energy laboratory later, even greater surprises await you. Looking at Ran Lin's mysterious demeanor, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little anxious, but he knew that she definitely wouldn't reveal anything to him. Stop dawdling. Let's start assembling. Not today, or I need to go out for a bit, and we'll assemble when I return. After all, it won't be done in a day or 2. Yes, once I finish delivering the supplies, they'll start the assembly. Ran Lin, slightly pouting in regret, said, "All right, but I've never seen the solar." "No, after the solar eclipse today, the heat will come to an end. I plan to deliver some winter supplies to Susiyu. So soon you're entering the second stage?" "Yes, once I finish delivering the supplies, they'll start the assembly." Ran Lin, slightly pouting in regret, said, "All right, but I've never seen the solar eclipse you're talking about." "Don't worry, I will directly activate the silver dragonfly later, and you can watch it with me." "Really? Are you willing to waste the energy of the silver dragonfly?" Li Fan reached out and tapped Ran Lin's forehead. "You make it sound like I'm some miser." After saying this, he exited the alternate space, removed the visor of the helmet, activated the silver dragonfly, and the mini version of Ran Lin immediately jumped out in the projection. After chatting with Ran Lin for a moment, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed slightly, and Li Fan saw that the time on his phone was exactly 12 o'clock. The fortress was engulfed in an eerie twilight. Through the telescope equipped with a filter, Li Fan saw the sun appearing as if it had been bitten into a crescent shape. As time passed, the scorching and dazzling sunlight seemed to be gradually pulled behind a curtain. When the last ray of sunlight extinguished, a cold darkness flooded the entire world like ink. Li Fan's skin suddenly prickled with goosebumps. This was not a psychological fear, but a biological instinctive response to the distortion of time and space. Suddenly, a meteor trailing a long tail streaked across the corona, exceptionally prominent against the dark sky. What was happening? He couldn't recall a meteor crossing during the solar eclipse in his previous life, especially not when he saw this meteor. Li Fan felt inexplicably anxious and his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Before Li Fan could find the answer in his memories, he saw the meteor growing larger, ultimately unable to withstand the friction of the atmosphere's high temperature, suddenly bursting apart. It broke into countless small pieces like a blossoming firework, scattering in all directions. Li Fan noticed that one particularly bright fragment was falling towards the northwest direction of Chang'an Prefecture. The previously excited Ran Lin's expression suddenly changed. It was the first time Li Fan saw her display a look of terror. Xiao Ran, what happened? I don't know, but I sense an energy of the same type, but different source falling towards the Chunsong direction. Could it be Nuka energy? No, this energy feels familiar, but it's not Nuka energy. However, the memory about that part hasn't been unlocked. I only know it's very dangerous. Li Fan furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction of Chunsong, feeling a sense of unease. Li Fan gazed towards the direction of Chunsong, remaining silent for a long time. Xiao Ran, do you mean to say that this energy is of the same kind as Nuka energy? Yes, but this energy is filled with a sense of destruction and brutality, which makes me feel uneasy. Li Fan stroked his chin. If this energy feels familiar to Ran Lin, could it possibly be another usable energy? Xiao Ran, how about we drive over to take a look? Don't go. My memory bank is incomplete right now, but my instincts tell me that thing is very dangerous. Ran Lin firmly rejected the idea, her face showing an unfamiliar seriousness. Seeing this, Li Fan also put away his curiosity. It was wiser to heed her advice regarding the matters of their civilization. Alright, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, once the RV is assembled, we can leave at any time in case of an emergency. Ran Lin frowned, deeply pondering for a long time, and finally shook her head helplessly, saying, having incomplete memories is really troublesome. The unknown only brings fear. At this moment, the sky was slowly regaining its brightness, the temperature noticeably dropping, and the sun was no longer scorching. I will return to the alternate space. First, you hurry up and deliver the supplies, then quickly come back to assemble the... Li Fan nodded, putting away the silver dragonfly, and went to the fortress first floor, taking out the pickup truck and driving towards the Su Jiayin villa area. The villa area where Su Jiayin lived was located in the prime area of North City, a renowned affluent place in Chang'an Prefecture. The entire community was composed of independent villas totaling 36 buildings, each occupying 600 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 2 underground. The residents here were either wealthy or influential figures in Chang'an Prefecture. However, when Li Fan arrived at the community, he found it eerily silent. The property management and security had long since disappeared. As the pickup truck entered the villa area, it startled the residents, most of whom merely peeked out from behind it. Seeing this scene, Li Fan had a rough guess. During the scorching summer, some people were thinking about obtaining supplies to survive. Others might be contemplating making a fortune during the chaos, and those unscrupulous individuals would naturally target this place. As he passed by a villa, he saw the front door wide open with a male corpse in home clothes lying at the entrance, already in a state of decomposition. It looked like he had been dead for at least 4 or 5 days. This scene confirmed his suspicions. Arriving at the entrance of Su Jian's villa, he called Su Siyu. The front door opened automatically, and Li Fan drove straight into the garage. In the garage, Su Jiayin and his daughter were already waiting. Xiao Fan, thank you so much. As soon as Li Fan got out of the car, Su Jiayin hurried over, warmly grasping Li Fan's hand in gratitude. Seeing the father and daughter with rosy faces and lips that weren't cracked or peeling, it seemed they were doing quite well. Uncle Su, you were too polite. Let's move the supplies to the basement first. Suddenly, a warm body leaped into Li Fan's arms, crying loudly. Brother Li Fan, I thought I would never see you again. This situation left Li Fan stunned. He had spoken with her on the phone just last night. How could she be crying like this upon seeing him? He cast a questioning glance at Su Jiayin. Sai, let's move the supplies in first. See you go downstairs and get us something to drink. Su Jiayan's expression darkened, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. After hearing this, Su Siyu released Li Fan, wiped her tears, and lowered her head as she returned to the basement. After Li Fan and Su Jiayin moved a full truckload of supplies to the second floor of the basement, Su Jiayin looked at the pile of supplies in astonishment. Not only was there a large quantity of supplies, but it also included a lot of coal. Xiao Fan, what is this? It's going to get colder soon, and you have a fireplace here, so it's just what you need. Upon hearing this, Su Jiayan's expression grew more serious, worry filling his eyes, for the amount Li Fan brought was enough for 2 people to live for over a month. At this moment, Su Siyu brought 2 cups of tea, inviting Li Fan and Su Jiayin to sit in the tea room, while she did not leave sitting close to Li Fan. Uncle Su, has something happened? Su Jiayin coughed on his tea, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "After your reminder that day, I took Siyu to buy a large amount of supplies and stored them in the second basement. The next day we received news of the suspension of work and production. Initially we thought it was just a simple natural disaster due to high temperatures, and we could get through it. But starting the third day the property management and security all resigned. Then a group of people began robbing and killing in the villa area. General Liu from Villa No. 4. Oh, General Liang from Villa No. 15. A General Jia from No. 19. Oh, and General Hu from No. 27 were. Moreover, anyone who resisted was killed on the spot. I never expected things to turn this chaotic side." Upon hearing Su Jian's words, Li Fan showed no emotion of surprise, only a helpless shrug. "This is quite normal. Over 200 people died in a single riot at Li Shui courtyard. It is fortunate that such incidents have occurred in this villa area." Seeing Li Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Su Jian was slightly astonished. "Did you report to the police, but it ended up going nowhere?" "Yes, after the first homicide occurred, someone reported it immediately. The police came and just went through the motions, and then there was no further action. After that, similar things happened again, and the police basically stopped coming. Of course, they are now overwhelmed with suppressing large-scale unrest and ensuring the smooth distribution of supplies. They can't spare so many resources to manage these issues." Su Jian sighed, understanding that when the police didn't come during the second incident, he realized Chang'an Prefecture was already on the brink of collapse. Su Siyu's body trembled slightly as she tightly grasped Li Fan's arm, saying, "Those thugs are made up of the property management and security. Why aren't the police coming to arrest them?" Hearing this, Li Fan and Su Jian exchanged glances, remaining silent. Su Siyu was still a girl who grew up in an ivory tower, holding on to illusions about humanity and the current situation, unaware of the severity of the matter. This left Su Jian feeling both helpless and worried. If things were as Li Fan said, and the disaster had not ended, then the complete collapse of Chang'an Prefecture was merely a matter of time. Without someone to protect her, Su Siyu's character would only lead her to be a fish on the chopping board. Seeing Su Jian's expression, Li Fan also understood his worries, but such matters couldn't be helped by others, one could only experience it themselves. However, he still said to Su Siyu, "Siyu, this world is about to change. If order collapses, such things will become the norm. In the face of human nature, tears are the most worthless thing." Li Fan's words made Su Siyu's face turn pale in an instant. "Collapse of order. What should we do? Those people will definitely come back for revenge." This made Li Fan furrow his brows, asking, "What do you mean? Have those people come looking for you?" Su Jian sighed, saying, "The night before last, those people tried to break into my house. I originally thought of giving them some money to settle it, but unexpectedly their target was Siyu. And then, they didn't break in. Logically, if those thugs were composed of the community's security and property management, they should be very familiar with each villa, and it should be easy to break into any villa." Even though Su Jian was a retired soldier, he could not withstand the overwhelming numbers, yet the two of them were unharmed, which puzzled Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Su Jian reached into his pocket and pulled out a Makarov pistol to show Li Fan. Li Fan was instantly petrified. Strange, it felt like he was not on the same wavelength as this world. How is it that everyone has guns? It's one thing for Xie Biao to have a gun, after all he is involved in the underworld and has channels to acquire firearms, which is somewhat understandable. Now even a businessman can casually pull out a gun. Is the gun control law in Xia country only applicable to ordinary citizens? Seeing Li Fan's astonished expression, Su Jian placed the gun on the coffee table and said, "After I retired, I followed a cousin to Heihe to deal in mountain goods, and I got this pistol, which I've kept ever since. If it weren't for this gun, Siyu might have been in danger the other night." Looking at the handgun, Li Fan felt a pang of envy, even though he currently had a crossbow that was even more powerful than a pistol. But which man can be immune to guns? He retracted his fervent gaze and asked, "Did you fire the gun?" "Yes, I shot one person, and the body was thrown in the backyard. The rest all fled upon seeing that I had a gun." At this moment, Li Fan finally understood why Su Siyu was so scared that she cried. It seemed that the girl had pretended to be strong over the phone yesterday, because she was afraid he would worry. Seeing him today, she couldn't help but show her vulnerable emotions. It's understandable, she was timid as a child, and even a firecracker would send her running. Witnessing her father commit murder, it would be unnatural not to be afraid. "How many bullets do you have left?" Su Jian unloaded the magazine and said, "There are only 6 bullets left, but the person who sold me the gun is still in Chang'an Prefecture, and I'm planning to buy some self-defense weapons. He'll get you one when I do. Given the current situation, having a firearm for self-defense would be safer." "All right, then I'll thank you in advance, Uncle Su." Li Fan replied politely. Su Jian turned to Su Siyu and said, "Siyu, go make some food. Let Xiao Fan have lunch here today." Su Siyu nodded and quietly exited the tea room. Li Fan understood that Su Jian was deliberately sending Su Siyu away to talk to him, which piqued his curiosity. Su Jian stood up and closed the tea room door, then returned to sit across from Li Fan, his expression serious and his tone solemn, as he said, "Xiao Fan, I need to ask you for a favor." Seeing Su Jian's demeanor, Li Fan's heart tightened, and he had a rough idea of what Su Jiayin was about to say. Uncle Su, go ahead. Su Jiayin took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Xiao Fan, if one day something happens to me, I ask that you take Cu and get away. Indeed, Su Jiayin had long noticed his various anomalies. In Su Jiayin's view, the series of preparations he made regardless of where the information came from was enough to label him as reliable. Uncle Su, what are you talking about? You're still strong, don't speak such gloomy words. Xiao Fan, you don't know how large that group has grown. What started as just over 20 security guards has now formed a considerable force numbering around 60 to 70 people. They have occupied villas 31 to 36 at the back as their stronghold. I fear that if something happens to me, you will face a very tragic fate. This child has never suffered any hardship and is naturally gentle and kind. However, in the current environment, these traits are deadly. So I beg you to promise me if one day I can't hold on, I hope you can protect Cu. Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt a headache coming on. In truth, he didn't want to leave the two of them behind. But he knew that neither of them was suited to follow him on a wild adventure. One was nearly 50, the other had a gentle personality. Their best option was to head to the Jiuquan safe base before the zombie outbreak. That place had the most comprehensive rules in the apocalypse and faced the least attacks from strange beasts and zombies. He still had several dangerous places to traverse and old grudges to settle, and this journey would undoubtedly be filled with various dangers. In the tea room, a silence fell for a moment, and finally Li Fan sighed deeply and said, Uncle Su, I can only say that if that day really comes, I will try my best to protect Cu as long as I believe it is feasible. But you also know that if the future situation worsens, I may not be able to keep her safe. Upon hearing this, Su Jiayin felt a sense of relief in his heart, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He then took an old-fashioned telephone from a nearby bookshelf and handed it to Li Fan. This is a civilian satellite phone. Take one, just in case communication is cut off for easier contact. Li Fan couldn't help but admire Su Jiayin's foresight, predicting that electricity would completely fail in 10 days and communication would be interrupted. No wonder he had managed to survive until just before the zombie outbreak in his previous life. As Su Jiayin watched Li Fan take the phone, he understood that his daughter's escape route was now secured. Although Li Fan's promise was not entirely firm. But he knew this child, he wouldn't easily make promises, and once he did, he would follow through. Your agreement is enough. This girl has had her heart set on you since childhood. Entrusting her to you reassures me. Li Fan felt a heavy sensation in his heart, as if it carried the weight of a dying man's last request. After chatting casually for a while, a voice came from outside the door. Dad, brother Li Fan, it's time to eat. Su Jiayin hid the gun and went out to the hall with Li Fan. Seeing the table laid with 4 dishes and a soup, Li Fan was slightly surprised. You can cook. Susie wrinkled her cute nose and said, I learned to cook a long time ago, but I never had the opportunity to show my skills because there was always a housekeeper around. Li Fan gave a thumbs up, praising her repeatedly. Soon the three of them sat down enjoying their meal while chatting. Meanwhile, in the living room of Villa number 32 in the back of the villa area, 4 shirtless men sat around a mahjong table playing mahjong. At that moment, a 20-something young man with yellow hair walked in from outside and approached a man with a tattoo of a dragon on his chest, saying, Big brother, a large pickup truck just entered Villa number 20. It looks like there are quite a few supplies on board. The man referred to as Big Brother was originally the security team leader of the community, named Rin Chunlei. When the heat began, he learned from relatives that even the police wouldn't care about murder, and his mind started to race. He incited the other security guards to go out and loot with him, discovering that no police came to investigate, which emboldened him further. He then set his sights on the villa area, and after experiencing several successful raids that yielded a large amount of gold, silver jewelry, and cash, he was no longer satisfied with mere material wealth. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they begin to crave lust. After repeatedly robbing several villas, they began to confine some attractive wealthy housewives and daughters for their pleasure. As originally lowly beings, they had to bow and fawn over these noble women and rich daughters, but suddenly being in control made them feel powerful over those who once looked down on them. The dual pleasure of physical and psychological gratification made these men unable to stop. Ultimately, he set his sights on Su Siyu. How many times in the middle of the night had he dreamt of her beautiful face and graceful figure, which had resulted in him changing his underwear? This opportunity was too good to miss, but he didn't expect Su Jiayin to have a gun and even shoot one of them dead. Rin Chunlei tossed aside the mahjong tiles in his hand and looked at the yellow-haired man, asking, Did you see who drove the car? No, the pickup truck entered the villa compound and went straight into the garage. At this moment, a thin, dark-skinned man sitting to Rin Chunlei's left said, Big brother, this Su Jiayin is not easy to deal with. He has a gun. Why don't we just forget about it? We have women if we want and money if we need, so why should we clash with him? Rin Chunlei shot a glance at the thin man and scolded, Fool, this villa area will be our territory from now on. With such a thorn in our territory, can you sleep soundly? The man with rat-like eyes flattered him eagerly. Big brother is right. We should completely take control of the villa area, eliminate Su Jiayin, and capture that Su Siyu to warm your bed, big brother. Hearing this, Ren Chunlei grinned and said, Ranbin, you lack the cleverness of Chun Kuan. You are too easily satisfied. You must understand that heroes emerge in chaotic times. We aim to step out of the villa area and dominate Chang'an. Are you scared off by just a broken pistol? How will you fight for power in the future? Ren Chunlei's education may not be high, but he had heard many tales of self-made heroes such as Liu Bang slaying the White Snake and discussing heroes over wine. He felt that the current environment was prepared for him, and he too wanted to achieve a grand ambition. Sitting directly opposite Ren Chunlei was a middle-aged man named Liu and who wore glasses and had a clean scholarly appearance. He was the property manager and the most educated among this group, playing the role of the brains in the team. At this moment he adjusted his glasses and said, Big brother, I have a plan to take down Su Jiayin without shedding blood. Upon hearing this, Ren Chunlei immediately perked up and asked, Oh, go on quickly. Big brother, think about it. Resources are scarce right now. Although it has started to cool down outside, it is still over 40 degrees. Anyone who can deliver supplies to Su Jiayin in this weather must have a close relationship with him, possibly even a relative. If we capture this person as a hostage and demand Su Jiayin surrender his gun, won't the opportunity present itself? But Su Jiayin is not an idiot. What if he refuses to surrender his gun? Our goal is not to make him surrender his gun, but to make him hesitant to shoot, leaving us to break into the villa and eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Ren Chunlei's eyes lit up, and he slammed the table, shouting, Damn it, you scholars are clever. Let's do it this way. Those upstairs stop playing around and get to work. This shout echoed throughout the villa, and from the 4 bedrooms on the second floor emerged over a dozen naked men, some putting on their pants as they walked, others yawning. Faintly sobs from women could be heard from the rooms. Big brother, what's the matter? It's almost my turn. Yes, big brother, after a night of tossing, I feel like my kidneys are drained, and I need a good sleep to recover my spirits. Ren Chunlei laughed heartily and said, They are locked in a cage, they can't escape, while you all are having fun. Now hurry up and grab your gear. Gather the brothers from the nearby buildings, and let's deal with that old Su Jiayin. Upon hearing this, the younger brothers coming down from the stairs turned pale. The gunshot from the night before had already terrified them. Now hearing they were about to confront Su Jiayin, they couldn't help but feel scared. Big brother, that Su Jiayin has a gun. Yes, big brother, if we go directly, it's no different from walking to our deaths. Ren Chunlei's face darkened as he shouted angrily, Everyone shut up. This time we are going to capture a relative of Su Jiayin. As long as we have him in our grasp, he will surrender without a fight. Hearing that it was about capturing someone and not directly attacking Su Jiayin, everyone regained their confidence. They each found their suitable weapons in the villa and hurriedly followed Ren Chunlei towards the entrance of the villa area. On the other side, Li Fan was unaware that he had already been targeted. After finishing his meal at Su Jiayan's house, he prepared to leave. As he drove the Fueliner P4XL pickup truck out of the community, he approached an overpass when his tactical helmet issued a warning. Warning: 64 life forms nearby have hostile intentions towards you. Located 197 meters to your front left. Hearing the alert from his tactical helmet, Li Fan was taken aback and slammed on the brakes, stopping in place. Where did this come from? A robbery? Or were they waiting specifically for him? First of all, it couldn't be Xie de Bio's people, as he was currently in the western suburbs over an hour's journey away. With such a large group of people following him from the fortress, it was impossible to hide. Therefore this group must belong to some local force. He parked the car at such a distance instead of rushing in, not wanting to damage this vehicle. Now his luxury cars in the alternate space were down to just over a dozen. He had felt heartbroken for days after losing a Hummer H2. The most reliable solution was to resolve the issue from a distance, even though experts like Chen Eru weren't common. However, Li Fan absolutely wanted to avoid close combat. Ren Chunlei led a group of men ambushing at the entrance of an overpass over 2,000 meters away from the community. The purpose of choosing this position was to prevent Li Fan from driving through. They even specially laid out triangular spikes at the bridgehead. Just as the group saw the Fueliner P4XL pickup truck approaching, it suddenly stopped less than 200 meters away from them. Big brother, why did he stop? Did he discover us? How would I know? He dresses so weirdly, isn't he hot? Ren Chunlei used binoculars to observe the pickup truck, and seeing Li Fan's attire felt puzzled. Big brother, his gear looks a bit like Special Forces equipment. Could he be official? At this moment, Chen Kuan scoffed disdainfully and said, Big brother, don't listen to Ranbin's nonsense. This guy is definitely not official. The helmet is a style from the Eagle Country tactical gear, and a high-quality imitation costs only a few hundred yuan at a military goods store. This guy is probably some rich young master. Look at the pickup truck he drives. It sells for $3,000 in Eagle Country, and once imported to Xia Country it costs at least $3.5 million. What kind of official would be equipped with such a luxurious vehicle? Ren Chunlei stroked his chin, watching Li Fan still sitting in the car, his eyes darting around. Ranbin, take a few brothers and scout the area. If the other party is not official, give us a signal, and we'll rush in and take him down. Upon hearing this, Ranbin inwardly cursed Ren Chunlei, but had to maintain a submissive attitude on the surface. He knew that Ren Xunlei dealt ruthlessly with those who defied him. Okay, big brother. He then signaled over a dozen brothers armed with various weapons charging aggressively towards Li Fan. Li Fan, sitting in the car, saw over a dozen people approaching, some even wearing short-sleeved shirts of the villa security. He instantly understood. These people were the thugs Su Jiayin mentioned who occupied the villas in the back of the community. Seeing a group of over a dozen people approaching, Li Fan directly jumped out of the car and stood in front of it holding a crossbow. He did not rush to act, because there were still dozens of people hiding behind them wanting to see what this group intended to do. Ranbin led a group of people to stop 30 meters away from Li Fan. Upon seeing the crossbow in Li Fan's hands, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. A younger brother beside him quietly reminded him, "Brother Bing, he has a crossbow. What are you afraid of? It takes time to reload after a shot, and with so many of us, can he keep up?" Although Ranbin spoke confidently, his body subconsciously took a few steps back, using one hand to signal Ren Xunlei behind him. This type of weapon, while powerful, has a fatal weakness of being single-shot. As long as they had enough numbers, they were not afraid of Li Fan surrendering. Therefore, without confirming whether Li Fan was an official, he immediately signaled Ren Xunlei to call them over. "Who are you? Why did you come out of Su Jian's house?" Li Fan understood immediately that this group dared not confront Su Jian Hiden and wanted to capture a soft target as a hostage. It seemed he was being treated as a soft target. He scanned the crowd and found no one particularly powerful. They were just a rabble, so Li Fan did not take them too seriously. As long as he casually shot a few people, he could scare the rest away. He then asked nonchalantly, "What do you want?" At this moment, Ren Xunlei stepped out from the crowd, glancing at the crossbow in Li Fan's hand, not taking it seriously. "Kid, what's your relationship with Su Jiayin?" "Nothing much. Nothing much, yet you're delivering supplies on such a hot day. Are you trying to fool me?" "Brother, why waste words with him? Just take him down. Use some force, he'll spill everything." Ren Xunlei nodded confidently, gesturing to the younger brothers beside him, saying, "Go bring him in alive." Instantly, the group rushed towards Li Fan like lambs released from a pen. Watching the oncoming group of lambs, Li Fan could only helplessly curl his lips and raised his hand to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts directly pierced the heads of the 3 people running in the front. This consecutive triple kill instantly caused the charging crowd to freeze. Although they had killed before, it was against ordinary people who were like sheep to be slaughtered, mostly trembling in fear or begging for mercy. Except for Su Jiayin, they had not encountered someone as tough as Li Fan. Without a word, they struck with lethal force. A few thugs threw sharpened steel spikes at Li Fan. Li Fan stood unyielding, allowing the steel spikes to hit him while continuously firing his crossbow. Seeing that the sharp steel did not inflict any substantial harm on him, not even leaving a mark on his strange outfit. "What the hell is this? Bulletproof armor. It can't be penetrated. Everyone get out of the way." At this moment, Chen Kuan, hiding at the back, lit a homemade Molotov cocktail and hurled it at the crowd. Li Fan looked over at the sound, seeing a flaming Molotov cocktail coming towards him. Though his combat suit was fireproof, Li Fan did not want to get burned. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and the cocktail flew by just inches from his face. However, before Li Fan could feel relieved, his expression suddenly darkened. Mechanically turning his head, he saw the Molotov cocktail shatter on the pickup truck's hood, igniting a roaring fire that engulfed half the vehicle. Under his tactical helmet, Li Fan's eyes twitched, and his heart bled. Damn it! Turning back, he increased the firing rate of his crossbow, with each bolt causing a splatter of blood and taking a life. In fact, when Li Fan first shot and killed 3 people, Ren Xunlei and Ranbin had already sensed the power of this crossbow. Not only could it shoot consecutively, but its power was terrifying, causing many to feel a desire to retreat. Seeing that the killings had intensified due to the Molotov cocktail, some began to run back. Once the first fled, the second followed. The collapse of the rabble began here. Within seconds, the crowd scattered completely. They ran along the overpass towards the villa area. After using up a box of crossbow bolts, Li Fan did not pursue, but merely watched the still-burning pickup, his eyes twitching incessantly. To prevent his vehicle from being damaged, he stood in front of it to shield it from harm, yet it still could not escape destruction. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Fan raised both hands, made a calming gesture, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "Calm down. Calm down. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good, not good. Endure for a moment, and the wind will calm. Take a step back. Take a step back. Damn, the more I think, the angrier I get. Before my rebirth, Xie de Biao bullied me. After my rebirth, even the small fish formed by a few security guards, did I not just come back to life for nothing?" Gritting his teeth, he turned and pulled out a small electric bike from another space, straddled it, and held the throttle with his right hand, while carrying a tang knife in his left, chasing after those who were running. Ren Xunlei ran among the fleeing crowd, indignantly saying, "Damn it, this guy is a madman. Killing is as easy as drinking water. Brother, that person is catching up." Ren Xunlei was startled, and while running, he looked back to see a younger brother's head fly off. Li Fan was like a general on an ancient battlefield, one hand gripping the handlebars of the electric bike, swinging his knife, and taking off ahead. This horrifying scene terrified everyone into running for their lives. Unfortunately, the place they chose was an overpass with no extra exits, only a viaduct leading to the villa area. Originally selected to prevent Li Fan from escaping, it now became the death bridge for their group. Where did he get that vehicle? Brother, don't worry about where it came from. If this continues, we'll all die here. While running, everyone occasionally glanced back at the heads that kept flying behind them. Ran Xunlei steadied his mind and immediately shouted to the crowd, "We can't keep running like this. If we do, we will all die. Let's go together. He only has one person and one knife, or we can surround and kill him." However, his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. No one stopped because of his words. Instead, they ran even faster, as if they believed that running faster than others would ensure their survival. Chun Kuan, running ahead of Ran Xunlei, kept moving, shouting back, "Brother, don't waste your breath. You just run. That guy is catching up." Hearing this, Ran Xunlei was startled, his legs almost leaving after images, as he quickly overtook Chun Kuan and several younger brothers. His physical fitness was naturally the best among the group, relying on his exceptional physique and ruthless character to firmly hold onto the position of leader. Seeing their leader rush in front of them, the younger brothers gritted their teeth and ran for their lives. Chun Kuan looked back and saw the Reaper getting closer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he reached out to push two people beside him. The two were suddenly shoved and lost their balance, instantly falling to the ground. With inertia, they rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. "Chun Kuan, you bastard. You won't die a good death." Uft, uft. The curses from the two had not yet finished when their heads were separated from their bodies. Li Fan saw the culprit, who burned his car, and grinned as he revved the throttle, catching up to him, slowing down to maintain a parallel position with Chun Kuan. The Tang knife kept striking the dashboard, shouting at Chun Kuan, who was running at the back, "Run. Hurry up. We're at 20 miles an hour. If you don't give me 70 miles an hour, I'll poke you with 70 or 80 holes." Chun Kuan felt a sense of despair within, and the fear of death loomed just 2 meters away. Watching Li Fan, who was riding in the car to his left with a Tang knife still dripping blood, his mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to break through limits, his legs already numb. However, Li Fan's devilish voice came again. "We're at 30 miles per hour. The fear accompanying Li Fan's nonchalant voice shattered Chun Kuan's sanity. While running frantically, he screamed, "Why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Why am I chasing you? Everyone else is just trying to catch me, but you stand out, so keep running. Are you insane? Are you some kind of freak? Oh, so you dare to insult me, huh?" Chun Kuan's expression twisted with rage, frozen on his face, as his head flew through the air in a graceful arc. Ren Xunlei was so frightened by Li Fan's ruthless slaughter that his pants became soaked and his legs frantically struggled. By the time Ren Xunlei reached the community entrance, only 18 people remained. The remaining people either fell victim to Li Fan's brutal assault or had no choice but to jump off the high elevated bridge to their deaths. Entering the community, Ren Xunlei glanced back at the relentless Li Fan and shouted to those beside him, "Split up and run." Without waiting for Ren Xunlei's command, the group scattered like startled rabbits the moment they entered the community. Li Fan sat on the electric scooter at the community entrance, observing the fleeing thugs with a slight frown, which made him somewhat frustrated. In truth, his anger had already subsided. He simply had to eliminate this group completely. They all knew that Li Fan was the one who drove onto the elevated bridge, and a mysterious electric scooter appeared while pursuing them. Although they hadn't seen him take the electric scooter from another space with their own eyes, it was better to eliminate any potential witnesses. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he released 3 silver dragonflies from his helmet and issued a locating command. Soon the 3D projection before him marked the specific hiding spots of the 18 individuals. Li Fan rode his scooter, taking them out one by one, and his actions immediately alerted the residents in the villa area, who cautiously peered out from behind the curtains and began discussing in their owner group chat. "Did you see that? Ren Xunlei's group of scum is being chased by a guy on an electric scooter. I saw it too, but it's like he's slaughtering chicks. These scumbags finally ran into trouble. Good. Those beasts. I wonder if my sister and the others are still alive." Meanwhile, Li Fan paid no mind to those hiding behind the curtains, continuing his pursuit until only 3 remained. The last 3 were hiding in Villa number 32, with the door tightly locked. Using the biological magnetic field imaging feature of his tactical goggles, he observed that there were a total of 21 people in the Villa 3 on the first floor, 10 on the second, and 8 on the third. This discovery caused Li Fan to frown. He also learned from Su Jiayin that Villa number 32 was the stronghold of this group, but he had not expected there to be so many accomplices inside. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to eradicate the threat entirely. If any of the 3 were as cunning and clever as Wang Yun, his ability to store items might be exposed, and the consequences were too dire to imagine. Arriving at the front door, he saw someone hiding behind it, holding an axe through his goggles. Li Fan took out his crossbow, aimed at the person through the security door, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a deafening crash, the security door was pierced straight through, and the person behind it fell into darkness before they even realized what had happened. The fire axe fell to the ground, and the person slumped down paralyzed. Rin Chunlei screamed in terror and scrambled upstairs. On the other side, Luan quickly took a few steps back, looking at the utterly terrified Rin Chunlei with disdain. Turning to the front door, a glint flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward to open it, before quickly retreating 2 steps, kneeling on the ground with his head pressed tightly against it. Outside, Li Fan saw one person run upstairs while another opened the front door and paused for a moment. After verifying with the mind scanner and tactical helmet that there was no danger, he pushed the door open holding the crossbow and stepped inside. He immediately spotted the person who had opened the door, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. "Hello, sir. I surrender you. I can do anything for you. I can help you achieve great success in this chaotic era." This statement amused Li Fan, making him feel awkward and giving him goosebumps. This guy can't possibly be from a pyramid scheme, right? His words are dripping with brainwashing rhetoric. However, Li Fan did not wish to kill him so quickly since he had surrendered. He wanted to know what weapons the people upstairs possessed to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Oh, since you've surrendered, tell me how many accomplices you have here, and what weapons do you possess?" Luan remained kneeling on the ground, his head buried deeply, not daring to lift it, and humbly replied. In response to the Great One's question, all of Rin Chunlei's accomplices have been eliminated. Only Rin Chunlei remains upstairs as the sole commander. Upon hearing this, Li Fan raised the crossbow in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Do you dare to lie to me? Do you seek death?" Hearing the killing intent in Li Fan's voice, Luan pressed his head even harder against the ground, trembling as he replied, "I swear it is the truth. Only Rin Chunlei is left upstairs. Oh, and there are some girls captured from the villa area. Those girls will be yours from now on." Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly realized that most of the villa area had been plundered by this group. Gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful women had all been ransacked by Rin Chunlei. Those upstairs must be the beautiful women captured from the villa area. It's ironic how this ragtag group, composed of security personnel, property managers, and street thugs, could manage to subdue everyone in a villa area. They even dared to abduct wives and daughters as playthings, with no one daring to resist. In fact, only Su Jiayin, a retired soldier, had the courage to fight back. Nonetheless, Li Fan was not greatly affected. Such explosive events were common in the apocalypse, but they usually occurred during the zombie stage when the disparity in strength was vast. In a place like this, already so cowardly at the first stage, Li Fan felt a surge of disgust. How many women are there upstairs? There are a total of 18, all of them beauties, young wives, mature women, Lolas, and even little girls. Stop. Lift your head. Luan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He knew Li Fan was no ordinary person. Having seen Li Fan's impervious attire and his ability to manifest vehicles from thin air, he believed that assisting Li Fan in dominating Chang'an Prefecture was the wisest choice. However, just as he raised his head, a crossbow bolt shot into his forehead, and then endless darkness enveloped him. WWHYA. A languid voice reached his ears, taking away the last glimmer of light from his eyes. "I hate gold-rimmed glasses." Li Fan learned about the situation upstairs from Lu and retracted his crossbow arrows, and carried the repeating crossbow up to the second floor, opening the doors of each bedroom. The pungent smell of sweat mixed with a strange stench hit him in the face, making him furrow his brow. Inside the room, women were all naked, locked in pet cages. Some were tethered by dog leashes around their necks, tied to bedposts. Seeing this scene, Li Fan paid no mind, and continued searching for Rin Chunlei's figure room by room. It was only when he reached the innermost bedroom on the second floor, and found the door blocked tightly by something, that Li Fan revealed a strange smile. "Open the door. Open the door." Checking the water meter. "Are you crazy? We just wanted to take you hostage. You've already killed so many of us, won't you let me go?" Hearing Li Fan's bizarre shouting from outside, Rin Chunlei realized he had no way out, and yelled angrily at the door, "Just tell me if you're going to open it or not. Please spare me. They'll give you anything you want. There are countless gold, silver, and jewels in the basement, and all these women are yours. I beg you to let me live." Upon hearing this, Li Fan couldn't be bothered to waste words. He raised his tang knife, and several gleaming flashes passed as the door panel and the bed behind it turned to fragments. Li Fan calmly walked in and saw Rin Chunlei choking a girl holding a dagger against her neck, and shouted, "Don't come closer. If you get any nearer, I'll kill her." Li Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly turned to look at the dressing mirror, examined his appearance, then turned back and pointed at his own face, incredulously asking Rin Chunlei, "How did you see that I'm a good person? Threatening me with a hostage?" Rin Chunlei was momentarily speechless from Li Fan's words, but the fear of death had already stripped him of his composure. He began to cry uncontrollably, his mouth spewing hysterical curses. "You're a lunatic. Let me go." Li Fan saw that Rin Chunlei was so scared, he was almost mentally unstable, so he couldn't be bothered to argue any longer. He raised his hand and shot an arrow which grazed the girl's hair and pierced Rin Chunlei's forehead. The girl in his arms did not expect Li Fan to be so decisive. Feeling the warm red and white liquid on her face, she immediately collapsed in fear, letting out a dolphin-like shriek. If you scream again, I'll kill you too. The girl hurriedly covered her mouth, trembling and crouching on the ground, not daring to move as Li Fan approached. When Li Fan rode his electric bike away from the community to the overpass, he instructed Ran Lin to connect to the road surveillance through the silver. When Li Fan rode his electric bike away from the community to the overpass, he instructed Ran Lin to connect to the road surveillance through the silver dragonfly, erasing all footage from that time. Although the police were currently overwhelmed, if someone stubborn showed up, it could lead to complications in pursuing the matter. Passing by a pickup truck that had been burned to just the frame, he shook his head in disdain, as it wasn't even worth recovering. He smirked and rode his little electric bike towards the fortress. Unbeknownst to Li Fan, after he left the villa area, the entire neighborhood was thrown into chaos. The girl who had been held hostage by Rin Chunlei, seeing him dead, slowly calmed her previously panicked emotions and tentatively walked out of the bedroom. Discovering that the once noisy villa was now eerily silent, and seeing the other two leaders dead on the first floor, she was certain that the group of thugs had been wiped out. Not daring to leave alone, she mustered her courage to go to the other bedrooms to persuade all the women to escape with her. The sight of a group of naked girls running wildly in the villa community completely exploded the owner group chat. Are those girls the ones captured by Rin Chunlei and his gang? My sister is still alive. She came back and said a man in a helmet saved her. Isn't that the guy who was chasing after Rin Chunlei and killing them? Don't get too happy too soon. What if he's the second Rin Chunlei? It shouldn't be. My daughter said that person left after killing without even taking any valuables. Thank heavens we've finally eliminated a major menace. Su Jiayin and his daughter looked at the conversation in the group chat, feeling turmoil in their hearts. Dad, do you think the person they're talking about is Li Fan? Actually, based on the group's description, the combat outfit and the peculiar helmet matched what Li Fan wore when he came today. Calculating the time, it coincided with when Li Fan left. It must be him. Oh, what should we do? Li Fan killed people. If things return to normal, what if the police catch him? Dad, think of a way to help him. Su Jiayin looked at Su Siyu's innocent expression, feeling even more worried. My daughter is still thinking in the dream bubble of world peace and harmony. Heaving a slight sigh, he said, silly girl, that group of Rin Chunlei is committing crimes here, killing and robbing. Why hasn't the police come? These people are all from wealthy families. Which one isn't a prominent businessman in Chang'an? Have you seen a trace of the police? Hearing her father's question, Su Siyu was momentarily stunned, but still uncertainly said, Dad, are you saying that this is how social order will always be? Su Jiayin nodded, his expression serious, solemnly telling Su Siyu, remember, the current Chang'an and even the whole country are about to enter a state of disorder. Only people like Li Fan can truly survive. You need to quickly adapt to the rules of the chaotic world, otherwise. Su Siyu paid no heed to her father's warning. Hearing that Li Fan wouldn't be caught, she felt a lot more at ease. As long as it's okay, as long as it's okay. Looking at Su Siyu's reaction, Su Jiayin shook his head helplessly. However, with this strike from Xiao Fan, our crisis has been resolved, and we can safely avoid the coming winter. I just don't know how long it will last. Su Jiayin looked at the sky, now overcast with clouds, and the howling wind, feeling uneasy. After hesitating for a while, he decided to stock up on some bullets and firearms. He could sense that if what Li Fan said was true, the coming winter would pose even more severe challenges. The complete collapse of social order was already a foregone conclusion. Siyu, stay home and lock the door. I'm going out for a bit. Upon hearing this, Su Siyu was startled, her smile fading, tightly gripping Su Jiayan's arm and asking, Dad, I'm going with you. Seeing Su Siyu's frightened expression, Su Jiayin nodded helplessly and took his daughter in the car toward Tongwan County. Su Jiayin initially started his business by trading mountain goods with relatives in Heilongjiang and dealing with the Russians, so he naturally knew some traffickers. Among them, the most famous trafficker who dealt in both legal and illegal goods was Chun Jinxing, who had been trading with the Russians for many years and had never made a mistake. Just recently, Chun Jinxing had called him, saying he had goods available and that he could find him in Tongwan if needed. Tongwan County is located to the southwest of Chang'an Prefecture. It is a tourist town with a complex demographic, and during the scorching summer, the public order here is most chaotic. On the national road leading to Tongwan County, 2 cars were driving, followed by 2 vans. In the lead vehicle, Zhou Qiang was driving with Lu Ruyan in the passenger seat, and Xieta Biao and Lao Xiao in the back. Brother Biao, are we really going to give half of the arms to Lao Ji and the others? Xieta Biao's expression was gloomy and his helplessness was evident as he replied, it's unavoidable. A part of my money is currently frozen in the Honglingman account, while another part has been borrowed by Li Fan. Lao Ji isn't paying, and we don't have cash to buy arms either. Lao Xiao, although not involved in Xieta Biao's illicit dealings, was intelligent enough to sense that Ji Wuli was a person with great ambition after several encounters. Brother Biao, I'm worried that Lao Ji might turn against us in the future, and that would be hard to handle. Sieta Biao rolled down the car window, looked up at the overcast sky, and extended his hand to feel the sharp wind outside, which carried a hint of moisture. Lao Shao living under someone else's roof is ultimately not a solution. Once we obtain the weapons, we should gather all the brothers we can summon. Prepare everything, and when the time comes we will strike back at Li Shaigun. Only there is where we can establish our footing. Upon hearing this, Lao Shao's gaze flickered as he had already guessed Sieta Biao's intentions. Brother Biao, do you mean to target Li Fan? Yes, once we acquire the firearms and ammunition and gather our people, what else do we lack? Resources. Exactly, but Li Fan possesses a massive stockpile of resources which we must obtain at any cost. Only by seizing Li Fan's resources can we determine who will dominate Chang'an Prefecture in the future. He that remains to be seen. Sieta Biao clenched his hand that was extended outside the window into a fist, his eyes filled with the flame. Just as he retracted his hand, he suddenly spotted a Mercedes-Benz G-Class approaching, driven by a very familiar middle-aged man with a young girl in the passenger seat. After the two cars passed each other, Sieta Biao suddenly remembered who this person was. Lao Shao was that Mercedes-Benz just now Su Jiayin from Shooter Real Estate. Lao Shao quickly turned around to look through the back window and only saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a local license plate. I didn't pay much attention, but that license plate looks familiar. At that moment, Zhou Chong, who was driving, said, I think the girl in the passenger seat looks like Su Siu. She has been to Li Fan's house before. Sieta Biao merely hummed in response, fell silent, rolled up the window, lit a cigarette, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Half an hour later, Sieta Biao and his group drove into a construction materials market, stopping at an inconspicuous tile-selling store. The store's door was tightly closed. Sieta Biao made a phone call from the car and said a few words. The door opened from the inside, and 4 cars entered in succession. As soon as Sieta Biao got out of the car, he saw 4 or 5 people with bulging waists surrounding a middle-aged man who greeted him with a hearty smile. Oh, old buddy, it's been a long time. Looking at the middle-aged man, who was wearing a sleeveless shirt, camouflage shorts, and flip-flops, his hair appeared unkempt and greasy. It's hard for an ordinary person to imagine that this person, resembling a construction site cement worker, was actually a notorious arms tycoon in the underworld. Even his underlings were dressed better than him. Sieta Biao also warmly extended his hand to shake the offered hand, replying, Brother Chin, you still look as good as ever. Oh, you know it. Our style has never faltered. Oh, just tell me how you want to chat, and I will be straightforward. This was Ji Wooly, who walked up with Zhang Qiao and eagerly presented a gift box, interjecting, Brother Chin, greetings. I am Ji Wooly from Chunfeng Freight. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, please forgive my abruptness. This is just a small token of Ji Wooly had heard of Chun Zhensheng's great reputation from a local armed faction in Yushi, but had never been able to connect. So when Sieta Biao came to buy arms, he immediately had the thought that to go far in the future, he must establish a good relationship with this person. However, Chen Jinxing looked at the gift box being presented, but did not take it, instead watching Sieta Biao with a wary expression. Buddy, you didn't say you were bringing someone along. This makes me a bit awkward. Sieta Biao glanced at Ji Wooly out of the corner of his eye, feeling helpless as all the money was currently in Ji Wooly's hands, leaving him no choice but to act as the introducer. Brother Chen, this is my good buddy, who also wants to form a team. I can vouch for him. Chen Jinxing pondered for a moment. He had heard about Chunfeng Freight and noticed the fervent look in Ji Wooly's eyes, which made him understand. Indeed, where the waters are shallow, there are plenty of turtles, and in a chaotic world, ambitious people are all thinking of establishing their own power. With a smile, he accepted the gift box without inspecting it, and casually handed it to an underling behind him, saying, Come on, let's go inside and talk. The 3 then entered a well-sealed room, while 2 underlings stood guard by the door. Brother Chen, let's get straight to the point. This time I need a large quantity of goods. I don't know how much you have brought. Don't worry about my goods, buddy. I'm only worried that your money might not be enough. This time I'm just passing through Chang'an Prefecture and calling my old customers. 2 trucks of goods are all prepared for delivery to Yushi. That is my primary delivery location. Upon hearing this, Sieta Biao and Ji Wooly exchanged glances, both shocked, as they knew Yushi had become completely chaotic, but were unaware of the extent of the chaos. Brother Chen, what exactly is happening in Yushi? Chen Jinxing poured each of them a cup of tea and slowly began to speak. Yushi has descended into complete chaos. The authorities have found a corner and established a safe zone, gathering all military and police forces, enforcing military control over the safe zone. As for outside the safe zone, that's just a matter of survival of the fittest. The 4 factions are almost at each other's throats. I foresee it won't be long before they divide into major and minor. Ji Wooly felt his heart race as he compared Chen Zhensheng's words with the information he had received. Brother Chen, I heard from my friends that the military has adopted a completely laissez-faire attitude towards matters outside the safe zone. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Chen Jinxing looked at Ji Wooly with a newfound respect, realizing this person had his own sources of information. It's more real than gold. The authorities want to control it, but they lack the manpower to do so. Managing to maintain the safe zone is already quite impressive. However, all information from those cities has been completely sealed off. I didn't expect, my friend, that you also have your own channels of information. Ji Wooly clasped his hands together in salute and humbly replied, "These are just friends I've made in the freight business over the years. I'm still far from your level." Chen Jinqing waved his hand with a smile, showing no interest in Ji Wooly's flattery, and brought the topic back to business. "So how much goods are you planning to take this time?" Upon hearing Chen Jinqing mention serious matters, the two of them also refrained from further probing for information. Xie Biao pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Brother Chen, this time I plan to buy 100 long ones and 40 short ones, and if there are any explosives, I would like some of those too. I wonder if Brother Chen's stock is enough." Chen Jinqing was momentarily taken aback and shook his head with a smile. "Old buddy, I thought you were going to ask for a much larger quantity. If you had asked for this amount half a month ago, I would have definitely thought you were bragging, trying to make a fool of me. But given the current situation, this amount is just a small fraction of what I have on hand." Chen Jinqing's words stunned Xie Biao and his companion. They had still underestimated the current chaos. "Brother Chen, do you mean to say?" Chen Jinqing took a sip of tea, stood up, and waved to the two. "Follow me, and let me show you what a big scene looks like." After saying this, he was the first to walk out of the room, with Xie Biao and his companion following closely behind. They arrived at the backyard storage room, opened the door, and 2 seafood refrigerated trucks were parked inside. Inside the warehouse, 2 brothers stood guard with AKs. Upon seeing the newcomers, they respectfully called out, "Big brother," and stepped aside. Chen Jinqing led the two to the back doors of the trucks and instructed a nearby younger brother, "Huazi, open up and show these 2 old buddies what we have." As the 2 younger brothers holding AKs swung their guns to the side, pulled out the keys, and opened the truck doors, Xie Biao and his companion stood in shock. One of the truck compartments was neatly packed with long wooden crates. Given the size of the refrigerated truck, there were at least 400 to 500 crates. The other compartment astonishingly held 5 heavy machine guns, over a dozen light machine guns, 8 rocket launchers, and a pile of wooden crates labeled with TNT. Xie Biao had a better understanding of the market than Ji Wooly. These items were not so easily obtained. The sheer volume that made its way from Heihe to Chang'an and arrived safely was truly beyond his imagination. "Brother Chen, did you get all these from the Russians? How could you acquire so much and safely transport it to Chang'an?" Seeing the astonished expressions of Xie Biao and his companion, Chen Jinqing felt a bit condescending. "You two should evolve your thinking and take a look at the outside world more often. Do you know what the situation is like with the Russians now, eh?" The two shook their heads in confusion. The Russians are in complete chaos now, with warlords vying for power, and the entire country is divided into dozens of armed factions of varying. All the military bigwigs are holding their own territories, fighting amongst themselves for resources and territory. The general I know just happens to be the deputy of one such warlord. This amount of firepower would barely count as a week's loss report for them. Thankfully, the official authorities still have some control, and there are inspections in a few cities. Otherwise, I could even get you a retired tank. Gradually, the two of them calmed down from their shock. Xie Biao's inner fire ignited as he said, "Brother Chen, look, what I just mentioned should normally cost around 80 million. Can you throw in a couple of rocket launchers?" In response, Chen Jinqing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Old buddy, times have changed. 80 million would only get you 50 long guns, each with 200 rounds, 40 handguns, each with 100 rounds, 60 kilograms of TNT, and 30 grenades. What a... Brother Chen, isn't that price a bit outrageous?" Although Xie Biao had never purchased long guns before, he had a rough idea of the pricing. He was mentally prepared for a price increase before coming, but Chen Jinqing's quoted price was far beyond what he expected. "Old buddy, money isn't worth much anymore, but what's truly valuable now is material goods. If you can bring me 80 million in goods, they'll sell you both trucks worth of. Next time if there's another deal, it will be goods first and cash second." Chen Jinqing's words made Xie Biao and his companions suddenly realize that if social order completely collapsed currency, next time if there's another deal, it will be goods first and cash second. Chen Jinqing's words made Xie Biao and his companions suddenly realize that if social order completely collapsed, currency would just be a pile of worthless paper. Once they understood, they stopped dwelling on it and nodded in agreement to the transaction. Ji Wooly promptly transferred 80 million, and Chen Jinqing instructed a younger brother to bring out the firearms and ammunition, concluding the deal. Chen Jinqing had long noticed the delicate relationship between the two. His eyes twinkled as he called out to them, "As this is our first big transaction, I'll give you each a heavy weapon to take back and make a statement." After saying this, he turned to a younger brother beside him and whispered a few words. The younger brother complied and left. A few minutes later, several younger brothers brought forth a World War II-era Maxim gun and a rocket launcher, placing them before Xie Biao and his companion. "This is my token of appreciation. You two can each take one. The Maxim comes with 10 belts and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. The rocket launcher is supplied with 8 rounds. I hope you both can achieve great success and come by often in the future." Upon hearing this, Xie Biao and his companion were instantly overjoyed. After a brief discussion, Xie Biao took the rocket launcher. Ji Wuli took away the Maxim gun. After the two left, the door was closed again, and Chun Zinsheng's close younger brother asked in confusion, "Big brother, why did you give them gifts? You don't understand, do you? These two are both ambitious. Only by making them go wild can we have further business to do. They will definitely have a showdown. Moreover, what I gave them was merely the junk the Russians discarded and sold to us, just a favor. And you can believe that this Ji Wuli will definitely contact me again." The younger brother immediately flattered Chun Zinsheng. "Big brother is brilliant. Brilliant my ass, hurry up and pack up. Once I convert the money to goods, Hua Zi will take a few people to haul supplies back to Heha. The rest will help me move the goods south to Yushur." Hua Zi immediately asked, "Big brother, with supplies so tight the Chang'an government can hardly distribute much to the common people now. Where can we go to exchange for supplies?" Another younger brother chimed in. "Yeah, big brother, I found out yesterday that the common people are only receiving 1 cabbage and 3 or 4 potatoes a day now." Chun Zinsheng lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, glanced at the two younger brothers, and said, "You two have been with me for so long, you should think a bit more. The Xia country is never short of parasites, and these parasites don't care about the yellow rivers, turbulent waters, they only care about stuffing their own pockets. And these people are our bread and butter, understand?" The two brothers were taken aback and incredulously said, "Big brother, are you saying that even now there are officials still pocketing supplies? Those people truly deserve to die." Slap. With a crisp sound, the younger brother who spoke received a slap on the back of his head from Chun Zinsheng. "Uft. You little idiot, I just said they are our bread and butter, do you understand? Alright, stop chatting, and once I get in touch with the people here, as soon as the supplies are exchanged, well, haul them back to Heha immediately." Chun Zinsheng turned and returned to the room. His phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he chuckled. Hee, this G is indeed a cunning fox. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. By the time Li Fan returned to the fortress on his electric bike after eliminating the villa's intruders, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, and Black Cloud Cliff City appeared dim, as if a curtain had obscured the heavens and the earth, creating an oppressive atmosphere. However, on Li Fan's way back, the people's spirits were not affected by the panic surrounding Black Cloud Cliff City. On the contrary, celebrations were in full swing everywhere, with drums beating, voices singing, and crazed aunties dancing square dance. Poor souls, do you not know that this will be your last revelry? Once inside the fortress, Li Fan first set the fireplace and underfloor heating in order, ready to ignite them when the temperature dropped in the evening. Just as Li Fan was about to find a comfortable position on the sofa to enter the alternate space and begin assembling the mobile fortress plan, his phone rang. He saw it was Ko Peng's number and promptly answered. "Miss me, brother. Is everything well with you, Fan?" Initially, Li Fan thought Ko the chubby one would be in a dire situation, calling to complain or to celebrate the end of the sweltering heat. However, hearing his cheerful tone brought some relief. "Everything is splendid. If there's business, report it. If not, retire from court. I'm still quite busy, you know. Come on, I have good news I wanted to share with you right away. Don't be ungrateful." "Good news? What good news could you possibly have? Did you succeed in losing weight, or did you meet a new goddess?" How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? I'm about to make it big." "Did you win the lottery?" "No, wait, the lottery center has already stopped selling tickets." Ko Peng immediately let out a mysterious chuckle and whispered, "I'm only telling you, okay? Spit it out quickly. Did you see that meteor when the solar eclipse happened?" Upon hearing this, Li Fan's nerves tensed up. The feeling that the meteor gave both him and Ran Lin was unsettling, and Ko Peng bringing it up made him feel alert. "I saw it. Just get to the point. A meteorite fell near the gully close to my house. I rushed over on my bike right away. Wow, you have no idea, dozens of people were searching that gully, but in the end I found it myself." Li Fan knew that the most conspicuous fragment had fallen in the direction of Chinsong, and Ko Peng's home was indeed in Chinsong. However, Li Fan never expected Ko Peng to have found that meteorite. "You really found it?" Li Fan felt uncertain. He didn't know whether that meteorite was just an ordinary one, or if it was an energy entity like Nuka. If it were an ordinary meteorite, it wouldn't matter, but he feared it might be an energy entity like Nuka. Although Ran Lin had no memory of it, Li Fan felt that if it were truly an energy entity of the same kind as Nuka, it could bring trouble to the chubby one. While Li Fan was lost in thought, Ko Peng's excited voice came through again. "Right? I'll tell you, when I picked it up, I secretly hid it in my pants and slipped away. How about that? Isn't that quite righteous? Quickly call me your godfather." Li Fan dropped his teasing tone and said to Ko Peng, "You chubby one, send me a photo of the meteor. How about that? Isn't that quite righteous? Quickly call me your godfather." Li Fan dropped his teasing tone and said to Ko Peng, "You chubby one, send me a photo of the meteorite right now so I can take a look." "Okay, but make sure not to tell anyone else." Li Fan acknowledged and then hung up. A few seconds later, he received a photo from Ko Peng. At the moment he saw the photo, Li Fan's tense spirit relaxed instantly. It was an entirely black stone about the size of a thermos in an irregular oval shape, looking completely like an ordinary extraterrestrial meteorite. To be safe, Li Fan communicated with Ran Lin in his mind, asking her to take a look at the stone. However, Ranlin also said she didn't recognize it. It seemed he was indeed being overly sensitive. He then sent Ko Peng his congratulations through the phone, also reminding him to stock up on supplies if he could. The world was still in chaos, and it was best to prepare for emergencies. After putting down the phone, Li Fan entered the alternate space and began the arduous and lengthy task of assembling the mobile fortress RV. On the other end of the line, Ko Peng was sitting in his bedroom, holding the dark meteorite. He played with it lovingly, a satisfied and excited smile on his face, dreaming of the life he could finally have, driving fast cars, singing songs, and enjoying hot pot. Gradually, a wave of sleepiness overtook him, and he collapsed onto the bed with the meteorite falling into a deep slumber. However, in his deep sleep, he did not notice that the originally dark stone was slowly shedding its outer layer, turning to powder and revealing a crystal body resembling obsidian. Within the crystal, wisps of black mist were slowly seeping into his body through his arm. Meanwhile, in the fortress, Li Fan emerged once again from the alternate space, resembling a man drained by indulgence. His eyes were dull, and his spirit was languid. He never expected that assembling would consume even more mental energy than disassembling. His current mental strength was much stronger than before, but at the current pace it would take him at least 10 days to completely assemble everything. This meant that he would need to recover his mental strength at least a dozen times to finish the entire assembly project. At that moment, Li Fan desperately wanted to obtain the Nuka energy entity. Alas, the suffering. Xiao Go, are you even capable? You've barely completed 10. In his mind, Ran Lin's disdainful voice echoed. Li Fan weakly replied, Xiao Ran, could you please focus on more positive things? You can't just throw around jokes from the underworld. If you can't do it, then you can't. Quickly rest, don't go out during this time, I'll focus on assembling the fortress RV properly. Li Fan couldn't even be bothered to reply. He was utterly exhausted and just curled up on the sofa, entering a deep sleep. By the time it neared midnight, a biting cold had enveloped the earth and the temperature had dropped to around -10 degrees. The streets, which had been filled with celebratory people, quickly emptied as they rushed home to find their winter clothes. Within the fortress, Li Fan, who had been sleeping soundly, was disturbed by the incessant notification sounds from his phone. Slowly opening his eyes, he picked up his phone and saw it was already 11:50. No wonder his phone was so lively. It seemed hail was about to fall, with various messages and official low temperature warnings piling up over 99. He got up and went to the fireplace, igniting the smokeless coal he had prepared earlier and opening the water flow valve for the underfloor heating. Li Fan held his phone, turned, and left the underground third floor, arriving at the observation deck, where he brewed a cup of red tea, waiting for the hail to arrive. Just after midnight, raindrops began to fall from the sky, gradually turning into a downpour, mixed with ice pellets of varying sizes crashing down to the ground. Through the bulletproof glass, Li Fan could clearly see the hail shattering upon impact. The once silent city finally had a different sound. Unfortunately, it was a hellish cacophony. Looking at the city, Li Fan raised his teacup in a toast. Welcome to the final chaotic moment. Lying on the sofa of the observation deck, holding a teacup in hand, while listening to the sound of rain and hail striking the glass outside, he picked up his phone and opened a short video. There were videos cursing the heavens for being blind, videos complaining about the official distribution of supplies being too shabby, and some pseudo-experts quoting the old calendars saying this rain is a normal phenomenon after the sweltering heat. Meanwhile, the authorities merely issued a low-temperature warning and hastily moved on. It seems they have realized that the chaos in the world is inevitable. What remains uncertain is whether they have uncovered the issue of the Tai Nua virus. Suddenly, he recalled a piece of information he had obtained while monitoring Wang Yun. The capital has already begun establishing safe zones. Logically, even if cities across the country were to be thrown into chaos due to the sweltering heat, the capital should remain as steady as Mount Tai. This is because the stationed military force in the capital is several times that of Chang'an Prefecture, and they were the first to start establishing safe zones. This made Li Fan suspect that the capital must already be aware of the existence of the Tai Nua virus and its contagious nature. If this is the case, then the capital might have already found a piece of Nuka, but they likely haven't yet received information about the spark. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until 8 years later in his past life to initiate the search for the spark. However, Li Fan was not worried that the authorities would discover the existence of the spark. Even if they racked their brains, they would never think that the spark would run from the Arctic to a university student in distant Chang'an Prefecture. By the time they could trace the threads to find him, it would be many years later. By then, he believed he would possess the strength to converse on equal terms with them. After sitting for more than half an hour, Li Fan returned to the underground level 3, prepared some food, and continued to rejuvenate his energy. On the other side in Qingang City, Ko Peng was awoken by the bone-chilling cold, shivering as he groggily got up and found his winter clothing to wear. He walked to the bathroom, preparing to turn on the tap. Suddenly, he was startled by his own reflection in the mirror. His once plump cheeks had become pale and gaunt. He reached out to touch his face, feeling no warmth on his pale cheeks. Confused, he scratched his head and found many strands of hair stuck between his fingers. Oh no, I'm losing hair. Ooh, I won't be going bald, will I? As he spoke, two of his teeth fell out, causing Ko Peng to panic, opening his mouth wide and reaching in to touch his teeth. Gently shaking them, his anxiety grew as every single tooth showed signs of looseness. Moreover, the eyes staring back at him in the mirror were no longer as bright as before, resembling those of a person with mild cataracts, but his vision remained unaffected. He hurriedly ran out of the bathroom, and the moment he grabbed his phone, his pupils suddenly dilated, staring blankly in place. Oh, what was I just doing? What did I need the phone for? At that moment, his grandmother called from outside. Peng Peng, come out for dinner. It's getting cold, hurry, and put on your quilt and thermal pants, or you'll catch a cold. Grandma, I'm not hungry, you can eat without me. I've already put on my thermal pants. Ko Peng then sat on the bed, a look of confusion on his face, feeling that he had forgotten something very important, yet he couldn't recall it no matter what. Gradually, waves of drowsiness hit him again, and Ko Peng burrowed into the blankets, falling into a deep sleep. Initially, the rising and falling of the blankets was even and rhythmic, but it slowly began to slow down. Ko Peng's changes did not attract the attention of his family, and even he himself forgot about his own changes. Heavy rain continued to fall, mixed with hail. The municipal building in Chang'an Prefecture did not become quiet due to the harsh weather, rather it was brightly lit. It was still the same large conference room for thousands, but the attendees were no longer from various governing departments. It was filled entirely with military personnel and key officials from the city government. The several seats on the podium were empty, while the audience below was packed with military and police waiting for their leaders to arrive. Some people in the audience were whispering to those beside them. Have you heard? Several communities in the south have run out of supplies, and many people have starved to death. I've heard that too. It's hard to imagine that in the 21st century people could still die of starvation. You guys don't understand the situation. Ooh, I heard that supplies in those communities have been embezzled by certain individuals. Is that true? It's inhumane to embezzle supplies at a time like this. The supplies originally distributed were already pitifully scarce, barely sustaining the most basic needs of the people. How could anyone dare to embezzle supplies? When the Wang sisters were about to head home, they were suddenly notified to attend the meeting. Seeing the scene in the conference room, an inexplicable atmosphere emerged. Sister, what do you think this meeting is for? Wang Yun scanned the attendees in the room. The soldiers were all officers, and the police were all active duty officers. Such a high-level meeting reminded her of a previous case involving an enemy spy poisoning attempt. That was when an agent from an enemy nation planned to deploy a highly contagious synthetic virus in the city to test its harmfulness. The last contingency plan made by the city at that time included a citywide lockdown and the same scene of military and police gatherings. Yue, it seems my prediction was not wrong. The disaster may just be beginning. What do you mean? Are you saying there's going to be another natural disaster? Wang Yu pointed at the crackling, icy rain outside the window and said, this is probably not just simple icy rain. There will definitely be follow-ups. Grandpa called me a few days ago insisting that we return to the capital immediately. It is clear that the situation is worse than I had anticipated. Wang Yu understood that in the current state of affairs it would be impossible to live alone outside. But when she thought about leaving Chang'an Prefecture, her first thought was of Li Fan. If she left, would he be able to survive in Chang'an Prefecture? Sister, do you think it would work if I brought Li Fan back to the capital with me? Wang Yun chuckled, helplessly ruffling Wang Yu's hair, and countered, are you so sure Li Fan would want to come back with you? Why wouldn't he? He is all alone here, and there's also Xiedebiao, who harbors malicious intentions towards him. It's hard for him to survive here. The capital is much safer, I can help him. At the very least, a peaceful life won't be a problem, right? You still underestimate him. He is not a weak little rabbit, but a clever lone wolf. Sister, here you go again. At such a time you're still chasing after him. Even your superior isn't investigating that case anymore. Why are you still so persistent? Wang Yu raised her hand to adjust her gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes as she said, my pursuit of him is to test his worth. Perhaps he can offer me hope for escaping from this sea of suffering in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu looked at Wang Yun in confusion and asked, Sister, what do you mean by that? Wang Yun smiled, faintly extending her slender finger to poke Wang Yu's forehead. You'll understand in the future. Don't worry, before we leave I will take you to meet your little admirer again. Wang Yu instantly blushed crimson, swatting away Wang Yun's hand, pretending to be angry. Sister, stop laughing at me. When I see him again, I will definitely persuade him to return to the capital with us. Wang Yun did not respond, only smiling as she gazed out the window, her expression distant as she fell into deep thought. Based on the information she had received from the capital, she was well aware that the future social order would completely collapse. Meanwhile, Li Fan had already made thorough preparations before the country even realized what was happening. Either he has a deeply hidden force backing him, or there is something special about him that she herself has yet to analyze. Half an hour later, the side door of the podium opened, and the mayor, the secretary of the municipal committee, the director of the municipal bureau, along with Zheng Feng, the commander of the Chang'an garrison, deputy commander Li Qiliai, and political commissar Su Shun, ascended the podium. The audience fell silent instantly, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, reflecting the strict discipline of the military and police in the Xia state. Upon witnessing this scene, the mayor's troubled face finally showed a hint of relief. Once everyone took their seats, the mayor adjusted the microphone and spoke with a heavy tone. I believe everyone can see from the attendees today that this meeting is quite special. After enduring the scorching heat for more than 10 days, everyone understands that the country is in a dire predicament, a challenge more difficult than facing the enemy directly. Natural disasters have not ceased with the arrival of this timely rain. Instead, even more severe tests are about to come. According to the directives from the State Council and the Military Commission, Chang'an is to establish a safe zone and implement military control. The location is set in the eastern suburban development area, where 11 newly built communities are mostly about to be completed, and the government has directly requisitioned and taken over. The safe zone can accommodate 1.2 million people with military and police relatives, given priority for residents. Starting tomorrow, all military police and special police will enter the safe zone for stability maintenance and daily work. Once this news was released, even if the discipline of the military and police was strong, it inevitably sparked murmurs of discussion. The mayor did not intervene, knowing that when he received reports from various regions of Chang'an, he was already mentally prepared to establish the safe zone. The State Council had long since delegated the authority to establish safe zones to various cities, yet the leadership of the municipal committee had still held onto a sense of false hope until a few days ago. It was not until yesterday that several incidents of resource looting occurred, resulting in the sacrifice of 17 police officers and 26 soldiers. Investigations revealed a significant number of mid-level officials colluding with local forces, leading to a major case of armed looting of living supplies. This situation made the municipal committee realize that under such circumstances the government orders were not reaching their intended recipients, and collusion between officials and criminals had become a common phenomenon, with the actual situation in Chang'an reaching a critical point. If a decisive resolution to establish a safe zone is not made soon, Chang'an will lose its last hope. Everyone calm down, this is a settled fact. You are all core leaders. After the meeting, ensure to ease the concerns of the grassroots officers. Subsequently, the meeting arranged details for the safe zone military police defense divisions and their respective responsibilities. This included the conditions for entering the safe zone, with military and police relatives, prioritized medical personnel's relatives as the second tier, and arrangements for specialized talents, among other details. The meeting lasted until 7 a.m., a full 7 hours, but outside the rain showed no signs of stopping. The temperature had dropped to -17 degrees. As people emerged from the conference room, the biting cold made everyone shiver uncontrollably. Wang Yu sat in the car with her sister, gazing out at the heavy rain, feeling quite lost. Sister, what if Li Fan is unwilling to return to the capital with me? How about I help him secure a residence qualification in the safe zone? Wang Yin looked at her silly younger sister and sighed with a smile. You should stop worrying about him and instead think about when the rain will stop, so we can notify the family to send someone to pick us up. Hearing about leaving Chang'an, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel melancholy, unsure whether it was because of parting with the city or her uncertainty about whether Li Fan would want to go to the capital with her. When shall we find Li Fan? Wang Yin pointed to the sky and said, We'll go as soon as the rain stops. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get to see him before we leave. As they spoke, the two drove home through the heavy rain. Far away in the basement of warehouse number 9 in the western suburban logistics park, 45 little brothers summoned by old Xiao, all wearing bulky clothes, stamped their feet and rubbed their hands to resist the cold. However, these 45 individuals were divided into two factions, one with over 30 members and the other with a dozen, separated by several meters, presenting a clear division. Brother, when I heard Chen Eru has also been taken out. I also heard from people at the battlefield that it was that college student surnamed Li who did it, claiming to have chopped off Chen Eru's head. Hao Jiangwen, a small leader under Zhou Chong, helped manage Zhou Chong's loan sharking operations and had a group of younger brothers following him. They were all subordinates of Zhou Qiang. Although Zhou Qiang was young, he treated this group of little brothers fairly well. However, in Xia Debaio's eyes, this group was of little use. Within their gang, neither Chen Eru nor Zhang Liang regarded them highly. Disdainful of their roles as mere street thugs, such as making threatening calls for debt collection, harassing debtors, and intimidating the wives and children of those who owed money. All of these were trivial matters. This made the brothers responsible for loan sharking always feel inferior within the gang. Hao Jiangwen glanced over at another group, not far from them, which consisted of people from the battlefield currently leaderless. He scoffed. I'm not surprised at the deaths of those two. The reckless will inevitably meet their end. A little brother wrapped in a military coat, stamping his feet, immediately agreed. Brother Wen is right. With their behavior, they acted as if they were the biggest shots around. Even speaking to us felt like they were bestowing charity. Another little brother, wearing a down jacket and a beanie with his hands tucked tightly in his sleeves, curiously asked, Hey, didn't they say Chen Eru was skilled? Invincible in Chang'an, how could he die at the hands of a college student? That's called having high skills, but still being afraid of a kitchen knife. How Jiang Wen's expression darkened as he quietly warned the little brother beside him, "Don't underestimate him. That college student might be truly formidable, or else so many brothers wouldn't have fallen at his hands." The little brother in the down jacket pulled his hands into his sleeves, crossing them over his chest, and replied nonchalantly, "To be honest, if it weren't for old Xiao saying there would be food here, I wouldn't have come. Well, who isn't here to make a living? I wouldn't actually risk my life. Sure, Brother Biao is coming out." How Jiang Wen immediately silenced the younger brothers, gesturing with his lips, and everyone turned to look as Xie Biao walked out from the innermost compartment and stood before them, still wearing that gentle smile. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. I called everyone here for your future. As you've seen, we are no longer in peaceful times, but if you want to survive, live well, and rise to greatness, you must fight hard. I know many of you are just looking to get by, and I understand. But if you still have this mindset now, I can clearly tell you that these people will surely starve to death in this chaotic world." Xie Biao's words struck a chord with many who held a passive attitude towards life. After Xie Biao finished speaking, he did not rush to continue, knowing that he could gather two groups of people. One group consisted of the loan company's collection agents, whom he had never really relied on, while the other group was from the sand and gravel yard he rarely managed. To make these people quickly return to loyalty was not a task that could be accomplished overnight. It required both the lure of benefits and the coercion of force. Indeed, after he finished speaking, many indifferent faces fell into contemplation. At this moment, Xie Biao spoke again. "I have heard from a little bird that Chang'an Prefecture will soon designate a safe zone, but those outside the safe zone will have to fend for themselves. Do you really think that the order-placing helpers can survive? I have called you all here out of the bonds of the past, and many of you followed me, Xie Biao, when you had nothing. In these years, I have not wronged any of you brothers. Now that chaos is about to unfold, it is a disaster for ordinary people, but for us, it is an opportunity. As long as we unite, we can dominate a territory and become true local emperors. I reiterate, follow me, Xie Biao, and I will ensure you enjoy the finest food, drink, and the company of the most beautiful women, living the life of the elite." This impassioned speech instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and some began to cheer. "Brother Biao, whatever you say, we will do it. Exactly, let us be the tyrants of this chaotic world. If we really can dominate, I want 5 beautiful women to serve me, one for each day from Monday to Friday. What about Saturday and Sunday? One day for rest, and the other day for a big sleep together. Ha ha, can you even handle that? Look at your small frame. Ha ha ha." Amid the cacophony of crude boasts, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Seeing this, Xie Biao couldn't help but smile knowingly and waved to Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang led several underlings to carry out a dozen long boxes from the room, placing them before the group of younger brothers and opening them one by one. Instantly, the basement fell eerily silent. Only the sound of hurried breaths filled the air. "Brother Biao, is this the real deal? Damn, I can finally touch a gun. Brother Biao, with these, who in Chang'an Prefecture would dare to challenge us? Brother Biao is awesome." Originally, the younger brothers, who were just looking to pass the time, now had fiery eyes at the sight of the weapons in the wooden boxes, but no one dared to reach out. They all understood Xie Biao's ruthless decisiveness, especially when they saw the pistol at his waist, and they merely cheered excitedly, flattering him. Xie Biao raised his hand to quiet them. "In a while, I will arrange for someone to teach you how to use the guns. Lao Shao will distribute them according to your time with me." At this point, Xie Biao's expression suddenly darkened, his voice cold. "Remember, these things are to keep your guns aimed outward. If anyone dares to point a gun at our own people, I will make them wish for death. Don't worry, Brother Biao, if anyone dares to shoot at our own, we will definitely tear him apart. Exactly, traitors deserve a terrible fate." Xie Biao returned to his warm smile, nodded at Lao Shao, and then went back into the room. Zhou Qiang followed Xie Biao into the room, seeing him sitting on the sofa, with Lu Rian in his arms, his hand reaching into her collar for warmth, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. "Cousin, the living supplies for today have not yet been delivered by Ji Wooly." "Not delivered yet?" "No, I just contacted the person responsible for delivering supplies to us, and they sounded very impatient." "Cousin, could it be?" Xie Biao's face darkened, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, his heart surging with anger. He knew Ji Wooly was now planning to abandon him. Although it wouldn't lead to immediate conflict, he couldn't expect Ji Wooly to allow him to remain on his territory. If the issue of living supplies wasn't resolved quickly, the newly formed group might face problems. He then had Zhou Qiang go out. Ji Wooly had guns and supplies, and he also learned that others were not fewer than him. Although he now had people and guns, being without supplies would definitely leave him at a disadvantage. If the issue of living supplies wasn't resolved quickly, the newly formed group might face problems. He then had Zhou Qiang go out to replace Lao Shao. When Lao Shao came in, Xie Biao asked, "Did you find out if the official supply team has any news today?" "I was just about to tell you this. I found out through connections that today is the last time the officials will distribute supplies to the citizens. After this, the officials will designate an area in the eastern outskirts as a supply collection center, and in the future the citizens of Chang'an Prefecture will have to go there to collect supplies." "Is the time confirmed?" Before noon at 12 o'clock the supplies from Li Shui courtyard should arrive. Xie Biao withdrew his hand from Lu Rian's collar and checked the time. It is now 8 o'clock. I will give everyone an hour to familiarize themselves with the use of the guns, and we will leave at 9 o'clock sharp. It is time for us to return to our territory. Okay, I will arrange it right away. Lao Shao exited the room, and Xie Biao rubbed the gun at his waist, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Li Fan, your life and supplies are already in my hands. Not even Jesus can save you, I mean it. His obsession with Li Fan had reached a pathological level. Especially after learning that Li Fan currently had vast supplies, he often fantasized about taking them for himself, and in this chaotic world becoming the one who calls the shots. The rain continued to fall, but there was a faint trend of weakening. However, the temperature showed no signs of warming, instead becoming even colder. In the cold storage of the logistics park, Ji Wuli was also brainwashing his employees. Compared to Xie Biao's younger brothers, his people seemed slightly less receptive. After all, just a few days ago these people were honest workers like laborers, drivers, and security guards. It was challenging to make them instantly accept taking up arms to fight for territory, and there was still some resistance in their hearts. However, under Ji Wuli's silver tongue and the temptation of supplies, they gradually began to accept the grand vision he painted. Watching these people familiarize themselves with firearms under the guidance of a former mercenary security guard, he felt a surge of ambition. At this moment, Zhang Xiao approached Ji Wuli and whispered, "Boss, Xie Biao has gathered about 40 to 50 people, and they are probably practicing with guns. No other actions. None. Their people called me asking for supplies for 50 people, but I turned them down, and I haven't seen them make any moves. Keep a close watch on them. Have your two brothers who know how to use guns set up the Maxim gun at the ventilation of warehouse No. 3. If they dare to come over with guns, take them out. Don't worry, boss, though I will personally keep an eye on it. All right, go ahead." Ji Wuli waved his hand and turned back to the temperature-controlled control room behind the cold storage. This room had been transformed into Ji Wuli's temporary bedroom. Pushing the door open, he saw Ji Buochang on top of a girl tugging at her ponytail and cursing incessantly. "You filthy bitch, are you pretending to be something you're not? I thought you were an original, but it turns out you're secondhand. Li Fan was right, you're just a cheap whore who can be bought with money." During this time, Ji Buochang lived a carefree life, originally thinking that his family was on the brink of bankruptcy and that he would soon bid farewell to a life of indulgence. Little did he expect that a natural disaster would strike, freeing his family from the burden of compensating for the lost hundreds of billions worth of goods. Moreover, his father had repurchased a lot of supplies before the apocalypse, initially intended as compensation, but now they became the foundation for survival in the new world. Currently, resources are more valuable than money during peaceful times, just like the girl Wu Shanshan, whom he has pursued for a long time, but never succeeded with. In a desperate situation, she came to him, and he only needed to treat her to a simple meal to have her willingly shed her clothes. The only thing that bothered him was that Wu Shanshan, as Li Fan had said, was not the pure white lotus she pretended to be, but rather a camellia that had already bloomed. Wu Shanshan, treated roughly by Ji Buochang, did not show any signs of resistance or anger. Instead, she wore a flattering expression, allowing him to do as he pleased. "Buochang, you're right. You can do whatever you want. Isn't it true that you gave your first time to Li Fan? How could I give it to him? He's just a lucky loser." At that moment, a commanding voice came from behind. "Son, stop playing around, put on your clothes, and come out with me." Ji Buochang turned to see his father, a displeased expression on his face. He jumped off the bed, dressed quickly, and followed his father out of the bedroom. The father and son arrived in another room, where Ji Buochang took out a handgun from his jacket and handed it to Ji Buochang. "Things are unstable lately, keep the gun with you. In case of an emergency, shoot directly, but be careful not to hurt yourself." Upon seeing the handgun, Ji Buochang's eyes lit up. He took it in his hand, skillfully unloaded the magazine, checked it, loaded it, and aimed at the corner lamp. Bang! The lamp shattered in response, and Ji Buochang raised his eyebrows proudly at his father. Don't worry, the Diamond VIP at the shooting range didn't earn that title for nothing. Seeing his son so proficient with the firearm, Ji Wuli also nodded with satisfaction. Still be cautious, there's a good chance of friction with Xie Biao's group. Stay sharp and don't just think about women all the time. Is Xie Biao still hanging around here? Yes, we've obtained firearms now. Originally we thought to recruit some people through Xie Biao, but it seems I was overly optimistic. His ambitions are quite large. Dad, do you think Xie Biao will come over to rob us of our supplies now that he's out of resources? No, he's not a fool. Everyone is in a developmental stage right now, thinking about how to control more resources and gather more people to strengthen themselves. Fighting us would be unwise. However, we must remain vigilant. I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on them. Just then Ji Wuli's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Zhang Xiao, he frowned and answered. Boss, Xie Biao and his group have left warehouse No. 2. Everyone drove away together. Are you sure they all left? Boss, Xie Biao and his group have left warehouse No. 2. Everyone drove away together. Are you sure they all left? It looks like they are preparing to leave the industrial park. Send 2 of our guys to follow them in a car and see where they settle down. Keep a constant watch on their every move. I've already arranged for people to follow them. Good job. Notify me as soon as there's any news. After hanging up, Ji Wooly relaxed his frown. With Xie Biao gone, he felt much more at ease. The industrial park was his territory, and he needed a force to keep it secured, otherwise he would be restless. Now that Xie Biao had left, he could finally begin recruiting allies and take full control of the western suburbs. Of course, he still harbored another worry: Li Fan, the university student who had stolen his hundreds of billions worth of goods. If that batch of supplies were still in his hands, he would be confident in seizing the entire western suburbs in the shortest possible time and building a powerful armed force. From what he learned through Xie Biao, Li Fan also attended Shigong University and was an alumnus of his son, having built a defensive fortress at the foot of Liyuan Mountain in Beijing. Son, do you know Li Fan? He's a junior at your school. At the mention of Li Fan, Ji Bochang's eyes immediately revealed a fierce light, gritting his teeth as he said, "Of course I know him. He even threatened me with a knife before. How do you know about him?" "The batch of supplies we lost is in his hands." "What? It's him? Damn, Dad, let's take people to deal with him and get our supplies back." Ji Wooly patted Ji Bochang's shoulder and said earnestly, "We must be steady and patient. That batch of supplies must be reclaimed, but there needs to be a complete plan. Do you really think that Li Fan alone could clear out hundreds of billions worth of goods overnight? There must be a large force behind him. Until we understand Li Fan's actual situation, we shouldn't act rashly." Hearing that the culprit behind stealing his family's supplies was the Li Fan with whom he had a grudge, Ji Bochang felt an urgent desire to personally confront Li Fan and trample him beneath his feet. What if Xie Biao takes down Li Fan first and gets the supplies? No worries, if it were that easy to subdue Li Fan, Xie Biao wouldn't have fled in such a What if Xie Biao takes down Li Fan first and gets the supplies? No worries, if it were that easy to subdue Li Fan, Xie Biao wouldn't have fled in such a miserable state after suffering heavy losses. To have forced Xie Biao into such a predicament, it must have been the work of a university student. Do you believe it? Even if he manages to capture Li Fan, we can still intercept them halfway. That's why I arranged for people to keep an eye on them. Ji Bochang felt somewhat unconvinced. After being intimidated by Li Fan, he had also investigated him and found out he was just an orphan without parents. He felt his father was being overly cautious, but out of respect for his father, he didn't argue and could only nod helplessly. "I'll listen to you, but if we prepare to move against Li Fan, I must lead people to go. I want to teach him a good lesson and make him suffer humiliation and torment." Seeing his son like this, Ji Wooly felt helpless. Ever since his mother eloped with a pretty boy when he was very young, Ji Bochang had developed a twisted sense of revenge against women. He loved his son dearly and let him run wild. Despite a lavish lifestyle, he was very filial to his father, which was enough. He had plenty of money to support his son's extravagance. However, the world had changed now, and he didn't want his son to be too impulsive. "Son, remember to think long-term and have a bigger vision. Li Fan is just a dispensable character in our grand plan. Don't let him affect your intelligence and judgment. Once we are fully prepared, I will let you take him down yourself. You will understand that in your future life, he is merely a bothersome ant." Understood. Ji Wooly patted Ji Bochang's shoulder, his eyes filled with affection. It was already approaching noon, and although the rain persisted, it had eased considerably from the torrential downpour of early morning. Yet the temperature continued to plummet, now hovering at -20°C. At Lishui Courtyard, a convoy of over a dozen vehicles crashed through the entrance gate's barrier and surged into the residential compound, halting directly before Unit 1 of Building No. 1. 40 or 50 people disembarked, each armed with a firearm. Xie Biao stepped down from the lead vehicle. No sooner had he steadied himself than Hao Jiangwen approached and whispered, "Brother Biao, a tail has been shadowing us since the logistics park. Shall we dispatch someone to eliminate them?" Xie Biao glanced beyond the courtyard gate and spotted an SUV parked outside. A contemptuous smile flickered across his lips. "Those are old Ji's men. Leave them be, for now. They hold supplies and firearms. Provoking Ji Wooly now would benefit no one. Let us first secure our immediate sustenance, then reconsider." Xie Biao turned to Lao Shao beside him and ordered Lao Shao assign 2 trustworthy brothers to carry the ammunition up to my apartment and guard it there. The rest, follow me. We seize the official relief supplies first. Lao Shao promptly led several underlings to haul multiple ammunition crates from the van up to Xie Biao's residence, while the remaining armed men followed their leader back to a roadside ambush point just outside the compound. Half an hour later, a compact freight truck and a police van crept slowly into view. "Brother Biao, the supply convoy has arrived." Xie Biao scrutinized the small freight truck, his brow furrowing tightly. Lishui Courtyard housed over 5,000 residents. Yet this modest vehicle could barely sustain the entire compound for 2 or 3 days. Why such a tiny truck? Brother Biao, official rations are now critically scarce. Even this delivery is a rare stroke of fortune. I've heard many neighborhoods have already run out of grain. Gazing at the approaching supply vehicles, he sighed in resignation and instructed his men, "Prepare yourselves. all fire concentrated on the truck driver. Then swiftly neutralize the officers in the patrol van. Speed is paramount. 200 meters, 150, 30. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. At Xie de Biao's command, every weapon erupted in unison, flames licking the air like serpents. The truck driver collapsed instantly, riddled with bullets. The operation unfolded flawlessly. When Xie de Biao reached the freight truck and swung open its cargo door, he found only rice flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, and cabbages, potatoes, and rat. The operation unfolded flawlessly. When Xie de Biao reached the freight truck and swung open its cargo door, he found only rice flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, and cabbages, potatoes, and radishes. Not a shred of meat or fish. Confronted by the meager, monotonous stockpile, Xie de Biao's disappointment curdled into despair. Though this haul could sustain his faction for 1 or 2 months, it was pitifully inadequate. Not enough to expand influence, nor even to guarantee loyalty among his men amid mounting hardship. He turned and ordered his underlings to transport the supplies back to Lishui courtyard, and to dispose of the corpses, discreetly burning them in some remote location. Inside Lishui courtyard, many households had already exhausted their food reserves, surviving solely on dwindling government rations. Yet as noon passed and approached 1 o'clock, no announcement summoned residents to collect supplies. Desperate tenants, starving and impatient, flooded the neighborhoods, WeChat groups summoning the community director and Zhang. Director Hu, when will the supplies arrive? It's nearly 1 o'clock. Zhongli, yes. Director Hu, our pantry is utterly bare. If help doesn't come soon, lives will be lost. In building No. 30, a newlywed couple, married just over a year, had a month-old infant. They'd always dined out, never cooking at home. With workplaces shuttered, their existence grew increasingly dire. Prolonged malnutrition left the mother with insufficient breast milk, and the baby listless and weak with hunger. Zhang Sheng, Director Hu, could you please petition authorities for meat or fish? My wife is nursing. Adults may endure coarse fare, but she nourishes 2 lives. Director Hu, are you there? Say something. Hu Qiuyan stared at her phone, her heart turning icy cold as she read the neighborhood director's group notification. North District had just informed all communities official deliveries would cease entirely. Henceforth, each household must present their household registration booklet at an eastern suburb distribution center to claim rations. From the same director's group, she learned that the eastern suburbs had established a secured zone, whereafter military and police forces would withdraw entirely from areas beyond its perimeter, leaving governance to civilian self-organization. That decree meant all lands outside the secured zone would descend into lawless chaos. Just as she prepared to contact trusted acquaintances for details about admission criteria to the secured zone, her phone rang. An incoming call from a resident of Building No. 1. His voice trembled with urgency, delivering news that drained the color from her face. She rushed to the window and gazed toward Building No. 1, her breath catching in shock. Xie de Biao had returned. Not merely returned, but armed to the teeth, having seized the final official supply delivery. She knew then Lishui courtyard's doom had arrived. Panic gave way to steely calm. She immediately retrieved 2 suitcases and packed warm clothing. Clutching the bags and pulling on her raincoat, she slipped quietly out the rear gate. Beyond the compound's edge, she climbed into a car she'd hidden earlier, only then unlocking her phone to send a message to the neighborhood group. Residents' official deliveries to Lishui courtyard have ended. Per official notice, all future rations must be collected personally at the Eastern Suburb Distribution Center. Today's shipment has been seized by Xie de Biao. Please safeguard yourselves accordingly. Having sent the message, she exited the group and cast one last glance back at Lishui courtyard. I'm done serving. A petty post isn't worth my life. Farewell. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped toward the Eastern Suburb secured zone. The moment Hu Qiuyan's message appeared, the neighborhood group exploded. What do you mean, no more deliveries? Hu Qiuyan, explain yourself. Explain what? She's already left the group. Does anyone know what's really happening? I just contacted a friend in the administration. He confirmed Chang'an Prefecture has established a secured zone. Outside its boundaries, civilians govern themselves, and rations require presenting your household registration booklet at the Eastern Suburb Center. How can we possibly go there? It's nearly an hour's drive, and the compound has no functioning vehicles left. I'm less concerned about fetching rations, and far more alarmed by Hu Qiuyan's claim that today's shipment was seized by Xie de Biao. What does that mean? At that moment, a resident of Building No. 1 posted in the group, look toward Building No. 1, then you'll understand. That single message sent every resident rushing to windows and balconies. Xie de Biao is back. He seized today's supplies. It's over, utterly over. My God, I see they're all armed. What do we do now? Panic descended upon Lishui courtyard like wolves bursting into a sheepfold. Li Fan was oblivious to the events at Lishui Villa, as he was currently in a deep sleep, recovering his depleted spiritual energy from the previous exhausting day. It wasn't until around 3 in the afternoon that hunger awakened Li Fan. After getting out of bed, he added some smokeless coal to the fireplace. He then entered the kitchen, prepared a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, and sat at the dining table picking up his phone to browse through unread messages while eating. Suddenly his hand froze mid-action, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Xieda Biao had returned. Oh, was he back to seek death? However, as Li Fan scrolled through the 99 unread messages in the owner's group, chat his brows for no wonder he dared to return. It turned out he was fully armed. The excitement Li Fan felt at Xieda Biao's return faded away as he regained his composure, now filled with caution. He didn't know whether Xieda Biao had obtained heavy firepower in addition to firearms. Although he felt somewhat cautious, he wasn't overly worried. Now he was in full defensive mode around the clock, and the fortress was built with the latest military-grade materials. Unless Xieda Biao managed to acquire 400 to 500 kilograms of TNT. Otherwise, no matter how many AKs he had, they would merely be a scratch. It was a pity that he couldn't rush out to deal with him immediately. While the fortress could withstand pinpoint TNT explosions, his current gear might struggle against heavy firepower. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan decided to scout the situation before making further plans. He then released a silver dragonfly to spy on Xieda Biao's house at Lishui Villa. 10 minutes later, at Building 1 of Lishui Villa, 2 dragonflies perched on the curtain rod in the living room of Xieda Biao's home. Meanwhile, none of the people in the living room noticed the unexpected guests on the curtains. Brother Biao, I counted the supplies, and they will only last us for a little over 2 months. If we are frugal, we might stretch it to 3 months. After organizing the supplies in a bedroom, old Xiao approached Xieda Biao to report the situation. Xieda Biao waved his hand, dismissively facing the more than 40 people in the living room. He said generously, no need to distribute according to normal shares. Everyone must be well fed. Then where will the brothers stay? Xieda Biao smiled, gently pointing towards the rooftop. Old Xiao, with so many rooms in this building, isn't there enough for everyone? The younger brothers began to make strange noises like a pack of uncivilized monkeys. How Zhang Wenyu and Ma Daji take the brothers to choose rooms. If anyone doesn't behave, you know what to do, right? Ma Daji stepped forward, patting his AK, and replied, Brother Biao, don't worry, this will teach them to be sensible. Go on. From now on, Lishui Villa will be our base. I don't want to hear any dissenting voices. Oh ho. Let's go pick a room. It would be even better if we could find 2 warm beds. A group of younger brothers followed Hao Zhangwen and Ma Daji bustling up the stairs, while 1 dragonfly in the living room followed closely behind them. Not long after, Building 1 erupted with the sounds of gunfire, screams, cries, and pleas for help throughout the entire community. Little brother, we have no food at home, nor anything valuable. Please have mercy on us. On the 6th floor, an elderly retired couple, upon hearing the knock, opened the door, without any defenses, only to be met by 4 or 5 men bursting in, guns in hand. It was only then they realized these men were Xieda Biao's underlings. Assuming they were there to rob them, they quickly cried out in despair and begged for mercy. Old folks, listen well, this house now belongs to us. You 2 need to get out immediately. Upon hearing this, the couple's faces turned pale as they cried out, Oh dear, how can this be? Please, we beg you. This house is our retirement home. If we leave, we have nowhere to go. One of the younger brothers impatiently scratched his ear. Nowhere to go? Then let me help you on your way. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, abruptly silencing the couple's pleas, while the underling who fired looked flushed with excitement from his first killing, his hand trembling slightly around the gun. Is this what it feels like to kill? It's incredibly thrilling. The debt collectors under Zhou Qiang were different from the ruthless characters under Zhang Liang. They were just some lower-level thugs who had never actually killed anyone. Seeing that they could also control a life, their mentality began to shift, a different kind of thrill, making them feel exhilarated. This scene was also unfolding in different households. Room 402 housed a family of 5, 3 generations from the old to the young. The elderly couple had 1 dead and 1 disabled during the chaos in the garage, leaving only the young couple, their 4-year-old daughter, and an ailing old mother. When the young man heard the gunfire, he immediately locked the door, praying that Xieda Biao's underlings wouldn't find their home. But contrary to his wishes, the sound of frantic banging on the door began. Open up, I know you're home. If you don't open the door, when we get in, you will regret it. In the living room, the young wife held the child hiding behind her husband, tightly clutching the back of his shirt, her expression filled with terror, while the child cried incessantly. Husband, what do we do? What if they break in? The young man's face darkened as he gripped the kitchen knife tightly, the knuckles of his fingers turning white from strain. Don't worry, wife. If they dare to mess around, I will fight them. You take the child and hide in your mother's bedroom. After saying this, he pushed the woman into the bedroom, instructed her to lock the door, and stood alone at the front door of the living room. Suddenly, a series of violent impacts echoed from the front door, each blow making his heart quiver. The fear escalated to a peak, and the moment the door was finally smashed open, his rationality was completely engulfed by terror. Oh, damn it, smash die. He swung the kitchen knife at a stumbling underling who had just barged in, unsteady on his feet. Red and white liquid sprayed across his face, and the accompanying underlings were momentarily stunned by the scene. It was only when the protagonist pulled the knife out of the underling's head that one of the younger brothers reacted, raising his gun and firing, emptying the magazine. The young husband fell into a pool of blood, coughing up blood and gradually losing consciousness. The three underlings who entered afterward stared at the two corpses, momentarily unsure of what to do next. At that moment, the bedroom door opened, and a beautiful figure lunged at the young man on the floor, her cries echoing throughout the entire floor. "Husband, husband, wake up! Don't scare me, wake up!" The three underlings gazed at the woman who rushed out and gradually came to their senses. They exchanged glances, revealing lecherous smiles, as if the blood of their fallen brother had been instantly forgotten. The three men simultaneously lunged forward, grabbing the woman and dragging her towards the bedroom, disregarding the child in the bedroom and the elderly woman lying in bed. They ignored her pleas for help, the sounds of tearing clothes and her cries echoing in the silent community. Gradually her voice became hoarse, and an hour later they threw an elderly and a young person along with a blood-soaked man off the balcony. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground attracted the attention of the entire community, with residents of other buildings peeking out from their windows to steal glances at Building 1. Building No. 1 had transformed into a den of hellish torment, the echoes of wails reverberating through the neighborhood, finally subsiding slowly past 3 in the afternoon. Soon after, a group of underlings returned to Upgradeable's residence, each brimming with excitement and pride, boasting about their deeds and discussing the spoils they had gained and the number of people they had slain. Upgradable nodded with satisfaction upon seeing their state, but suddenly noticed several were wounded. After counting, he furrowed his brows. "Why is one person still missing?" At that moment, a subordinate replied weakly, "We encountered a reckless foe. Xiao Lu was slain." Currently, resources are more valuable than money during peaceful times, just like the girl Wu Shanshan, whom he has pursued for a long time, but never succeeded with. Now take all the corpses and pile them in the neighborhood square. Pour gasoline over them and set them ablaze. Make sure everyone in the community witnesses the fate that awaits those who resist us. The men hurried to obey. Within half an hour, the park at the center of the neighborhood was stacked with 70 or 80 bodies, elderly, children, men, and few young women. Several underlings retrieved 4 or 5 buckets of gasoline from abandoned cars in the garage, dousing the corpses before igniting them. The roaring flames could not be extinguished even by the rain falling from the sky, though instead the fire spread. The homeowners group chat was once again flooded with messages. What can we do? Are Upgradeable and his men going to finish off Building No. 1 and then start looting other blocks? I doubt it. Judging by the number of bodies, they only targeted a dozen or so households, probably just to find a place to live. How are we supposed to survive? The issue of supplies isn't resolved, and now there's this lawless group. Is there truly no one to maintain order? The last batch of living supplies was also stolen by them. My family hasn't had a single meal today. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of new messages flooded the homeowners group. Li Fan shook his head as he read the messages on his phone, feeling no sympathy for these people. This was not merely due to past grudges from his previous life. In the group, amid hundreds of complaints, insults, and prayers, not a single person uttered a word for the deceased. Living through this phase again in this life, now as a mere spectator, his mindset shifted slightly. It dawned on him that people could truly remain indifferent to matters unrelated to themselves. There were videos cursing the heavens for being blind. Videos complaining about the official distribution of supplies being too shabby. And some He put down his phone and issued a command to Silver Dragonfly to search every room in Upgradeable's residence. Moments later, the feed showed a room stacked with a dozen long wooden crates. Li Fan was startled when he saw 2 crates marked with the words RPG and TNT. Fortunately, he had not rashly charged at Upgradable, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. Judging by the amount of TNT, it was likely only about a dozen kilograms. It seemed that to eliminate Upgradable, thorough preparation was necessary. For now, he would focus on assembling the Fortress RV safely within the stronghold. He believed that Upgradable's triumphant return would not be limited to merely occupying Lishui Villa. The more obvious target was himself. Thinking this, Li Fan scoffed and commanded Silver Dragonfly to return. With Upgradable's current arsenal, he wasn't even worthy of scratching the fortress. After a satisfying meal full of vigor, Li Fan sat on the living room sofa, finding a comfortable posture. His gaze scattered, pupils dilated. In an instant, his pupils focused, his eyes grew weary, as if all his vitality had been drained in that moment. Though mere seconds had passed outside in the alternate space, he had labored for a long time. Li Fan lay on the sofa, utterly despondent, murmuring to himself, this truly is a painful task. Ran Lin encouraged him in his mind. Keep going, we've completed 20. Let me add a 6, Li Fan replied. I now have a psychological shadow just looking at those parts. He had expected assembly to be far harder than disassembly, yet not to this extent. During disassembly, he had completed all mechanical structures within 5 full energy bursts. However, assembly was on its 4th exhaustive energy expenditure, and only 20 complete, as Ran Lin had greatly modified the RV. At this pace, he would need at least 16 more energy bursts, which, considering rest and sleep to recover energy, would take 7 or 8 full days. This estimate assumed his current increased energy reserves from disassembly, otherwise it would require over 20 bursts and about 14 to 15 days. Every time his energy was depleted, he experienced dizziness and ringing in his ears akin to severe motion sickness. Ran Lin's gentle, comforting voice echoed again in his mind. Believe that the moment the assembly is complete, you will thank yourself now. Rest while rain or shine, I await you in the alternate space. Li Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation as drowsiness overwhelmed him. The moment he closed his eyes, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. At Li Shui Villa, after arranging everything, Xie Biao opened his wallet and took out 3 mobile phones, 2 of which were already powered off, handing them to Zhou Qiang and Lu Ruyan. It turned out that when Xie Biao fled the loan company that day, he had confiscated Zhou Qiang and Lu Ruyan's phones, which explained why Li Fan's surveillance had received no updates. Xie Biao opened his own phone, saw the flurry of messages in the homeowners group, and smiled coldly before sending a voice message. Good afternoon, neighbors. I am Xie Biao. From now on, I will manage the entire community. Does anyone have any opinions? Upon this message, the entire group fell completely silent. Only then did the homeowners realize that Xie Biao was also a resident and a member of the group, though he had never spoken before. This led them to instinctively assume Xie Biao disdained joining the group. His sudden voice now sent shivers through those who had just been complaining about him, filling them with terror. The group seemed muted, as if gagged. No one dared utter a sound. What's wrong? Don't be silent. I'm easy to talk to. If you have concerns, speak up. After less than 5 minutes of silence, someone finally replied in the group. Brother Xie, welcome back. It's perfect that you manage the neighborhood now. But Brother Xie, could you spare some food for my family? We have nothing left to eat, and there are children and elders at home. I heard you took over the delivered supplies. I only ask for a little. Tomorrow, I will go to the east suburb to collect more supplies myself. This message opened the floodgates. Many quickly followed, first flattering Xie Biao profusely, then begging for supplies. Xie Biao's face bore a cold smile as he read the messages. Standing by the window, he gazed towards Li Fan's fortress, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. Xie Biao stood by the window for a long time, the cigarette in his hand already extinguished, before slowly turning around. Lao Shao approached Xie Biao from behind and whispered, Brother Biao, a few young people came downstairs saying they want to join us. Upon hearing this, Xie Biao lifted his eyelids and smiled ominously. His purpose of appearing in the group was to lure some people from the community to become his dogs. Let them come up. Lao Shao turned and went out, and after a while he brought 4 young men into the living room. One of the young men, around 20 years old, saw Xie Biao sitting on the sofa and immediately showed a fawning smile. Master Biao, you are doing well. I am Zhang Jianfeng. We met before in the property fee hall. The other 3 also immediately greeted Xie Biao warmly, their demeanor as if Xie Biao was their benefactor. Xie Biao smiled, but a hidden disdain lurked in his eyes. He looked down upon such clowns. These people had no bottom line, no principles, and certainly no talk of loyalty. However, to minimize the casualties of his own people, he had to make use of these fence-sitters. What do you want to see me for? Xie Biao asked casually, taking a cigarette from the pack and smoking with a look of complete disinterest. Zhang Jianfeng immediately bent at a 90-degree angle and shouted, Master Biao, please accept us. We have long wanted to join your ranks and work, but have never had the opportunity. Oh, what can you do? The other 3 young men were clearly following Zhang Jianfeng's lead and appeared visibly nervous in front of Xie Biao. Hearing Xie Biao's question, they all turned their gaze to Zhang Jianfeng. Master Biao, as long as you give the word, we can do anything. If I tell you to kill someone, would you dare? Upon hearing this, the 3 young men's faces turned pale, somewhat at a loss. Zhang Jianfeng also froze for a moment, then immediately pounded his chest confidently. Whoever Master Biao tells us to kill, we will kill, without hesitation. Is that so? But I see that these young fellows behind you seem a bit timid. The little brothers beside them sneered at the 3 young men's nervous demeanor. Have you grown up yet, little buddies? With that shaking like you have Parkinson's disease, how can you kill? Don't pee your pants at the sight of blood. Huh? Hearing the mockery from those around, Zhang Jianfeng straightened his neck and retorted, I dare to kill. A while ago in the garage, I personally killed a person, the old woman from Building 9 who loved to dance in the square. I smashed her to death with my fire extinguisher. Xie Biao glanced at the few of them, looking at Zhang Jianfeng with slight interest. Good, I believe you dare to kill, but if you want to join my side, you have to do something for me first. If you handle the task, well, I will consider letting you join us, and I will provide you with guns, women, and resources. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Biao. As long as you command, I will go through fire and water for you. Xie Biao waved his hand and smiled as he instructed, I want you to spread the news about Li Fan's vast resources to everyone's ears in the entire community within 3 days. And incite the people in the community to go to Li Fan's stronghold and demand resources from him. Can you do that? Zhang Jianfeng was taken aback. He hadn't heard of Li Fan having vast resources. He had heard a bit about the supermarket supplies being taken away by Xie Biao and Zhang Liang robbing Li Fan. In the entire community, everyone knew that Li Fan's resources had already been divided between Xie Biao and Zhang Liang. Now with Xie Biao asking him to spread this rumor, was he planning to deal with Li Fan? Master Biao, everyone in the community knows that Li Fan has no resources left. If I go around saying this without any evidence, no one will believe me. Xie Biao naturally knew this situation as well. Every time he thought of the two heavy burdens above his head, his heart filled with indignation and his expression instantly darkened. Li Fan has the vast resources lost from the Shijiao Logistics Park. As for how you convince the people in the community to believe it, and how to get them to besiege Li Fan's stronghold to demand resources, that depends on your skill. Upon hearing Xie Biao's words, Zhang Jianfeng was also somewhat surprised. The incident regarding the loss of 1 billion resources from the Shijiao Logistics Park had recently caused a huge uproar, and everyone in Chang'an knew about it. Could this batch of resources really be in Li Fan's hands? However, that was of little importance. What he needed was to complete the task assigned by Xie Biao. As long as he could pass the test and join Xie Biao, he could freely wield a gun in the future. Rest assured, Master Biao, within 3 days I will make sure everyone in the community knows about Li Fan's vast resources. Xie Biao nodded in satisfaction, emphasizing, you must also get the community to besiege Li Fan's stronghold and demand resources. Count on me. Zhang Jianfeng assured Xie Biao with determination. After Xie Biao finished speaking, he no longer looked at him and turned to Lao Shao, instructing, give these young people some food and send them away. Lao Shao complied, giving the 4 of them some supplies and sending them off. After returning, he looked at Xie Biao and asked, Brother Biao, relying on the community to deal with Li Fan won't be of much use, right? What's the rush? These people know we robbed the resources and dare not confront us. They need someone they consider a soft target to vent on. What if there are unexpected results? So when do we blow up the stronghold? No hurry, let the community surround him every day. They are all kind-hearted people. If he lets his guard down, our people can mix in with the crowd and catch him off guard. Although Xie Biao currently had guns and ammunition, he remained very cautious, not wanting to repeat past mistakes. He aimed to catch them off guard. However, he did not know that the little TNT he bought could not break the stronghold's defenses at all. Zhang Jianfeng's parents worked in the south all year, leaving him and his 70-year-old grandmother living together. Last year, his grandmother passed away due to illness, leaving him alone. Without the constraints of an elder, Zhang Jianfeng let loose, dropping out of college and spending his days in various comic exhibitions. The living expenses sent by his parents each month barely covered his needs. As summer approached, he tasted the sweetness of chaos. From then on, he hoped for the world to become more chaotic. This sense of lawlessness was the freedom he had always. The 3 people with him were also local delinquents who had dropped out of school early, idling around all day. After the summer heat, they became even closer, spending their days together. Compared to Zhang Jianfeng's recklessness, the other 3 were a bit timid. Fenggu, are we really going to go against Xie Biao? Yeah, Fenggu, they are all people who kill without blinking. If they are unhappy, our lives might be at stake. Exactly, Fenggu, I saw that group of people at noon. Killing is like slaughtering chickens to them. Zhang Jianfeng became somewhat impatient and interrupted their complaints angrily, saying, if you're afraid, get lost right now. You are all cowards. I am determined to join them, and if I can, I will enjoy a life of luxury and pleasure. You can stay at home and eat boiled potatoes. No, soon you won't even be able to eat boiled potatoes. The 3 immediately fell silent, closely following Zhang Jianfeng back home. At midnight, after a whole day of torrential rain, the downpour finally ceased. However, the temperature did not rise with the rain's departure, instead plummeting to a historical low of -27 degrees Celsius in Chang'an Prefecture over the past 30 years. Fortunately, Chang'an Prefecture is located north of the Qinling Mountains, allowing the people to barely endure the cold. But the halt in the distribution of supplies plunged the people into unprecedented panic. All the supermarkets and vegetable markets had ceased operations, losing their sources of goods. Everyone relied on the official supplies to scrape by. Now, with the cessation of these distributions, especially in neighborhoods like Lishui Courtyard, which received no supplies at all, it felt like a calamity. In the Lishui Courtyard group, a heated argument erupted as people discussed the lack of vehicles to go to the east suburb to collect supplies. What are we going to do? The east suburb is nearly an hour's drive from here. How can we get there without a car? Damn it, who smashed my car that day? Yu Qinghua, if you hadn't smashed my car, would I have been troubled by this distance to the east suburb? As if my car wasn't smashed. If your car hadn't blocked mine, would mine have been damaged by others? You don't let me have it easy, and I should indulge you. Everyone stop arguing. Let's think of a way to get to the east suburb tomorrow. Since the rain has stopped, we should hurry to retrieve the supplies. Why don't we set off now while the rain has stopped and walk over? Are you kidding? It's an 80-kilometer journey. You want people to walk there? What if we borrow a car from the neighboring community? Go see for yourself. Many people have already driven to the east suburb. Do you think you can borrow one? None of these work. What do you all suggest we do? Suddenly a video from days ago appeared in the group. It was an old news report. The case of the 100 billion yuan worth of supplies stolen from the West Suburb Logistics Park. Xiaozhang, why are you sending this old news? Everyone is trying to figure out how to get to the East Suburb. Stop sending irrelevant information. If only those stolen supplies were still here. Even if they were, they wouldn't be ours to take. But it's so much closer, much better than walking to the East Suburb, right? Neighbors, I'm sharing this because I know someone is hiding a large stash of supplies, and it's from our community, the very batch that was stolen from the logistics park. Zhang Jianfeng's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Who? No way, that's 100 billion worth of supplies. How could they be in our community? Xiaozhang, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Jianfeng then shared several photos of supplies, including rice flour, potatoes, and cabbage clearly taken in his kitchen, which were actually given to him by Xiaobiao. Xiaozhang, where did you get these supplies? You can't just enjoy the source of supplies alone. Oh, everyone is waiting for food to cook. In Zhang Jianfeng's home, 4 young people sat together, each holding a phone, whispering, "Brother Feng, is this okay? Will we be seen through? It's fine as long as this dirt is thrown out. Li Fan won't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths." Zhang Jianfeng meticulously checked the chat screenshots on his phone for any leaks. After confirming there were no issues, he sent 4 or 5 screenshots into the group. The chat screenshots were of Zhang Jianfeng's conversation with a WeChat account featuring a family portrait of Li Fan. The content showed Zhang Jianfeng buying supplies from Li Fan, who demanded a high price and insisted on confidentiality. Zhang Jianfeng asked Li Fan where the supplies came from, and Li Fan replied that they were from the batch that went missing at the logistics park. He claimed it was enough to ensure a lifetime of food security. Once these screenshots were shared in the group, they ignited a spark of hope among the members. They began frantically mentioning Li Fan. In truth, this slanderous tactic was extremely low, and anyone with a slight bit of thought could spot many loopholes. For instance, how did Li Fan manage to bring back so many supplies? Why would Li Fan sell supplies to Zhang Jianfeng? And why would Li Fan tell Zhang Jianfeng that the supplies he was selling were stolen from the logistics park? However, people paid no attention to these inconsistencies. They only cared whether Li Fan had a large quantity of supplies. As for the unreasonable aspects, no one was willing to delve deeper. Within the fortress, after exhausting his mental strength for the 5th time, Li Fan fell into a deep sleep for less than an hour, only to be awakened by the incessant notification sounds from his phone. Annoyed, he picked up his phone and opened the unread messages. Upon seeing the messages in the group, he felt a rush of frustration. Damn it. After a day of hunting geese, he was pecked in the eye by the geese instead. Zhang Jianfeng was quite clever. Where did he learn such tricks? Why does it feel so familiar? Although his mental strength was severely depleted, his cognitive abilities were instantly restored. In this life, he had no contact with Zhang Jianfeng, and he wouldn't randomly draw lightning to himself. Then he recalled how Xiaobiao had just returned to Lishui courtyard today using a thunderous method to seize the supplies and had killed dozens in Building 1. Tonight, Zhang Jianfeng used him to draw lightning. It was evident that this guy had once again walked down the same path as in his previous life, currying favor with Xiaobiao, just as before. In his past life, to join Xiaobiao's gang, he had been willing to cut himself, just because Zhang Liang asked, "Are you willing to kill?" In this life, it was needless to think, it was another trial set by Xiaobiao. Watching the continuous bombardment of WeChat messages in the group, and several phone calls from those who knew his number, Li Fan simply smiled, coldly activating Do Not Disturb mode, allowing them to create chaos in the group. It was nothing more than Xiaobiao trying to use these people to numb him, believing he was still a good person who wouldn't harm innocent people. He surely intended to make a surprise attack when he was too tired to cope. Let them stir as they wish, their little tricks couldn't even scratch the surface of the fortress. Right now, Li Fan was solely focused on quickly assembling the Doomsday Fortress RV. The sooner it was ready, the sooner he could feel at ease. Once he finished with the Fortress RV, he would slowly deal with these people. He tossed aside his phone, laid back on the sofa, and continued to sleep, recovering his mental strength. Meanwhile, in the Lishui courtyard group, the messages kept flooding and transitioning from polite requests to sharp and intense words. Seeing that Li Fan neither replied to messages nor answered calls, many people were already convinced that he had a large stash of supplies. Their words became increasingly reckless, even elevating Li Fan to the level of a social parasite. Xiaobiao observed the fiery atmosphere in the group and chuckled, handing his phone to Lao Xiao, letting him see the messages, saying, "Who would have thought this kid Zhang Jianfeng has some wit?" Using Li Fan's own tactics against him, though full of loopholes, the effect is quite good. Lao Xiao, having read all the messages, asked in surprise, "This is obviously fake chat records. How did this group believe it?" They might not believe it, but does that matter? They just need to know that Li Fan still has supplies. As for how many, where they came from, it's all irrelevant. In their eyes, Li Fan is still that good person who should contribute all his supplies. Lao Xiao suddenly understood and disdainfully remarked, "To put it bluntly, they think Li Fan is easy to bully, but they really miscalculated." Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. Sieta Biao laughed as he stood up, walked to the window, and looked towards the fortress, his eyes filled with excitement. The next morning, Li Fan awoke from his slumber, filled with mental vigor, preparing to find something to eat to appease his rumbling stomach. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the surveillance outside the fortress, displaying scenes from outside the stronghold. A crowd of hundreds surged into the fortress yard, surrounding it in layers. They came so early, it seems they are truly desperate for food. Li Fan gazed at the hundreds of residents, feeling no surprise. However, it no longer mattered, as the Chang'an government had established a safe zone and abandoned his previous efforts to conceal his supplies were meant for the authorities, for if they had known he still had a significant stash, they would have forcibly confiscated it. However, it no longer mattered, as the Chang'an government had established a safe zone and abandoned control beyond its borders. As for these homeowners, they did not care how much supply Li Fan possessed or where it came from. As long as he had it, they would shamelessly come to demand it. Li Fan, holding a freshly brewed cup of milk tea, leisurely climbed up to the watchtower and looked down. He immediately spotted Zhang Jianfeng, who was passionately brainwashing the crowd. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, we are now starving and cold. Look at Sister Li's little baby who has been crying from hunger. Yet Li Fan, living in the warmest fortress, enjoys endless supplies. Why is that? In times of disaster we should stand together, but there are always those who are selfish, disregarding the plight of their fellow beings. We should bring this person out for judgment, making him a historical pariah. Right? This Li Fan is utterly outrageous. I called him yesterday, but he didn't answer. He must be feeling guilty. Think about it, whenever the community distributes supplies, Li Fan has never shown up or claimed any. Why? Because he looks down upon it. The crowd echoed in agreement. Although Zhang Dama had a habit of stockpiling supplies in advance, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. Originally a family of 5, during the chaos in the garage her son perished, leaving only her husband, daughter-in-law, and grandson. However, their previous supplies had long been exhausted. After seeing the message from Zhang Jianfeng yesterday, she didn't truly believe that the supplies were in Li Fan's hands. But she was certain that Li Fan had plenty of supplies, as he had never come to claim anything during community distributions. He had remained inside the fortress, indicating that he definitely had abundant resources. She wouldn't care whether the supplies were relevant to her, as long as they could break into the fortress and seize them, they would be hers. Especially towards someone like Li Fan, who was orphaned and had no one to rely on, she felt no psychological burden. Therefore, when Zhang Jianfeng called for action this morning, she was the first to respond, and even gathered many like-minded individuals. Many shared her sentiment, knowing that Li Fan had never claimed community-distributed supplies. Zhang Dama is right. Li Fan must have a large amount of food. Otherwise, why wouldn't he claim community supplies? This kind of person is selfish and self-serving. Clearly, he has plenty of supplies, yet he refuses to help everyone through this crisis. Exactly, he is truly disgraceful to his parents. This is shamelessness, extreme shamelessness. Li Fan sat quietly on the sofa, holding his cup of milk tea, watching the agitated crowd below, curling his lip. How amusing it is to see you all brandishing the banner of justice, while picking on the soft target. At that moment, the voice of Ran Lin echoed in his mind. Have you eaten? Once you're rested, come in quickly. The assembly progress of the fortress RV has reached 30, just a few more rounds, and it will be completed. No hurry, today might take a while. What's going on? You're not going out again, are you? No, today I'm staying in to watch the show. It's been so dull these days. These folks from the community are here to add some excitement to my life. Li Fan's words piqued Ran Lin's interest, and she immediately replied, I want to see too. Staying in the alternate space all day is quite boring. Li Fan took off the goggles from his helmet, and a silver dragonfly flew out of the watchtower, hovering in midair. In the 3D virtual projection, a mini version of Ran Lin sprang out. Watching the impassioned crowd in the projection condemn Li Fan as inhumane, it had even escalated to the point of being irredeemable. I recognize every word these people are saying, but why can't I comprehend them when they're put together? People always find a reasonable excuse for their upcoming disgraceful acts, at least to deceive themselves. At that moment, someone downstairs spotted Li Fan on the watchtower, appearing calm and relaxed, holding a steaming cup of milk tea, as if enjoying the spectacle. Look, Li Fan is up there. This shout instantly drew the attention of the crowd below, and they all looked up to see Li Fan smiling cheerfully. Li Fan opened the door. We need to check if you have hidden a large amount of supplies in your room. Li Fan, how could the kind-hearted parents like yours raise such a self-serving person? Clearly possessing ample supplies, yet unwilling to share to help everyone through this difficult time. Exactly, so selfish. And he's a college student lacking even a shred of the spirit of sacrifice. Oh, what a disgrace to your university. I advise you to cooperate and let everyone check, otherwise inciting public anger means it won't just be us here looking for you. There are thousands of good people in the community. The crowd, upon seeing Li Fan, unleashed a barrage of intense words, moral coercion, and bizarre rhetoric that truly refreshed Li Fan's worldview. In his past life, after falling into misfortune, these people had an attitude of being aloof. In this life, standing high above, he viewed them like clowns barking in hysteria. At that moment, a bespectacled woman stepped forward, adopting an educator's demeanor as she addressed Li Fan, saying, "Little Li, you can't be so selfish, do you understand? Everyone needs to unite to withstand the natural disasters. Hurry and open the door, or we won't harm you. If you share your supplies to help everyone through this crisis, everyone will remember your kindness." Zhang Li, this woman left a deep impression on Li Fan. He recalled how he had painstakingly hoarded a few bottles of water and packets of biscuits in secret, planning to escape the community. Unexpectedly, right after he left the community, he encountered this woman. Without a word, she turned and ran back to inform Zhang Liang. After being captured and taken back, he watched this woman in a state of lust curled up in Zhang Liang's embrace, holding the biscuits he had given her. Recalling this, Li Fan picked up the crossbow placed nearby, his killing intent surging. However, when Li Fan picked up the crossbow, he suddenly set it down again. A single arrow to kill was indeed swift, but that was not the way of revenge Li Fan desired. He wanted to see those few unforgettable people struggle in despair, dying in fear rather than being pierced by an arrow, and then completely liberated. Suppressing his emotions, he opened the shooting hole and asked Zhang Li, "Do you no longer have supplies?" "Yes, that's why you need to help everyone." "What about the supplies the authorities provided you?" This question left everyone speechless, and Zhang Li's expression changed slightly before she quickly composed herself. "The authorities no longer provide supplies. Any supplies needed must be picked up from the eastern suburbs." "That's not right. I know that supplies can be picked up from the eastern suburbs, but logically there should have been a final batch of supplies delivered yesterday, enough for you to collect from the eastern suburbs. How could you be out of supplies?" Hearing this, everyone felt bitter. They certainly knew that a batch of supplies had arrived yesterday, but that batch had already been plundered by Xiaobiao. At this moment, Zhang Li adjusted her glasses, masking the fleeting embarrassment on her face, and said, "That batch of supplies was borrowed by Xiaobiao." "Oh, listen to that, a people's teacher beautifying robbery with such eloquence." Zhang Li kept adjusting her glasses, opening her mouth several times, her eyes darting around, contemplating how to respond. Li Fan did not give her the chance and continued, "Borrowed, huh? Since it was borrowed by Xiaobiao, he must have plans to return it. Why don't you go find Xiaobiao and ask him to return it to you? Don't forget he still has supplies from my supermarket. Oh, why are you coming to me instead of finding Xiaobiao? I'm not indebted to you." Li Fan's words rendered the crowd downstairs silent, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. At this time, a weak voice emerged from the crowd, making a surprising statement. "Because you are a good person and your whole family are good people, while Xiaobiao is an evil person." This statement made Li Fan laugh in anger. "What nonsense! Good people should sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Good people should be condemned and pursued by you. What kind of ridiculous logic is this? In front of Xiaobiao you all act like broken-back dogs, yet you strike hard at the good people you speak of." Zhang Jianfeng noticed the crowd's momentum was somewhat low. He glanced at Zhang Dama and winked. She understood and immediately jumped up to speak loudly. "Li Fan, don't change the subject. I'm asking you, do you have a lot of living supplies?" "Yes, I do." Li Fan coldly glanced at Zhang Dama, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he replied, "Of course I have plenty." "Then you shouldn't be selfish, you should share in. My things have nothing to do with you. Old witch, did you live 50 or 60 years, or do you weigh 50 or 60 pounds? Why do you only grow a thick skin but not a heart?" After saying this, Li Fan turned and left the observation deck, no longer willing to argue with this group of people. They were merely hungry for a day and hadn't reached desperation yet. It would only be the right time for him to take revenge when these people had no food left and were starved to the point of becoming beasts. For now, he wanted to have a good meal and hastily assemble his Doomsday Fortress RV. He went down to the third underground floor, collecting all daily necessities and furniture into the spatial pocket. He planned to move to the second floor above ground. The first reason was to facilitate an immediate retreat to the observation deck in case of emergencies. The second reason was that the first floor had been specially modified, making it more convenient for any future schemes. After Li Fan moved all his daily necessities and furniture to the second floor and arranged them, he discovered through the surveillance that the residents of the community had not yet left. In fact, more and more people were rushing over. He picked up his phone and opened the group chat, only to find that it was Zhang Dama, the troublemaker, vividly describing herself, claiming that she had a large amount of supplies, enough for the entire community to use for a long time, yet she refused to distribute them to the community residents. Within the hour that Li Fan moved from the third underground floor to the second floor and tidied up the room, over 1,000 people had already surrounded the fortress. Some even brought logs, large hammers, and various tools, calling the locksmith from the community who made keys. Watching more than a dozen people gathered at the entrance, an elderly man in his 50s wearing reading glasses crouched over the titanium alloy door, busily attempting to pick the lock. Li Fan scoffed disdainfully, his eyes full of derision. He rubbed his growling stomach and suddenly smiled wickedly, rushing into the kitchen. Before long, Li Fan emerged from the observation deck with a steaming pot of hot pot. The coffee table was filled with a variety of fresh ingredients, abalone lobster and hairy crabs along with various fruits, placing anything that looked good. The bubbling hot pot filled the entire observation deck with steam, and the delicious aroma wafted from the shooting hole, entering the noses of the crowd below. Li Fan took out a small speaker from his spatial pocket and hung it outside the shooting hole, playing Good Days, while sitting on the sofa with a bowl of prepared dipping sauce. As he cooked the hot pot, he enjoyed watching the actions of the people below. Where does that hot pot smell come from? It smells so good. One person sniffed hard, his stomach growling in response to the enticing aroma. Look, Li Fan is actually cooking hot pot. My goodness, can he finish all that delicious food by himself? What a waste, that much food could last my family 3 to 4 days. And there are abalone lobster and hairy crabs. He has a whole bowl of tripe. And fruits. He's even drinking beer. Tears of envy flowed from the corners of their mouths as they looked up at Li Fan's table of delicacies, filled with indignation. Li Fan seemed oblivious to the crowd below, eating hot pot, occasionally picking out some cooked ingredients, tasting them, frowning in dissatisfaction, and spitting them into the trash bin. He displayed the demeanor of a nouveau riche, eating one portion and throwing another away. Li Fan, you are too much. You would rather waste food than help your fellow countrymen. Exactly. How can someone like you exist? Clearly having so many supplies, yet only caring for yourself, not considering the bigger picture. And you, a university student, what have you learned? At this moment the crowd was enraged, each voice growing more intense, and the words becoming increasingly harsh. Meanwhile Li Fan remained indifferent, lifting his bowl of dipping sauce and deliberately stuffing his mouth with the delicious food. He even smacked his lips for everyone to see. This scene completely provoked the residents of the community. Old Zhang, are you even capable? It's been over half an hour, and you still haven't opened it. Exactly. Hurry up and open it. I must give that boy's parents a good talking to. The locksmith Old Zhang put away his tools and retorted. If you are so capable, why don't you try? Do you even know what kind of door this is? You only know how to talk. The crowd listened in utter confusion, utterly unfamiliar with the defensive capabilities of such a door. Rather than devising schemes against this titanium alloy barrier, it would be far more practical to focus their efforts on the concrete walls. At that moment, a burly man strode forward, dragging a massive iron hammer behind him, and impatiently declared, "It's just a sturdier than usual door. I refuse to believe it's impregnable." The onlookers parted instinctively as he approached, while the elderly locksmith's eyes flickered with disdain before he hastily retreated far away. Chun Gang, aged 28, was a gym instructor and a minor internet celebrity, known for flaunting his chiseled physique online. Residents of the neighborhood all recognized him. Seeing him haul a long-handled iron hammer, they gazed upon him with hopeful anticipation. If Chun Gang takes charge, there'll surely be no problem. Look at that hammer. It must weigh at least 15 or 20 kilograms. Even the strongest door couldn't withstand such force. Exactly. That arrogant fool actually thinks he's safe hiding inside his turtle shell. Just look how smug he is. Wait till I get my hands on him. I'll beat him senseless. He's infuriating. Go Chun Gang. Go Chun Gang. Gradually the cheers swelled into a unified roar, drawing Li Fan's cold sidelong glance from the watchtower, where he merely sneered with quiet contempt. He pulled out his phone, blasted an energetic track, and resumed savoring his meal. The sound of music drifting down only intensified the crowd's fury. Chun Gang planted himself before the door, gripped the hammer's haft with both hands, and slowly raised the massive weapon overhead. Though clad in a thick down jacket, his bulging muscles strained visibly against the fabric, rendering his frame even more imposing. With a thunderous shout, he brought the hammer down upon the metal door like a cleaving avalanche. Clang! A deafening metallic shriek reverberated. The cast-iron hammer shattered instantly, a jagged fragment ricocheting backward under immense stress. It struck Aunt Zhang square in the face, the nearest bystander, leaving a deep, gory gash. She clutched her cheek and wailed in agony. Meanwhile, the hammer, flung from Chun Gang's grip by violent recoil, smashed into another man's skull behind him. The man collapsed rigidly, silent, lifeless. That sudden catastrophe silenced the cheering instantly. What kind of door is this? It's impossibly hard. Even the hammer shattered. Didn't I tell you? This is a top-tier titanium alloy vault door, the kind used in triple security bank vaults. Do you honestly think it's comparable to your household anti-theft door priced at a few thousand yuan? Just one of these doors costs more than your entire apartment. You'd have to sell your home just to afford it. From afar, the elderly locksmith scoffed aloud, scornful of the crowd's ignorance. Old Zhang, truly no solution at all. Stop fixating on the door. Examine the concrete walls instead. The crowd regrouped around the fortress's reinforced concrete perimeter, scrutinizing it anew. No one tended to the man lying motionless on the ground, blood welling from his scalp, or to Aunt Zhang still clutching her wounded face and crying out in pain. Li Fan watched the scene impassively, then smirked and switched his playlist to Believe in Yourself, a mocking gesture of encouragement. His irreverent act ignited collective resentment. The crowd erupted into furious curses directed at the watchtower. Li Fan, however, ignored them completely. raising his wineglass in a theatrical toast toward the mob below. Go on, cheer up. He drained his beer and settled back onto the sofa to resume enjoying his hot pot. Chen Gang, try smashing the wall with that hammer. An older man dragged over the dented hammer and handed it to Chen Gang. Chen Gang accepted it reluctantly, still vividly recalling the hammer's brutal recoil. Had he not dodged the flying shard in time, he would now lie unconscious on the ground. Sensing Chen Gang's hesitation, the middle-aged man patiently explained, "Rest assured, concrete lacks the intense elastic resistance of metal doors. Though I can't immediately identify this concrete's grade, even the highest civilian specification, C-140, cannot be truly indestructible." The man was a local construction foreman intimately familiar with concrete, though he couldn't yet determine the exact composition of the fortress's walls. Nonetheless, he remained confident even the toughest civilian-grade concrete could be methodically breached. Reassured by the foreman's words, Chen Gang selected a spot and raised the hammer, only for the surrounding crowd to scatter, instantly fleeing to a safe distance. That abrupt retreat left Chen Gang utterly stranded, hammer poised midair, neither daring to strike nor willing to lower it, frozen in awkward, humiliating suspension. Then Li Fan's voice drifted down from the watchtower. "Well, are you waiting for lightning to strike, or receiving satellite signals?" Enraged, Chen Gang swung the hammer downward, shattering the already damaged tool completely. All that remained in his hand was a bare, splintered haft. The residents stood utterly stunned. Though many knew Li Fan had erected this bizarre structure, none imagined its construction could be so extraordinarily resilient. They rushed forward to inspect the wall's damage, only to grimace in dismay upon close examination. The blow had left nothing more than a faint superficial mark. The foreman ran his fingers over the shallow indentation, his expression darkening. This boy used military-grade concrete, the latest variant, grade C-400. How did he even acquire it? Its use requires formal approval and registration with local public security authorities. A woman interjected. Su Jiayin is his father's former comrade in arms. They've celebrated festivals together for years. Their bond is deep. Perhaps Su helped him procure it. Upon hearing this, the foreman's face fell. He sighed deeply. There's no point trying to breach this wall. It's no ordinary concrete. Dejection washed over the crowd. Gazing helplessly at the impenetrable turtle shell, they looked up to find Li Fan, now satiated, cradling a freshly squeezed juice, idly sipping through a straw, watching them with a serene, knowing smile. Suddenly someone spoke up. "The door and walls are impervious, but surely the watchtower's glass isn't invincible. I refuse to believe both panoramic floor-to-ceiling panes, front and rear, are bulletproof." At those words, the group's despondency vanished, replaced by surging fervor. Eyes locked hungrily onto the watchtower's glass. But how do we reach it? It's so high. The fortress comprised two distinct sections. Its lower half, a 10-meter-high hemispherical dome embedded into the ground. Its upper portion rose 5 meters as a watchtower crowned by Li Fan's current perch. The 3-meter-high elliptical observation deck, featuring two sweeping 270-degree curved glass panels front and rear. "Fetch ladders. We'll climb onto the dome first." Instantly, several property management staff sprinted back to the residential complex and returned moments later with extendable ladders. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Fan tidied up the watchtower, settled onto the sofa, and sipped freshly squeezed juice, curious to see what new tactics this group would devise to breach his fortress. A disgruntled prompt echoed in his mind from Ran Lin. "Have you had your fill of play yet? Get in here and assemble the fortress RV immediately." "Ugh, disassembling and reassembling for days on end. Can't I savor a moment's rest? What's there to watch? They're utterly powerless against your fortress. If you dawdle any longer, when the zombie outbreak erupts, you'll be forced to flee on foot." Hearing this, Li Fan shrugged helplessly and replied, all right. I'll get to work the moment I drive them off." He rose, gazing down at the crowd below, like ancient siege troops, erecting extendable ladders against the dome's curved surface, brandishing an eclectic array of weapons as they began scaling once more toward the watchtower. Li Fan checked the time on his phone, then descended to the second floor, where he connected a high-power water pump to the floor's main valve. He attached a fire hose coupling and nozzle to the pump's outlet and hauled the assembly up to the watchtower. As Li Fan ascended the watchtower with the hose, he found 4 or 5 burly men already clinging to the glass, hammering and wrenching furiously against it. TCH, according to Ran Lin's specifications, this glass is tougher than the titanium alloy gate downstairs. You truly expect to shatter it with those pitiful tools? Preposterous. Outside, the 4 men cursed the glass's unyielding hardness, until they spotted Li Fan returning to the watchtower wielding the fire nozzle. Panic flashed across their faces. Yet retreat was impossible. Perched atop the ladder's summit, they were trapped. Others still